If they went out, they feared that they wouldn't even get a chance to fight back. "Gentlemen, are you not afraid of being ridiculed if you send a woman like me out there?" Wen Mancha continued. Someone sneered coldly, "Wen Mancha, all of us are gang leaders. We need to weigh the pros and cons of our actions. This isn't about men and women. We're not in the bedroom. If a task has been assigned to you by the knights, you should follow it." The knight commander glanced at the hammer party, which was still wildly slaughtering. He spoke directly, "Wen Mancha, if you don't obey the order, I will kill you now." Wen Mancha looked at the people who were closing in on her, gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, I accept it today." The middle-aged commander immediately ordered, "Pinned gang, move forward and cover others in their retreat. We will set up a defensive circle along the way for you to cross." The pinned gang members, like prisoners, were driven to the front. They met the rampaging hammer party head-on. Being a small gang, they lacked the strength to confront the hammer party. In an instant, they were massacred, leaving cries all over the place. The remaining people, upon shaking off the hammer party's pursuit, immediately turned and ran in full flight. In a whoosh, almost everyone scattered away. "When did you start suspecting Burke?" the swordsman, Gallo Burley, asked on the side. Wu Heng, leading his army of carrion, continued forward, looking at him. "Why do you ask? Now that I think about it, you kept a close eye on him. You should have suspected him a long time ago." Gallo Burley continued. "He was recommended by the city hall, and the association recruits talents, but rarely works with local power. Don't you think it's strange?" Wu Heng said casually. Gallo Burley fell into thought. "Do you suspect the counselor? Only with his permission could someone be arranged in." The counselor probably didn't know about this, or due to some special relationship, agreed to let him in. "He's dead now, so there's nothing more to say," Wu Heng replied. Counselor Gomez must have not known the other party's intent. Because Gallo Burley was the spy arranged by Gomez himself, it was unlikely that he would arrange two spies at the same time. Wu Heng did not care much, now that the other party was dead. With the chaos in London City, all conflicts would be revealed. There was nothing to fear anymore. Who could survive until the end was uncertain, so why think too much about it? Gallo Burley stopped talking. The team then passed through the alley and directly entered the main road leading to the North District. Just as they stepped out, they saw a large group of deserting soldiers running towards the central city district. One by one, they discarded their armor and were in a sorry state. "Stop them," Wu Heng ordered. The carrion army charged out in an instant, blocking the way. Suddenly, a chilling wind, accompanied by a pungent smell of blood, rushed to their faces. The escaping troops suddenly stopped. They all looked up together at the crowd blocking the road. As they recognized the appearance of the group, their faces all changed, and the timid ones took a few steps back. The troops in front were in different outfits. The Hammer Party, the Iron Guard Knights, and equipment featuring gang characteristics. Their skin was shriveled and waxy yellow, wounds with flesh overturned. They looked like corpses that had just crawled out of a grave, disheveled, with limbs slack, holding various weapons. Carrion. How could there be carrion in the city, and they even came from within the city? Crap. The pinned gang couldn't hold on for much longer. Now their path was blocked by this group of carrion. And there were quite a few of them. Why was he running so slowly? Damn it. At this time, two figures came from behind the carrion. From their attire and insignia, it was clear that they were from the association. "What are you running for?" Wu Heng asked, his eyes sweeping over the crowd without spotting Wen Mancha. The city gate was compromised. Following the city lord's mansion order, we followed the commander's order and retreated to the central city district. One of them said stammeringly, often looking back as if he was afraid someone was chasing them. "Where's the commander?" Wu Heng continued. Ran, he ran the fastest." "What about the pinned gang? Did they also run out?" At his words, everyone at the scene was stunned, all maintaining silence. Wu Heng squinted. "Speak." "The pinned gang." The commander ordered the pinned gang to cover the others in their retreat. "They are still left behind. The Hammer Party will be here soon. Please let us go." The gang member pleaded uneasily. The Hammer Party was so fierce. They divided their forces and could still cause such chaos. "How many people are in the Hammer Party? Who's leading them? Tell us and you can go," Wu Heng stated directly. "There were a lot of people, it was too chaotic at the scene, so I am not sure." The leader was a core member of the Hammer Party. "There's a bounty on her at the association. She's a female beastman, nicknamed Tusk." The gang member spoke hurriedly. After speaking, he continued, "Can we leave now?" Wu Heng gestured, and the carrion opened a path. Thank you." All the gang members fled immediately. Wu Heng stared ahead and ordered directly, "Speed up and proceed." Chapter 204, What Happened to You? 2. On the battlefield, the pinned gang confronted the Hammer Party. Helpless and vulnerable like infants. Even the Iron Guard Knights couldn't resist the Hammer Party, let alone members of gangs who used to focus on stealing and gathering information. They had no room to fight back. They were beaten back step by step, falling in groups. Their remaining purpose, is it to slow down the Hammer Party, or to waste some of its energy? When Manche's face was pale, and she was pulled back continuously by the guarded skeleton. The members in front of her kept dying. The sight was a sea of blood red, with severed limbs and shattered bodies flying everywhere. It's over. It seems like we're going to die here today. That's how a gang works. Every day is filled with fights and kill. Many gangs disappear overnight. I expected this day would come. But when I'm really facing death, I still feel some regrets. Would Rocky perform better if he lives? After all, he is good at pleasing the nobles and major gangs. What would my life look like if I could survive? I want to have a child for my master and secure my position. It seems to be too late for everything now. Sister-in-law, we'll cover you and get you out. Sister-in-law, if my mom asks, just say I'm out for a mission, and I'll return later. When Mancha was awakened by the calls of sister-in-law. But she didn't make any response. Can we make it out? If we could, the Iron Guard Knights wouldn't be in such a desperate situation. I'm sorry. When Mancha whispered. Just when everyone was desperate, exchanging their last words with each other, the sound of rapid footsteps came from behind. When Mancha, thinking it was the reinforcements from the inner city, hastily looked back and saw the carrion marching on in neat rows. The members of the pinned gang looked as grey as death. In these years, all kinds of strange things have happened. Tramp. The fast-moving carrion started running. Just when the pinned gang decided to drag a few to death with them, a voice came from afar. When Mancha, order your men to retreat. When Mancha looked towards the rear of the carrion in surprise. She didn't see anyone, but the voice sounded like a lifeline to her, making her heart skip a beat. She glanced at the Hammer Party, who had slowed down and was on guard. She ordered directly, retreat, do not attack these carrion. The pinned gang members, who were carrying or supporting the wounded, began to retreat. However, the carrion kept running, bypassing the gang members, charging into the crowd of Hammer Party like frenzied beasts. Ding ding ding. The fight broke out again. Like suicide attackers, the carrion rushed ahead, hacking, tearing, and then falling to the ground. Meanwhile, amid the booming sound of boom boom boom, the green poisonous smoke burst out and filled the area. On the outskirts of the inner city area. The battle had been raging from midnight till dawn. Dead bodies could be seen everywhere on the streets, and a thick smoke was blowing up. In a building near the inner city area, a figure was sitting on a wooden chair in the center of the room. He was 4 meters tall and had a robust physique. Drawings of black totems were painted all over his gray-green skin. With long hair and thick mutton chops, he sat upright, as robust as a lion. Next to the seat was a long-handled warhammer smeared with fresh blood. The leader of the Hammer Party, Skullcrusher, Dragisha. On both sides were 2 figures, one a beastman holding 2 axes, the other a human magician dressed in a deep green robe. At this point, the door opened. A scout from the Hammer Party came in and reported directly, Leader, members from the East City Gate claim they were attacked by enemies, the gate is shut, and Boss Blood Axe hasn't come out. Hearing the report, Skullcrusher's eyebrows furrowed instantly. Despite such a tight arrangement, problems still occurred. And sure? Skullcrusher continued asking. No news. Maybe it's not over yet. The scout answered. Both teams didn't appear, making the final assault on the city less powerful. Leader, I can take some men to recapture the city wall now. The double-axe beastman said as he got up. Skullcrusher thought for a moment and glanced at the sky outside the window, then said directly, we can no longer divert forces out. I don't want any more problems. Leave them be. The outer city area is not important. We take the inner city area as quickly as possible and then deal with the situation outside. What happens outside, no one cares. All the power base is still in the inner city area. Taking the inner city area within the planned time is the most important thing. Okay, we'll follow the leader's orders. The 2 core members had no objection. Skullcrusher stood up, dragging his long-handled warhammer and walked out. Coming out of the house, it was already full of people and equipment ready for the attack. Besides the Hammer Party, there were also many gang members with white armbands. The crowd was huge, and the momentum was great. Skullcrusher looked up at the city wall of the inner city area in the distance and ordered, attack the city, take the inner city area, and the money and land will be divided among all. Attack the city. Attack the city. The messenger soldier ran to deliver the command of the leader. Charge. Everyone shouted and rushed towards the city wall of the inner city area. North City Wall. The Carrion and Hammer Party were fighting together. The intense shouts filled the whole area. Although the carrion were undead creatures transformed, they retained their own combat strength and were not afraid to die. They threw themselves at the enemy with no regard for their own safety, hacking and tearing, and even biting the enemy. They killed the enemy in every possible way. At the same time, the killed carrion began to explode violently. Dense green poison smoke filled the area instantly, making it hard to breathe and see. The female beastman with a double blade in her hand kept swinging in front of her, forming a blade barrier to cut the attacking carrion into pieces. The female beastman took a look around. Her face became more serious. She didn't expect another necromancer in this city. If she continued this way, her side would suffer even heavier casualties. "Follow me, let's retreat, we'll take the other city gates," yelled the female beastman. Just then, as her voice just fell, the poison smoke in front of her suddenly cleared, and a huge axe emerged and fell on her head. Dang! The female beastman stepped back, jumping back to dodge the strike. She looked up abruptly. A tall skeleton holding two axes was coming towards her step by step. The female beastman's eyes widened in surprise as she stared at the skeleton. She was all too familiar with this gear and weapon. Blood axe, how did he become like this? Nagazio, how did you become this hideous? Chapter 205, Getting Involved. Both of them are the core members of the Hammer Party. The female beastman recognized at a glance that the skeleton in front of her was Blood Axe, Nagazio. She knew he was dead, transformed into a skeleton. But as a level 14 warrior, Blood Axe fell remarkably fast. In response to the female beastman's inquiry, Blood Axe made no response. His battle axe once again cleaved through the poisonous gas, chopping horizontally at his opponent. The female beastman twisted her body agilely, dodging a strike quickly. Her double blades, like unsheathed tusks, swirled to the left and right towards the waist of Blood Axe. Blood Axe retreated half a step, creating a distance, and continued to launch a fierce attack. The female beastman was agile, fending off the massive axe while quickly retreating, planning to exit the green mist zone. However, just as she got closer to the city gate, two figures blocked her retreat. One man held a flaming longsword, and the other, with his bare torso, revealed a ferrous skeleton. Both charged at her simultaneously. In an instant, the female beastman was entirely at a disadvantage. Under the combined attack of the three men, she received more and more wounds, and the corrosive effect of the poison gas was also becoming increasingly severe. With time, the female beastman eventually started to falter. She kneeled on the ground with her Shuangdao, resting the two beast face knives in front of her, panting heavily. "Damn it! Come on! Today I'm going to cut you all!" The female beastman cursed. She launched herself directly, dual blade slashed towards the ferrous skeleton skull. The opponent dodged in the nick of time and ran toward the city gate without looking back. However, just after she had run a few steps, a red streak of light flashed past. The rushing figure stumbled, her skull falling from her neck. It rolled to one side. Behind the carrion, Wen Mancha stumbled into Wu Heng's arms, burying her head deeply in his chest, reluctant to lift it up. Swordsman Gallo Burley frowned as he observed the two. It seems not about saving any informer, but more like saving a lover. Similarly, the remaining members of the pinned gang froze in place, helping each other stand. Wu Heng, the captain of the 12th squad. Most of the older members had seen him when he came to the guild headquarters to investigate the disappearance of their boss Rocky. They had met each other several times. Back then, the captain's attitude towards the pinned gang was not so good. He even scolded Wen Mancha in front of everyone. However, now his sister-in-law was in his arms, their familiarity making their relationship seem anything but ordinary. Well, no wonder the pinned gang had been developing so rapidly. The sister-in-law had even gotten involved. Wu Heng gently patted her back, saying, "As long as you're okay." Wen Mancha grunted in acknowledgement and snuggled further into his arms. "People are still watching." Wu Heng softly reminded her. "Let them watch, I don't care." Wen Mancha replied, but still stood upright from his embrace. After adjusting her clothes, her face regained the cold, aloof demeanor of the guild's sister-in-law. She ordered her subordinates, "Treat the injured. Use all the potions you have, the guild will reimburse." "Oh, okay sis." Members of the pinned gang entered a nearby empty building and began to treat the wounded. Wu Heng continued, "What about Andre Willow's clan? Didn't they come looking for you?" Andre Willow's clan was settled in a shop in the outer city area. Once the city became chaotic, Wu Heng told them to find Wen Mancha. After all, the pinned gang had been developing reasonably well recently and could solve some problems. Wen Mancha softly said, "I arranged them at the guild's residence. This is the wart zone, it's not safe, they're in danger if they follow." This arrangement was correct. Many would have died if they had come over. Well, good arrangement. Wu Hang nodded. When Mancha did not say much, she went to the side to count the remaining number of members and arranged for the aftermath. As time went by, the main battlefield also gradually reached its climax. The dense poison gas gradually dissipated, revealing a ground full of corpses and carrion waiting for orders. At this moment, Wen Mancha came from the side, asking, "Do you need us to clean up the battlefield?" Wu Hang glanced at the wounded. "I can let the carrion do it." Blocking the gazes of the guild members behind her with her body, Wen Mancha shook his arm, seemingly coquettishly saying, "Let us do it. So many people have died, we must allow everyone to get some benefits." Wu Hang looked at the guild members looking in their direction and said, "You can go ahead and loot the bodies. I'll let the carrion clean up the battlefield." "All right." Wen Mancha nodded, then turned to the gang members behind her and said, "Those who can move, go loot the bodies. Take anything valuable." All the members got up one after another, quickly rushing into the midst of the dead to look for items. For a guild, especially for a guild like the Pendant gang, looting on the battlefield is also a source of income. Meanwhile, Blood Axe dragged a bloody female beastman corpse over. Wu Hang saw the fight. This female beastman showed great fighting strength, her double blades were used very cleverly, she was prominent in both physical strength and skill. Wu Hang searched her body. In addition to a money bag and potions, there were 2 scrolls, and 1 magic item, a vein wrist guard. Both scrolls were to increase weapon attack effects. Wu Hang specifically looked at the magic item that was a leather wrist guard. Vein wrist guard. Description: with each attack, you'll become increasingly invigorated, your perception will elevate, and your agility will increase. A wrist guard that amplifies your attributes as the battle progresses. Chapter 205, involved in a too not cheap judging by these 2 attributes. Moreover, these enhancement gears are universal for all melee classes. Everyone needs them. After checking the available loot, Wu Hang used the bone manipulation skill on the corpses. Necromancy magic enveloped the bodies. Flesh fell away, and a female beastman skeleton rose to its feet. Skeleton Beast Warrior, level 13, it was a level lower than Blood Axe, but level 13 was still not considered low. From now on, you'll continue as Tusk. Wear this and stay by my side for now. Wu Hang handed the wrist guard to it. Tusk donned the wrist guard, joined the protective team, and stood next to Blood Axe. Wu Hang did not give the Pink Gang a chance to continue looting. He ordered the zombies to move all the corpses from a distance to him. He then cast the dead bones battlefield. A gray-white circular light wave spread out. One corpse after another came back to life, rolling over from the pile of bodies, and they picked up weapons nearby and stood aside. There should be more fights to come. Therefore, he chose to turn this batch of bodies into carrions. It's still better to use carrions against living beings. They can release various magical traps from the bodies, such as the poison-based evil explosion skill. The Book of Necromancy also records other spells like corpse explosion technique and pestilence skill. All of these can be hidden inside corpses. Living beings were just too fragile. And necromancers happen to be experts in this field. In the zombie world, they would use skeleton attendants against zombies. After the battle, these attendants could stay with them for a longer time without the risk of catching any diseases. Successively launched several dead bones battlefield, transforming all the corpses. Carrions filled the whole street densely. A rough estimation suggested there were nearly 10,000 of them. "Captain, Captain." From the perimeter of the team, came a voice. Looking towards the sound, he saw Duke hopping about, waving his hands and shouting loudly. Wu Hang made the carrions pave a path, and Duke, carrying his axe, walked straight in. It seemed that his family was fine. "Why did you come back?" asked Wu Hang. "There's no problem at home, so I came directly, and also brought you breakfast." He then pulled out a pancake from his bag and handed it over. In the current environment, Wu Hang really had no appetite. However, he accepted it, appreciating Duke's good intentions, and asked, "What's happening outside?" "I heard an explosion from the inner city area when I came here. I guess the Hammer party must have reached there." Duke glanced in the direction of the inner city area as he continued speaking. The outer city area was extensive. Furthermore, the noise from their previous battles was so loud that he did not notice any explosion from the inner city area. But when he turned to look now, he saw a rising plume of smoke. It seemed the main force of the Hammer party had not entered the city through these 2 gates. At least, he had not seen the leader mentioned in the wanted notice. "You're here, Duke." When Mancha walked over from behind, greeting him. Wu Hang's team had visited the Pendant gang a few times, so they were familiar with each other. Duke frowned, apparently resisting being called directly by a gang leader. Just as he was about to speak. But when he saw her clinging to Wu Hang's arm and acting sweet, the seriousness on his face vanished instantly. He grinned and said, "Sister Wen Mancha." Duke continued, "Captain, what should we do next?" Wu Hang thought for a while and said, let's go and check out the inner city area. He wasn't particularly interested in who controlled the inner city area. Previously, he was worried that if the Hammer Party occupied the city, he might be in danger. But now, with the undead army at his command, he could safely leave this place. He wasn't claiming he could defeat the Hammer Party, but creating a cover for a few of them to retreat should not be a problem. Moreover, there were houses all around. In case of danger, he could swiftly summon undead troops from the zombie world, or just hide until it's safe to come out. This gave him more options. And now he wished to go to the inner city area primarily because his two maids were there. Previously, he had instructed them that if the fighting spread, they could seek refuge at the Snake Badge Commerce with Lisa. After all, I have arranged everything in advance and given the other party some benefits. They wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. But all this is just an arrangement. Whether there will be any accidents, no one can say for sure. The best way is to go there as soon as possible and keep the two maids by your side. After Wu Hang made a decision, Wen Mansha also began to adjust her gang members. The injured were escorted to a safe place. Those who weren't severely injured and were willing to follow could go together. Out of more than 2,000 gang members, only over 200 remained in the end. More than half of them were Wen Mansha's own confidants. Several faces had been seen when they were blocking Anil. Once everything was ready, Wu Hang directly issued the order, forward. Swish. The army moved again. Towards the direction of the city quarter. The comfortable life had turned the walls of the inner city area into less formidable height they once were. It was more like a boundary separating the rich and the poor, a symbol of power. In the deafening battle cry, the gate was smashed open. The Hammer Party rushed in like a tide through the gate and dashed inward. The defending army in the inner city area was dispirited when the city gate was breached. If it wasn't for their whole families trapped in the city, the army might have long disintegrated and fled in all directions. The lords in the inner city were constantly mobilizing and recruiting, promising power and money, urging soldiers to continue fighting the Hammer Party. But all this seemed to have little effect. Most of the troops had been deployed in the outer city area, either they were dead or could not come in. Moreover, there were no gang members in the inner city area in the past and there was no available manpower to use. It was only a matter of time before they were all killed by the Hammer Party. City Lord's Hall. City Lord Reno was wearing a silver armor, standing at the table. On both sides were city officials and numerous leaders. Everyone was standing in a circle, focusing on the map in the center. Large drops of sweat were constantly emerging and falling from the forehead. The atmosphere was tense and solemn. The city lord wiped his sweat and said directly, "Just hold on for 2 days, reinforcements will arrive, and an inside-out attack will be enough to wipe out the Hammer Party and remove the hidden danger at once." Despite the words that were spoken. But it did not change the atmosphere. None in the room were new to this. They had used similar rhetoric to appease their subordinates before, and thus these empty words did not boost their morale. According to the Rangers' intelligence, the Hammer Party here is weak. It is better to abandon the city, gather the troops to rush out first, and take back the city later when the situation is better. A commander said directly. It is a taboo for soldiers to fear fighting. But the current situation doesn't leave them much choice. To stay is to wait for death, only by surviving there is hope. The notorious reputation of the Hammer Party has been piled up by countless severed heads. They have deep-rooted enmity with the London city. If they were captured, they would undoubtedly face death. The city lord shook his head and said directly, "The Hammer Party is full of tricks. How can they leave such an obvious flaw? Abandoning the city and rushing out from here will only lead to death." The officials and generals around said in unison, "City Lord, just give it a try. Better than staying here and losing our lives." While everyone was heatedly arguing, suddenly someone burst into the room and said loudly, "City Lord, a large unknown force has appeared at the north gate of the outer city area. They are now close to the city and don't seem to be the Hammer Party." Everyone's argument ceased abruptly. Someone said, "City Lord, the reinforcements you requested have arrived." The City Lord was slightly taken aback, but he stood up and said, "Let's go, take me to see." Everyone walked out of the room and swiftly headed towards the combat area. Outside the city wall, 3 forces split the field. They were suspicious and alert of each other, standing still on the spot. When Wu Hang arrived with his troops, the battlefield was already heated up with bloodshed everywhere. However, as the army approached, like a plague, the 2 sides of the army simultaneously retreated from the battlefield, maintaining a certain distance from each other. Everyone was looking at this suddenly appeared Carrion army with fear. Chapter 206, Who Gives More 1. The Carrion squad was spread out, dressed in a disorderly manner. You could see members of the Hammer Party in their inky battle armor, the Iron Guard Knights in their silver chainmail, and various oddly equipped faction members. It was as if both sides were engaged in battle, and from behind, they began transforming the corpses. This created such a force. Both sides suspected the other of being reinforcements, and for a moment, neither party made a move. "Captain, that's the city lord of London City over there. I saw him when I was a little," Duke said, pointing at the distant city wall. Wu Heng looked up to see a man in armor, surrounded by many people, looking down from the wall towards the carrions. This was Wu Heng's first time seeing the city lord of London City. At a glance, apart from being burly, there was nothing particularly notable about him. "I thought he had run away," Wu Heng said. "I thought he ran away too," Duke echoed and then asked, "Captain, does this mean we're not fighting? We've all separated. We came here, and both sides are uncertain of our identity," Wu Heng explained. At the time of their arrival, a direct attack from the rear, coupled with the Iron Guard Knight's pincer attack, could have inflicted heavy damage on the Hammer Party. But he did not do so. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Wu Heng ordered Glenda to scout the battlefield in advance. The main force of the Hammer Party, especially Skullcrusher from the Bounty Notice, did not join the battle. Once the Carrion Squad attacked, they would inevitably attract the attention of the Hammer Party's main forces. He was just here to help. Drawing the boss's wrath onto himself would not be a wise choice. If the Iron Guard Knights failed to persevere, wouldn't he become the target of the Hammer Party and possibly end up completely on the defensive? Thus, upon arrival, the squad did not take immediate action. Rather, they planned to assess the situation before planning their next move. What they did not expect, however, was that both sides would suddenly break away from the combat zone, leading to the current stalemate. "So what now?" Duke asked again. "Let's wait. If they're not in a hurry, why should we be in a rush?" Wu Heng said. "Oh, okay." There was a stalemate that lasted for more than 10 minutes. From the Iron Guard Knight's position, a group of people briskly walked out, including a somewhat obese man dressed in bulging leather armor who looked somewhat like a city official. Upon reaching the outer periphery of the carrion, he shouted, "Sir, inside, the London City Hall official would like to meet with you." Before Wu Heng could speak, a male voice came from the other side, "The Hammer Party comes with sincerity and would like to meet with you." Both voices echoed towards the rear of the squad. Duke and the others all looked towards Wu Heng. Wu Heng fell into slight contemplation. "The rest of you step aside so they don't recognize you. When Manshaw, you stay." "Okay." They nodded, then left. Inside a room that had been cleared. Doors and windows were completely open, letting in bright sunlight. Wu Heng wore a cloak, concealing his gear, and his face was covered with a gas mask. He was wrapped up tightly, looking somewhat mysterious. This attire might seem strange on anyone else. But for a necromancer who was as mysterious as he was bizarre, it actually fit in quite well with his persona. Wu Heng sat at the head of the table, with a few skeletal attendants behind him. Below him sat representatives of the Iron Guard Knights and the Hammer Party. The person from the Iron Guard Knights was a middle-aged man, rather corpulent, sitting upright, his face stern, and his eyes displayed an anxious look. The man from the Hammer Party was a robed magician holding a wooden rod. His eyes swept over the blood axe and tusk behind Wu Heng. His pupils contracted, displaying a surprised expression. Two Backbone members who hadn't gathered as planned appeared here. Moreover, they had become enslaved undead creatures. Such a terrifying necromancer resided in this small bordering city. "What may I call you, sir?" the London City official asked respectfully. "The name is not important, state your intentions." Wu Heng's muffled voice sounded from beneath the mask. The official glanced at the Hammer Party member before saying, "City Lord Reno promises you a reward of 5,000 gold coins for helping us fend off the Hammer Party." Especially the word gold coins, he emphasized heavily. 5,000 gold coins. There sure was a lot of wealth in London City. He only asked for 80 gold coins from the secret cultivation hall, yet they hesitated. Now, this city lord casually promised him 5,000 gold coins. It seemed somewhat absurd. Upon seeing that Wu Heng did not respond immediately, both men started becoming nervous. The Hammer Party's magician directly said, "Sir, although London City is a small frontier city, it is also a transit station for trade between the two races. He's trying to fool you with numbers. It's evident the amount, 5,000 gold coins, despite how it sounds, is merely 2 to 3 years' worth of tax revenue." Before the London City official could refute him, the magician continued, "If you are willing to side with the Hammer Party, after the matter, you can pick any area in the outer city area to govern. Be it taxes or conducting some magic experiments, it's entirely up to you. You can recoup their price in just a few years and then continue to reap the benefits." Wu Heng frowned, surprised by the man's eloquence. This magician didn't look like he had come from a background of banditry. He seems to have a deep understanding of London City's internal situation. Looking at the terms proposed by both parties, The Hammers Party's proposition was clearly more enticing. However, there were distinct differences between the two. The promises of London City felt like they were cutting their own flesh. If they could give less, they would give as little as possible. The Hammers Party didn't have such concerns, since they didn't currently own anything. They were more liberal in promising benefits. Hearing the promises of the Hammers Party, the official couldn't help but speak first. In a hurry, he said, the Hammers Party is just a bunch of bandits and outlaws. There's no guarantee that they will keep their promise. City Lord Reno also comes from a faction background, only settling in the inner city area earlier than us. Can your promises be trusted? Retorted the magician from the Hammer Party. City Lord, how could you be compared to these murderous and arsonist criminals? Having come to prominence through the same shady paths, why make yourself out to be so noble? You. Wu Heng, watching the two arguing, lightly tapped the armrest of his throne, and directly stated, I want half of the city's jurisdiction. Whoever can promise me that, I will aid. This. The two were stunned in place. Half of the jurisdiction? This was like splitting the city in half, or setting up two city lords. His demands were truly staggering. Sir, this. Before the official could say anything, Wu Heng waved his hand to stop him. If you're not the decision makers, go back and discuss with your leaders or city lord. Whether to give up half the city or to vanish along with it, you decide. That's all, you may leave. Directly bidding them farewell, the two wanted to say something but decided against it after exchanging glances. They bowed lightly and turned to leave. Once they were far away from the undead troops, Wen Mancha came from one side and said softly, will they agree? Wu Heng demanding half the city in one breath had also surprised Wen Mancha. After all, her master usually kept a low profile. His appetite this time was quite large. It felt as if he was trying to snatch meat from the mouths of two fierce tigers. There seemed to be a great risk. Wu Heng casually took off his mask. They have no other choice. Which side do you plan to help? Wen Mancha continued asking. Which side do you want to help? Wu Heng countered. As you say. Just say what you think. Wen Mancha frowned in thought, then said softly, it's better with the current city lord. Although his management is also rather poor, the city is at least stable. If the Hammers Party took over the city, it would soon become a bandit's den since they're all on the wanted list. There won't be any stability. The current city lord doesn't seem to mind much. As long as taxes were in hand, he didn't care about the rest. Conflicts among the external city factions happened quite often. The outer city area was crowded with wanted criminals. It was rather chaotic. But anyway, they still abide by the basic rules. At least there is an association in the city that prevents things from going too far. If the Hammers Party manages the city, the association will definitely not exist. No one was sure what it would become. All right, I got it. Wu Heng said. Wen Mancha smiled, then softly said, I'm just saying, of course, it is master's decision. Wu Heng gave a light pat on her round buttocks to show that he got it. The Hammers Party's camp. The magician recounted everything about his discussion with the other party. Skullcrusher and another important member frowned deeply. He really has a big appetite, he actually wants half the city. Said the dual-axe-wielding figure angrily. If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the undead army, they would have already invaded the inner city and started the final battle. Money, women, they would have it all then, simultaneously enjoying the life of those nobles. But the sudden appearance of the troops not only obstructed their plans but also demanded half the city. It was simply bullying. Especially when their soldiers had been turned into the enemy's undead. It felt as if something was taken from them without anything in return. What kind of person is he? Asked Skullcrusher directly. The magician replied while remembering, he wore a black cloak, and a strange mask covered his face. He should be a necromancer judging by his movement and actions. He seems to be young. Don't you know his identity? He was unwilling to reveal, just said that his name and identity were not important. The magician replied, and after a moment of thought, added, there's another thing, I saw Nagazio and Dixer with him. His sentence broke off abruptly, he seemed to hesitate. Skullcrusher and the Beastman figure both looked at him in confusion. After hesitating for a bit, the magician finally said, I saw Nagazio and Dixer, they're dead. They have been turned into skeleton attendants by the other party. Chapter 207, Half a City Lord. One hearing this, their faces turned pale in an instant. That the Hammer Party soldiers showed up in large numbers among the carrion, indicated to them that those who had failed to make it as planned had now become part of the carrion. Yet, some of them still had doubts about where two key members might be. After all, the core members of the Hammer Party, in terms of rank and combat capability, were top-notch in any force. They had all survived the numerous sieges they had been faced with. Even if they could not win, fleeing was not a problem for them. Unexpectedly, they had all died here, and were enslaved by the Necromancer. The double axe member's eyes suddenly turned red. He sprung to his feet and shouted, "Leader, I'm going to kill him." The core members were also brothers who lived and died together. If they died on the battlefield, there would be nothing to say. Now, however, they were killed by the sudden emergence of a third party, and turned into undead creatures. It was difficult for them to accept this. Skullcrusher took a deep breath to calm himself down. "Sit down. Now is not the time for revenge. We can't let this incident ruin our plans of many years." The Beastman member sat back down, gritting his teeth. "Leader, we can't let him get away with this." "Okay, agree to him for now, and kill him later," said Skullcrusher. Then he turned to the magician and said directly, "Agree to him. We can give him half of the city, but his people need to be at the forefront in this battle." "Won't it be too obvious that we're trying to push him to the other side?" asked the magician. After all, he was the one who passed the message and was somewhat worried that the other party might catch on and turn against them. The reputation of the Necromancer was no better than that of a bandit. "Then change the way we express it. As long as he can take the city lord's head, we will give him half of the city." "Okay." On the other side, the council chamber of the inner city. The city lord Reno suddenly stood up from his seat and roared, "He actually wants half of the city?" The official delivering the message wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. The Hammer Party directly promised to divide the jurisdiction, so he took the opportunity to ask for half of the city. "Whoever agrees, he will help." The chubby official added. "Do we know his identity? Since he is getting involved at this time, he should be a local." Reno continued to ask. When this group of carrion appeared, he had been trying to recall this person's identity. A necromancer who could control such a large army couldn't have just quietly appeared in the city. But he had not paid attention to the affairs of the outer city for a long time. Whether there really was such a person, or whether he had followed the Hammer Party's attack on the city, he was completely unable to verify. If the other party lived in the city, he must have some relatives and friends. That was also a bargaining chip in the negotiation. "The other party is wearing a mask. From his voice and tone, he doesn't sound like someone familiar," said the official directly. London City was too chaotic. While the inner city was better, the outer city had a massive floating population. It was not surprising that such a person had appeared, and there was no place to check the other party's identity. If you don't know who he is, you can't use his relatives and friends as a bargaining chip. "We can give him more money, but it is absolutely impossible to directly divide the jurisdiction," said the city lord coldly. The ministers in the city, however, were all advising, "City Lord, the Hammer Party will also make the same promise. It's better than losing the city." Everyone started persuading him. When compared to their lives and the city, they all knew what to choose. City Lord Reno knew this too, he was just not willing to accept it. Another official said, "City Lord, we are just agreeing to him for now. When the Hammer Party is dealt with, it won't be too late to see how things go. If this man is secretive and is wanted by the association, we won't need to deal with him, the association will handle it." The city lord's face turned red, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. Sitting in the chair, panting heavily for a long time, he didn't have a better solution. Eventually, he nodded, "Let's proceed with this plan for now." On the side of the carrion, Wu Heng and others were dealing with breakfast. Duke said, "I don't know what's happening in the association. It seems that besides our team, no other team members have been seen." The swordsman Gallo Burley followed up, "They should have all evacuated, many people here came from outside. It's not unusual for them to leave without any family here." The association itself was built of professional squads. There were no stringent requirements, and it did not force you to coexist or die with the city. It was perfectly normal to escape at the first hint of battle. Wu Heng nodded. A few days ago, some team leaders had already resigned. "It's not surprising, it's just a job, and no one wants to risk their lives. Some people had begun leaving early, and I didn't know," said Duke. Gallo Burley gave him a glance. "This isn't anything to be proud of course they wouldn't tell everyone." "Makes sense." At this moment, two ghostly figures flew back in from outside, moving in and out of Wu Heng's body. The discussions of both parties also surfaced in his mind. From the conversations, both parties chose to agree, but they had also prepared to go back on their promises later. After all, the premise of everything was to win. Whether to fulfill the promise later, or whether there would be any changes, depended on how the situation developed. As the magician put it, the city lord himself was also from a gang background, and did not have much sophistication. Soon, a gang member ran in. He stood at the door and said, "Team leader, madam, those two people are here again. Let them come in." Wu Heng said. Duke and the others backed away, and after a while, the two negotiation representatives came in again. They sat back in their previous seats. "Wu Heng, looking through his mask at the two men below who were staring angrily, asked, "What response do you have from your side?" The representative from London City spoke first. "We agree to your conditions and are willing to turn over half of the London City to your jurisdiction." As soon as these words came out, the magicians from Hammer Party looked at each other in surprise. Following up, they said, "Sir, the leader of the Hammer Party also agrees to your conditions, but we hope you can kill the city lord." Wu Hang continued to look at the two of them and asked, "Did you bring the agreements?" "We did." An official from London City pulled out a paper agreement and respectfully handed it over. He added, "As long as you help us hold London City, you will be the city lord in the future." Wu Hang took the agreement into his hands. He glanced at the magician from the Hammer Party. "What about yours?" The magician was taken aback, then quickly replied, "The Hammer Party is straightforward and we haven't prepared an agreement yet. I will go back and get one right away. Meanwhile, I will suggest to our leader to give you more jurisdiction." He stood to leave. At that moment, however, a cage formed by bones instantly rose from the ground, trapping him inside. A few skeletons quickly surrounded the magician and the bone cage. Simultaneously, the zombies guarding the door immediately took action and killed all the accompanying members of the Hammer Party. The bodies were dragged aside. Wu Hang picked up a pen and signed his name on a London City's agreement. He handed a copy back to his counterpart, saying, "Go prepare. When you attack, we will charge from the flank." "Oh, good, good." The official was overjoyed, bowed 3 times and left. The magician, trapped in the cage. His face turned uglier. He said, "Sir, we can negotiate the conditions. Whatever benefits London City can give you, we can only give you more." Wu Hang took off the mask, revealing his original appearance. The magician's pupil shrunk as if recognizing who this face belongs to, but his expression was quickly concealed. Wu Hang stated directly, "It seems you recognize me. A guild captain colluding with a level 2 criminal to seize a city is not a good choice. It's more reliable to take half of the city and then cooperate with the city lord to wipe out the bandits." How to choose, he had already thought about it beforehand. By reaching an agreement with London City, he could benefit while also earning a reputation for helping to wipe out bandits. However, if he chose to side with the Hammer Party, then he would have to always maintain a secret identity. If he was found out, colluded with a level 2 criminal to destroy a city, his end would definitely not be good. He would be put on the wanted list, become a notorious criminal and lose his peaceful days. Duke, Mada, and many other members of the guild. They all knew he was the one controlling the zombies. It was impossible to hide this. So, the outcome was predetermined. He would help London City keep the city. He had sent both parties to negotiate simultaneously to make London City quickly realize the situation and promptly promise their commitment. Now that they had agreed to his request, Wu Hang didn't need to consider it any further. Hearing Wu Hang's words, the magician became calm, and said directly, "Captain Wu Hang, you really consider things carefully. At this point, it seems that the Hammer Party still hasn't run out of luck." Looking at him, the magician continued, "You like transactions. How about we make one, a deal that won't affect the battle situation?" "Oh? Let's hear it. I just joined the Hammer Party not too long ago and I'm not on the wanted list. How about I bribe you to spare my life?" The magician said. "After killing so many people, isn't it a bit late to think about escaping now?" Wu Hang replied. "No, I haven't killed anyone. Look at my attire, does it look like I've shed blood? I just followed into the city when the Hammer Party entered, planning to reap some benefits." The magician explained. Although he wore leather armor on the outside, he was still dressed in a nobleman's suit on the inside. No one would dress like this on the battlefield. "Also, our power comes from our blood. You gain nothing by killing me, you'll only get a weak attendant," the magician added. Wu Hang shook his head and walked halfway around the bone cage. A magician's blood is a great material for rituals and is rare for necromancers. The magician's face changed. "Hey, how about you first listen to my offer? There's nothing to talk about. Do you really think you can sever your connection with the Hammer Party after what you've done today?" Wu Hang took a step back. "Kill him." The bone cage opened. Several skeletons charged at him. The magician's face turned serious. Wielding his staff, he planted it firmly into the ground. A ring of rolling fire waves repelled the attacking skeleton several steps away. With murderous intention in his eyes, he glanced at Wu Hang and turned to escape towards the door. Boom boom boom. Wu Hang fired 3 shots, the retreating magician got hit in his waist and leg and fell to the ground. The skeletons instantly rushed towards him, weapons falling on him. Inner city area. The city lord and the officials looked at the name on the agreement. Wu Hang. Seeing this name, everyone realized his identity. The new guild captain, who had caused quite a stir a while ago. It was actually him. Moreover, according to the information provided by the guild, he was indeed a necromancer. "My lord, don't mind who he is, Let's start the attack. This is our last chance. Someone reminded. The city lord also quickly reacted. He ordered, prepare to attack. Prepare to attack. The messenger soldier shouted aloud. Chapter 208, Waiting for his death. First update. 1. The people of the inner city needed someone to resolve the crisis with the Hammer Party. Who was pulling the strings behind the scenes didn't really matter. Whether it was a powerful necromancer living in the city or a recently appointed association captain, it made no difference. All they needed was someone who could solve the immediate problem. The formation adjusts, prepare for the attack. The city lord inhaled deeply and ordered. The city lord and the old gentry in the city began to raise morale, preparing for the final battle mobilization. They already reached an agreement with Wu Heng, but whether they could ultimately defeat the notorious Hammer Party would depend on how the battle unfolded. Nothing was certain. They could only hope that Lady Luck would favor London City. And not let them die here. On the other side. After the Hammer Party's magician released several fire magic spells, he still couldn't escape the room. His chest was impaled by a blazing blade, and he gradually fell. He looked back at Wu Heng behind him with bitter resentment and helplessness in his eyes. Perhaps getting involved with the Hammer Party was a mistake from the start. As the blazing blade withdrew the long sword, it stood aside again. Wu Heng walked over from behind, glanced at the corpse, and ordered, take all his gear off and get a container to collect the blood. Several skeletons dispersed and followed his orders. Soon, the carcass was stripped down and a wooden bucket was placed underneath to collect the blood. Blood dripped into the bucket like clockwork. Wen Mancha! Wu Heng shouted. Wen Mancha walked in from outside, first glanced at the body being bled out, and then asked, what's the matter, master? Stand guard outside and don't let anyone in. Also, keep an eye on the battlefield situation. Wu Heng instructed. All right. Wen Mancha responded without further questions and promptly closed the room's large door. Wu Heng then directly opened the boundary door off to the zombie world. Appearing again in the hotel room, he glanced at the watch on the wall, 10 in the morning. He quickly advanced to the window and pulled open the curtain to look outside. When he saw a fleet of cars already parked at the roadside, Wu Heng's face relaxed slightly. Picking up the transceiver to call Liang and then quickly going downstairs. Outside the hotel. Liang frowned as she watched Wu Heng. What happened to you? He had been fighting all night, although there was no close combat. He still looked rather haggard. His clothes were dusty, and his complexion wasn't stellar. I was commanding the fight last night. It's nothing. Wu Heng casually responded, then asked, did you bring the items? They're here. Liang waved back, and Kaiangtsai drove an electric tricycle with 2 heavy machine guns mounted on metal racks, along with skeletons to operate the heavy machine guns. Returning to London City. They could already hear the sound of an ongoing battle and the ear-piercing cries of war. At the same time, audible from outside the door, were angry and anxious voices. I demand to meet Captain Wu Heng. We agreed on a simultaneous attack, why aren't you acting yet? With the Iron Guard Knight's casualties so high, it'll be tough for you to defeat the enemy, too. At the same time, Wen Mancha could also be heard, the captain is unable to see you at the moment, please wait a while. You, a small faction, dare to speak to me in such a tone? Wen Mancha responded, wait outside. Overhearing the conversation, Wu Heng immediately grasped the situation. The Iron Guard Knights had already initiated their attack, but seeing that Wu Heng had yet to send out his forces, they had sent someone to urge him on. Summoning his white bone armor, Wu Heng opened the door to see the perspiring obese official who had spoken earlier standing in the doorway. Seeing Wu Heng emerge, the fat official suppressed his initial desire to interrogate and asked, Captain Wu Heng, why haven't you sent your troops yet? What are you waiting for? Wu Heng glanced at the engaged parties and said, I give the order for my troops to attack now. You can leave. Oh, right, thank you, Captain, you must send your troops out. The fat official then left hurriedly. Wu Heng then summoned the creatures in the room like the big guy and the scary claw monsters and skeletons. Then, after re-evaluating the state of the battlefield, he said directly, Carrion, attack, kill all the Hammer Party mainlanders. Splash. The standby zombies moved in unison, carrying weapons, and attacking the Hammer Party. The zombies' movement immediately set off alarms for both battling parties. At the sight of the incoming mob of carrion, the Hammer Party descended into noticeable chaos. Immediately, a troop was dispatched to confront the carrion. In an instant, the battle began, and the carrion entered the battlefield. Boom. 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 And as the carrion started dying, their bodies began to explode, green poisonous fumes starting to rise and spread. 3 factions converged. The cries of war, sound of exploding bodies, filled the entire battlefield. The combat zone spread to main roads and small alleys, with green poisonous gas spreading, as if they were in the middle of a swamp infested with deadly miasma. The Iron Guard Knights held the castle wall advantage, and a rain of arrows fell from above indiscriminately into the Hammer Party's central area. It skewered through the bodies of the Hammer Party and the Carrion, leaving many fallen on the ground. The Hammer Party was numerous, and their fighting style was fierce and vicious, fending off the combined forces of the other two factions. However, the poisonous gas from the Carrion was eroding all living beings, with many being brought down by it, then killed by the undead. It wasn't just the Hammer Party. The poisonous gas had spread to part of the Iron Guard Knights, who also started losing numbers. The entire battlefield was in chaos. Two factions were targeting the Hammer Party, but they showed no mercy to each other either. Chapter 208, Waiting for His Death, First Update. Wu Heng kept assigning tasks to the Carrion, surrounding the Hammer Party from different directions as much as possible to allow the poison gas to spread at its maximum capacity. Its purpose was to weaken the fighting prowess of the enemy. The reality proved that the cooperation between the two sides was very effective. Huge numbers of people from the Hammer Party died, their faction members wearing white armbands found their fighting spirit dwindling under the encirclement. Already, some people seized the gaps in the ongoing skirmish to slip into nearby buildings or alleys and promptly vanished without a trace. The war continued for half an hour. It was when Wu Heng was giving orders to the Carrion. From the direction of the Hammer Party, a deafening roar suddenly sounded. Then a team charged into the Carrion camp like mad bulls, quickly advancing. "Follow me and charge in, kill the mage, and these undead creatures will die on their own." A beastman, who was particularly tall in stature, raised his long-handled warhammer and roared loudly. Before he finished speaking, he swung his hammer and smashed at a Carrion that had rushed over. Bang! The Carrion shattered in the air, its broken limbs and bones scattered across the sky along with the poison gas, just like broken ceramics. The beastman swung the hammer once more, the second Carrion's armor caved in, limbs flew out, and its chest was crushed into a mire. Bang bang bang! The tall beastman charged forward quickly, his warhammer swinging wide, and all the opponents on his way or who approached were smashed into pieces. The Hammer Party's elite following behind also showed their extraordinary fighting power, killing the nearby Carrion. Like a sharp sword, they thrust straight into the center aiming for the rear of the Carrion. Skull Crusher, Dragisha, the leader of the Hammer Party, with a bounty reward of 3 gold coins from the association, a second-level Medal of Honor. He didn't go to kill the Iron Guard Knights, but led the charge towards Wu Heng instead. The aim was clear, to carry out a beheading operation and kill Wu Heng. Watching Skull Crusher leading the Hammer Party like no one's business, a vacuum was created with the route they carved out. Wu Heng was also surprised at the enemy's combat power. The Beastman's close combat capabilities were so robust, they must be above level 15. The toxic smoke still lingered. After a certain distance, the charging Hammer Party members started to struggle, one after another they fell to the ground, getting killed by Carrion. But Skull Crusher's pace did not stop, quickly closing the gap. "Go, the few of you kill him together, the rest will kill the others," Wu Heng said directly. The larger skeletons around him got the command and immediately took action. They charged forward. Big Guy, with his body keeping low, collided against him like a rugby player on the offensive. Ding! Skull Crusher's hammer swung out and the sound of the impacting hammer was ear-splitting. Big Guy's chest plate caved in, as he was thrown back a few meters. Tusk followed closely, his Shuangdao extending from the green fog, slashing towards the head. Skull Crusher took a deep look at their grotesque faces and dodged to the side, smashing his hammer at him. A giant battle axe suddenly swung from one side. The hammer in midair was drawn back to collide with the axe, producing a sound of resonating metal. Blood Axe was forced back several steps, while the beastman was thrown off balance and toppled backwards. At this moment, a blazing sword suddenly burst out of the poison gas, leaving a huge scratch on the chest armor. A few figures surrounded the huge beastman in the middle. Meanwhile, the skeleton Scary Claw monster, Second Chunk, Three Heads and other skeletons launched their attack on the Hammer Party's elite, who were closely following Skull Crusher. In the poison gas, the undead held the advantage. One after another, figures were knocked into the crowd of bodies and instantly swallowed up by the Carrion. Facing the level 13 and 14 mutated skeletons, the elite crowd started to falter, and their numbers quickly decreased. Clang! There was another collision. The hammer deflected the flaming sword, the huge power made the blazing blade sway. The flame on his sword instantly went out, becoming dull and lifeless. But the many skeletons persisted in their relentless battle, hindering his progress. Even Skull Crusher himself did not expect Wu Heng to have so many high-level attendants along with his 2 main followers. While fighting, he looked around for the Necromancer. Eventually, behind the layers of Carrion he vaguely saw a figure dressed in white bone armor, and wearing a strange black mask. "There you are." Skullcrusher gritted his teeth. He swung his hammer, driving away the skeletons surrounding him. His body soared towards the target position like an arrow leaving a bow. When he was a certain distance away, his body jumped high into the air, the hammer was raised above his head and smashed at the target. Boom! A blast, resembling that of an explosion, sounded. A pit the diameter of 3 to 4 meters appeared, the shockwave dispersed the poison gas, and all the surrounding carrion were killed. Skullcrusher quickly lifted his head and saw the figure riding on a strange vehicle. 2 skeletons were stationed on the carriage, along with strange black items. "Young man, today you will die here." Skullcrusher cursed and charged forward with his hammer yet again. Wu Heng's eyes also held a degree of seriousness. He twisted the handle and with a whir, the tricycle lunged forward. He immediately created distance between himself and the enemy. "Open fire, kill him." While Wu Heng was fiercely twisting the handle, he observed the enemy through the rear-view mirror. The skeletons on the carriage started aiming. Because of the limited space, 2 heavy machine guns were barely placed in the carriage. It wasn't convenient to adjust the barrels. But since the barrel was already facing back, there was no need for a big turn. Chapter 208, Waiting for his death, first update. 3 simply lining up their targets, 2 skeletons pulled the trigger, directly launching bullets towards the figures chasing closely behind. Bang! 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 The gun barrel spat out streams of orange flame. The enraged creature named Skullcrusher, chasing after them, abruptly felt a hair-raising sensation and instinctively dodged to one side. Despite reacting with lightning speed, it couldn't outpace a bullet. Most of the bullets merely grazed it, burying into the ground, while a few stray shots hit its chest plate. The bullets pierced the first layer of steel but were lodged in the plate, failing to penetrate the body. A regular human would have been blown apart by now, but Skullcrusher merely stumbled a few steps back. Showing surprise and caution in its eyes, it glanced down at the damage on its body. The creature didn't seem to anticipate a weapon this eccentric and powerful. Immediately, it rolled on the ground, intending to leave the area first. Wu Heng, who was in the car, also looked surprised. Not only did the creature dodge a bullet, but it also survived a heavy machine gun. But seeing it was trying to escape, Wu Heng swiftly shouted, "Glenda!" As his words echoed, a ghost materialized out of nowhere in front of Skullcrusher, pointing with its finger. A phantom formed. Skullcrusher abruptly froze, its pupils dilated, and then it quickly snapped back to attention. But the brief hesitation cost it. The bullets already rained down. Ding ding ding, thud thud thud. The chest plate was riddled with bullet dents. Bullets pierced through the creature's waist, abdomen, and thighs. More than one shot hit its right lower leg, causing a bone fracture and leaving it unable to support itself on the ground. Skullcrusher showed signs of pain. It never expected its enemy to possess a myriad of lethal methods. However, without time to think, it dragged its injured leg and rushed into a nearby narrow alleyway, aiming to escape first. As soon as Wu Heng spotted it trying to escape, he abruptly halted the tricycle and started to back up. With the vehicle parked at the junction, one machine gun changed direction. Bang bang bang. The confined alleyway rained with a hailstorm of bullets. Screaming in fury, Skullcrusher's body armor was blasted to pieces under the terrified gaze. Its body was shot full of holes and was in complete disarray. Experience: your level has increased to 10, Endurance +1, Intelligence +1, Unlocked Expertise, Arcane Echoes, Necromancy Scholar, Undead Adaptation. System prompt appeared, indicating the enemy's death. "Stop firing, it's dead," Wu Heng said directly. The sound of gunshots ceased, and a cloud of smoke formed by the gunpowder spread over the tricycle. "Drag out the corpse," Wu Heng said. The 2 skeletons hopped off the vehicle and headed into the narrow alleyway, dragging the mutilated corpse out. Inside the city walls, City Lord Reno and the various officials were closely watching the battlefield below. "City Lord, the leader and main force of the Hammer Party are attacking the carrion. It's a perfect opportunity for us to mount a total assault." Reno gazed at the whole battlefield, but his face was blank. Even though they had never commanded soldiers, by now, they knew it was a good time to launch a full-scale attack, coordinating with the carrion to annihilate the Hammer Party. However, in his hand, the agreement felt like a mountain weighing heavily on his shoulder. After years of hard work, London City had achieved its present prosperity, and now, he would have to part with half of it. But what if the other party dies in this battle? Considering the Hammer Party's current losses, once they wipe out the carrion, they would hardly have enough strength left to attack the inner city. Reno directly said, "Withdraw the troops, retreat to the city gate." All the officials paused, but they quickly understood the intentions of the city lord. Some thought it was inappropriate while others praised him. "Retreat to the city gate," cried a messenger soldier. Dong, dong, dong. The drum sounded. The soldiers immersed in the fight paused, then stopped attacking and started to retreat back to the city gate. Hold the city gate, help the wounded. Chapter 209, Are You the City Lord Now? The battle ended, and skeletons like Bodong, Blazing Blade, and Blood Axe quickly followed. They surrounded Wu Heng and the tricycle, protecting them in the middle. Don't worry, the person is already dead, said Wu Heng. Soon, the bodies in the alley were dragged out. They were thrown at our feet. The giant and robust beastman had been beaten beyond recognition. His armor was like a beehive, full of dents. His limbs were intact, but they had been turned into mush by bullets. It was only his robust body that prevented him from losing any limbs. Just as he was about to release the bone manipulation skill, he paused. After thinking for a while, he took out the tablet he usually used for showing cartoons to Zhao from the space ring. He switched it to camera mode. He took a couple of photos of the body, then took a selfie with the body. This was Skull Crusher, the leader of the Hammer Party. The bounty from the association was 3 gold coins, a level 2 meritorious service. If turning him into a skeleton wasn't recognized by the association, there would be trouble. He was counting on this merit to promote himself to an executive or vice-executive position. He took a few more shots. Feeling it was enough, he began to release the bone manipulation skill. Bathed in necromancy magic, the body slowly wrapped up, and the instability warning from the insufficient level also appeared right after. Then, blood and flesh fell off, and a giant beastman skeleton, which was over 4 meters tall, slowly stood up. Shaking its skull, it made a crackling sound. Skeleton Beast Warrior, level 16, a level 16 skeleton. The level was lower than he had expected. When Skull Crusher single-handedly repelled numerous skeletons and chased the tricycle, Wu Heng thought he had provoked a level 20 enemy. That momentum was certainly massive. According to the records in the Book of Necromancy, after class change, they would become first-order professionals, with level 5 as second order, level 10 as third order, level 15 as fourth order, level 18 as fifth order, and level 20 as a hero. In the whole professional ranking system, a level 16, fourth order professional was already among the top of the world. And the executives appointed by the association were only required to be level 12, which was enough to represent a powerful force. Of course, Wu Heng hoped that his converted skeletons would be as high level as possible. But level 16 was not bad. In fact, it was surprising that a leader of the bandits reached level 16. If it wasn't for his participation in this war, construction of the castle would certainly change hands today. Nothing good would have happened to the nobles in the downtown district either. From now on, you continue to be called Skull Crusher. Pick up your weapon and come out, Wu Heng commanded directly. Skull Crusher walked out of the rotten flesh, returned to the small alley, picked up the long-handled warhammer that had just fallen, and stood aside. The physique of a beastman was already large. When Skull Crusher came in, he was a head taller than the other beastman skeletons, which made him appear exceptionally tall. Wu Heng was just about to check Skull Crusher's attributes when hurried footsteps came from behind. He saw Wen Manchaw leading a few gang members rapidly approaching. She pulled down the cloth covering her mouth and nose and said, "Captain, the downtown troops have withdrawn. The Hammer Party has gone mad and is attacking." Wu Heng frowned and immediately understood the Iron Guard Knight's thoughts. They planned to let him and the Hammer Party fight to the death, then deal with the remaining party later. They couldn't win the war, so now they've adopted this plan. "What do we do now?" Wen Manchaw asked again. "Go back first, eliminate the Hammer Party people and then talk," said Wu Heng. He signaled for Wen Manchaw to come. Wen Manchaw looked puzzled but sat on the side of the tricycle. Wu Heng twisted the handle and the tricycle rushed forward with a whoosh. The strong push made Wen Manchaw scream. She held onto the armrest tightly, staring at the strange driving apparatus in surprise. And the skeletons and gang members, after their initial surprise, jogged along behind the tricycle. Returning to the battlefield, the battle was still ongoing. The direction of the downtown district had already withdrawn its troops. Many people could be seen repairing the city gate, intending to close again to block outsiders from getting close. Meanwhile, the Hammer Party had launched an intense attack. Every person was wearing a scarf as they rushed towards the carrion. Wu Heng ordered Glinda and Zhao to observe the battlefield situation from above. He then issued the order, "Attack, kill the Hammer Party." High-level skeletons led the carrion to counterattack, rolling towards the Hammer Party like waves. Soon, the Hammer Party began to lose members rapidly. In particular, an extremely ferocious skeleton was charging around the team. Judging from the skeleton and the weapons and armor, he was the leader of the Hammer Party. The leader had already been killed by the opponent and made into an undead servant. The morale of the Hammer Party dropped to rock bottom instantly. Large numbers of people began to flee. Ignoring everything, one after another, they turned around and ran towards the city gate. Wu Heng ordered the carrion to pursue symbolically. When everyone had escaped from the city gate, He closed it directly. Skullcrusher was dead, and the core figure of the Hammer Party who wielded the double axe was nowhere to be seen. Wu Heng speculated that he had realized they couldn't win and had run away with his people. It didn't matter, the core of the Hammer Party was the level 16 Skullcrusher. Now that Skullcrusher was dead and the Hammer Party had few members left, even if they went back to being bandits, they were unlikely to achieve much. They wouldn't even qualify as a big gang. The battle ended, and the poison gas gradually dissipated. It revealed the bodies piled up like a mountain on the ground, and more than 1,000 descending carrion. Chapter 209, Are You the City Lord Now? The Iron Guard Knights rearranged their formation at the city gate, looking warily at the approaching army. They were facing comrades they had fought side by side with, but it was more like facing a new enemy. Wu Heng glanced up at the city lord and the many officials on the city wall. He said directly, "Advance." Crash. The legion of carrion rearranged and started to march towards the city gate. On the city wall above, crossbows were drawn and aimed at the carrion below. They were ready to fire at a moment's notice. The entire field was suddenly filled with a chilly atmosphere of death. Under the gaze of everyone, the carrion army moved into the main battlefield area. Their advance stopped abruptly, and they went into standby mode. In the next second, under the gaze of everyone on the city wall, several gray-white circles of light spread out in succession. The ground was packed with bodies, which trembled as they stood up, bent over to pick up weapons, and join the ranks of the carrion. Instantly, the number of carrion soldiers was close to 10,000 again, huddled together and filling the entire area. Everyone on the city wall widened their eyes. Disbelief and fear were visible in their expressions. Are necromancers so suited to the battlefield? Can they convert bodies so quickly? How is this possible? Thump thump thump. City Lord Reno was the first to recover. He strode down from the city wall and shouted, "Make way, let them in." The other officers also came to their senses, followed him down from the city wall, and commanded the guards to clear the way. The majority of the carrion army entered the inner city area directly. "Captain Wu Heng, thanks to your help we claimed victory in this battle. I must write a letter to the association, detailing the events of today," Reno said with a beaming smile. Wu Heng looked at him and responded with a smile, indifferent to the hidden implications. "I appreciate it, Lord Mayor. Everyone witnessed it, it's only right." Wu Heng continued, "Why did the Iron Guard Knights pull back just now? My men were nearly in danger." Reno furrowed his brows, not expecting him to ask directly. He quickly composed himself and said, "We had no choice. There was a rebellion in the inner city, probably instigated by the Hammer Party. Out of emergency, we withdrew some troops. Fortunately, it didn't cause you any damage." "Oh, I see. I knew there must be a reason." "Of course." Wu Heng didn't wish to continue the conversation. They were all hesitant during the battle, even their armor was brand new, yet they were always planning some devious tricks. Talking with him was incredibly boring, a waste of time. He cut to the chase. "Since the city lord and the officials are present, let's discuss the division of the city according to the agreement. Now. Don't you need to rest first, Captain? Maybe we can discuss this once the situation inside the city has stabilized." Reno continued. "Let's do it now. It's a simple matter between us. There's no need for all the fuss." Seeing the serious tone of Wu Heng, the others' faces turned solemn. Reno asked in a deep voice, "How does Captain Wu Heng want to divide it?" "The situation in London City is complex, with many factions. Hastily taking over may cause unrest. Why don't we sit down and discuss it?" Wu Heng waved his hand slightly, continuing, "In the outer city, I want the east and north regions. I also want the northeast in the inner city. You can have the rest. How does that sound?" "Captain Wu Heng, are you sure you want to divide it by area? Aren't you worried about managing the residents?" "The city lord need not worry about that. We will stick to the agreement for now. If there are adjustments needed afterward, it's never too late to discuss them." Wu Heng seemed set on these two places. Reno squinted, glancing at the skeleton beside Wu Heng, and the carrion army, and nodded. "All right, let's follow Captain Wu Heng's plan. If you have trouble managing the city later on, you can ask me for advice or suggestions." "Great." Wu Heng smiled. "HMPH." Reno was still upset. He snorted and left with his men. According to the division on the map, this area was under Wu Heng's jurisdiction. "Captain." Wen Mancha called softly from the side. Wu Heng nodded. "Have your men clear the battlefield. Then select a group of obedient minions, there will be tasks for them." "All right." Wen Mancha called out and led her subordinates to start clearing the battlefield. The resources littered across the ground were monetary wealth. Even the fragmented weapons and armors could be collected and turned into a considerable income. Professional Association. Upon entering the city, Wu Heng, along with the Duke and Gallo Burley, went straight to the association. The battle had lasted for such a long time, but no member of the association was seen. Even if it was highly likely they had evacuated out of the city, there were still suspicions that the place might have been massacred, explaining the lack of any news. Upon reaching the entrance of the association, they found the main gate firmly sealed. The Duke knocked for a long while, but there was no response from inside. "Captain Wu Heng?" Suddenly, a grid window at one side opened, and a human youth in uncertainty called out, leaning out. He was dressed in staff attire. "Yes, how are things here?" Wu Heng directly asked. "No, everything is fine here." "Has it ended outside?" the youth asked. "It's over. The Hammer party fled, and everything is safe now," Wu Heng said softly. Upon hearing this, the expression of the youth instantly brightened. He withdrew his head back, and from inside there were faint shouts of "the fight is over and everyone is safe." The sound of moving items came from behind the gate. Then, with a creak, the heavy main gate was opened. In the deserted hall, quite a number of people had gathered. "We were on the night shift yesterday. After the battle broke out, we hid," the youth explained while pacing beside, and then pointing at the crowd hiding in the hall. "These are the residents nearby, all hiding here." This was the inner city area. The evacuees were all local residents or servants. People from the outer city area were unable to enter after the city was sealed off at night. "Have you seen the executive and vice executive?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "No. It seemed they had really gone into hiding." Wu Heng nodded and continued, "All right, the people of Hammer Party have dispersed, you can all return to your homes. But, be careful during these days, the city is likely to be in chaos for a while." "Thank you, Captain." "Thank you, Captain." After expressing their gratitude, the crowd stepped out of the gate and carefully examined the outside situation. Seeing no signs of combat, they headed towards their own homes. Wu Heng continued to instruct the staff, arrange to notify the association members to work normally, inform returning squads to strengthen the patrol in the city to prevent factions from causing chaos opportunely. "Oh, okay." The staff nodded in agreement. Following this, Wu Heng left the Duke and Gallo Burley in charge of the association. He then continued dealing with other matters. Upon leaving the association, Wu Heng continued to head towards the Snake Badge Consortium on the opposite side. The consortium indeed had its own power in the city, with well-arranged manpower guarding the buildings. In the rest room, Wu Heng met his two maidservants. Minnie threw herself into his arms, while Andre Willow stood obediently by the side. At this moment, the room door opened. Liza, dressed in leather armor and a waist sword, walked in. Her beautiful eyes were fixed piercingly on him. After a good while, she uttered a slightly doubtful sentence. "Are you the city lord now?" Chapter 210, Half City Lord, seeking votes for the month, and recommendation tickets. 1. You're quite quick with the news. Wu Heng sat down, with two maids standing behind him. In fact, it wasn't strange that Liza knew this news. The Snake Badge Consortium has been developing so well in the city, it must surely have its own information channels. Moreover, it was not a secret. Everyone who was present at the scene knew about it. Half of the city. Wu Heng added another sentence. "Then I suppose I should call you Lord of the City." Liza was still somewhat surprised, but accepted the fact. Meanwhile, she was also glad that she maintained a fairly friendly relationship with him. They could even be called friends. The fact that he left his maids under her care also demonstrated his trust in her. "Yes, it'd be even better if you added old man to it," Wu Heng joked. Liza shot him a glance. "You're quite bold, half a city lord." Then, Liza continued, "Will Reno willingly give up the city? You should be more careful. We've already signed the agreement, what can he do? It's just a piece of worthless paper." Liza stretched languidly, reminded again, after all, he has managed London City for so many years, even if he gives up half of the city, as long as he makes some minor moves to prevent you from running it, he will just take back the city. "What kind of tricks?" asked Wu Heng. "I don't know, just be careful. Even if it's just half a city, managing it won't be as simple as being a captain." Liza continued. "Well, that's true. Those people, although they may lack their past bloodthirstiness, they have become more proficient in some underhanded tricks." Wu Heng thought about it. "Thanks." The two chatted casually for a while longer before they left the consortium with their maids. Under the escort of the skeletons and carrion, they headed back to their residence. Back at their residence, after resting on the sofa for a while, Wu Heng began to check the attributes of the skeletons that were newly transformed. He glanced over Blood Axe and Tusk. Their attributes conformed to their respective levels. Blood Axe focused on strength, while Tusk was more agile, resembling a rogue among humans. Blood Axe is level 14, Tusk is level 13. Their levels were nothing to sneeze at. After checking these two skeletons, he turned his attention towards Skull Crusher. As the leader of the Hammer Party, his combat prowess was astonishing to Wu Heng. He was not brought down even when surrounded by 5 skeletons, and he had broken through the defensive line and chased after him. If the 2 heavy machine guns hadn't been pulled over, and he didn't recognize the weapons and didn't dodge them in time, the final outcome would be hard to predict. Luckily, he got lucky. The opponent was killed by him and became a skeleton attendant. Skeleton Beast Warrior, Level 16, Level 16, Attributes, Constitution 38, Strength 42, Dexterity 28, Intelligence 18, Perception 25, Charisma 16, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul, Savage Constitution, Ferocious Assault, Danger Perception, Expertise, Two-Handed Hammer Mastery, Master, Heavy Armor Mastery, Advanced, Beastman Weapon Mastery, Intermediate, Abilities, Rage, Wild Assault, Enduring Fury, Unyielding Warrior, Savage Constitution, Possessing an Unusual Constitution, Constitution +8. Ferocious Assault, when attacking with melee weapons, the battle will be more fierce, Strength +11. Danger Perception, possessing a perception above the norm, you can sense the presence of danger at the first moment, Perception +5. Rage, under Rage, your Constitution, Dexterity, and Strength will significantly enhance for a certain period. Wild Assault, abandon all defensive postures and launch a frenzied attack. Enduring Fury, your rage is hard to suppress. Under Rage, it can only end prematurely by stunning or actively stopping. Unyielding Warrior, strength and stamina greatly enhanced. Looking at Skull Crusher's attributes, Wu Heng wasn't too surprised. The opponent's prowess on the battlefield was apparent, and his high attributes were expected. But judging from the skill names, Skull Crusher probably also belonged to the special bloodline of the Beastmen, and his constitution and strength were naturally enhanced. Bloodline professionals were just like geniuses in the original world. They were naturally gifted in this area. No matter how hard you tried, you could only catch up later. After checking Skull Crusher's attributes, Wu Heng turned his attention to the expertise he had unlocked after leveling up. At the time, the war was still ongoing, so he didn't have a chance to study the attributes of the expertise. Now he had a good chance to look at it. Unlocked expertise, Arcane Echo, Scholar of Necromancy, Undead Adaptation, Arcane Echo, you have learned to recover your own spiritual power and magical energy by circulating magic power, rest, or actively enter the echo state to receive corresponding recovery. Scholar of Necromancy, you devote most of your energy to the research and study of necromancy magic, having the cost of using necromancy spells. Undead Adaptation, you have resistance to the necrotic damage, and your state will not be affected in this environment. A total of 3 expertise were unlocked. The first one was called Arcane Echo. According to the skill introduction, it could recover one's spiritual power and magical energy during rest or by actively entering the echo state. Its effect was like the mono recovery or meditation in games. Just sit down cross-legged to recover energy. The Book of Necromancy had recorded this expertise. It was a low-level expertise for mages and would be unlocked when they researched and touched on the arcane secrets. Wu Heng had taken a shortcut. He directly unlocked the skill by reading the skill book, so he didn't research any arcane secrets. He barely unlocked it when he reached level 10. But for Wu Heng, it was indeed necessary. The current quick recovery method involves drinking spirit potions, regardless of the cost. Drinking this way, he was afraid he was going to build up a tolerance, rendering it ineffective in the future. Being able to recover through the echo was a solution to a big problem. The second one, called Scholar of Necromancy, an exclusive expertise of this clan, reduces the cost of all necromancer spells by half. It's also a very practical ability. At the very least, it can significantly reduce his own consumption and recovery time when converting bodies. It enormously boosts his endurance. Next comes the Undead Adaptation. It provides resistance to dark corrosion damage and is unaffected in corresponding environments. The so-called dark corrosion damage is actually the energy generated by undead creatures or necromancer magic. Traditional necromancers, who need to develop magic, would spend a long time in environments filled with corpses or dark energy. This expertise can resist damage from this aspect. As for Wu Heng, even if he doesn't research magic, it still works in an environment where carry and gather. In short, all 3 skills he gained this time are very useful. They're not any inferior to learning powerful skills. After checking all his attributes, he closed the panel and called, "Wire." Andre Willow ran out of the kitchen. "What's up?" "Come here, help me write some things," Wu Heng said. "Oh, okay." Andre Willow wiped her hands and sat down. Wu Heng took out paper and pen from his space ring, placed them on the table, and said, "Write neatly. It's for others to see later." "Okay." Andre Willow picked up the pen and prepared. Andre Willow, after all, was the junior clan leader of a tribe. Her writing was very good, although somewhat delicate, obviously written by a girl. What to write? Andre Willow looked up at him. Wu Hang considered for a moment, then said, "Right, shocking, he was the one who solved the crisis in London City, saving the residents from danger." Huh? Andre Willow was startled. What are you startled at? Write the first line bigger, as a title. Oh. Andre Willow agreed and started writing. After that, as Wu Hang narrated, Wire wrote on the paper. Minnie also walked out and sat next to them, watching curiously. Zombie world. Before the convoy left, Wu Hang returned to the hotel. Coming down from upstairs, Li Yong looked at him curiously. Did you stay in the room all day? Although she didn't want to pry too much, she was curious why Wu Hang hadn't joined her in bidding the zombies farewell and had locked himself in his room all day. And only come out now that she was leaving. Ah, just a little tired. Wu Hang said. Li Yong reached out and touched his forehead. It's okay, just need to rest well tonight. Well, my body is still quite good. Wu Hang said. Come in and sit for a while, wait for Kaiang Tsai to finish loading the gas, and then I'll go back. Li Yong whispered. Come on. The two entered the closed lobby. Li Yong immediately leaned into his arms, their lips meeting in a passionate kiss. Wu Hang's hands moved all over her, Li Yong's body getting hotter and hotter, her breath shallow and soft. They entangled for a while before slowly separating. Today's meeting time was so short. Li Yong frowned. Some things, I'll make it up to you next time. TSK. Who needs you to make it up? Li Yong's cheeks reddened. The couple dallied for a while. Wu Hang continued to ask, does the prison have a photocopier? Yes, do you need to photocopy something? Wu Hang took out the paper Andre Willow had written and handed it to her. Make a few more copies of this. Li Yong looked at the strange words on the paper, then back at Wu Hang. But she didn't ask further, instead saying, how many do I make? Above 500, get it done and send it to me as soon as possible, I have some use for it. Okay, I'll speed up the return at that time. Li Yong leaned in again and gave him a deep kiss. Then she quickly ran back to the convoy and left immediately. Watching the convoy leave, Wu Hang also returned to his residence. After dinner, Wu Hang sent Big Guy, the scary claw monster and a few skeletons back to the zombie world. It was not safe there either, and required high-level skeletons to guard. After handling everything and returning from the courtyard, he saw Minnie, in a yoga suit, sprawling on the sofa lounge, looking at the papers in her hands. Her shoulders, back and waist were sweaty, presumably just after training with Bodong. She was sprawled there, svelte and full of youthful energy. Chapter 211, Captain. This is one. Wu Hang walked over and sat on the edge of the couch. What are you doing? Minnie turned her head and waved a piece of paper in her hand, saying, Wire and I agreed that she would teach me writing starting today. Wu Hang glanced at the paper in her hand. The characters on it were basic and commonly used. Why the sudden desire to learn writing? Minnie said embarrassingly, once I've learned, I can also help you with some tasks, so Wire doesn't have to bear it all. Your dedication is impressive, practicing boxing every day and now also learning to write. Aren't you afraid of wearing yourself out? Wu Hang said. What's so hard about it? It won't take that long. Minnie said. Seeing the girl's confidence, Wu Hang chuckled. He patted her on the back gently. Minnie is so smart, she'll surely learn fast. Minnie instantly beamed. Really? Master is so nice. The main hall on the first floor. After the two intensely sparred, Little Rabbit traced circles on her master's chest with her finger as pale as a green onion, saying, Wire will definitely hear about this, and she'll tease me tomorrow. Wu Hang gently caressed the girl's back and said, what's there to joke about? These are all normal things. They are not normal at all. Minnie complained with a soft voice. Thump thump thump. The two were squeezed on the narrow sofa when the entrance door was knocked on. Somebody's here. They quickly put their clothes on. After checking each other out, Wu Hang went over to open the door. Opening the door, he saw Wen Mancha still dressed in her day attire, with a few skeleton attendants standing by the door. Seeing Wu Hang open the door, she curiously asked, are Minnie and the others not here? It seemed unusual to her for the master, Wu Hang, to answer the door. They're here, come on in. Upon entering the hall, Wen Mancha saw Minnie kneeling beside the coffee table, wiping water marks from the floor and the sofa with a rag. Sister Wen Mancha. Minnie called out sweetly. Wen Mancha nodded without noticing the girl's flushed cheeks. She took off her outer armor, placed it aside and after catching her breath, she said, Master, all the spoils from the battlefield have been gathered in a yard in the residential area. The city walls of both areas have been taken over, but we're still short on manpower. Actually, Wu Hang had few people he could call upon. The pinned gang, the only group entrusted with major tasks, had suffered heavy casualties in the fight against the Hammer Party. Although areas had been divided, taking full control felt like a struggle due to lack of manpower. Wu Heng mobilized some carrion and a few members of the Pendant gang to take over the city walls, but it was in a symbolic manner. Purely to ensure that the walls didn't seem empty. Wu Heng said, "You'll start recruiting more gang members from tomorrow to form our own patrol team." When Mancha nodded, about to speak, she saw Minnie still wiping the floor from the corner of her eye and said, "Minnie, go prepare the bath water." "Yes, sister." Minnie obediently answered and got up to prepare the bath water. When Mancha continued, "Recruiting members isn't a problem, but to make them abandon their gang habits might take some time. Changing one's nature and habits is always a challenge once they have been formed. Gang members, especially those from Pendant gang who are from lower ranks, are particularly hard to change. Even if they do adopt new ways, they would always do so under strict supervision. So it's easy to assemble a patrol team, but to standardize their behavior is tricky." Wu Heng leaned back on the sofa and thought before continuing, "How about this, you pick some people that can serve on patrol. I'll assign some skeleton attendants to patrol with them. This reduces manpower and is also a bit easier to manage. Won't having skeletons on patrol create chaos? Residents will likely be anxious initially, but once they realize that the skeletons are just patrolling and catching criminals, they will adjust," Wu Heng said. After thinking about this idea, Wu Heng felt its feasibility was high. Previously, he himself believed that skeletons couldn't integrate into the survivors' camp. But now, even Li Yong, Kaiang Tsai, and others have accepted and even affectionately call them skeleton bro. What's more, Wu Heng trusts his skeleton attendants more than any gang member. "Alright, we'll do as you command." When Mancha didn't have any objections, Wu Heng smiled and said, "Next, we should prepare personnel for the establishment of the city hall, completely separate from the city lord." "Ah. All of it will be managed by me?" When Mancha looked surprised. "What's wrong? You feeling tired?" When Mancha whispered, "No, I just fear I might mess it up." "What could possibly go wrong? Soon, you'll be the biggest sister in our neighborhood." Wu Heng joked. "I don't care about that. As long as I can be by your side, that's enough." When Mancha looked up, her eyes full of tender feelings. "Yeah, you can move in with me later, I'll arrange a room for you. At present, people in the inner city area and members of the Pendant gang all know that Wen Mancha is one of ours." When Mancha's face brightened up, "Really? So, I can live with you? You can choose your own room." Okay." With the use of a bathtub etched with runes, the bath water was prepared quickly. Once Minnie notified them that everything was ready, Wen Mancha took Wu Heng into the bathroom. In the steam-filled bathtub, Wu Heng held the soft body in front of him, enjoying the feeling brought by the warm water bath. Wen Mancha, feeling a bit lazy, yawned and looked up. "Thank you for saving me last night?" Wu Heng's brows raised. "You're mine, isn't it only right?" When Mancha pouted her lips, "If it were Rocky, he definitely would not have saved me. Even at crucial moments, he would push me out to buy himself time." Wu Heng held her tighter, comfortingly saying, "Don't worry, I won't abandon you." A soft smile spread on Wen Mancha's face. She then squinted her eyes, looking up at him and whispered, "Bad master, you become attentive whenever Rocky is mentioned." The next day, after breakfast, Wen Mancha, borrowing 1,000 sets of leather-armored skeletons that Wu Heng had prepared for her, left their residence. According to the agreement from yesterday, Wen Mancha would choose some reliable members from the gang, those who have decent characters. She would lead the skeletons on patrol missions. Even though the Hammer Party had withdrawn, the chaos they brought still continued. There surely would not be a shortage of robberies and gang fights. London City was originally a city formed by the gang and a mercenary group. There were definitely not few people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. There surely would be chaos for some time. Therefore, at this stage, the patrol mission must be intensified. After Wen Mancha left, Wu Heng tidied up a bit, and also left the house. Inner city area, professional association. There were quite a lot of people in the hall today. In addition to the staff, one could see members of various small teams walking around. "Captain Wu Heng." "Good morning, Captain Wu Heng. You didn't get hurt yesterday, did you?" Some people greeted him from afar. Wu Heng waved back at each one. Yesterday, he was the first to came to the association and inform everyone that the fight was over. By today, when others came to work, it had already been spread. Everyone was surprised that the newly arrived captain of the 12th team could influence the battle situation, yet they somehow felt it made sense. After all, everyone had speculated about him in the past. Rumors had spread about him being a noble young master gaining experience, the apprentice of a strong man, and more. His resolving the issue of the Hammer Party this time had further affirmed these conjectures of a prized background. Wu Heng walked up to the front desk. The staff immediately smiled. "Captain Wu Heng. Has Attendant Gomez arrived?" Wu Heng asked. "Not yet. He wouldn't have escaped from the city, would he? If he didn't come back, it would be very difficult for the association's work to be carried out." Wu Heng continued to speak. "In yesterday's battle, I killed 3 people listed on the wanted list. Has anyone done the autopsy and registration?" "Hold on, let me ask." The staff member turned around and left. Returning shortly thereafter, he signaled for Wu Heng to come over. Standing inside the chilly basement were 2 association verification officers. "Captain Wu Heng, where are the bodies?" inquired one of the verification officers. Wu Heng stepped aside, and the 3 towering figures behind him removed their motorcycle helmets. With their menacingly white skeleton heads uncovered and a soul fire burning in their eye sockets, step, step, step. The 2 men showed shock on their faces and instinctively retreated several steps. "Captain, what is this?" they asked. Chapter 212, The Evil Necromancer 1. They are the wanted criminals I mentioned, Blood Axe, Tusk, and the leader, Hammer, all members of the Hammer Party. With Wu Heng's introduction, the 3 skeletons stepped forward in turn, displaying remarkable cooperation. The 2 coroners stood still for a while. Eventually, someone spoke up. "Are we being asked to examine the undead?" "Ah, the combat situation with the Hammer Party was quite urgent yesterday, so I had to turn them into undead first," Wu Heng explained. This was not merely an explanation for the 2 coroners, but also for the recording later. The association would consider the reasons later. Without saying more, the 2 started correlating the remains of the skeletons with the details on the warrants. They carefully confirmed certain characteristics, acting as though touching the skeletons was taboo. About half an hour later, the 2 of them had recorded the findings on their notebooks. One of them said, "Judging from the skeletal features, they closely match the descriptions on the warrants, but it's our first time judging criminals through undead servants. We need to wait for the executive to confirm." Verifying the deaths of wanted criminals wasn't restricted to autopsies. After all, combat comes with risks and nobody could guarantee that the corpses could be brought back every time. Therefore, once an executive could vouch for it, they could confirm the criminal's death, provided that the criminal didn't reappear later. Wu Heng nodded, then he took out a tablet, scrolled through the photos he took earlier, and showed them to the coroners. "I also have images, taken at the time of killing, for you to confirm." The 2 accepted it, and after inspecting the strange gadget in their hands, looked at the images on the screen. From the images, they could tell for certain that the body was Skullcrusher, the leader of the Hammer Party. And thus, the undead in front of them was probably him. They logged this observation in their notebooks. "Captain Wu Heng, we've recorded all the information you've provided. You might have to wait several days for the results. We'll inform you as soon as we have them," they said. Wu Heng nodded. "All right." Then they all left together. The skeletons put their helmets back on their heads before leaving. Back in the squad's rest area, all 3 squad members were in the room. When they saw Wu Heng entering, they stood up in unison. "Captain Mada, is there anything troubling you?" Wu Heng asked. "Nothing at all, Captain," Mada replied. Wu Heng nodded, sat down, and continued, "Regarding Burke's incident, I've notified the front desk. When the time comes, Gallo Burley, you'll follow up. After the compensation fund comes in, send it to his family." Swordsman Gallo Burley agreed with a nod. An undercover agent assigned nearby also received a fallen identity. His apparent death wasn't too hard to bear, and his family could get a sum of compensation money. It can be considered as doing the most that can be done for him. "Captain, will you still carry out tasks with us after becoming a city lord?" Duke asked. The other 2 also looked up attentively. Mada only heard about yesterday's happenings from Duke when he arrived today. Wu Heng had directly taken half a city from the people in the inner city district. The area where Mada lived was now under Wu Heng's jurisdiction. He was very curious about how their captain would manage the outer city area in the future. "Yes, why the question?" Wu Heng asked. Just asking. Isn't it somewhat beneath a city lord like you to hunt down wanted criminals with us?" Duke scratched his head and stated. "I am still the captain of the association, I still need to abide by the rules," Wu Heng replied. After this feat with Skullcrusher, he should be able to become a vice executive. Then he wouldn't have to undertake missions so frequently. Therefore, he still needed to follow the interior rules of the association. The squad members sat in the restroom chatting a while. Wu Heng stood up and said, "Let's go, let's tour my half of the city and then rest early." "All right." Picking themselves up, they followed him out. The outer city area was still in chaos. There were no bodies visible on the streets, but dark red bloodstains and bits of flesh could be seen everywhere, even in the gaps between bricks. The doors of the shops along the way were still shut. Most of the windows and doors had been smashed, either in combat or looted afterward. Inside was dim, and apart from the buildings themselves, tables and counters had disappeared. After touring his designated area, Wu Heng found a pub that was still open for business. "Let's go have lunch and then take a rest," he said. They went into the pub together and sat down in a corner. The pub wasn't crowded, there were just 3 tables of patrons in the large hall. They ordered some food. Just as they started chatting, a man walked in from outside. He went directly to the raised stage usually used by the bards and shouted, "Has everyone heard?" Everyone in the pub turned to look at him, both wary and curious. Seeing that everyone was watching him, the man's voice got louder. "A vile necromancer using the lives of innocent city residents to threaten City Lord Reno has occupied the East and North District. The residents of these 2 districts are just like livestock ready for slaughter, and could be used by him in his evil magical experiments. We must resist, we must unite to resist his rule." The man on the stage was making a passionate speech like an orator. Meanwhile, the pub owner stood behind the counter, still in his original position, listening to the man loudly ranting. Hearing the man's words, the people inside the pub started murmuring among themselves. The incident with the Hammer Party had just ended yesterday, and they had not heard about the Necromancer occupying the outer city area yet. "Who told you that?" someone asked. The man stepped forward, his eyes wide open, and said, "Of course, the news came from the inner city." The Iron Guard Knights focused all their energy on the Hammer Party, but they didn't expect the damned Necromancer to seize the opportunity. To save more lives, they had to agree to his demands and ceded 2 city districts. As soon as the words came out, the room fell silent again. Someone recalled and said, "During last night's fight, I used a tamed beast to get a look, and indeed there were a large number of carrion, covered with green toxic fog, so it should be accurate." "So does that mean the East and North districts have become the Necromancer's territories?" someone asked. "What difference does it make for us? The Iron Guard Knights only oversee the inner city anyway, the gangs manage the outer districts. How does it impact us if someone else is in charge?" The man on the stage shouted again, "Foolish. What is a necromancer? It's a profession that experiments on living people, dissecting them alive to produce the undead. Everyone will become his experimental subjects, to the point where death will be hard to come by." This. Everyone present was stunned. They had never dealt with a necromancer before, but they did have a bad reputation outside. Just then, the door of the tavern was pushed open. 2 determined gang members came in with a dozen skeletons clad in leather armor. The man on stage halted, immediately climbed up, pretending to examine the ceiling. One of the Pink Gang members scanned the tavern and asked directly, "Nobody's causing any trouble, right?" The tavern owner welcomed them with a fawning smile. "There's no trouble. What can I do for you gentlemen?" The gang member said, "Starting now, our Pink Gang is in charge of patrolling this area. There is a patrol point 200 meters out, you can find us there if you need anything." "Oh, okay." The tavern keeper immediately responded. "All right then, carry on with your business." The gang member was about to leave after saying so. Wu Heng suddenly stood up. "Wait." In the dimly lit corner, the gang member frowned and looked closely. Upon recognizing Wu Heng, he immediately dipped his waist. "Captain Wu Heng, sister-in-law asked us to patrol." "Right, good job. Do you have any orders, Captain?" The atmosphere in the tavern became tense. The man on the stage looked anxiously toward this corner. Wu Heng ordered directly, "Apprehend him." As soon as the man on the stage heard this, he turned and ran. The members of the Pink Gang reacted swiftly. "Stop him." After a chase around the tavern, the man was held down, with a knife against his neck. "Captain, how should we handle him?" a member of the Pink Gang asked. "Take him to Win Mancha." "Okay." With a wave of his hand, the member left with the man in tow. Wu Heng also stood up, leading his team members out. Before walking out the door, he looked back and said, "Close the tavern, don't invite trouble." The tavern owner was already sweating profusely. As he mopped his brow, he nodded, "Yes, yes." Upon exiting the tavern, Wu Heng said to his team members, "You all go back first, we'll see if the vice executive has arrived at the association tomorrow." "Captain, don't you need us?" Duke asked. "Go home, the city has been chaotic recently, take care of your families." Duke nodded, "All right, Captain." Everyone went their separate ways. Pink Gang headquarters. By the courtyard, 5 people were tied up, all brought back from patrol. One of them was the man Wu Heng had encountered, who was preaching resistance against the necromancer in the tavern. The others were caught giving speeches from soapboxes on the street side. The contents were similar, even the sequence of statements was the exact same. It goes without saying, someone had probably orchestrated this to agitate the residents. "How should we handle this?" Wen Manshaw asked. As the courtyard door opened, 2 more bound men were brought in. The number of captives grew to 7. Those from the inner city really aren't giving up, stirring up this drama. Wu Heng said. Leza from the consortium had warned him. Those people from the inner city may no longer dare to step foot on the battlefield, but they are getting better at using plots and schemes. It seemed that this was one of them now. Go ahead and kill them. Once more people die, others will stop talking nonsense. Wen Mancha said. Hearing the command to kill, all the bound men's eyes revealed fear. They didn't seem as impassioned as when they were giving speeches. They too were afraid of death. Wu Heng thought for a moment. Indeed, there was no better solution, and the Pint Gang had nowhere to keep prisoners. Sending them to the association would also deviate from established procedure. Go ahead, kill them. Wu Heng commanded. Wen Mancha waved her hand. In the stunned gaze of a few people, a member of the Pint Gang stepped forward and killed all of them. Wu Heng used the bone manipulation skill with the corpses standing up, donned with leather armor and sent out for patrol. What do we do next? Wen Mancha asked again. We continue with normal patrols for now and try to reduce combat situations. Okay. Wu Heng nodded, gave a few more orders, and left everything else to Wen Mancha. Returning to his residence. Through the boundary door, he went to the zombie world. Seeing his convoy stop, Wu Heng headed downstairs. Upon seeing him, Li Yong immediately smiled and waved slightly. The business car drove over. Calamity and the others, carrying stacks of copied papers, moved them into the hotel. They were printed overnight, a total of more than 2,000 copies. Chapter 213, Necromancer repels the Hammer Party. 1 stacks of flyers filled with writing were brought into the hotel. Wu Heng took out one and glanced at it. The color of the text was a bit darker than what Andre Willow had written, probably due to the ink. The overall look was not bad, except there were no illustrations. Wu Heng had considered adding a picture of himself killing the Skull Crusher, but after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. Being too ostentatious might not be beneficial. Li Yong asked, how's the printing? I've checked and the symbols seem clear. To the people in this world, the words were just a bunch of symbols. They couldn't understand them at all. Wu Heng didn't feel like explaining and replied, pretty good. Okay, if we need more in the future, I'll have more printed. No need, we should have enough. Wu Heng said. There were limited literate people in London City, and once these flyers were circulated, it would largely depend on the people themselves spreading the message. It's to counter the rumors in the inner city. After Calamity and the others finished moving everything, they greeted Wu Heng and left. Li Yong carefully took 6 potion bottles from her backpack and said, here are the ones Alchemy 1 gave us, I brought them straight here. Strength enhancing potion, description, an extract concocted from the body parts of mutated creatures, capable of strengthening and enhancing one's body, and with a tiny chance of awakening one's latent power. It was a potion made from a level 1 corpse core. Last time, during the rescue of Grandma Wank, they were attacked by a herd of mutated cows. After killing them, they indeed obtained quite a few corpse cores. Wu Heng hadn't been back for a while, so they had accumulated some. There weren't any new types of potion, it seemed the 2nd and 3rd level corpse cores were still under development. Wu Heng took out a bottle and gave it to Li Yong, while storing the rest. I'll give you one. Drink it now. If anything goes wrong, I can help you. Okay. Li Yong opened the bottle and immediately gulped it down. Under Wu Heng's gaze, Li Yong's body began to redden, and veins bulged in her wrists and neck. But, these symptoms only lasted a few seconds before disappearing. Her skin remained wheat-colored, but appeared more delicate and smooth. Li Yong did a couple of high kicks on the spot and exclaimed in surprise, I feel lighter and like I've aged backward several years. It seems to have worked. Yes, it's truly miraculous. This was her 2nd time taking a corpse core potion, but clearly, the 2nd time was more effective than the 1st. Her whole aura seemed to have changed. After getting used to the change, Li Yong calmed down from her excitement and said after giving Wu Heng a kiss on the cheek, thank you. When I become the amazing woman warrior, I'll watch your back. Well, thanks in advance then, woman warrior. Once Li Yong was sure she was okay, they returned to discussing serious matters. The bus modification is almost done. I plan to transport some people over to gather living supplies. They had previously found a lot of buses at the bus station. After taking them all back, Li Yong had them refitted. Now with the modifications completed, she planned to bring more people over, some to help transport materials, and some to start scavenging residential areas for cups, bowls, basins, and other common household items. Wu Heng agreed with her plan. With the Hammer Party situation resolved and the city gradually regaining order, it was time to reopen his grocery store. This world was like a warehouse full of resources. If handled correctly, the items, which every household once had, Could earn him quite a bit of money and secure a long-term profit. After a thought, he continued, find a safe place nearby as our base here, to provide a secure living space for everyone. How about the bus station? It has a good yard for parking, a wall for cover, and the office building is pretty big. With a little remodeling, it could be used as a temporary dormitory. Li Yong recommended. That place seemed to be a good fit. Let's go and see it now. The two left directly with the skeleton crew and headed to the bus station. They killed several wandering zombies nearby and reclaimed the area. After a walk around the yard, they indeed found it to be quite suitable for a base. They asked the skeletons to fortify the bus station. Then they returned to the hotel to move all the living supplies over. The stuff in the hotel could be used for the dormitory. The skeletons lined up and worked until dusk, while Kang Tsai and the others filled their trucks with supplies. They waved goodbye to each other, and the trucks quickly left. Wu Heng remained to convert some corpses and then returned to his residence through the boundary door. Ground floor living room. Two maids in casual clothes, Minnie and Wire, were sitting on the sofas, learning to write. Minnie was quite smart, but due to the environment she lived in, no one had taught her to read and write. She was able to pick up reading quickly, but writing proved more difficult. As she gripped the pen, her fingers became stiff, and she was already sweating. Oh my hand is cramping, it's so painful. Minnie exclaimed, grabbing her hand. That's what you get for holding your pen so tightly. I hope you don't break the pen before you learn how to write. Andre Willow criticized her. I just can't get the hang of it. The two continued their conversation. Wu Heng, along with the skeleton and the flyer he was holding, strode away. Master, should I prepare dinner? Minnie asked immediately. Wu Heng glanced at her. Go ahead, bring out one man shot's portion too. All right. Tossing her pen, Minnie ran off to the kitchen. Andre Willow saw Bunny Girl escape and got up to follow her to the kitchen. Soon, Wen Manchua returned with the skeleton. The four sat together, chatting about the outside world while eating. After dinner, they chatted for a while. After Minnie practiced her boxing, Wire continued to teach her to read and write. Wen Manchua pulled him into taking a bath with her. In the bathtub, Wu Heng held Wen Manchua in his arms, enjoying the moment. Wen Manchua spoke softly, Reno has arranged for many people to spread unfavorable rumors about us. More than 50 people were arrested in the evening. I am afraid if this continues, the two districts might break into chaos. Wu Heng caressed her plump and smooth body, feeling the exaggerated curves of her waist and buttocks. He added, I have prepared some propaganda leaflets. Arrange for people to distribute them tomorrow, preferably those who can read them out for others. Propaganda leaflets? What are those? Wen Manchua turned her head and asked. They recount how the Hammer Party was defeated, and my apprehension of the fugitive. Arrange for more people to talk about this and maintain order in the city. Wu Heng continued. All right, I will arrange for it tomorrow. Do you need me to arrange some people in their district too? Wen Manchua looked back inquiringly. Wu Heng pondered for a moment, just figure out a way to send some leaflets over there. No need to send people. All right, I'll do it first thing tomorrow. Wen Manchua nodded. The next morning, Wen Manchua left with the skeletons, each of them holding a bunch of propaganda leaflets. There was a lot to do today. Besides distributing these promotional flyers, they also needed literate and well-spoken people to read them in public places. Not many people in the Pink Gang could read. Being literate wasn't a bonus in the gang recruitment process. Finding such a group of people would indeed take some effort. After a while, after packing up his stuff, Wu Heng also left his place and headed to the guild. There were quite a few mercenary groups that had appeared today. They stood in front of the guild's bulletin board, looking at the missions posted. But the missions hadn't been updated for a few days, and the mercenary groups simply passed by and left directly. The executive Gomez and the vice-executive Ethan Ashka Earl still hadn't came to the guild. The whole guild was completely running on everyone else's conscience. Wu Heng wasn't particularly concerned about their safety, but mainly because he needed the executive to vouch for the killing of the fugitive. He had already made up a story, but the person hadn't shown up yet. He went to the team's resting room, and his 3 teammates were all sitting inside. Seeing Wu Heng enter, they all stood up to greet him. After exchanging pleasantries, the swordsman, Gallo Burley, spoke. Captain, I asked around yesterday, and it seems there's no one named Mumloda among the elites in the inner city. The name Mumloda was the name given by the thief, Burke, who died and implicated this person as his mastermind through the communicate with the dead technique. Wu Heng had asked Wen Manchua to investigate this matter. It seems that Gallo Burley also remembered this name and investigated it secretly. There's no such person. Wu Heng raised an eyebrow. Being placed in the guild at least demonstrates that this person definitely has a certain status in the city. He shouldn't be untraceable. It's possible that he's using a fake name, or a code name. From what I found, there's no such person. Gallo Burley answered. Wu Hang nodded and continued, if you have the means, look into the town hall. Whoever arranged him to come in must have left some clues. Well, he couldn't fully trust Gallo Burley. But at the very least, he was part of the guild. His character was like the night spirit, liking to abide by the rules arranged by the guild. Letting him investigate wouldn't hurt. Even if he had some secrets, there was nothing that could be leaked through him. All right. The few of them sat together and chatted for a while. Wu Hang then said, let's go, we'll patrol around, then go our separate ways. In the eastern district of the outer city. On a stone pier beside the street. A middle-aged man wearing gray linen and curly hair stood upright and shouted, the heinous Necromancer threatens the city lord with the lives of ordinary residents, occupying the east and north districts, and treating all residents as livestock for his evil magic experiments. We have to unite, we have to resist his rule. Amid the loud shouts. Gradually, many people gathered and were discussing what the man had just mentioned. Just when everyone was riled up by the man's speech, someone came from behind with papers, louder than the man, shouting information from the guild. It describes the real situation of how the Hammer Party was defeated. Come and see. Chapter 214, Photovoltaic Panel 1. All eyes were attracted. At the same time, a patrol team swiftly mounted the stone pedestal, covered the man's mouth at the top, and another two picked him up and quickly left. Despite the man's whimpers and struggles, he couldn't break free from their grip. Seeing them leave, the person holding the propaganda sheet climbed back onto the stage and shouted loudly, it is written here that during the Hammer Party's assault, the Iron Guard Knights fell back repeatedly until Captain Wu Hang killed the leader of the Hammer Party, and in accordance with the City Lord's promised agreement, accepted the jurisdiction of the East and North districts. With these words, the crowd below burst into discussion again. It seemed quite different from what other people had been saying these past 2 days. The end result was the same, the Necromancer gained jurisdiction over the East and North districts, but the process was completely opposite. One side argued the Necromancer seized the opportunity to cause chaos, threatening the City Lord with the lives of all the city's residents. But others said that the Necromancer defeated the Hammer Party, and the City Lord exchanged agreements, granting him 2 districts. All the people looked at each other, still listening to the man on the dais, continuing to read from the propaganda sheet. In the inner city district, in the City Lord's mansion. City Lord Reno sat at the dining table, using a knife and fork to put a slice of meat into his mouth. Below, 2 city officials sat separately. Reno wiped his mouth with a napkin and asked, how are things going? One of the officials said, rest assured, City Lord, this is our territory. By now, his reputation is probably already atrociously infamous in the city. Maybe in a few days, the residents of the 2 districts will all move out, leaving him with an empty city. Hey, that's good. Should we arrange some more troublesome situations, like murders or imprisonments that could be passed on to the guild? He would lose his captaincy. The other official continued. Reno hesitated a moment, then shook his head decisively, don't do that, we don't want to force out another skull crusher and then we'll have no peace to live in. Yes, indeed, the City Lord has thought it all through. Continue with increased propaganda. Okay, I will clatter. Urgent footsteps echoed. An attendant, holding a paper, hastily walked in. Seeing the several people present, he bowed, my lord, there is some situation. Reno glanced at him, what's the matter, just say it. The propaganda sheet was handed over, this was distributed in the outer city. It is claimed to be produced by the guild. Reno narrowed his eyes and took it to read. As he read, his eyes widened and he looked both surprised and angry. Boom. Reno slapped the table with his hand and suddenly stood up. The other 2 officials jumped in fright. One person whispered, City Lord, is there any bad news? The propaganda sheet was thrown over to them. Both of them caught it and began to read carefully. Their eyes, too, gradually widened. There were many things written in it, but they amounted to 2 points. One was that the Necromancer had repelled the Hammer Party and saved the entire London city. The second was that the Iron Guard Knights had no ability to defend the city. They only bluffed and gave up the outer city area in the face of the Hammer Party, retreating to the inner city to protect the elite. These statements were a blatant insult to both the City Lord and the Iron Guard Knights. The City Lord might not be so angry if they were all lies. But everything written was true. Is this from the guild? One official curiously asked. Local guilds generally maintain good relations with the City Lord and would not usually insult him. The rumor is that it is from the guild. The attendant lowered his head and cautiously said. Reno looked at him coldly and said, that's that kid's doing. Gomez must be out of his mind, he would never do such a thing. What should we do? An official asked. Reno sat back in his chair and pondered, saying, firstly, halt the propaganda. Find someone to mediate this matter. Oh, okay. The official nodded. That will do for now, you can go and attend to this matter. The feast is over. Yes, City Lord. The official stood up and quickly left. Wu Heng, leading his team, made a round in two areas. Since he was wearing a helmet, not many people recognized him, and no one identified him. Along the way, he saw a few people reading leaflets. Wu Heng stood among the crowd, eavesdropping for a while. Most people believed the content on the leaflets, as the Iron Guard Knights had never interfered with the outer city area and would most likely retreat and defend the inner city when faced with the Hammer Party. However, this didn't mean they trusted the management of the Necromancer. The reputation of necromancers outside was no better than the Hammer Party. There were also many rumors. People were discussing this matter. After listening for a while, Wu Heng and his team turned around and left. Captain, that man speaks as if he has seen it with his own eyes. Duke speeded up a couple of steps and followed. Wu Heng said in a low voice, "It's Wen Mancha's people." "Oh right." Duke nodded, and the other two also got the point. So, they were indeed people who had been arranged beforehand. They walked a few more steps forward. Duke continued to ask, "Captain, is the city safe now?" "If you're referring to the Hammer Party incident, then yes, it's safe now, but the city is also quite chaotic, so we still need to be careful." Wu Heng responded. When Glass left, he told me to let him know when it's safe so that he can come back for business. I'm thinking of whether to write to him to notify him to come back. Duke continued. He can prepare to come back, there won't be any big issues. Oh, okay then. Wu Heng patrolled with his team. After confirming that there were no problems, he directly said, "Okay, that's all for today. Everyone can go home. You don't have to go to the association every day. When the attendants come back, I'll arrange for someone to notify you." "Alright, Captain, we will head back first." The team break apart and went their separate ways. Dusk. After dinner, Wen Mancha said, "Someone from the City Lord's mansion came." "Oh? What did they say?" asked Wu Heng. "They said that a gang in the city is spreading rumors against you. They have already arranged the knights to arrest them." Wen Mancha shrugged, "That's what they said. They were passing the buck." "Did they specifically go to tell you this?" "They hope we would stop spreading the leaflets. I told them I would ask you what to do," replied Wen Mancha. The other side seemed to be seeking reconciliation. After some thought, he continued, "We've finally managed to distribute so many leaflets, we can't just stop. Ignore them for now." "Good." The group sat in the living room chatting for a while, then went upstairs to rest. The next day, at noon. Zombie World. Wu Heng walked out of his residence and saw that the caravan had returned and was parked in the yard. In addition to the original trucks and business cars, there were also 5 buses welded with steel plates and bars. The survivors from the prison were unloading things from the vehicles onto the ground. Seeing the skeletons filling the yard didn't frighten them. When Wu Heng came downstairs, they were waving at him from a distance. Liang came over and said, "I've brought all the people. Today we'll allocate rooms and living quarters, and tomorrow we can start collecting resources nearby." "Good, you manage it." "Okay." Liang nodded, then continued, "The Flame God shelter is gathering survivors from other shelters to jointly attack a factory." "Factory? What kind of factory?" "From what they said, it's a photovoltaic panel production factory. They plan to unite and attack it to solve the problem of electricity supply in the shelter." Liang explained. Photovoltaic panel? Chapter 215, Amplification Weakening 1 Solar Panels. Wu Heng pondered for a bit before realizing it referred to solar panels. It's actually quite common. The street lights in the housing estate are of this kind. But for ordinary people, there is not much use for it. He had seen some videos about these solar panels being laid on rooftops to provide electricity for the entire building. However, such things are usually set up in villas or bungalows. In places like housing complexes, it's not possible to install solar panels on a large scale. It's understandable that shelters want to attack such factories. In the current situation, most shelters are having power supply issues. Without electricity, modern people's lifestyle is not much different from primitive people, and solar panels are a good choice. At least it's simpler than wind power or thermal power generation. "There's a factory like this locally?" Wu Heng asked. From what they were saying, they seemed to know such a place, and have probably already sent people to scout ahead. Liang recalled with a frown, continuing, "It seems there are level 2 mutated zombies inside, they need to cooperate with other shelters, and the spoils of war will be divided evenly." Wu Heng had never heard of such a factory. But their assertion suggests they have confirmed information, they might even have someone from the shelter who used to work there. "When are they leaving?" "I'm not sure, I just overheard them discussing it, do you want me to ask?" said Liang. Wu Heng pondered for a moment. "Ask, see how they're planning." Okay, I'll ask later. Li Yong glanced back at the convoy and asked, shall we have dinner together? As the convoy is temporarily staying at the bus station, it no longer needs to return. No thanks, you guys get settled. I'll find you when I'm free in the evening. Wu Heng replied. Okay, I'll go arrange them first. Okay. Li Yong waved her hand and walked towards the convoy. After Li Yong left, Wu Heng also returned to his room. Returning to his residence through the boundary door. Hearing Minnie and Andre Willows cooking downstairs, Wu Heng went straight into the study, placing the potion he obtained today on the table. Besides the one he gave to Li Yong, he still has 5 bottles left. He thought for a moment, opened a bottle, and drank it all. A warm sensation spread from his stomach, then the prompt appeared. Strength +1, this time only 1 attribute increased. After the discomfort from the potion disappeared, he continued with the second bottle and drank it down. Constitution +1, still increased by only 1 point. It appears that the effect of the first stage Corpse Core potion is fixed at 1 attribute point. In the beginning, when he used the Corpse Core, 3 points were added. Once he reached about level 5, it reduced to 2 points. Now it's only 1 point. The effect's reduction was somewhat significant. If his attributes continue to strengthen, he might not be able to gain even 1 point. At that time, he will need to consume second-level Corpse Core to continue increasing attributes. However, the second-level Corpse Core potion is still being researched and he isn't sure when it would be ready. Looking at the remaining 3 potions, Wu Heng decided not to use them. The effects of self-use are relatively small. It's better to be used to enhance the strength of the people around him. Their increase in strength can also help them to complete their tasks better. He put away the 3 potions and pulled up his attribute panel. Name, Wu Heng, level 10, attributes, strength 25, agility 25, constitution 28, intelligence 30, perception 18, charm 26, specialties, arcane training, knowledge of souls, knowledge of hunting, magic perception, arcane echo, necromantic scholar, undead adaptation, skills, greyhawk swordsmanship, beginner, enhanced will, soul sense, abilities, bone manipulation skill, bone armored, corpse gauge. Looking at the attributes on the panel, Wu Heng started to think. According to the standard occupation improvement, his attribute improvement wasn't slow. Out of 6 attributes, 5 are not low. Even in terms of strength and constitution, he is not inferior to melee occupations at the same level. The only slightly weak one is perception, only with 18 points. Perception corresponds to intuition and the quantification of senses. Simply put, it's your observation and insight. In combat, finding hidden enemies or traps along the way depends on your perception. In this regard, he really isn't very strong. However, for Wu Heng, there are ways to make up for it. After all, his 2 spirits can fully act as scouts, to investigate dangerous situations or unknown areas in advance. This has always been his practice. Having spirits to replace doesn't mean that this attribute is useless. If there's chance, he should try to improve it. Sitting at the desk thinking for a while, a shout from Minnie downstairs could be heard. Master, dinner is ready. Going downstairs. When Manshaw had also returned from outside. The 4 of them sat at the dining table, eating dinner. When Manshaw was eating slowly, then she spoke, Master, there are no people spreading those negative rumors anymore, and our flyers have been fully distributed. We have also arranged for gang members to read the contents to the residents in some places. Continue as planned, and also be careful of any movements from Reno. He might stir up some trouble, said Wu Heng. When Manshaw nodded, all right, I'll have someone keep an eye on it. By the way, have we found any information about this Mumloda person? Wu Heng abruptly asked. Not yet, we're slightly short-handed right now so gathering information might take a bit longer. Wu Heng took a drink from his cup before continuing, properly investigate this person. He must be rather influential in the city. Also, arrange someone to monitor Burke's residence and keep an eye on anyone he associates with. Alright, I'll take care of it tomorrow. After dinner, they gathered in the living room for a chat. It seemed that when Manshaw was enjoying this kind of life, resting her chin on her hand, watching Andre Willow teaching Minnie how to write. It was somewhat cold in the gang's territory and she used to live alone there. It was livelier here. When Minnie completed her writing task and was complaining about a cramp in her hand, Wu Heng presented 3 vials of potion. He said, these are potions to enhance your constitution. You each get 1. When Manshaw had tried this kind of potion before, a concoction so precious it could directly alter the constitution of a person. Her face was filled with surprise and joy. Thank you, Master. She rose to her feet to take the potion, pecked Wu Heng on the cheek as she settled back down. Andre Willow and Minnie were encountering this for the first time, but seeing how joyous Wen Manshaw was, They understood that this potion was nothing ordinary. Otherwise, someone of one-man shot standing within the gang wouldn't have been so excited. Both Andre Willow and Minnie picked up a vial each, holding it in their hands. Wu Heng said, "Good, you can drink it now." They shared glances between them. Opened the vial, tipped their heads back and drank the contents. When Manshaw and Andre Willow turned red as if they had a fever, however, the symptom disappeared rapidly. They stared at their own hands, seemingly feeling the changes to their bodies. Whereas the effects were more obvious for Minnie. Her body turned red, her bare arms and legs began to exhibit the presence of purple veins. She looked in great pain, groaning softly as she curled up on the couch. Andre Willow was startled. She quickly ran over to check on her. Wu Heng also lifted Minnie's clothes to take a check. Compared to his first experience of taking the potion, her symptoms were much milder. In less than a minute, all of Minnie's symptoms vanished. She stretched her body suddenly, nearly knocking Wu Heng and Andre Willow over. "Are you alright?" asked Wu Heng. Minnie took a moment to feel her body and responded, "I think I'm fine now. It was so uncomfortable just now, felt like my blood vessels were on fire. And now? Now it feels like my body is filled with power." As she said that, she delivered 2 quick punches. A gust of wind trailed her fists. Wu Heng looked at the others. "How about you two?" When Manshaw shrugged, "Such a good potion is bound to have effects." Andre Willow nodded in agreement. "I feel like I've improved as well, but I can't pinpoint where exactly." The potion mainly amplified 3 attributes: strength, constitution, and agility. No matter which aspect it boosted, it would be beneficial to all 3 of them. "Alright, as long as there are effects, that's good enough. Be more disciplined in your training from now on, especially Minnie. You need to work even harder," Wu Heng said. Minnie pouted, "Why are you singling me out? I am already putting in lots of effort." The group chatted for a while in the living room. When Manshaw cast a glance at Wu Heng, "Master, would you like to join me for a bath?" He shook his head. "No, I think I'll study some magic tonight. I'll stay in my room." "Alright then, I'm retiring to my room for the night." When Manshaw yawned and headed upstairs. After tidying up the living room, Minnie and Andre Willow also head upstairs. All 3 of them retired for the night. Back in his room, Wu Heng passed through the boundary door and returned to the zombie world. Night had fallen. Several large lamps were set up in the passenger station. Inside the yard, Kaiang Tsai and his group could be seen changing tires next to a truck. Watching them for a while from the window, Wu Heng picked up the walkie-talkie and called out directly, "Li Yaong, have you made contact with the Flame God shelter?" Over the radio came a response, "Yes, I'll come by to update you about the situation." "Alright." Shortly after, footsteps sounded and then came a knock on the door. When Wu Heng opened the door, he saw Li Yaong standing outside. "Come in." Wu Heng invited her in. As soon as she stepped in, Li Yaong threw herself into his embrace, pressing her lips onto his. After a lengthy shared kiss, they slowly separated. Wu Heng pulled her onto his lap on the bed and asked, "What did the Flame God shelter say?" The military truck had a built-in radio that proved to be more effective than the ones they were using previously. Therefore, even after leaving the shelter, they could still maintain contact with the outside world and gather information. Li Yaong explained, "The Flame God shelter has made an agreement with the other shelters to assemble at the factory area tomorrow." Chapter 216, such a strong appeal when they heard they would be leaving tomorrow. Wu Heng was a bit surprised. "So soon?" Li Yaong explained, "Actually, it's not rushed. They've been preparing for it for a while, we just didn't pay much attention before. It seems, for each refuge, power supply was indeed a matter of urgency. The Flame God shelter sure has some influence." Wu Heng spoke while holding a soft waist in his arms. Post-zombie apocalypse. Each shelter had formed their own small group. Contrary to the mutual aid propaganda, scarcity of resources had made humans less united. Like the rescue for Grandma Wank, 2 survivor bases in the same village had few people and were hostile to each other. Not to say that they were going to fighting outright, but most of the survivors were wary and distrustful of each other. The fact that the Flame God shelter could persuade so many people was indeed not a simple achievement. Li Yaong gently pat his shoulder. "Remember the last time I told you about the appointment of the Regional Disaster Response Commander by the main station? You mean he is the commander now?" "Yes, our side didn't participate, but the main station appointed the Flame God shelter as the disaster response commander based on some information they obtained. They organized this event under this title. The need for power restoration is indeed real and many bases have responded. The Flame God shelter was clever too. The first action they organized was the restoration of electricity. If they were bringing anything else, no shelter would respond and they would probably be ridiculed instead." "Alright, I got it," Wu Heng said. Li Yaong further asked, "Are we going to participate?" The prison's power supply is enough and we don't require that much electricity for now. We can go and take a look. If we can get the solar panels working, we'd have an additional way to generate electricity. Wu Hang thought of it and said. Alright, the place is on the edge of a city in the south. It's a long journey, we need to leave early tomorrow. Li Yong said. Okay. Having decided on the plans for tomorrow, Wu Hang continued, you have taken 2 level 1 corpse cores before. You have greatly improved physically. I will teach you some combat skills so you can protect yourself if necessary. Upon hearing this, Li Yong looked up at him. Aren't you protecting me? There will be times when I am not around. It's also good to learn some more as a form of fitness for your body. Wu Hang paused, then continued, zombies are gradually becoming stronger, life will be even more difficult in the future. He wasn't trying to scare her, it was just the reality. The zombie corpses that were currently being transformed have started to increase in levels 2 and 3 skulls. That means the zombies themselves are also improving. Unlike humans, the zombies get stronger with time. When all the zombies in sight have reached a higher level, the survivors' living space will be even more scarce. Therefore, personal improvement is equally important. Others may not have any channels for it, but Li Yong has already taken 2 corpse cores, it would be a shame if she doesn't work hard now. Zombies are also getting stronger? A surprised expression appeared on Li Yong's face, her beautiful eyes widened, as if confirming whether Wu Hang was trying to scare her. Yes, that's why we need to take advantage of the current safety and try to improve ourselves as much as possible. Wu Hang said. Li Yong, in her surprise, regained her composure, stood up from his chest. Alright, I'll learn from you. Where do we start training? Wu Hang had unlocked swordsmanship and short spears, but he also knew some hand-to-hand combat, which he learned from Baodong. Only, he didn't have a specific specialization. He suggested, let's start with physical training, after a few days of this, I'll teach you swordsmanship. Alright, as you say. The two went to the open space in the room. Wu Hang took the lead in making some movements, and Li Yong followed him. Probably because of the corpse core. Li Yong's physical stamina was stronger than that of ordinary people. She followed Wu Hang for more than an hour, although she was drenched in sweat, she could still hold on. Heat radiated off her entire body. Alright, let's rest for a while, too much training can be counterproductive. Wu Hang said. Li Yong's face was flushed red from the workout, huffing and puffing. Wu Hang looked at her, I'll teach you some simple stretching exercises. Oh, okay. Li Yong agreed and stood there waiting for his next instruction. During this period of interaction, she had basically formed a habit of obeying his orders and completing the tasks at hand. Spread your legs a bit, shoulder width apart. Li Yong followed his instructions. Yes, just like that, hold on to the desk and slowly bend down. Wu Hang said. Like this? What's next? Just after Li Yong asked, she felt a pair of warm, powerful hands landed on the skin exposed at her waist. Li Yong shuddered like she'd been electrocuted. Not here, let's go to the bed. Li Yong said. As an adult, she knew very well what the other person wanted to do. They were both willing participants, and they had done everything except the final step. Wu Hang picked her up and placed her on the bed not far away. He quickly shed his last layer of clothing, using the cold moonlight from the window to examine the woman's body on the bed. What's the hurry? Li Yong blushed as she complained. She opened her arms and called him, stop staring and hurry up. Okay. The next day, noon. The convoy was lined up, rushing towards their destination. Yawn. Li Yong yawned, still tightly gripping the steering wheel. Want me to take over for a bit? Wu Hang suggested from the side. Last night, they had been up late, and they had set off early today, so Li Yong kept yawning. I'm good, we need to maintain our speed, I can handle this. Li Yong shook her head, flashed a smile, and asked, was that stretching exercise you taught me yesterday real or not? Of course it's real. Then I'll practice it again when I get back. Can I teach this workout method to Kayang Tsai and the others? Being fitter means being better at protecting ourselves. Wu Hang nodded, yes, I learned it from Baodong. If there's a chance, I'll properly teach everyone sometime. Great. Li Yong nodded. She looked at the rear-view mirror above. Besides Baodong, there were 3 tall bodyguards around Wu Hang. Armed with large battle axes and hammers, they looked like Vikings from a movie. Fierce and daunting demeanor. Zzz. The walkie-talkie sounded. Sister Hong, we're approaching our destination. I can see some survivors and vehicles. Li Yong looked toward Wu Hang. The latter said, slow down the convoy, don't approach yet. Li Yong relayed through the walkie-talkie, slow down the convoy, don't approach yet. The convoy began to slow down, and Wu Hang sent out Zhao to scout ahead. In a large yard's concrete room. The empty room had no seats, Just a few red bricks forming a table, covered with a hand-drawn map. Around the brick table huddled 6 people. 5 men and 1 woman. In the center of the room, a man in his late 20s stood, wearing a field coat over body armor, with short hair and thick eyebrows. He looked very sturdy. Flame God Shelter, Mazai Ayong, appointed disaster relief commander by the main station. After everyone had introduced themselves, Mazai Ayong got to the point. The factory has more than 3,000 workers. If we want to attack safely, we need to reconsider our approach. The initial contact indicated a larger number of people, but only a few shelters' representatives arrived in reality. Either the rest had backed off, or, in a worse case, died en route. The only woman looked at the map and said, "Why not send someone to lure the zombies out? The few left inside, we can just go finish off." Mazai Ayong shook his head. "There is a level 2 commander zombie inside, the hordes won't leave easily. If we are detected by them, all of us are in danger." Everyone looked at the map, with brows slightly furrowed. "Is there a way to kill the commander first? Isn't there an armored vehicle at the Flame God? Kill the mutated zombie first, and lure away the rest of the swarm?" Another person suggested. Mazai Ayong shook his head. "Indeed, we brought 2 armored vehicles. It's fine if the mutated zombie appears, but if we can't locate it hiding somewhere, the armored vehicle is of no use." The crowd fell silent again. Unable to come up with a better strategy, they began to grow restless. "Damn, what a waste of time." Someone cursed. They had thought they were on a mission to solve the power issue, not expecting such a predicament on venturing out. Just as everyone was at a loss, urgent footsteps approached from outside, and several people from different shelters came in. Each person exchanged glances. One of them spoke up. "Chief, a convoy arrived? It seems to be military trucks, several of them." Chapter 217, Why did they leave one another car fleet? Upon hearing this, the other leaders also looked at the subordinate who just rushed in. They all nodded, which meant they came in to talk about the same thing. Mazai Ayong motioned for everyone to be quiet and asked, "Which shelter did they come from and how many people are there?" The subordinate replied, "We're not quite sure, the convoy didn't come close. It consisted of trucks and business vehicles, quite a lot." "How many vehicles?" "We can't give an exact number, but at least 10 or so." Another one behind him added, "There were 5 to 6 trucks, interspersed with buses and business vehicles. They all had reinforced steel plates and steel bars. It seems like they came from a large shelter. 5 or 6 trucks and so many business vehicles. If they were only transporting people, there wouldn't be any need for trucks. If they encounter zombie herds, they would directly rush into the cargo box." This kind of grandeur seemed unlikely to be from a small shelter. But it seemed that no shelter known to them was capable of such a scale. Could they be the people from the auto repair shop? They seemed quite interested in this matter yesterday night. The only woman guessed. "Not sure?" Mazai Ayong shook his head, stood up and said, "Let's go and see who's coming. No matter which shelter it's from, it's a good thing for our operation." When he reached the doorway, Mazai Ayong paused his steps and reminded them, "The booty should be divided equally. It's good for all of us." "Understood." The leaders nodded, and they all left the concrete room together. The concrete room was situated in a driving school's training ground. The spacious yard was filled with vehicles from several shelters, with many of their members standing on the surrounding walls, peering towards the opposite side. Mazai Ayong and his group reached the wall and looked towards the distance along the road. The first thing that caught their eyes was a military truck reinforced with steel plates, equipped with a ram at the front and the windshield being a grid of steel bars. This truck had been heavily modified into a steel beast. Behind the truck was a long convoy of buses, business vehicles, and more trucks. "Oh dear, they must have forcefully passed through the downtown," exclaimed one of the shelter leaders. The others immediately understood. The trucks were stained with blood and chunks of rotting flesh, and their tires left behind clear bloody marks. Moreover, they probably charged straight through the downtown with this route. When did such a powerful shelter appear? The others looked at Mazai Ayong. The man assigned as the disaster commander by the broadcasting station was also looking surprised. It seemed, the strength of this convoy was even greater than that of Flame God Shelter. At least, they wouldn't choose such an approach, to charge straight through. Did you ever hear of such a shelter? Their goal in coming here is likely the same as ours. They should attract the zombies, we might be able to take over the factory area. The female leader gave a cold chuckle. "Do you think they are fools, to just go and attract zombies and let us take advantage? We should pray that they won't use us as cannon fodder. Regardless, we should stick together. Our numbers are not inferior to theirs." The people started whispering and arguing. Suddenly, someone yelled, "The convoy is turning, all of them are turning, they aren't coming our way." The talking individuals immediately looked up. to see the first vehicle of the convoy turn around at the intersection and return the way it came. Then, it was followed by the remaining vehicles, turning around one by one. They left. The area instantly went quiet. And then it got noisy again. Oh dear, why did they leave? Were they just passing by, or did they discover some danger and thus left immediately? They can't just leave. Without them, how are we going to fight? Just now, they all agreed that they needed to stick together and get the other group to put in more effort. But, it seemed this group didn't plan to cooperate with them at all. They behaved quite differently from what they had guessed, and left before even coming over. If they left, wouldn't they be completely helpless? Ma Ziang immediately said, "Hurry, go chase after them and ask what's up." He added immediately after, "Be polite, don't provoke them." Two individuals nodded, swiftly got into an off-road vehicle. They sped out of the training ground, chasing after the convoy. Inside the convoy, the interior of a passenger bus. Liang curiously asked, "Why are we turning back? Aren't we supposed to attack that factory area?" Wu Heng replied, "They only brought over 100 people. If we go, we would have to take care of them." When the convoy was close, he had asked Zhao to scout ahead. There were just so many people in the entire training field, and they certainly lacked the ability to take over that factory area. If they got involved, they would have to carry them, and there could even be disagreements over dividing the spoils afterwards. Rather than that, they could turn back first and wait for them to leave. After that, they could move towards the factory area themselves and occupy it. Oh. They discussed so long and gathered such few people. Liang said and continued asking, "So are we just going back now?" "We'll head back first. Once they leave, we'll then attack the factory area." Through the view of the Spectre, they saw the map on the table. Combined with a bird's eye view of the surrounding buildings, they also found the location of the factory area. "Oh, alright then," Liang said. At this moment, voices came again from the walkie-talkie. "Sister Hong, they dispatched a vehicle and followed us." Liang pressed the walkie-talkie. "What do they want?" The reply from the walkie-talkie, "They are gesturing continuously, like they have something to say." Liang looked at Wu Heng, who was sitting in the co-driver's seat, continued to hold the walkie-talkie and said, "Slow down the convoy, ask directly what they want to say. Be careful." "Roger." The convoy began to slow down, and the window of the rear vehicle was lowered. While maintaining a steady pace, it started to communicate with the following vehicle. Soon, the walkie-talkie transmitted new information. "Sister Hong, they asked if we were here to join the factory clearance, and they asked why we were leaving." Liang said, "We were just passing by, we don't know about the factory area." "Roger." Then, the walkie-talkie sent out a voice again, "We've told them, we've already left." Liang pressed the walkie-talkie again, "Keep moving on, turn right at the intersection up ahead, and then slow down." The convoy once again picked up speed, moving away from the area. The driving school. Off-road vehicles returned, stopping amidst a cloud of dust. Everyone saw the convoy leave. Obviously, negotiations had not been successful. But despite this, Ma Ziang and others walked over and asked, "What did they say?" The car door opened, but the two men inside didn't answer, they just sat there dumbfounded. "What did they say?" Why the stunned silence? The man in the driver's seat came back to his senses and said, "They said they were just passing by, that they had other things to do and needed to leave in a hurry. They didn't know anything about the factory." They didn't know? Then what would the convoy do over here? Looking for a new shelter location? Just as the group leaders were furrowing their brows in thought, the man in the driver's seat continued, "They weren't hauling goods in their truck?" "Huh? What do you mean?" "When we were about to leave, the truck accelerated away. The wind blew open part of the back cover, and we got a glimpse inside. It was full of..." As he spoke, his face took on an even grimmer expression. Impatient, Ma Ziang prompted him, "Full of what? Spit it out." It seemed like skeletons. Packed tightly together and dressed in ancient armor, wielding weapons. When the cover was blown open, one of the skeleton heads even turned and looked at us, with blue light gleaming in its eye sockets. Everyone frowned at this. Ma Ziang looked at the other man, "You saw it too?" The man nodded in confirmation. Skeletons clad in armor, bearing weapons. But since both men who went with the convoy reported the same thing, obviously, they weren't hallucinating or seeing things. In this world, the possibility of skeletons standing up is not unthinkable. A female leader thought for a moment and said, "I remember the leader of the auto repair shop is called King Yama, right? There was a time when people mentioned skeleton monsters appearing near the repair shop, but there hasn't been any news about it since." Everyone turned to look at her. "Are you suggesting those people are from the auto repair shop?" The woman shook her head, "It's just a suspicion. But they obviously had no intention of cooperating with us." Whether or not they're from the auto repair shop doesn't really matter now since they've already left. Ma Xiaoyang helplessly responded, it seems like we've all made a fruitless trip. I'll continue to assign people to monitor the factory. If the zombies leave or if we find a better solution, I'll notify everyone. Well, there's not much else we can do. Next time, let's just communicate the number of people coming directly, to avoid wasted trips. Someone suggested. Came the response. Although they were frustrated, there was no other feasible solution. They needed to return to their shelter before nightfall. With a few more exchanges, the leaders called their people, got into their vehicles, and each went their separate ways. Pretty soon, the entire driving school was deserted. Half an hour later, the convoy returned from afar and took a look at the now empty driving school as they drove past. These people left rather promptly. The convoy did not slow down, but continued directly towards the factory location on the map. Soon, word was transmitted from the lead vehicle that they were approaching their destination. Through the bars shielding the windows, the sign of Wanyang Transportation Group could even be seen on the factory's main entrance. Transportation Group? That sounded like a road construction company. The convoy pulled up some distance away. Through the wide-open gate, they could see zombies wandering around the factory premises. Wu Heng let Zhao out again and said, Zhao, go check out that factory. Look out for any dangers or strange zombies, then come back and tell me. Okay, uncle. Zhao agreed, slipping through the car and disappearing. About half an hour later, Zhao returned, her transparent little hand pointing to the right of the factory. There are two ugly monsters in that building. One is the crawling kind, and the other one looks a bit like Big Head. Then, she pointed at the scary claw monster skeleton and the Big Head skeleton in the passenger car. Two mutated zombies. And one of them was a Big Head? Zhao tilted her head in thought, then added, but it seems a bit different from Big Head. Different? Wu Heng said, come here, let me see. Zhao flew into his body, and the image of the factory appeared in his mind. Upon entering the factory gate, the first thing to greet the eyes was a yellow decorative stone, 5 or 6 meters high, with the red characters Wanyang written on it. The factory's total area was even larger than it had appeared from the outside. Office buildings, dormitories, workshops, all presented in rows of structures. On the cement road, there were dozens of different kinds of vehicles. Trucks, cranes, and even engineering vehicles with extendable ladders. Looking at the factory, it seemed to be a major local industry. The number of zombies within the factory was quite substantial. Roving in groups of 3 to 5, the count was even higher than what they had speculated about at the Flame God shelter. Zhao flew past each building, checking the situation inside. When she flew through an office building, she saw 2 mutated zombies. One was a scary claw monster. It had a large body, grayish-white skin, and was quadrupedal. Its fingers were thick and sharp, like beastly claws. The other was a strange big head zombie. The defining feature was still its enormous head. The zombie's shoulders and chest seemed to have been swallowed up by the pus-filled mass of its head, leaving only its small arms and its torso and lower body. As it moved, its body shook slightly, but it was no longer clumsy. The next moment, the big head zombie suddenly turned its head, its closed eyes seeming to gaze at Zhao's location. Its body shuddered as if making a roaring sound. Startled, Zhao flew through the wall and ran away. Was it a level 3 zombie? Chapter 218, Big Head Level 3. After sharing Zhao's perspective, I let her go. Drifting off to the side, she spoke about how horrific the big head zombie was inside, saying how the skeleton seemed somewhat cuter. Liang then asked, how was it? Instead of answering, Wu Heng asked back, has the central office released any information about classifications or characteristics of the big head zombie? Classification? Liang pondered, then said, I haven't heard of any classifications, only that they have large heads, move unusually slow, and can control a certain number of zombies. Wu Heng nodded, explaining, Zhao was right. There's a level 2 crawling mutant zombie and another zombie with a large skull-like head, but I suspect it's a level 3 mutant zombie. Level 3? Liang was shocked. The central office had only reported a few level 3 zombies. Yet, she encountered one 2 days ago and now another today. What kind of damned luck was this? If it hadn't been for Wu Heng skeletons, they would surely be dead by now. She felt that the Flame God shelter was really lucky to have chosen to withdraw today. If they had been stubborn and decided to test their luck, they would probably have died without a trace left. What should we do? Liang asked again. It's not a big problem, capturing this factory area is still feasible. Even though it was a level 3 mutant zombie, the problem wasn't too serious. The zombie population in the factory area was limited and, unlike in the city, a fight wouldn't attract hordes of nearby zombies. This was a good place to kill it. Moreover, Skullcrusher had joined their team, so it shouldn't be a problem. After some thought, he said, "Let the caravan wait here. All skeletons, dismount and follow me." Liang picked up the walkie-talkie, explaining the plan to the rest of the team. All the skeletons in the carriage jumped down and started to assemble. Once all the skeletons were ready, Wu Heng waved his hand and the team immediately marched in the direction of the factory. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. As the skeleton army approached the factory gate, it immediately raised the alarm among the wandering zombies inside. Roar roar roar. Intense roars echoed one after another inside the factory. A horde of zombies began to converge at the gate, like a surging flood charging towards them. "Throw the spears, now!" Wu Heng ordered the moment he gauged the distance to the zombie horde. Whoosh! Iron spears formed a large black net, falling from the sky. Amid the clanging, the zombies at the forefront were instantly pierced, falling to the ground. Without waiting for the others to rise, the ones behind them trampled over the fallen zombies, continuing their charge forward. "Throw them all!" Swoosh swoosh swoosh. The skeletons didn't wait for another order. They threw their spears, one after another. A rain of iron fell again and again, covering the ground with 2 to 3 layers of corpses. Roar! The zombie horde, oblivious to death, continued to charge forward, stepping over the bodies of their companions. Wu Heng quickly released the white bone armor, a layer of white bones covering his entire body. He quickly moved to the front of the skeleton group. He released the grease skill, in the direction of the incoming zombie horde. The slick grease covered the ground. The zombies at the front immediately slipped, causing a large number to fall. He continued to release the fireball technique. The scorching fireball flew out, hitting a zombie. The flames spread, igniting the grease. The fire rose instantly, creating an undulating heat wave, causing the air to twist as it burned. A large number of zombies were engulfed by the flames, struggling and shrieking. Just as the skeleton troop was bracing themselves for the zombies to rush past the fire and collide with their spear ray, the zombie horde suddenly halted behind the flames. Although they were still waving their claws and roaring, they were gradually retreating. This proves it's a big head zombie type. The one controlling the zombie horde was definitely the big head zombie. The horde of undead paused momentarily, then aimed to bypass the blazing fire, clambering over the 2 side walls of the courtyard and continued to attack the skeletons outside. Upon observing this, Wu Heng instructed, "Order the spearmen skeletons to await them at the base of the wall." 2 squads of spearmen skeletons moved to position themselves at the bottom of the fortress wall. The zombies that jumped off the wall fell directly onto the upright spears. One after another, they became impaled and slid off. About 10 minutes later, the fire gradually extinguished, leaving only a few charred corpses still burning with embers. The moment the raging fire ceased, the zombies launched another attack. They stormed in with a pungent, nauseating smell of decay. They rushed directly into the spear rays of the skeletons, their bodies impaled by spears, accompanied by their agonizing screams. A moment of chaos ensued. In droves, the zombies began dying off. Wu Heng, standing at the middle back of the formation, promptly ordered, "Advance." With a clatter. At this point, the skeletons were far superior in level to the zombies. Among them, several beast warriors added to the crushing dominance of the skeleton army. Thousands of skeletons, undeterred by the zombies, marched into the factory. As they progressed, they left a trail of bloodied corpses in their wake. "Uncle, there are zombies coming from that side." Zhao appeared in midair, pointing to the side. Behind the administrative building, a large group of zombies charged, showing their fangs and claws. Wu Heng nodded and commanded one of the large-headed skeletons, "Send a small team to kill those zombies." A squad of skeleton warriors immediately separated out. They headed straight for the group of zombies planning a flank attack. In the ensuing intense battle, the skeletons became increasingly vicious, overpowering the zombies' assault. The sky darkened. All the lights in the factory were turned on. The bright white light illuminated the corpses littering the ground. The horde of undead outside had been entirely eradicated, with the remainders retreating into the administrative building in sight. That's where the big-headed zombie was hiding. "Attack!" Wu Heng commanded. The skeletons launched a renewed assault on the building. Bang! Suddenly, the glass on the 5th floor shattered violently. An enormous crawling zombie burst through the windows, crawling around the external walls quickly. Astride the crawling zombie was that big-headed zombie. The crawling zombie was swift in its movements, climbing relentlessly upwards along the walls of the building, gradually disappearing from sight in the darkness of the night. Bang! Suddenly, a gunshot was heard. Li fired a shot from afar. The bullet instantly penetrated the crawler's lower back, almost causing it to lose its footing and fall. After a wary glance downwards, it continued to climb on the other side of the building. "Go up, kill them, Don't let any escape. Wu Hang continued. 3 skeleton scary claw monsters immediately climbed the building, chasing upwards. Wu Hang, along with some gun-wielding skeletons, began to provide firepower coverage from below. The firearms' precision of regular skeletons wasn't accurate. However, under the unrestrained gunfire, the crawling zombies' movement was hindered. Caught by the 3 scary claw monsters, a vehement struggle took place outside the building. Phew, thump. A dull thud as the bodies hit the ground resonated. Both the mutated zombies abruptly fell to the ground. Kill them. The crawling zombie still attempted to rise, but a direct hit from Skullcrusher crushed its skull. The big-headed zombie with its head smashed in, using its short forelimbs, struggled to crawl away, leaving a streak of thick liquid in its wake. Blood Axe walked over. Foot on its deformed body, the axe fell, and the enormous head rolled off. Chapter 219, The Deacon Returns Gurgle. The enormous, bloated head rolled to one side, leaving a trail of filthy pus. Blood Axe quickly followed the head, lifting his foot to stomp on it. Blood Axe, don't stomp on it. Wu Hang shouted when he saw it. The boothiel of Blood Axe hung in the air and finally landed back on the ground without stomping directly. After the death of both mutated zombies, all the remaining skeletons entered a standby state, standing dumbfounded in place. Wu Hang first walked to the side of the crawler zombie. The skull caved in, spreading a pool of red and white pus. The work of Skullcrusher's hammer. After a glance, he directly used the bone manipulation skill on the corpse. The crushed skull slowly recovered, the flesh fell off, and the pale bone slowly stood up. Skeleton Scary Claw Monster, Level 12, stand aside first. The skeleton shook its body and immediately walked away from the crushed corpse. Wu Hang drew a sword from the skeleton soldier next to him, flipped through the rotting flesh, and a corpse core was picked out. He breathed a sigh of relief. The blow from Skullcrusher was powerful. The use of bone manipulation skill depends on the number of bones of the being before death, and necromancy will repair them. But Wu Hang was really afraid that a hammer blow would crush the corpse core in the brain. Skullcrusher, try to attack the body in the future. If you hit the head, just hold back your strength. Wu Hang said to Skullcrusher, who remained silent, still holding his war hammer, standing to one side. Wu Hang put the corpse core in a plastic bag and continued towards the big head skeleton not far away. He kicked the rolled head back to its original body position and continued to use bone manipulation skill. The flesh fell off, and the pale skeleton, topped with a skull as large as a balloon, slowly stood up. Skeleton Spirit Demon, Level 15, Level 15 Attributes, Constitution 18, Strength 12, Agility 8, Intelligence 25, Perception 22, Charm 8 Features, Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul Expertise, Soul Mutation, Biological Aberration Abilities, Soul Commander, Hive Mind, Dominate Monster, Mind Blast. Dominate Monster, control a creature with intelligence less than 12 through a mental bond, fully control its actions and thoughts, understand the feelings of the controlled creature, and will not harm yourself. Mind Blast, trigger an energy explosion in a maximum conical range of 20 feet, causing mental damage to enemies within the area. As expected, it was a level 3 mutant zombies, no different from what Wu Hang had guessed. The overall attributes were higher than those of the regular big head skeleton. Especially in terms of strength and constitution, it wasn't as fragile as before. Its agility reached 8 points, although it was still slower than normal human activities, it would no longer be unbalanced when walking. The main attributes were still intelligence and perception. The intelligence reached 25 points, which was no lower than any spell profession, while the perception of 22 points was a bit higher than Wu Hang's. 2 new abilities were added, Dominate Monster and Mind Blast. Dominate Monster allows you to dominate a creature with an intelligence of 12 or lower, which is different from commanding the skeletons, who are from the same faction. Dominate creatures. This is somewhat similar to the skills of beast tamers or rangers. It is an advanced ability, but it seems to be of no use. The second new ability is Mind Blast. Trigger an energy explosion in a certain area to cause damage. It is an attack ability. But it didn't seem to use this ability in battle, or it did, and Wu Hang didn't notice. From now on, you will be called Number 1 Big Head Leader, stand over there. Wu Hang said directly. Number 1 Head Leader stepped out of the crushed flesh and walked to the side. Wu Hang continued to search through the flesh, finding another level 3 corpse core. He immediately bagged the corpse core and put it into the space ring. Today's gains were not small. He had taken over the factory and obtained level 2 and level 3 corpse cores. How is it going? Li Yong crowded over and asked. The zombies have all been dealt with. Wu Hang answered. Then I'll let the convoy come in directly. It's not very safe at night. Li Yong glanced at the darkness outside the factory. The inside of the factory was brightly lit. In contrast, outside, It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Wait a minute. Wu Heng commanded the skeletons to collect all the zombies in the factory. Then he began to cast the dead bones battlefield. Wave after wave of gray halos, swathes of skeletons rose from the ground and walked into the roster of skeletons. Upgraded to level 10, the strain of necromancy on him had decreased significantly. A few skills later, all corpses had risen. Under the bright lights, the bones shone brightly. Let the convoy come over. Wu Heng said. Okay. Li Yong spoke into her walkie-talkie, and suddenly several bright headlights lit up in the distance. They started to slowly move towards them. Soon, the convoy entered the factory area. After closing the factory gates again, the skeleton stood guard. Is everything alright, Sister Hong? Someone asked. I'm fine. Li Yong said. Damn, it's been a long time since I saw street lights lighting up in a row, it's a little tear-jerking. How come? Should we disassemble all these to take back? It's enough for use in the prison. Everyone looked at the street lights and spoke in succession. Li Yong also looked up. Why dismantle the street lights? There are rows of warehouses behind us, probably with a lot of stock inside. Why dismantle the old ones when there are new ones? There are new ones? Chapter 219, The Deacon returns. Alright, it's late, everyone stays in the car for the night, and we will open the warehouse when it's dawn to see what resources we have. Continued Li Yong. Alright, Sister Hong. If you feel hungry or thirsty, deal with it in the car. Don't run around at night, who knows what dangers might lurking in other places. We know. Everyone responded, and all returned to their cars to rest. Li Yong also returned to her passenger car. As she opened the car door, she saw Wu Heng lying on a blanket on the ground, covered with a complete piece of black bear skin. Wu Heng lifted a corner of the bear skin. Li Yong felt a little hesitant, but she took off her coat, turned off the light in the car, and crawled in. Cuddled up in his arms. The skeleton's just sitting there, it feels eerie. Li Yong raised her head to see the skeleton sat on the seats of the passenger car. You'll get used to it, I already have. Said Wu Heng. Alright. After a pause, Li Yong continued. Stop messing around, it feels strange. Ah. Before she finished speaking, Li Yong was held tightly, and she ended up sitting on Wu Heng. What are you doing? SHH, be quiet, no one will know. The next day, early morning. Everyone had their breakfast in the car. Then, they collectively went to the warehouse. Squeak. Amid the ear-piercing noise, each warehouse door was slowly opened. The neatly arranged shelves inside were revealed, with blue photovoltaic panels of different models, circuit equipment, and 2 warehouses, containing thin lamp posts. All the things were complete, and the quantity had reached a staggering level. Damn, so many. Are these for export? Why are there so many? Export? It's not even enough to supply our province. Nowadays, the residential areas and parks are all illuminated by these photovoltaic panels. This factory selling this stuff must be making a lot of money. Why are we thinking so much? They're all ours now. Calamity and the others looked at the warehouse, their faces full of excitement. When they came, they just wanted to add a power supply method to the prison, in case any problem occurs and the generator breaks down. This could temporarily provide some power supply. But now it seems, the number of these photovoltaic panels has far exceeded their expectations. Not to mention the prison, even if they build dozens of prisons, it would be more than enough. On the other side, the quantity of photovoltaic panels also surprised Wu Heng. At the same time, he was also thinking about where to use these. Looking at Li Yong not far away, he asked. Do we have workers who know how to install these? Yes. Li Yong shouted at the group gathered not far away discussing. Wang Qinggang, brother Wang. Wang Qinggang, who was still chatting with Calamity and others, heard the call and ran over. What's up, Sister Hong? Li Yong directly asked. Is it difficult to install these photovoltaic panels? If it's just installation, it's not difficult at all. They all come with built-in circuits, just need a connection. When the Yamen Park added solar lights, I also participated in the work. Wang Qinggang said. Wu Heng then asked. Can these photovoltaic panels power appliances like air conditioners? Wang Qinggang thought for a moment and said. The power of photovoltaic panels will be stored in batteries. After adding an inverter, they can be used. Some appliances can use it directly, it depends on the requirements of the appliances. Wu Heng also understood the meaning within his words. The power of photovoltaic panels can fully be provided to various appliances. It is nothing more than whether an inverter is needed or not. It's not really a difficult thing. You wait. Wu Heng said to Wang Qinggang, then walked around the group of skeletons. He picked out 10 level 5 skeletons with not low intelligence. He gave an order. You guys follow him and learn how to assemble these photovoltaic panels." Listening to this, Wang Qinggang's pupils contracted. Teaching skeletons to install these things? Before he could say anything, Wu Heng continued. "These skeletons will follow you from today. Teach them how to assemble and identify photovoltaic panels and appliances within 3 days. Teach them." The prison there, many skeletons have already taken over the work of producing spears and javelins. There is no longer a need for Liang and others to make them. Working non-stop day and night, just like automated machines. Thinking about it now, it is very likely that Liang and others taught the skeletons how to use welding rods and gutters. Any difficulties? "No, I'll complete the task as ordered," Wang Qinggang immediately said. Wu Heng nodded. Liang continued. "You take people to choose equipment, and let's load the car. We will take the photovoltaic panels to the bus station in the county." Last night, Wu Heng and Liang had a talk. They decided to transport a part to the bus station to solve the power usage problem first. Then transport to the prison. "Okay." Wang Qinggang agreed, and he took the skeletons and drew near to Kaiang Tsai and others. Everyone started to move. The trucks were driven over, and the photovoltaic panels and circuit equipment were moved to the truck. It kept bustling until noon before it was all loaded. Liang came over and said, "The cargo is loaded. I left you a military card. The frequency has already been adjusted. You can contact us directly if something happens." "Okay, I can use the radio too." Liang smiled and continued. "What should we tell Flame God Prison if they ask if we have occupied it?" Wu Heng thought for a moment and said directly. "We can tell them. If they need the photovoltaic panels, they can exchange them with their resources." "What resources do they need?" "The Flame God has armored cars and firearms, right? These can be used. The rest is food and gold and silver. I haven't thought about the exact amount of exchange. We can discuss it later," Wu Heng said. "All right." Liang checked the time and didn't continue to delay. She waved goodbye to Wu Heng, and directly climbed into the passenger car. Leading the convoy away, Wu Heng arranged the factory area a bit, and let the skeletons strengthen the defense. After confirming everything was all right, he went to an office building, opened the boundary door, and returned home. At this time, Minnie and Andre Willow were not at home. Wu Heng bathed simply, and walked out of the house, heading for the guild. The guild was busier today. Just like before, many mercenary groups appeared in the hall, looking at the bulletin board in front of them. Pushing the door of the break room, Mado was in the room, mending the armor of the tamed beast. Seeing Wu Heng come in, she quickly said, "Team leader, the steward is back." Wu Heng's steps hesitated. "Gomez is back? When did he come back?" "I heard it was yesterday afternoon when he returned to the guild, but I'm not sure about the specific time," said Mada. The incident with the Hammer Party had already been a few days ago. Thinking about it, if Gomez still wants to do his job as a steward, he should be back by now. "Has anything happened to our team?" Wu Heng continued to ask. "Nothing." Wu Heng didn't enter the room and directly went to the steward's office. Chapter 220, Let the Sun Hang in the Sky. Knocking on the door lightly, after receiving a response from within. Immediately pushed open the door and walked in. Gomez, the executive, was sitting behind the desk, holding a flyer in his hand, looking at the content on it. As he saw Wu Heng walk in, he put the flyer down. "Executive." Wu Heng was the first one to speak. "I heard that you assisted the knights in handling the Hammer Party." Gomez spoke straight to the point. "Just doing what was expected of me." Seeing Wu Heng's admission, a touch of surprise flashed in Gomez's eyes. Yesterday when he returned, some news had reached his ears. It wasn't just that the Hammer Party hadn't succeeded. The most surprising thing was that Wu Heng had gathered tens of thousands of carrion, defeated the Hammer Party, and had seized half of London City. He had become a city lord with half of the city's governing rights. Due to the short time, he hadn't had a chance to verify this matter. Now that Wu Heng had admitted it, it solidified the authenticity of the event. Having been absent for a few days, the latest team captain to join the association had not only survived the battlefield, but had also solved this incident, and gained control of half the city. Even having confirmed that it was true, it still seemed a little unbelievable. Gomez took another look at the flyer on his desk and said, "What exactly happened on that day? Tell me about it." Wu Heng roughly explained the situation at the time and the issue of the city lord giving up half of the city. As for Gomez running away for several days, Wu Heng didn't want to comment on it. He somewhat disapproved of this approach, but if it were him and he knew in advance that the Hammer Party was going to attack, there was a high probability that he would also choose to escape from the city and return after a few days. Quite a few things really did happen. Gomez expressed some emotion. Wu Heng continued. "Executive, our team killed the leader of the Hammer Party and two of its key members. Since the bodies were turned into undead attendants beforehand, the coroner mentioned that it would still require your confirmation. Hearing that Wu Heng and his team had killed Skullcrusher, Gomez's pupils shrank once again. Skullcrusher died by his hand? He had the power to kill a fourth-tier strongman? Gomez was also doubting in his heart whether Wu Heng's identity and resume were genuine. Having killed even the leader of the Hammer Party, how could he be just a captain from a small town? With various thoughts in his mind, he kept a straight face and said, "Let your undead attendants in." Gomez called over the coroner, and Wu Heng had the 3 beastmen skeletons come in. After a series of comparisons, Gomez said outright, "There's no problem, report it to the association, attribute it to Team 12. Yes, Executive." The coroner nodded and left right away. Gomez motioned for Wu Heng to sit down by his side. And continued to ask, "Now that you're a city lord, do you have any plans?" Wu Heng didn't expect the other party to chat with him, so he replied directly, "I don't have any plans, we're playing it by ear." Gomez nodded. The association doesn't interfere with members' lives, but as a captain and a city lord, you need to manage both roles well. Understood. We're all from the association. If you need any help, just let us know. Gomez continued. It felt like Gomez had become a completely different person. In the past, when he spoke to Wu Heng, it was basically about giving out tasks, and it was always in a commanding tone. Even though Wu Heng had led his team to kill many wanted criminals, it didn't attract his attention. Now he seemed more like a leader who cared about his subordinates, appearing to be very kind. This made Wu Heng feel a bit uncomfortable. "Thanks, Executive. If I need anything, I'll ask for it. With 2 Tier 2 meritorious services, I can recommend you to the association later for promotion, enough for you to become a vice executive. Any place you'd like to go?" Gomez continued. Wu Heng glanced at him, and didn't expect him to bring this up. Recommendation from the executive was also a very important promotion channel. "I haven't thought about it yet. Besides, my level and strength haven't met the requirements yet," Wu Heng said. "Take your time, you're all still young. The world ahead belongs to you." Gomez continued. The two made some small talk. Then the captain of another team knocked and came in. He glanced at the 2 people in the room. "Executive, Captain Wu Heng." Gomez nodded. "Wu Heng, you can go. If there's any task, I'll inform you." "All right." Wu Heng responded, nodding to the captain in the room before leaving. After closing the door, he could faintly hear the discussion about wanted criminals inside. He returned to the team's resting room. The other 2 members were also sitting in the room. "Captain, how did it go?" Duke asked directly. "Nothing, I've already told the executive about the Hammer Party, the merit will be credited to our team later," Wu Heng said. Hearing this, the other 3 were overjoyed. 2 Tier 2 meritorious services and 2 Tier 3 meritorious services were impressive, even if they were only records of joint kills. It was enough to make their resumes look very good. There would be no problem in being promoted to team captain in the future. "It's all thanks to the captain, we're just basking in your glory," Duke said as he scratched his head and flattered Wu Heng. The other 2 concurred. "All right, everyone has done their part," said Wu Heng, then he turned towards the swordsman in leather armor. "Galloburly. Chief." Galloburly got his merits in a lucky draw. Originally, he joined the team with a purpose and hadn't been on the team for many days, but he had collected a bunch of merits. He must be the fastest one to accumulate merits in the guild. It's so unbelievable that no one would believe it if he said it out loud. The bereavement payout came in, pick it up at the front desk and send it to Burke's house. As for the rest, just give them money. Says Wu Heng. "Yes, Chief." Wu Heng looked at everyone and said. "All right, there's nothing else in the guild, go home, share the good news with your families, have a good time." "Thank you, Chief." After thanking Wu Heng, everyone left the guild. After leaving the guild, Wu Heng headed straight for the Snake Badge Consortium across the street. Entering the break room, Liza followed in. She raised her embroidered eyebrows and said, "Lord Mayor, what brings you here today?" "Came to see you," Wu Heng said with a smile. "I don't believe you. Any news on the Skill Book Procurement Commission?" asked Wu Heng. Liza sat down beside him. The gold necklace that Wu Heng had given her was visible on her slender neck. It made her skin look even whiter. "The Hammer Party matter just concluded, it can't be this fast. Wait a little longer, I will notify you if there is any news," said Liza. Wu Heng nodded, not surprised. Gomez just came back, so the collection of items is even slower. "I wanted to ask you about someone." "Information costs money." "All right." Wu Heng leaned a little closer and said. "Mumloda, I believe he is a notable person from the inner city." Liza wrinkled her brows and considered for a moment, then shook her head. "I've never heard of him. I can post a notice for others to gather some intel." If she posts it, Then everyone will know, including Mumloda himself. Wu Hang didn't want him to know about it yet. No need. I was just asking, it doesn't matter if you don't know. You shouldn't charge me since you don't know, right? No charge, really. You're a Lord Mayor. Wu Hang kept the conversation going unchatted with her for a while. He then changed the topic. Can I look at the city map that you showed me last time? The map? Yes, the map of London City. Wu Hang said. Sure. Liza opened the door, gave instructions to someone outside, and a map including both the inner and outer city areas was spread out on the table. Some details might be slightly off, but the overall layout and roads of the city were accurate and clear. Wu Hang took a careful look. Liza sat next to him, crossed her legs, sipped her tea, and her fair and delicate leg lightly swayed midair. Looking at your jurisdiction? Yes. Wu Hang stood up, took out his tablet, and took a picture of the entire map in the air. Liza frowned and stood up to look at the tablet screen. She had never seen anything that can directly imprint maps, and it's so clear. Wu Hang put away his tablet and said, Do you think extending shop opening hours would help the development of the city? You mean, you want shops to do business for longer hours? Yes, what do you think? Wu Hang asked. Liza smiled. Unless you can make the sun hang in the sky all the time. What if it's possible? Then this place will become the most prosperous city among the beastmen and humans. That makes sense. Wu Hang nodded in agreement. By the time, you will be in control of the sun, and do you still care about whether these shops open or not? Liza added. Wu Hang shrugged his shoulders without saying anything. He spent some time in the consortium before deciding to take his leave. Returning home, he had a rest in his room. At dusk, Minnie and Andre Willow returned home. When they saw Wu Hang at home, they chatted away about the day's shop reopening activities. Wu Hang sat and listened. The night fell. Minnie and Andre Willow went to prepare dinner in the kitchen, and when Mancha also returned home from outside. Seeing Wu Hang, she also smiled. After dinner, Minnie and Badong practiced boxing on the side. Wu Hang sat on the sofa. When Mancha poured herself a cup of tea and sat down close to him. What's the matter, master? Wu Hang opened his tablet, brought up the map he took a picture of earlier, and said, I need you to arrange for people to dig some deep pits along these two main streets and erect metal iron pipes in them. Chapter 221, Sturdy Local Customs digging holes to install iron pipes. When Mancha looked at the map with a bit of confusion and asked directly, Master, is there any particular plan here? Wu Hang responded promptly. I have a batch of items that can provide lighting at night. I plan to install them along the main roads in the two areas. Magic tools? Isn't it a bit too lavish? Is it necessary to do such things in the outer city area? When Mancha hesitated but still voiced her thoughts. She knew her master was wealthy and had substantial resources. But spending like this was a bit much. Using magic tools for public lighting was something hardly anyone would consider. Wu Hang placed an arm around her shoulder, saying, It's different from magic tools, and the cost isn't as high. Not only were there solar panels left behind by the photovoltaic farm. In some areas, there were many street lights that could still be used when removed. Supplying light to a city of this size was not going to be an issue. When Mancha leaned into his embrace, thinking for a moment, then said, Even if the cost isn't high, implementing this might be difficult. How so? Master, this is London City, a city teeming with thieves and burglars. Considering local customs, I fear the installations might disappear overnight. When Mancha explained. Compared to Wu Hang, when Mancha, as the gang's leading lady, understood the local situation far better. In the Pendant gang, thievery was a predominant practice in the early days. Going outside and not bringing something back was considered a loss. The items that Wu Hang referred to would be perceived as magic tools by the local residents once installed. At that point, it wouldn't be hard to guess what they'd do. Upon hearing this, Wu Hang agreed that there was some truth in her words. Do you have any solutions? When Mancha picked up the map, thought for a moment, and said, Why not first use them in a few key locations to see how it goes? Where would the best locations be? I think the area near the city wall, where the skeleton warriors and carrion are stationed, is less likely to be robbed. We can start there. When Mancha suggested. That seemed like a good idea. Reviewing the map, the city walls guarded by the undead attendants were in 4 locations, the outer and inner walls of the 2 city districts. Let's install the iron pipes at the inner city walls first and see the results. Wu Hang pointed to 2 locations on the map. Alright, I'll handle it tomorrow. When Mancha agreed. Resting her head on Wu Hang's leg, she continued. Many people are selling their property recently, including some shops, planning to sell at a low price. Selling their property? Wu Hang looked down at her. Yes, While certain rumors have improved, many people are still worried and are selling their property. However, no one is willing to buy them. Wenman Shaw added. The prices are almost as low as those in the outer city. It's really cheap. Wu Heng grabbed and kneaded Wenman's soft body through her clothes, all the while contemplating the impact the current situation might have on him. After some thought, he realized that these people selling their property didn't affect him much. On the contrary, having control over the houses would make it easier to arrange his future plans. When the time comes, I'll give you some money. Buy all the properties on sale at the lowest price. Wenman's cheeks turned red. Okay, I was thinking the same too. It's also a good opportunity to update the housing information. The property deeds were in the hands of the city hall. They certainly wouldn't hand them over easily. Instead, it's better to start afresh. The properties up for sale could also be bought back at a low price. Alright, let's proceed with this plan for now. The two of them chatted a while longer. Minnie, having finished her boxing practice, came over with her clothes soaked in sweat. She snuggled up on one side of Wu Heng's arm. What are master and sister talking about? About the city's affairs. Wu Heng draped his other arm around the little bunny girl. Oh, sister knows so much. Wenman Shaw glanced at her. Minnie has become quite the talker. Hee hee. It's all thanks to sister's teachings. Wu Heng glanced at the sky. He hadn't slept well the previous night. Gently patting the two girls, he said. Let's go, we need to bathe and sleep early tonight. Wenman Shaw sat up, yawned, and headed upstairs to the bathroom, her nightgown strap hanging casually off her arm. Minnie wanted to spend more time with Wu Heng. Seeing them heading for a bath, she pouted and walked towards her room. Aren't you bathing? Wu Heng held her back. Minnie's face instantly turned red. With Sister Manshaw? There's nothing to be shy about, we're all family. Minnie's face turned redder as she shyly followed Wu Heng into the bathroom. By early morning, Wu Heng awoke from his slumber. He moved the white leg resting on his waist to the side, and extracted his arm from under the head of the other girl. He clenched and unclenched his fist to alleviate the numbness. His slight movements stirred Wenman Shaw awake. She glanced at the morning sky outside the window and got up while yawning. Then, she lay back on Wu Heng, stuck out her red tongue, and offered it up for a kiss. After breaking the kiss, they noticed Minnie was still asleep. Wenman Shaw slapped her bottom and said under Minnie's shocked gaze. Still sleeping? Help the master get up and prepare breakfast. Minnie was startled by the sudden slap, and replied with a no, and started helping Wu Heng get dressed while rubbing her bottom. Then she quickly put on her own clothes and went downstairs to prepare breakfast. Soon, breakfast was served. Andrea Willow looked obviously tired and distracted. After a little small talk, Wenman Shaw led the skeleton warriors out, Andrea Willow and Minnie left for the shop. Once everyone left, Wu Heng closed the door, opened the boundary door, and headed towards the zombie world. Upon returning to the zombie world, he found himself in the office building. Looking out the window, he saw that the skeleton warriors had sealed off the plant area, and Li Yong's caravan hadn't returned yet. Descending to the ground floor, he saw about a dozen undead bodies piled up on the open ground. These were likely wandering zombies that had been killed by the skeleton warriors. Wu Heng cast Deadbone's battlefield, transforming the bodies into skeleton warriors and incorporating them into his ranks. Once the transformation was complete, Wu Heng continued. Some skeleton warriors, follow me. A clattering sound ensued as several dozen skeleton warriors piled out to follow Wu Heng. They headed towards the central workshop. The glass doors of the production workshop had been shattered, the floor littered with glass shards mixed with blood and flesh. The walls were full of scratch marks and bloody handprints, reminiscent of a crime scene from a movie. Circling around the front corridor, a massive transparent glass wall came into view. Thump. 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 Behind the glass, several zombies in uniform blue work clothes hit the glass partition with force. A hollow thud rang out. As Wu Heng and his comrades moved to one side, the zombies inside moved in the same direction. But the glass, it was clearly not just ordinary household glass. No matter how fiercely it was struck, it only gave off a hollow thud. After about 10 meters, they found the main control room's door. Open the door. A skeleton stepped forward to open the door, and a zombie inside tumbled out roughly. As it scrambled to its feet and lunged forward, baring its teeth and claws. However, just as it got close, the skeleton pushed it back to the ground and cut it into mush. The body was casually turned into a skeleton and they continued to move inward. Next, they found a huge workshop, with assembly line belts and factory robotic arms on both sides. It seemed, this factory was quite well built. At least in their hometown, a small mediocre city, most factories still relied on manpower. Using robotic arms like these was rare. The workshop had stopped, with stains littering the floor. But here there were emergency exits, They hadn't confined the zombies inside. Wu Heng, leading his skeleton troops, browsed around the workshop and then proceeded to inspect the dormitory buildings. There were a few supermarkets downstairs, selling a variety of snack foods and life necessities. A bathhouse and a dining hall were also present. It seemed that the conditions here were not worse than those in the prison. However, if forced to distinguish between the two, the prison had a degree of defense, with high walls covered with wire mesh and equipped with weapons. The walls here seemed much lower. The prison was certainly more secure. After a tour of the factory area, every zombie that had been trapped in the buildings and corners was eradicated. He opened the offline map given to him by Li Yong and took a look. With a wave of his hand, he led the skeleton army straight out of the small district. There were still factories nearby. But they were clearly not as grand as the photovoltaic panel factory. There were hardly any people around. Some even showed signs of decay, with the weeds towering over them. Wu Heng led his skeletons and cleared several factories in succession. The zombie inhabitants were killed and transformed into skeleton warriors. Then they continued on their way down the road. Unlike the city, it was hard to encounter zombies on these roads. Occasionally one or two could be seen. As soon as they rushed over, they were killed by the skeletons. After walking for more than half an hour, another 2-meter-high enclosure appeared in front of them. From a distance, the howls of zombies could be heard. Next, the gate was violently opened up and about 100 zombies rushed from the inside onto the road. After glancing left and right, they fixed their eyes on the group of skeletons. Howling, they rushed forward as a group. Number 3, try using your mind blast, Wu Heng told the level 15 big head skeleton next to him. The big head skeleton, with its large cranium, moved to the front of the group. The next moment, an invisible wave of energy radiated forward in a fan shape. Boom boom boom. The charging zombies instantly froze, half of them fell to the ground, and the other half remained frozen on the spot. Once it was over, the big head skeleton retreated back. That's it? Wu Heng looked at it. The big head skeleton didn't respond. Wu Heng had no option but to give the order. Move ahead. Kill the zombies. The army began to march. They continued to push forward. Only when they got close did the immobilized zombies gradually start to regain their movements. They were immediately killed by the skeletons. Dead Bones battlefield was released, and the skeletons rose to their feet. All the zombies were cleared out. Wu Heng led his skeletons into the courtyard. Upon reaching the main gate, Wu Heng's pupils constricted. The larger grounds were densely piled with scrapped shared bicycles. Like the waste in a garbage dump, yellow and blue bikes were stacked into small mountains. A bike graveyard? Wu Heng hadn't expected that this place wouldn't be a factory, but something more akin to a recycling station. He walked in, leading his skeletons. The stacked-up bikes were already covered in rust, and some had even started to rot. After searching around, helmets that had been kept separately were found in a concrete warehouse. The quantity was astonishing, filling the entire room. Wu Heng's eyes lit up. It turned out that this strip wasn't a waste after all. He casually put a part of them into his space ring and instructed the skeletons to hang the rest on their bodies. The battalion, amidst clink-clink-clink sounds of helmet collisions, began to head back. With them fully padded with helmets, it was impossible to continue clearing out zombies. Flame God Shelter. The convoy swiftly passed through the gate and parked in the open space in the middle. What did you find today? Within the shelter, someone asked. From the leading SUV, a man with a serious expression jumped down. Where's Brother Ma? He's over in the conference room. What's up? Did something happen? The man didn't answer, and sped towards the conference room. Upon reaching the door of the conference room, with a loud bang, he burst open the door, startling the people inside who were in a discussion. Ma Ziyang's brows furrowed as he said, "What's the rush?" Huff huff. The man drew a quick breath. Then he said, "Something's wrong at the factory." Hearing about the factory, the faces of the people present instantly turned serious. What happened? Someone asked. The factory has been occupied. Chapter 222, We Want Gold. At these words, the mood in the room instantly turned grave. The day before yesterday, they had to turn back due to a lack of numbers. And now, those who remained in the room were still discussing the matter of occupying the factory area. They had yet to come to a conclusion, yet they were being told that the factory had already been occupied. How could it have happened so quickly? Ma Ziyang signaled for the others to keep quiet and continued to ask. Who has occupied it? Tell us in detail. The driver took a deep breath and said. When we came back, we took the road from the factory area. While passing by the factory, we looked in through the main gate and didn't see any zombies. Not a shadow of one. All we saw were skeletons clad in ancient armor, holding cold steel in their hands, and guarding the factory like soldiers. Skeletons? The others in the room furrowed their brows, and quickly reacted. Wasn't the convoy that arrived the day before yesterday carrying these skeletons? It must be them. Shit, we've been played. They must have learned of the location through us. Right, that factory should have been ours. Immediately, two of them cursed aloud. Even though they hadn't figured out how to occupy the place, they were the first ones who initiated and mobilized people. And now that it was taken by someone else, they can't describe how choked up they were. Ma Xiaoyang's face was equally grim. Restoring power is a crucial step in the camp's subsequent development. Are they supposed to fight those skeletons? If the others could single-handedly take over that factory, their strengths must not be underestimated either. If both sides sustain casualties by then, they would also be eliminated by the current harsh environment. Hearing the others still cursing, Ma Xiaoyang said, "Let's go, to the radio." The few of them got up and followed him out. They entered a room on the second floor. Upon opening the door, they saw a few women sorting through food while chatting. Seeing Ma Xiaoyang and the others rush in, one of them asked, "What happened?" Ma Xiaoyang said, "Nothing, we just need to use the radio." Beneath the window, on the wooden table, there was a radio. It was turned down low, and the conversation on the line was about the shelters discussing the issue of storing grains before winter arrived. The city was still occupied by zombies. And once winter arrived, they would have to store grains in advance here in the northern region. Otherwise, they would hardly survive. Ma Xiaoyang turned up the volume on the radio, picked up the microphone, and said, "Is anyone from the auto repair shelter there?" The conversations inside the radio halted. When someone was transmitting a message, idle chats would be temporarily stopped. "This is the auto repair shelter, what's the matter?" A woman's voice came from inside the radio. "We're from Flame God Shelter. We have a matter to discuss with your leader," said Ma Xiaoyang. "The leader is not here currently." Before she finished speaking, another woman's voice cut in. "I'm here." "What is it?" Everyone at the radio stations of all the shelters were taken aback. Why were there two places speaking? There were two bases at the auto repair shelter? Ma Xiaoyang asked directly. "Did you occupy the solar farm?" The room instantly quieted down. Everyone was waiting for the answer from the other side. "Yes." This. Although they had suspected it, hearing the confirmation still left them taken aback and incredulous. Those skeletal figures were really controlled by people. And they could even awaken such strange superpower. Before Ma Xiaoyang could respond, other voices from several other shelters resounded in the radio. "The auto repair shelter isn't being honest. We agreed to attack together and share the spoils equally. How come you occupied it alone?" "Exactly, Captain Ma initiated it. You occupied it without a word. What's the meaning of this? How did you learn about the factory's location?" The shelters were questioning one after the other. But no one from the auto repair shelter responded. Ma Xiaoyang remained silent for a moment, and after letting the shelter's radio operators accuse the auto repair shelter, he said, "Are you willing to exchange the solar panels?" Everyone quieted down again. The female voice from the auto repair shelter in the radio said again, "We can trade." There was a slight pause before she continued. "You cannot conquer the factory in a short time. We can provide solar panels and food, and you can exchange them with items we need. They have food as well." Such audacity, dare to sell food to the entire shelter. Before Ma Xiaoyang could continue speaking, someone from the shelter asked, "What do you guys need?" "Armored vehicles, weapons, corpse cores, gold, and silver," came the response. Armored vehicles and weapons were undoubtedly conditions set towards the Flame God shelter. Only they would have such things. But gold and silver? What use could they have at a time like this? "You guys really want gold and silver?" someone asked. "Yes." Ma Xiaoyang interjected again. "What would the exchange rate be?" The radio went silent, everyone was waiting for the answer. After a while, the reply came through. "We need to discuss it. We'll let you know in a couple of days." "All right." They put down the radio. Ma Xiaoyang and the others fell into silence again. It would seem that the team at the auto repair shop was much stronger than they had anticipated. Offering to exchange food with all the shelters, that wasn't something just anyone could confidently propose. "They want armored vehicles. We can't give them to them, we only have a few. What will we use if we give them away?" "What about the solar panels then? Moreover, we don't have enough food for winter." "Captain Ma, what should we do?" Ma Xiaoyang remained seated, thought for a moment, and said, "We can't give up the armored vehicles. Didn't they say they wanted gold and silver? Look up nearby banks and jewelry stores, there's plenty of that stuff." "That's right, let's exchange those with them. Get ready, we will head out tomorrow. While scavenging for resources, we'll also keep an eye out for jewelry stores." Ma Xiaoyang continued. "Sounds good." Everyone nodded and dispersed. On the same frequency, All the shelters that heard the conversation were discussing this matter. Most people's radios could only receive signals and could not send messages. Upon learning that they could exchange useless gold and silver for food or solar panels, they all began to prepare. Perhaps they could safely get through this winter after all. Wu Heng returned to the factory district with the skeletons. After storing all the helmets in a warehouse, he rearranged the defensive formation and surrounded the entire factory district. In fact, this place was safer than the city district, open, uninhabited. But they still needed to take some precautions to avoid any problems. After making sure everything was in order, he returned home through the boundary door. It was now around 4 o'clock. Wu Heng asked the skeletons to carry a few electricity poles over there first. He sat in the room for a while, then got up and went to the guild. The whole guild was still bustling, and it was also the guild members' gathering time. Upon entering the hall, apart from the staff, members and leaders of some small teams shouted greetings from afar, as if they were old acquaintances. "Captain Wu Heng, there's some mail for you here," the receptionist shouted. Wu Heng walked over. There was only one letter, and from the seal's pattern, it was a reply from Slither. He thanked the receptionist with a smile and headed towards the lounge. There was no one in the lounge. Wu Heng sat at the desk, cut open the letter's seal, and pulled out the letter. The writing was as neat and beautiful as ever. The content was about thanks for Wu Heng's trust and some internal situations of the secret speakers. Wu Heng skimmed through it. It seemed that Slither's tone in this letter was somewhat too formal, without the usual cunning hints. The last paragraph stated that she would come to London City again in 3 days to take away the blood cup, and asked Wu Heng to keep his word from last time. To meet her at the border. Chapter 223, Let Me Be Your Maid. Is Slither arriving in 3 days? It seems that this blood cup is even more important than it was stated in the letter. The reason isn't difficult to deduce. After all, the person in need of this special item is the leader of the secret speaker faction in the association, in essence, Slither's superior. Not to mention that the blood cup is a peculiar item that is costly to make and is basically useless. However, even if it is a prized item, a sharp woman like Slither would not give up the opportunity to build a relationship with the other party. Knowing that the other party will arrive, Wu Heng doesn't consider replying to her. Based on the travel time from Blackstone Town to London, they should be on the way right now. In fact, Wu Heng starts to miss her somewhat. It would be good for the two to catch up when she arrives this time. After sitting in the break room for a while, none of the squad members showed up. Since there was nothing to do, he got up and left with his skeleton attendant. Just as he opened the door to leave, he saw several tall green-skinned beastmen crowding around Vice Executive Shaman and walking toward him. People on the way respectfully gave way. The shaman responded with a small smile and nod, acting like an amiable elder. It appears that he just returned from outside. The vice executive indeed has an excellent job, he even returned later than Gomez. Standing at the entrance, he watched as the beastman walked away. Suddenly, the beastman shaman stopped, turned his head and looked this way, giving a nod and a smile. Wu Heng also gave a slight salute in return. After dealing with the Hammer Party, it seemed as if everyone in the association had become more friendly. After the shamans walked away, Wu Heng crossed the hall and left the association. Returning to his place, Minnie and Andre Willow were chatting while preparing dinner. Upon hearing the door, Andre Willow glanced at the entrance. Seeing Wu Heng and his skeleton attendant returning, she immediately smiled. "Master, please wait a moment. Dinner will be ready soon." Wu Heng nodded, took off his armor and stored it in the space ring. Soon, Wen Manshaw also returned, looking quite weary as if running the gang was more work than she intended. Following Wen Manshaw was a skeleton attendant holding a wooden box. He placed it by the side of the coffee table with a thud. Wen Manshaw stood by the clothes rack, took off all her armor and the clothes inside, revealing her plump and curvaceous body. She replaced her gear with a silk nightdress. Walking over and leaning on Wu Heng's chest, she curled up on the sofa. With one arm around her waist, Wu Heng asked, "You must be tired, right?" "Not at all, it feels more invigorating than running the gang." Wen Manshaw quietly replied, then continued. "Today, we retrieved many property deeds, including a lot of homes in the inner city. I've dropped the prices lower than the houses in the outer district, yet they still chose to sell them." While speaking, she stretched out her foot and nudged open the wooden box by the coffee table. Inside were neatly sorted property deeds. In just one day, they've collected so many deeds. Would the city become empty if this continues? Wen Manshaw worriedly asked. A city's development depends on the number of residents and their living conditions. If all the people leave the city, leaving only some undead attendants and gang members, then it isn't a city anymore. It would be more like a bandit stronghold or a gang base. Just larger in size. Wu Heng said. It doesn't matter. Once the city's infrastructure is built, People will move back. Alright, I'll listen to you. Wen Mancha nodded, then stretched and continued. The pit has been dug, and I have already inspected it once. The depth should definitely be sufficient. The few pillar rods have been left in the yard. I will take them over tomorrow. Wen Mancha nodded. She twisted her body around, facilitating his touches. After chatting for a while, dinner was served. After eating, Minnie began to practice boxing, and Wu Heng joined Blazing Blade to practice swordsmanship. The techniques and moves he taught were more profound than those from Jiani and Jianer in the past. While mages need to study scriptures and magics, melee class also needs long hours of training and polishing their skills and techniques. Every class can reach a high level, but nothing comes without a price. Certainly, some species are naturally advantaged, but that is only an advantage. They still need to level up. After being busy for a while, they headed to bath when night fell and then retired to their rooms. The next morning, after breakfast, Wen Mancha was directing her skeleton to lift the long lamppost and leave. It looked slender and light-weighted, but it wasn't heavy as it appeared to be, just thicker tubing made of iron. She found several beastmen skeletons to carry them away directly. Minnie and Andre Willow also went to their shop. After putting on his leather armor, Wu Heng opened the boundary door and went to Zombie World. He appeared in a room of an office building, then looked out of the window. Li Yong's convoy had already stopped in the factory area. A group of people unloading boxes. Wu Heng came down from the office building and Li Yong walked over to him. When did you return? Wu Heng asked. Just now. Is the photovoltaic panel usable? Wu Heng continued. It's quite useful. The ones we took last time have all been installed at the bus station. The result is quite good, there is not much difference from the generator. This time, I plan to transport some to the prison. Li Yong happily replied. Replacing generators with photovoltaic panels can significantly reduce the consumption of gasoline. Sometimes, they were reluctant to use it, but now with solar power, they could use electricity freely. Chapter 223, Let me be your maid as long as the sun could rise the following day. Wu Heng nodded. If it could be used at the bus station, then it should have no problem in London City. Li Yong continued, yesterday, people from the Flame God shelter inquired about the conditions in our factory district. I told them we could exchange solar panels and food for resources. The exact exchange rate isn't set yet, you need to determine that. After all these things were obtained by Wu Heng. And, he needs gold and silver too. How to exchange would depend on his pricing. Wu Heng thought for a moment and asked. What are your thoughts? Armored cars and weapons can be used to exchange more solar panels and food to encourage them to exchange. Gold and silver actually aren't very useful at the moment and are not as valuable as food, so we can exchange less food for them. Li Yong suggested. The prices for gold and silver cannot be too absurd. I can secure a sufficient amount of food. Exchange is a method, it can also help everyone to overcome hard times. If it's too harsh, it's not good. Wu Heng considered before saying. Li Yong was afraid that the food she painstakingly gathered would all be exchanged away. By the time, everyone would starve together. But Wu Heng's thought was the opposite, food in the alternate world was abundant. Even without using the gathered food, it could still fulfill the exchange for other items. There was no need to make the exchange terms too stringent. If everyone starves to death, there would be fewer people to help gather items. Honestly, compared to Ma Ziyang, you're more suited to being the chief commander. Who? The leader of Flame God Shelter, Ma Ziyang. Oh, we are not destined to be leaders. The two walked over to a stone table on the side and started discussing the exchange ratio. After some adjustments, a preliminary price list was generated. A bag of normal 100 jin food can be exchanged for 20 grams of gold, 200 grams of silver. The solar panels are divided into 3 sizes, small, medium, and large, costing 50 grams, 80 grams, and 120 grams of gold, respectively. And an armored car can be exchanged for 500 solar panels, 5,000 jin of food. A gold ring, gold necklace also weigh a few grams. One can simply kill some zombies or gather items from an area. As long as one is not expecting to get something for nothing, they could exchange for food. As for silver, it's not so valuable, scrounging a few hundred grams is not easy, they could be exchanged for some small items when the time comes. After setting the prices, Li Yong listed them all over again. Confirming there were no issues, she took a picture with her phone to prevent loss. After settling the pricing issue, Li Yong gestured to the distance. Wang Qinggang, leading more than a dozen skeletons, came over. Boss, these skeletons have all learned how to install solar panels. Wu Heng glanced at the properties of the skeletons. Added to their specialties was mechanical expertise, beginner. It appeared that they had indeed learned it. Good job. My pleasure. Wang Qinggang humbly replied. Then, Wu Hang picked out more than 20 skeletons from the skeleton army, and continued. These skeletons will continue to follow you. Not only should you teach them to assemble solar panels, also teach them some knowledge about other electrical appliances. Wang Qinggang, who had thought that he had completed his task, had a stiff smile on but still agreed. Okay, sure. Wang Qinggang left. He continued to help others carry solar panels from the warehouse. Li Yong said. These are to be sent directly to the prison. That will also solve the electricity problem. Not staying a night and going tomorrow? Li Yong's face turned red. I'll come back in a few days and accompany you then. No rush actually, said Wu Hang. The faster we progress, the better. Didn't you say that zombies are also becoming stronger? It's safer if we get busier now. Li Yong furthered. I'm here, don't worry. I also want to help lessen your burden. The two chatted for a while. After the convoy finished loading the solar panels, Li Yong went to join them as they waved to their side. After bidding Wu Hang goodbye, the convoy left the factory area and headed towards the prison. Wu Hang looked at the skeletons in front of him that had learned to install solar panels. He directly instructed. Select all the solar panels and components that need to be assembled. I need you to install them on the roof. The few skeletons got into action, entering the warehouse to select the solar panels and accompanying equipment. Carrying them on their shoulders or under their armpits, they walked right out. Wu Hang had the skeletons choose some electronic devices from the office area and directly removed them. He opened the boundary door and walked straight in. Returning to his residence, it was still bright outside. Wu Hang walked out of the building with the skeletons, looked at the roof from the courtyard and said, I need you to install solar panels on the roof to provide power for the indoor air conditioner and electric lights. Upon hearing his command, the skeletons immediately started moving. They found a ladder, carried solar panels straight up to the roof and began the installation. They started installing them. More than a dozen skeletons began working together. It was quite a busy scene. This residential area, after the hammer party incident, was basically uninhabited. Especially knowing that Wu Hang was a necromancer, and that there were carrions and skeletons guarding the surroundings, people were even rarer to see. Even if the skeletons' actions were seen by someone, it really wouldn't matter. If something was installed on the roof, it wouldn't necessarily raise people's attention. Watching the skeletons work, he couldn't offer much help himself. After giving instructions to the skeletons handling the installation, he left the place, put on his helmet and headed towards the outer city area. ALC grocery shop. Entering the back door, two fox people with peas ears and tails stopped him. Sorry, sir, this is the store's backyard, please go to the lobby for shopping. One of them said. They were wearing leather armor, a dagger hung around their waist. Their language was polite, but their hands also reached for the weapons at their waist. Wu Hang took off his helmet and said, This is my shop. Andre Willow should have mentioned me to you. The two fox people were stunned, staring at his hair and eyes carefully to recognize him. They immediately saluted. Mr. Wu Hang, we will notify the junior clan leader immediately. No need, just call Minnie over. Wu Hang walked directly into the backyard. One of them nodded and headed towards the lobby. In the yard, there were still many members of the Fox People clan. There were both males and females, with the females predominating. After all, they were all fairly young, bought from slave traders. The hair color of the Fox People in front of him was mainly brown and gray. Pure white fur like Andre Willow's was quite rare. When Wu Hang walked in, everyone looked at him curiously. But after seeing his hair color, they all got up and bowed slightly. Wu Hang also nodded in reply. Soon, Minnie ran over from the lobby. Upon seeing Wu Hang, she immediately showed a smile. Master came to see me. Wu Hang nodded and said. Yes, come with me for a bit. We need to purchase some things. Oh, okay. Minnie continued. If Master is not in a hurry, I'd like to introduce you to my friends. Friends? Wait a moment, Master. Minnie quickly ran back, and when she returned, she was leading two figures, one tall and one short. To the left was a petite girl with black cat ears and tail, dressed in beige clothes, and to the right was a bunny girl, about 1.5 meters tall, with white drooping ears. Master, these are my two friends, let them be your maids. Minnie said directly. The faces of the two beast girls instantly turned red. They whispered. Master. Wu Hang glared at Minnie. This girl was definitely doing this on purpose. He glanced at the two bashful girls and said. There are no empty rooms in our residence for now, you two follow Minnie and help out here. When there's a chance, I'll bring you over. Thank you, Master. The two girls immediately thanked him when they heard the good news. See, I have already discussed it with the Master, it's just that there's nowhere to live at the moment. Minnie added quickly. Wu Hang gave her a stern look. Stop messing around, Come with me. Oh, okay. Minnie hopped over and looped her arm through Wu Heng's as they headed out. They left the yard. Master, what do we need to buy? Minnie asked. Do you know a grain shop? Where would you usually go to buy food, a shop with higher quality? Wu Heng asked. Oh, I know, let's go this way. Chapter 224. Wow, so cool. The supply of food in the city was primarily controlled by the human race, though beastmen did partake in farming. It was very minimal. They were more proficient in hunting, selling animal meat and fur in the city. Humans, on the other hand, excelled in farming. Coupled with plant-based magic and elixirs, the yield of food crops was significantly improved. Consequently, the price of grain in the city was not expensive. Minnie, together with Wu Heng, had only walked a few steps when they saw a shop. When Wire and I are on our way home, we buy from here. The food prices are similar throughout the city. Minnie said. Wu Heng looked over at the shop. The shop was not particularly large. Compared to the shops on either side, it seemed rather narrow. It felt more like a formal alleyway had been blocked off to make room for this establishment. Minnie led Wu Heng and a few skeletons straight in. A middle-aged, round-faced shopkeeper was barely awake at the counter. Only when he heard footsteps did he lift his head to look. Ah, Minnie's here. Mid-sentence, he spotted Wu Heng and the 5 guards behind him. Immediately, he broke into a smile and came forward to greet them. He said, "You've come at the right time, sir. The city's road just opened and these are the freshest, top-grade grains. Guaranteed to satisfy you." Despite being separated by the skeletons, the shopkeeper stayed close, enthusiastically explaining the products. "The pubs in the city are all supplied by us. Our prices are absolutely fair. If you're buying for the nobles in the inner city, I can recommend some better types. That way you won't have made a trip in vain." In the shop, samples were displayed. All of them were grains and flour. The main food in this world was bread and pancakes. Humans preferred bread, while beastmen ate various types of roasted cakes. Grains, on the other hand, were mainly used to make porridge. A small bag of barley was priced at 36.8 copper coins, and a full bag was 73.6 copper coins. A small bag of oats was 52.5 copper coins, and a full bag was 105 copper coins. Wheat. Barley flour. Oat flour. A small bag of wheat flour was 85.5 copper coins, while a full bag was 171 copper coins. Both the grains and flour were packed in special cloth bags. A small bag weighed approximately 50 kilograms, and a large bag weighed 100 kilograms. This was roughly the same as the weight of modern rice. Seeing these prices, Wu Heng was in high spirits. Copper coins. Whereas the trade agreement that he and Liang had made was in gold. Coming and going, he would be making quite a bit. Minnie says your grains are of good quality. At this point, Wu Heng spoke aloofly. Ms. Minnie is astute and wouldn't casually make such a claim. The shopkeeper quickly responded. The quality of our grains is indeed the best around. Wu Heng continued. Can I get a discount if I buy in bulk? That depends on how much you're buying. If you're buying wholesale, the price is naturally more affordable than retail. The shopkeeper went on. How much do you have? The shopkeeper slightly furrowed his brows but still replied. We have grain warehouses and several branches locally. Just let me know how much you need, so I can give you a price. I'll take 5,000 bags of each of these types of flour. The shopkeeper was taken aback. We don't have that many in stock, sir. The combined inventory of flour in our shops and warehouses is less than 2,000 bags. How come there's so little? Asked Wu Heng. Earlier, the shopkeeper boasted about the abundance of their stocks, and now claimed he didn't have enough. The shopkeeper felt a bit embarrassed and quickly explained. The war just ended, sir. We didn't dare bring over such a large stock. But if you really need it, we can have more shipped over in 3 days. Fine, calculate the cost of these 2,000 bags. If the price is right, I'll take them all. Wu Heng said outright. All right. Never did the shopkeeper anticipate serving such a big client that day. He beamed as he agreed. He then ordered his staff to count the inventory, while he served tea to the guests. Before long, the staff member returned with the inventory count. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was doing the calculations. Sir, it should be 242 silver coins in total. But I can give it to you for 240 silver coins. 220. I'll pay you now. Plus, you can restock afterwards. I'll still purchase it at this price. Wu Heng countered. The shopkeeper hesitated for a moment but eventually agreed. All right. Since you plan on making long-term purchases and were introduced by Miss Minnie, I'll give you this price. Wu Heng took out his coin pouch and counted the agreed amount of silver coins onto the counter. Deliver the flour to the ALC grocery store. Very well, sir. The shopkeeper collected the money and immediately summoned his workers to deliver the goods. Wu Heng watched as they loaded the sacks onto a push cart, transporting them to the grocery store across the road. Then, he and Minnie departed. He called me Miss Minnie. Minnie's face beamed. What's so great about that? It's the first time someone called me that. I've never heard it before. From now on, he'll always address you this way. Wu Heng said, draping an arm around her shoulders as they headed for the grocery store's backyard. In the backyard, Minnie went to the front of the house to help Andre Willow with sales. Meanwhile, Wu Heng stood in the yard, watching the workers pile bag after bag of flour. When everything had been brought over, he addressed the Fox People clan in the courtyard. Stay outside for now. Don't let anyone else in. The Fox People in the courtyard bowed slightly. They all left the courtyard, standing guard outside the back door. Through the warehouse door, Wu Heng opened a boundary door, directing the skeletons to move the flour to the zombie world, and brought all the collected supplies back. About half an hour later, all the flour in the courtyard had been replaced with pots, bowls, and dishes packed in cardboard boxes. You may come in now. Wu Heng called out. The Fox People outside the door entered. Wu Heng said. These are the newly delivered goods. Let Andre Willow know later. Yes, sir. The Fox People nodded without asking further questions. Wu Heng nodded, bid the Fox People farewell and left. By the time he returned to his residence, it was already afternoon. The installation of the photovoltaic panels was faster than expected. By the time Wu Heng returned, not only were the photovoltaic panels fully installed, but the air conditioning and chandeliers inside the building had also been put in place. The only problem was that all the wiring was laid out visibly, with the wires clearly seen running along the roof and walls. But there was no other option. They couldn't start cutting out grooves in the walls to bury the lines now. It didn't really matter, as long as the appliances could work. Apart from the lights overhead, the main appliance in the living room was the upright air conditioner in the corner. Wu Heng picked up the remote control and tested it out. With a beeping sound, the air conditioner lit up. He adjusted the temperature, and gusts of cool air started to come out. It actually worked. He was momentarily delighted. He turned off the air conditioner, and then tested out the chandeliers in several rooms. The modern light bulbs were much brighter than any engraved ornaments meant to simulate light, but this wasn't very noticeable in broad daylight. After inspecting everything, Wu Heng was quite satisfied. He turned off all the appliances. Next, he opened the boundary door and headed to Zombie World. He directed the skeletons to move all the flour into the warehouse. Now it was autumn, and cloudy and rainy weather was frequent. Leaving the flour outside, it might get rained on by the next day, which would also be troublesome. It was better to be cautious. After all, this flour had a crucial role in his continued plans for the shelter. When he came back, Minnie and Andre Willow were already in the kitchen preparing food. Wu Heng went downstairs and turned on the air conditioner. Gusts of cool air blew out from the air conditioner, gradually lowering the indoor temperature. Wow, how come it's so cool? Yeah, where is this cool wind coming from? The surprised exclamations of two women came from the kitchen. Andre Willow stuck her head out of the kitchen, her gaze falling on the air conditioner. Master, is this a new magic tool? Minnie also leaned out to take a look. What magic tool? Let me see. A technological tool, it cools down the air. The two women came out of the kitchen and stood in front of the air conditioner. Wow, it's so cool. It's so good to be rich. They shared their thoughts for a while before going back into the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. But with the air conditioner cooling down the room, the kitchen wasn't as hot either. It made the women's job easier. Soon, Wen Manshaw also came back. As soon as she opened the door, a gust of cool air hit her face. Did you prepare dry ice? It's so cool. While speaking, Wen Manshaw took off her coat. The skeleton behind her was still holding a large stack of keys. It seemed that many people still wanted to sell their houses today. After changing into a long skirt, Wen Manshaw turned her gaze to the air conditioner. Is this a new magic tool? It has such an effect. If you're dressed so thinly, don't stand in front of it and blow. Be careful of catching a cold. Wu Heng said. Wen Manshaw came back, leaned into Wu Heng's arms, and continued. The iron pipe is up, not far from the city wall. What should I do next? Tomorrow, I'll arrange for a skeleton to go over and install some things on it. Wu Heng said as he held Wen Manshaw. Okay. The two people continued talking about what to do next. Dinner was served, and the four of them had dinner together. Perhaps because of the short daylight hours. After dinner, during Minnie's practice time, the air conditioner stopped working due to insufficient power supply. The temperature in the room immediately became a bit stuffy. It was also getting dark. The four of them took a bath together and went back to the room to rest. The next day, at the guild, As Wu Heng walked into the lounge, he saw Duke sitting on a chair munching on a biscuit. Crunching loudly, crumbs scattered all over the floor. "Captain, Glask is back. He asked me if you still need that kind of leather armor?" Duke asked directly. Glask, the owner of the Miliao armor shop, had left when the hammer party did, and now it seemed he had returned. Wu Heng sat on his chair and thought for a moment before asking. "Has the weapon shop across the street opened yet?" "It's open, but there's not much inside." "Duke, you run an errand. Ask the owners of these two shops to come over. I want to discuss some cooperation with them," Wu Heng said directly. "Oh, okay, Captain." Duke stashed the biscuit in his pocket and quickly walked out of the door. When Duke came back, he brought with him the owners of the two shops. The beastman owner of Miliao, upon seeing Wu Heng, immediately smiled and took out a slender wooden box from his bosom. He handed it over, saying, "Captain, I got a treasure root twig beard when I went back to the tribe. It's good for replenishing blood and building strength. Try it." Wu Heng glanced at the wooden box. He had never heard of the treasure root twig beard. It didn't sound like any legitimate medicinal material. "Thank you." Wu Heng said his thanks, motioned for the two of them to take their seats, and continued. "You guys probably have heard about my current situation. The local businessmen all had close ties with the gangs and mercenary groups. Everyone knew about Wu Heng's ownership of half the city. Surely, they would have heard of it too." The two beastman shop owners glanced at each other, and the owner of Miliao opened up. "We've heard some things." Wu Heng nodded, and continued directly. "Since we're old friends, I'll just say it, I need to form my own patrol team and army. For armor and weapon needs, I hope to cooperate with you." Beforehand, they had somewhat guessed what was coming. But hearing it directly still suddenly caused their hearts to leap. Ordering one or two pieces might not mean much. But cooperating with Wu Heng, arming a new patrol team and army, that meant taking a side in a struggle between Wu Heng and City Lord Reno. This wasn't necessarily a good thing. "How do you two feel about this?" Wu Heng looked at the two of them with a smile. Chapter 225, Meeting People. Upon hearing Wu Heng ask once again, the Miliao owner still spoke. "Captain Wu Heng, our armor shop is naturally willing to cooperate with you. Just tell us what kind of armor you need, and we will start working on it right away." People from the Miliao armor shop came back at this time. The main reason was to maintain Wu Heng as a customer. For a business owner, customers like Wu Heng, who purchases without limit and pays in full cash, are hard to find throughout the city. Maintaining one of such customers, the shop doesn't even need to open for other businesses, just focusing on producing the required armor is enough. Wu Heng nodded and said, "Mr. Glask is indeed straightforward. I'll leave the issue of armor to you. Continue making the integrated armor as before, but the design should be revamped to distinguish it from Iron Guard Knights." The Miliao owner stroked his chin. "When I get back, I'll have someone come up with a design. You can choose the style you like at that time." "Good." Wu Heng nodded and turned his gaze to the owner of the weapon shop. "What about you, have you made up your mind?" "No, I also choose to cooperate with you. Just tell me what kind of weapons you need, and I'll arrange for someone to work on them immediately," the weapon shop owner replied. Hearing the agreement, Wu Heng also nodded. Whether here or in the zombie world, a vast amount of weapons and armor is indeed needed. This is also a good opportunity to form a team that can provide a continuous supply. For humans, make them in the style of iron swords. For beastmen, go with battle axes. Besides, I also need a lot of crossbows and arrows," Wu Heng said. He had some firearms and bullets, but the number of bullets was reducing with each use. They were hardly used during normal times. And skeleton spears are useful against independent zombies. For city defense, crossbows are more practical. The owner looked at Wu Heng and said, "The weapons sold to the city lord's mansion are all at the lowest market price. A high-quality iron sword is 22 silver coins each, and a strong crossbow is 45 silver coins. This price. As long as the quality can be guaranteed, I can accept this price." The weapon shop owner breathed a sigh of relief. "All right, I will arrange for someone to start making them as soon as I return. Yes, if you need anything, you can come to me directly." "Sure, Captain, we'll go back and prepare to start work now." Wu Heng nodded. The two beastman owners stood up and walked towards the exit. After they left the guild's doors, the weapon shop owner whispered, "We have seriously upset the city lord with this. Since when did you become so timid? If you don't offend him, the Iron Guard Knight's order would not come to us. It's better to cooperate with this captain," Miliao owner said. "You're right. This captain, he is rich and powerful, there's no way he's not a match for Reno, don't worry," Miliao's owner reassured. "You mean he has a background?" "Of course, Gomez has been in the city for many years. Have you ever seen him take over half a city? There must be something we don't know. That's right when they thought about it. Then let's go, let's start work as soon as possible. As the two beastmen whispered, they hastened their pace to leave. After the two left, Duke took out a pie from his arms, ate while talking. Captain, recently the executive hasn't been giving us any tasks. After the Hammer Party's incident, all the small teams started to get busy. However, the 12th team had been quiet, like they were on vacation, without any task assignments. When Manshaw was busy with matters in the city and hadn't passed over any fugitive information either. Wu Hang felt this kind of life was pretty good. If it could continue like this, he wouldn't have to consider becoming the vice executive anymore. Facing Duke's question, Wu Hang said. We just got credited for 3 merits. Resting for a while is normal. We should also give other teams some opportunities. Oh, I see. Wu Hang glanced at Duke and continued. If you feel there's nothing to do, you can head over to Win Manch's place and lead a team of skeletons in street patrols. That's fine too, but what does patrol do? Just to see if anyone is causing trouble, catching thieves and such. Oh okay, then if there's nothing to do, I'll go on patrol. Wu Hang nodded. After sitting in the resting room for a while, there was nothing else to do, so they left the guild directly. The sky gradually darkened. Crack, crack, crack. The erected street lamps suddenly emitted dazzlingly bright rays of light. They lit up the entire area. More and more residents and tavern guests gathered around, looking up at the bright street lamps. What's this thing that's so bright? Something set up by the pinned gang. I thought they were going to hang some flags, but they turned out something so bright. It must be a magic tool. They actually put a magic tool here. It's a lot brighter than the illuminating stone. Damn, who's so rich to put such a thing here? The crowd was pointing at the bright street lamp and whispering discussions. Apparently, they were seeing this kind of thing for the first time, and also surprised that someone would place a magic item here. As more people gathered, a large number of tamed beasts appeared circling above the street lamp. But everyone only observed from a distance. Under the guard of the skeleton soldiers, no one dared to approach and cause trouble. Wu Heng, accompanied by several maidservants, stood atop the city walls, gazing downwards. The darker it got, the better the street lamps functioned. They illuminated a vast area. Master, are these the street lamps? Why place them here? They would be better suited at home. Many commented. It seemed quite unworthwhile to her that their master was spending money on street lamps for the outer city area. The one we have at home is the same kind, they're all the same. Wu Heng remarked. Wen Manshaw was also taken aback by the effect of the street lamps. Unlike Minnie, she was aware of Wu Heng's plans for citywide deployment. If these street lamps were installed throughout both city sectors, the city would look as bright as day, even at night. Meanwhile, elsewhere, within the inner city area of the Eastern District, the carriage of the Snake Badge Consortium came to a halt. From outside the carriage came the voice of a guard. Miss, some people are blocking the way up ahead. We'll have to wait a moment. Leaning against a corner of the carriage, lazily asked. What's the matter? Did the gang start fighting again? No, someone has set up a magic tool ahead, attracting quite a crowd of residents. The guard continued. A magic tool? In the outer city area? Who would do such a thing? Curiosity piqued, Liza pushed aside the carriage curtain. The split second she did, a beam of bright light extended into the carriage, causing the illuminating stone hanging from the ceiling to suddenly appear dim and yellowish. Following the beam of light, she looked skywards. The glaring bright light hung in midair. Liza's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, she had a good guess at who would do such a thing. He really did hang the sun up in the sky. The night passed. In the outer city area, there were 2 pedestrians walking side by side. I told you it would keep glowing all night, pay up. You lost the bet. Yeah, right. You know I don't need your money. If I'd known, I would have shot it down with an arrow last night. You're not as good as me then. I had my tamed beast poop on it last night. In front of a shop. It couldn't have been a demonstration of a product for sale, right? Who would give demonstrations in the outer city area? Besides, could you even afford to buy it if they did? I will check if it's still there tonight. If it is, I plan to sell dried fruits over there. With so many people, business will definitely be good. I heard some of the Pink Gang guys saying that it captures daylight and releases it at night. Oh, right. I was wondering why it was so bright. Turns out it's sunlight. Exactly, my vision is still blurry. Whether they were residents of the outer city area or the elites from the inner city area, everyone was discussing the mysterious glowing object. Its purpose, as well as what kind of object they thought it was. Reaching this kind of illumination effect in such a vast space. Clearly, it was no ordinary magic tool. At the very least, It hadn't been seen locally or in nearby cities before. And its price would undoubtedly be hefty. Overnight, this new kind of magic tool had become the city's hot topic. Even those who hadn't seen it from the two southwestern city sectors planned to go there in groups tonight to take a look. At the border of Yako Kingdom, a small team waited silently at the side of the road. An eagle garbed in leather armor kept circling in the sky. After a few turns, it descended sharply. Just before landing, it transformed into a pretty girl with curly hair, who alighted lightly onto the open ground next to the carriage. The horses became scared and began to neigh, prompting the coachman to quickly try to calm them. "And, do you think he miscalculated the time? Why hasn't he arrived yet?" The girl, resting against the carriage, asked somewhat displeasingly. The mature and exquisite face of a woman appeared as the carriage curtain was lifted. "Can't wait any longer? I did say not to bring you along, but you insisted on coming." "No, it's just I feel like he's not punctual, leaving us waiting here for him." The girl replied. "Let's wait a bit longer. If he doesn't show by noon, we'll go to him directly." The woman proposed. "Then why didn't we go directly to him in the first place? Why do we have to wait for him?" The girl continued to question. "I already informed him about the time in my letter. If we both took the wrong way, he would have made a wasted journey." The girl nodded. "That's true. He is rather troublesome." While she complained, her eyes continued to eagerly scan the far-off horizon. Suddenly, a cloud of dust arose on the road off in the distance. It was as if a beast was rushing towards them at high speed. The security team by the carriage immediately went on alert. Even the guards on the city walls began to gather and take precautions. Squeak! A harsh braking sound rang out. The wheels skidded across the ground, coming to a halt after about 2 to 3 meters. As the dust cleared, a figure appeared, along with a strange vehicle and a few large figures following behind. "Oh, Yuli is here too," he called. Chapter 226, Leaving Blackstone Town was the right decision, ya. Wu Heng. Upon recognizing the figure amidst the smoke, Yuli immediately cried out. Back in Blackstone Town, the two of them were closest in the team and could be considered best friends. After hastily advancing a few steps, Yuli's attention was once again attracted to the vehicle below him. Curiously looking at it, she asked, "Where's the horse for your carriage?" "Three-wheeled vehicle, no horse required. Have you never seen one before?" Wu Heng turned the handlebars, darting forward 2 or 3 meters. Yuli's eyes widened, and she immediately followed. "How does it move?" Wu Heng motioned for her to get on, took her hand and placed it on the handlebar. "Slowly turn it downwards, slowly." "Oh wow." Yuli tried to turn it. The vehicle hummed and darted forward a distance. Excitement, akin to finding a new toy, was written all over Yuli's face. Then, the three-wheeled vehicle zoomed off again, erratically darting about the empty ground. Wu Heng walked over to the carriage, noticing Slither sitting inside, looking in his direction. "Butler, long time no see," Wu Heng said with a smile. Slither nodded calmly. "Has London City been alright?" "Yes, it's been fine. Let's get Yuli back here, it's getting late, let's head into the city." Wu Heng called out to Yuli, who narrowly avoided crashing into the carriage with her vehicle. Spitting out sand from her mouth, she said, "This thing is really fast. The butler wants you back in the carriage, we're about to set off." Wu Heng said. Yuli turned towards the carriage, saw her aunt's gaze, and immediately obediently got off the vehicle and climbed into the carriage. Slither said, "Let's set off, we should reach London City as soon as possible." "All right." Wu Heng and the skeleton got back onto their three-wheeled vehicle. Accompanied by their team and the carriage, they set off towards London City. Just before dusk, the team was nearing London City. People were already returning to the outer area of the city, but the population was still scant, not as chaotic and lively as before. The advancing carriage suddenly slowed down. Slither asked, "What's wrong?" A guard approached and whispered, "Madam, all the guards on the city wall have turned into the undead, something seems to be off." Slither, pulling back the curtain, looked towards the city wall in front. Standing on the wall were carrion and skeletons armed with weapons, much like city guards. Slither frowned. The last time he came, living beings were guarding the city wall. Why had they now been replaced by the undead? At the city gates, many people could be seen entering and exiting, seemingly oblivious to the undead above. "Get Wu Heng over here," Slither said. The guard accelerated towards Wu Heng, leading the way, and whispered a few words to him. The three-wheeled vehicle quickly reversed, stopping next to the carriage. "What's up?" Slither glanced towards the city walls, asking, "Why are they all undead?" "Oh. There've been some changes in the city lately, the entire city has been divided into 2 areas." "What does that have to do with the undead?" Continuing, Wu Heng said, "They are my soldiers, it's fine, There's no danger. Ah. You killed so many people, huh? Yuli's voice came from inside the carriage. How could that be possible? Let's enter the city first and I'll explain. Wu Hang said. Slither looked at him, then at the city wall. Enter the city. The team continued forward, passing through the city gates and entering the city. Upon arrival at the association, Slither went to see Gomez. Meanwhile, Wu Hang took Yuli to their team's rest room. Wu Hang, why are the buildings here so tall, like a cathedral? In the room, Yuli looked around in wonder. Curiosity filled her eyes as she examined everything. There are beastmen here, each one of them is 3 to 4 meters tall, so the buildings have to be bigger. Wu Hang explained. Do you have beastmen in your squad? Yes, there are 2 beastmen. Can you call them over for me to see? Lying on the large sofa, Yuli looked up at him and said. Let's do it another day, it's impolite to call them over if there's nothing important. Humphrey, and you call yourself a squad leader? Ignoring her provocation, Wu Hang changed the subject. Since you're here, why didn't you bring Mimi? Mimi? Yuli looked up in confusion. You're Cheetah. Kuro. What's with this Mimi? What a weird name. Yuli corrected him, then continued. Do you like it? I can't say I like it, just that it's less of a chatterbox. Oh. I wonder when Ant will come back. I want to go and explore the city today. Yuli also didn't pay much attention to his words, complaining as she said so. Knock, knock. The door to the room sounded. Slither directly opened the door and walked in. Glancing at the 2 in the room, he closed the door again, his gaze falling on Wu Hang. What's up? Wu Hang felt a little uneasy under his gaze, patting himself down. Slither sat down, asking. Have you become the city lord? Yuli also looked surprised. It seemed that he had heard some news from Gomez. Ah. Don't I look the part? Tell me what happened. Slither's brow was still furrowed. Wu Hang poured 2 cups of tea for them, sat down across from them, and began to recount the Hammer Party incident. The rough course of events was that while he was patrolling, insiders opened the city gate and the members of the Hammer Party attacked the city. Wu Hang, with his team, began to counterattack, ultimately assisting the city lord in repelling the Hammer Party, killing the enemy leader, and receiving half the city as promised by the city lord. Chapter 226, Leaving Blackstone Town was the right decision. The story wasn't long, yet the 2 ladies were still surprised. It sounded simple, but what was inside was already frightening. Blackstone Town never experienced such large-scale wars. Wu Hang highlighted in the conversation his actions of repelling the Hammer Party and killing enemy leaders. Slither is a secret speaker, he doesn't know how Gomez and the others will report this matter. It would be best to let Slither report it as well. Oh. So, that's why you said the undead on the city wall were yours? Yuli finally responded. These 2 undead attendants of yours, were they also from the Hammer Party? Slither continued to ask. Leader Skullcrusher and Lieutenant Bloodaxe. Wu Hang introduced, indicating to each side. Second-level merits. Slither looked at the skeleton. Yes. Slither glanced at the skeleton and then at Wu Hang. After leaving Blackstone Town, the timid necromancer, like a sprouting seedling seeing sunlight after breaking through the soil, started growing wildly. So, it seemed that leaving Blackstone Town was the right choice. Perhaps, leaving the Echo Kingdom was the correct decision to make. It was peaceful for a while. Slither finally accepted the fact, picked up a teacup, and took a sip. Congratulations. Thank you. Actually, whether I became the city lord or not, nothing has really changed. Wu Hang shrugged and said. Slither didn't dwell on this topic, asking. Where is the thing I requested? Give it to you now? Wu Hang directly took out the blood cup and placed it on the coffee table. The purpose of Slither's trip was to get the blood cup. And then to visit Wu Hang, and bring Yuli around to stroll. Just handing it over to me like this? You need it, I happen to have it, so why not give it to you? Slither glanced at Yuli who was fiddling with the antler decoration next to him, and glared fiercely at Wu Hang. Thank you. He took out a wooden box and carefully put the blood cup inside. Wu Hang asked again. Have your accommodations been arranged? The association has arranged accommodations. Slither said. Oh, how many days are you going to stay? Leave the day after tomorrow. Tomorrow you show Yuli around the city. Oh, okay. The 2 chatted a bit more. Slither left the lounge with Yuli, heading for the accommodation arranged by the association. Wu Hang watched the 2 women leave and also left the association. He originally thought Slither would stay at his place. But since Yuli was here, he had to revert back to his stern, maidenly persona. Wu Hang rode his tricycle back home. Upon opening the door, a cool breeze greeted him. Minnie and Andre Willow were cooking in the kitchen, when Mancha was sitting on the sofa reading the files in her hand. Master is back. Wen Mancha greeted with a smile. Wu Heng took off his leather armor, hugged her shoulder. How was your day? Wen Mancha easily leaned against him, saying. Everyone in the city is now discussing the street lights. Tonight, more people will be going to watch. It's becoming almost like a tourist attraction. What's so great about it? Wu Heng was curious. It was understandable that people went to watch last night. After all, it's a new thing and normal to be curious and want to take a look. But why go again today? A glowing thing without any special features, what on earth is so exciting? I heard that many people have made plans to go. Wen Mancha continued. Most people from the outer city area have only heard about magic tools. Plus, they have nothing to do at night, so they go to a brightly lit place to chat and make it lively. That seemed reasonable. There wasn't much in terms of entertainment at night. Some people would go to pubs for a drink. But most people didn't have many other places to go. Find a well-lit place to chat and pass the time. Wu Heng continued to ask. When will the other street lights be ready? Wait a bit more until these things are not so unique. Wen Mancha said. Alright. After dinner. Minnie practiced martial arts while Andre Willow went upstairs to settle today's accounts. Wu Heng sat in front of the table and took out the box that Boss Badong gave him. Upon opening, it revealed a dirt yellowish plant covered in whiskers. It was like a yam, but its root resembled that of a ginseng. Treasure root twig beard. Description. Whiskers cut from the root branch, nourishes blood and energy, can be used as alchemical materials. It also had attributes, most likely a type of medicinal herb. Have you seen this before? He asked the nearby Minnie. What's this? Medicinal herb, I think. Can be used in alchemy. Minnie shook her head. I've never seen it before. She originates from the Beastmen tribe and had never seen it before. He should probably ask an alchemist. At this moment, Wen Mancha, with her hair still slightly damp, came down from upstairs. She glanced at the herb on the table and said, Master, how did you get this? You know this? It's treasure root glyph, very nourishing for men. Wen Mancha continued. Rocky was injured before and tried it during his recovery. Oh. Wu Heng finally knew what it was for. No wonder, when the Beastman boss gave it to him, he was over the moon. Master, you have no use for it. Your body's still fine. Who's Rocky? What happened to his body? Minnie asked non-stop from the side. Don't ask about everything, you're still a child. Wen Mancha said. Minnie pouted, continuing to practice boxing with Badong on the sidelines. Wen Mancha, leaning over even closer, whispered. Master, are you feeling unwell? Would you like me to help you adjust it? Someone gave it to me. Wu Heng said. I don't believe it. Looking at her flirtatious behavior, he picked her up around the waist and walked towards the staircase. Minnie, let's together punish the wicked gang big sister. Okay. Minnie followed and ran upstairs. In the accommodation provided by the association, Slither sat at the desk, penning a letter. The first part was about how he got the blood cup. The latter part was about the changes in London City, and Wu Heng's growth during this period. Because Wu Heng was his lover, his personal strength wasn't mentioned in detail. The focus was on beating the Hammer Party in London City and saving the city's residents. Some of the association's deeds, after being verified by headquarters, would be selected for widespread to inspire people and establish their image. Wu Heng's deeds could possibly be disseminated. He put the finished letter into the envelope. Just as he was sealing it with wax. Ding dong dong. There were knocks from the closed window. A hawk wearing leather armor was tapping on the window with its strong beak. Slither glared and opened the window. Can't you behave? What are you running around for in the middle of the night? The hawk turned into a young girl, pointing out the window. Maiden, the magic tools that Wu Heng set up in the city are bright now, and there are so many people around them. Chapter 227, just once, you get 40% a magical object placed outside? And it can also light up? If it were anyone else, he wouldn't be particularly interested. But if it's Wu Heng, it makes him curious about what surprising thing he has done this time. What kind of magical object? Slither asked. It's similar to an illuminating stone, but it's brighter, and it's dazzling when looking at it. Yuli explained, trying her best to describe it. Slither pondered, finding no such magical objects in his memory. Let's go and have a look together. Sure. The two went downstairs and headed toward the city gate with the guard team. From a distance, they saw bright lights illuminating a large area in the middle of the path, casting a white ring. Above the star source, swarms of tamed beasts were circling. More people gathered below, chatting and discussing while sitting in the lit area. The place was packed with people. From time to time, they could see some vendors carrying baskets, selling dried fruits and beer. Isn't it so? It's much livelier than Blackstone Town. Yuli exclaimed loudly. Slither frowned at the guarding skeletons and the dazzling strong light, shocked even more. What else would he do in the city? Let's go back. Slither glanced around, then returned to his residence. He opened the then-written envelope, added a description of the particular magical object, and then resealed it with wax. The following day, on the streets. Aren't you hot? Yuli, carrying several wrapped food items, asked while eating. Since early morning, Yuli had been out with Wu Heng, wandering the city streets. Once they strolled into a few shops, she had a good number of snacks in her handbag. Primarily, those were special dishes from the beastman's side, such as roasted meat and lizards, along with a couple of meat sandwiches. Had Wu Heng not stopped her, she would have bought even more. I can't help it, being a city lord, I have to stay low-key. Wu Heng adjusted his helmet as he spoke. Most people only know that the Nuko Lord is the captain of the association, characterized by black hair, while other features are not very well known. Wu Heng kept himself a bit under the radar, and apart from those who knew him, no one else paid any attention. The only trouble, though, was the excruciating heat. His head was dripping with sweat. Whatever. Yuli scoffed, then continued. What's that emitting light object called? Do you mean the street light? Why place such an expensive object outside? Yuli took a bite from her roast and asked further. For lighting up the outdoors. Isn't it wasteful? I'll test it first and see. After sauntering around the city, they had lunch at a nearby pub at noon. Then they returned to the association directly. In the break room, Yuli sat behind the desk with numerous comics in front and said, Go on, I'll jot it down. Wu Heng read while comparing it with the comic. There was a man who possessed all the wealth, power, and prestige in the world. He was the Pirate King. Oh. Slow down. Yuli noted down beside the comic. She had already read the entire comic. But she couldn't understand the text, so she could only calculate what it was approximately about. On this visit, she wanted Wu Heng to translate it so she could go through the plot once more. After writing more than 20 pages, Yuli dropped the pen aside. I'm exhausted. You're right. My writing is slow. That won't work either. Thump thump. The knocking sound echoed again. Slither entered through the open door. Yuli, get ready, you're accompanying me to a banquet tonight. What? But I'm full. Hurry. Okay. Yuli carefully put the comic away, signaled Wu Heng with her eyes, and directly left the room. The room closed, leaving only the two men. Slither looked at him curiously. He asked. Is that light up there in the city set up by you? Not having anything to hide, Wu Heng immediately affirmed. Yes. I'm also planning to set up more. London City is the junction of two races, so if we can prolong the nighttime, it could significantly aid us in selling goods. I plan to develop this place into a city that never goes dark at night. A city as bright as the day all night? Yes, you've seen the effect. It's not difficult. As long as we set up more of these objects around the city, we can achieve it. Wu Heng smiled as he explained. Crossing his legs, Slither pondered for a moment and then continued. Are you sure you can do it? Won't the original city lord cause you trouble? How could he cause trouble for me? Kill me? Would the association approve of such a thing? Wu Heng countered. He didn't dare assassinate the city lord for fear of making it onto the association's most wanted list. The opposition would likewise be mindful of this, as killing a captain of the association was a burden they could not bear. With Wu Heng's current strength, even covert assassination attempts would be difficult for the enemies. Therefore, any competitions between the sides would not escalate into full-fledged battles. After some deep contemplation, Slither straightforwardly said. I plan to bring Money Cat to your city district, how do you feel about it? Wu Heng was startled, but he quickly grasped the meaning behind his words. The man saw potential in the city and planned to establish a business there. Of course, you're welcome. The revenue from a shop here will be a multiple of what it would be at Blackstone Town. Wu Heng replied. Slither raised an eyebrow in agreement with Wu Heng's statement. How should we solve the issue of construction? I can handle construction and decoration, and I can even place illuminating stones inside to create a city that never sleeps. Wu Heng said. A city that never sleeps? Upon hearing those words, Slither's mind instantly conjured up an image of a city that still shone brightly at night. What will the split be? Slither asked. A 70-30 split. Wu Heng contemplated before suggesting. Slither furrowed his brows. That seems slightly unfair to you. Wu Heng looked surprised and said. I take 7, you take 3. Why? I'm the one setting up the shop, why should you get 70% of the profit? Slither immediately retorted. I provide the venue and the equipment, and I will deal with the local security and safety. You only need to provide management experience. Even if we were to split the profits according to our investment, you would only get 10%, leaving you with an extra 20% because we are acquaintances. Wu Heng stated bluntly. Slither was somewhat angered by his initial words, but upon hearing the rest, his face reddened. He glanced towards the door to make sure nothing was amiss before turning back and giving Wu Hang a glaring look. What nonsense are you spouting? Managing this city isn't as easy as you think. In any case, it wouldn't be too much for a city lord to take 70%. Continued Wu Hang. Slither frowned and continued. 3/10 is too low. It's not easy to find people who can perform the task. Without me, all you could open is a mundane tavern. To this, Wu Hang did not deny. In Blackstone Town, the Money Cat was a high-end entertainment venue, well known even in the neighboring towns. Coupled with the association's approval, it was evident that Slither was an able administrator. I'm also taking considerable risks. Wu Hang added. I'll take 40%, in charge of management and internal personnel. You'll be responsible for local construction and security, and you'll take 60%. Suggested Slither. Wu Hang studied him for a moment and said. Acceptable, but you'll have to give me a sign. A sign? Slither frowned. Wu Hang pointed to his mouth. Slither's expression hardened. Stop being ridiculous. Just a little, and I'll consider it as your 40%. Wu Hang proposed. Slither took a deep breath. After a moment's hesitation, he moved to close the door tightly, slowly made his way over and blushing, lightly pecked the other man's lips. Just as he was about to withdraw, he was abruptly pulled back into a deep kiss. The overwhelming scent of a man enveloped her in an instant. Slither shivered, instinctively responded a couple of times, then turned to the side, admonishing seriously. Stop fooling around, what if we get caught? With one arm still wrapped around her soft waist, Wu Hang whispered. Sis, it's been so long since we've seen each other. Slither's face flushed a deeper shade of red, her body grew slightly hotter, she said earnestly. We can't do it here. Don't worry, nobody comes around this time. Wu Hang reassured her. He lifted her onto the book table with one swift motion. Slither gave a startled jump, planted both hands firmly on the table, turned her head again to glare at him. Are you mad? Wu Hang advanced again, looked down at her from his high vantage point. If we continue to waste time, we really might be discovered. On top of the desk in the restroom? Slither was dazed, but before she could voice her protests, she was silenced by a passionate kiss. They were pressed against each other, finding it challenging to control their emotions. Software downs and hard coercions had her laid out flat on the very same desk. One by one, pieces of leather armor were removed and tossed aside, leather boots were hung on the edge of the desk, dancing empty in the air. On the other hand, at the western district of the outer city, a residential area, two figures cloaked in capes exited the carriage. After carefully surveying the surroundings, they approached a house and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The door opened, and an old human female peeked out. Her gaze fell upon the two men at her door. Who are you looking for? The man in the lead forced a smile and said. We're friends of Burke. We had arranged to meet a few days ago. Before he could finish, the elderly woman began sobbing softly. Between her intermittent sobs, she managed. Damn hammer party, they killed Burke, they really killed him. She had already broken down into inconsolable weeping. The two men glanced at each other, their expressions filled with confusion and surprise. Killed by the hammer party? How could that be? They immediately felt something was wrong, glanced around, neither of them saying a word before turning to leave. By the time the old woman looked up again, the duo had already vanished. The old woman cursed and closed the door again. Across the street, a man selling fruits from a vine frame basket quickly stored his goods and followed behind the leaving men. Chapter 228, Welcome friends who want to enjoy a wave of fatness inside the small team's rest room. Two labored breaths rise and fall. Slither is lying on his back on a desk, a strand of hair sticking to his forehead. He lightly bites a strand of long hair, emitting a slight hum. Wu Hang lets out a deep breath, lying on his partner's smooth body. He leans closer to the chest and whispers. Stay with me, I'll take care of you. Slither, slightly dazed, recovers a bit. He looks down at the man lying on top of him and reveals a gentle smile. He cradles the head to his chest, lightly stroking the hair. It's not that simple. Without our identities, we have no place. His tone slightly halts, his voice growing softer. Your sister has you in her heart, it's not like she can't see you. Why don't you stay a few more days? I am the resident priest, if I stay away too long, there will. Slither begins to say, but his body arches slightly upward again, emitting a sultry moan. He forcefully grabs the other's hair, slightly annoyed. Why are you still here? Wu Hang lifts his head and smiles but doesn't reply. Outside, the chatter of passing workers scares Slither into quickly covering his mouth. Slightly dazed, he whispers. Hurry up, Yuli will be back soon. Then say something nice. What? Lovey-dovey words I can't say? Slither turns his head to the side. Wu Hang turns her back to him and says, "Call me husband." Slither suddenly turns his head around, annoyed. "Are you crazy? Hurry up, someone will be here soon." Wu Hang urges. Slither's mind is a mess. He finally slightly tightens the arm hanging around his partner's neck, bringing them closer. His red lips near the ear, he whispers, "Husband, hurry." Wu Hang kisses fiercely. And Slither, blushing even more, exclaims, "I didn't mean for you to hurry this." Half an hour later, Yuli pushes the room door open and walks back in. She looks at the room with the window open wide, and asks, "Where is my aunt?" Wu Hang is sitting at the desk, currently translating a comic. He looks up and says, "She went out just now, she will be back soon." "Didn't she say she was in a hurry to attend a banquet? Why did she leave?" "From what I understand, she's not going. She's going to check out some shops in the outer city area." "Your aunt plans to open a store in the city?" Wu Hang said. "Ah. What kind of store?" "A money cat branch." Wu Hang closes the comic book and continues. "I am now the city lord. Your aunt plans to open another money cat in the city, so you can come and visit often." Yuli's eyes light up and exclaims, "Really?" Just then, footsteps can be heard outside the door. Slither, after freshening up, walks back over. He glances at Yuli and Wu Hang, and calmly says, "I won't be going to the banquet, come with me to look at the potential site for the shop." "Oh, okay." Yuli immediately runs over, taking her arm, and says, "And, are you really going to open a shop here? They say the people here are very barbaric, won't it cause trouble?" Slither looks at a few beastmen workers passing by. She nudges Yuli with her arm and says, "Don't talk nonsense." "Oh, but are you really opening a shop?" "Yeah." The carriage passes through the city gate. It stops in front of a building in the center of the outer city east area. "How about here?" It's the largest building within 2 districts. Wu Hang jumps off the carriage and introduces. In front of them is a circular building. Because of its large size and a unique shape in the outer city area, it is considered a landmark. The dome-shaped roof is made from colored glass. Under the sunlight, it shines like a rainbow. The entrance is a high, arched stone door. Because of the local beastmen, both the door and pillars are exceptionally huge. Although it cannot be compared with the buildings of associations and consortiums, it is still a distinctive and magnificent building in the outer city area. Slither, Yuli are also looking up. Both looked surprised. "A church?" Slither asks. "Magic tool shop, originally a place selling magic materials and magic tools. After the incident with the hammer party, they lost the desire to open a shop, and sold me the deed." Wu Hang explains. A magic shop is not something every force can open. Generally, they are chain stores established by large consortiums in various cities. The current building obviously cost a large sum to construct. This made Slither think this was a church. Slither looks up and glances at Wu Hang. If it's such an investment, letting him handle security while she takes 40% seems a bit high. The 3 of them are standing at the entrance looking up when several figures rapidly approach from behind. The one hurriedly leading the way is the middle-aged foreman who had done renovations for Wu Hang's house. "Captain, what do you need?" Before coming out, Wu Hang had someone from the association notify this foreman. Previously, he was rather satisfied with his renovation. Now he plans on giving them the renovation project again. Wu Hang introduces. "This is the priest of Blackstone Town. She plans to remodel this building. Listen to her requirements. If she is satisfied, you will handle the project." Hearing that the woman in front of him, who exudes an exceptional demeanor, is also a local priest, the foreman's attitude is much more respectful. He immediately says, "Hello, priest. I did the renovations for Captain Wu Hang's residence. If you have any needs, please let me know." Slither nods. "Come on, let's go in and take a look." "All right." The interior of the building is also very spacious. The walls retain the original murals and paneling. The floor is colored tiles. To be able to decorate a building this way in the outer city area shows the shop's previous attention to this place. Compared to the Money Cat in Blackstone Town, this place is more spacious and the architectural style is also luxurious. It fully meets Slither's requirements. She takes the foreman through each room. Slither softly gave his instructions, with the foreman dutifully recording every request from behind. Occasionally, he chimed in with his own opinion. After a brief exchange, the group exited the building once more. Before climbing into the carriage, Slither addressed the foreman. "I will be in town tomorrow morning. Hand over your plans then. If they are satisfactory, I'll leave the construction here to you. If not, we'll see how things go." The foreman quickly replied. "All right, I'll bring the plans to you tomorrow morning." "Thank you." Slither boarded the carriage. Yuli and Wu Hang followed closely behind. The carriage slowly moved away into the distance. The group had dinner in a nearby tavern. The carriage returned to the guild. Slither declined Wu Heng's invitation to visit his house. With Yuli in tow, he returned to the lodgings arranged by the guild. Wu Heng could only shrug and head for his own quarters, accompanied by the skeleton. Once the maids had dinner, he then practiced swordsmanship with Blazing Blade for a while before retiring to his room for some rest. The next day, in the guild's lounge, Wu Heng, Slither, and the foreman sat together to discuss the renovation plan for Money Cat. The foreman explained unceasingly, his forehead coated with a thin layer of sweat. Slither was rather satisfied with the plan. Once the foreman was done explaining, Slither added a few of his own thoughts and demands. Wu Heng didn't have much to request, merely stated requirements for the use of photovoltaic panels. After all, if the interior were to be lit up with electric lights, the wiring and the layout of the photovoltaic panels would need to be arranged in advance. The three of them sat together, spending the morning in discussion. Eventually, the plan was finalized. Slither nodded. All right then, how long do you think this project will take? The foreman did a mental calculation. About 15 days, I'll try my best to speed up the process. There's no need to alter the main building structure. The focus would mainly be on acquiring furniture and repairing some damaged areas. Slither turned to Wu Heng and said. All right, inform me 5 days in advance, I'll bring my people then. Once the discussion was over, the foreman left, while Slither and Yuli prepared to leave London City. The trip was made to acquire a special item and meet up with Wu Heng. The carriage parked at the guild's entrance, as Wu Heng had help carrying in piles of snacks and comics. Yuli watched, her eyes gleaming. Are all these for me? Wu Heng replied with a smile. The snacks are in the box, along with some new comics. Most importantly, here's a list of translated commonly used words. If there's something you don't understand, just refer to these reference words. It should help you understand the gist of it. You're so nice. Yuli said. Cough. Slither on the side coughed subtly to interrupt their conversation. All of these things are filling up the carriage, why don't you run along home? I'll sit outside. Slither glared at her before turning his attention back to Wu Heng. He said. If there's anything, write me a letter. All right. Both girls climbed into the carriage. Yuli opened the window to wave Wu Heng goodbye. The carriage slowly moved and disappeared into the distance. Once the two had departed, Wu Heng immediately returned to his own residence. Just as he'd expected, London City was no longer assigning tasks to his squad. While he'd always hoped not to be assigned any tasks, he now felt somewhat uncertain. Was their lack of orders a good or bad thing? There was no one at home. All three maids had gone about their businesses. Wu Heng sat on the couch, turning on the air conditioner for a while before opening the boundary door, heading straight to the zombie world. Everything was still quiet at the factory. There were no zombie corpses lying around either. Arriving at the warehouse door, he reopened the boundary door. He then commanded the skeletons to start moving the photovoltaic panels and electric wires to prepare for Money Cat's renovation. The skeletons went back and forth from the warehouse, moving equipment to the other world. Once everything was transported, Wu Heng double-checked that nothing was amiss. He pulled out his key and closed the boundary door. Li Yong's convoy had yet to return. Wu Heng climbed onto the remaining military vehicle and turned on the vehicle's radio. After a crackling of electricity, the voices of people within the various shelters came through. Do gold and silver jewelry count as craftsmanship fees? I'm pretty far from the county. If I arrive late, will all the food be exchanged already? I wouldn't want to make a wasted trip. The repair shop has set its sights on Captain Ma's armored vehicle. The exchange conditions they're asking for are quite steep. What's the use of an armored vehicle? You dare to fire a shot in the city? A horde of zombies would visit your whole family in minutes. The people on the radio were all discussing the exchange of materials at the auto repair shop. After a while of chaotic chatter, a familiar voice sounded from the radio. Gold and silver jewelry are calculated by weight. There are plenty of grains, as long as you can come over within the year, there'll be enough. We listed the armored vehicle separately, it's not a necessity. Also, any brothers planning to make a fortune in one swoop, you're always welcome. Chapter 229, They Are So Formal. Li Yong's voice came through the radio. Compared to before, her tone when speaking has become much more solemn, embodying the demeanor of a faction leader. With a changing environment, each person was also changing. Perhaps they may not notice it themselves, but others could identify some changes. The auto repair factory was publicly trading resources. Where there were people willing to trade, there would definitely also be those scheming to steal or grab hold of some items. The apocalypse had led to the total collapse of order. Grabbing resources or forcing the living to lure zombies is nothing new. Yet, the auto repair factory was willing to trade their surplus supplies instead of grabbing more. To many people, It seemed like they were fools who were washed up by the crap about unity from the central station. Li Yong's slightly warning tone echoed. The radio drew silent for 2 or 3 seconds. Then someone said, "Look, she's actually upset about chatting. I'm from the butcher shelter, and I won't allow anyone to mess with the big sister from the auto repair factory. You weren't saying that just a moment ago." Many people joined in, voicing their support, and voices rumbling. At this moment, Ma Ziyong's voice resounded in the channel. "When will the trade start?" Li Yong replied. "In 3 days, I will inform you of the location." "All right." After they finished their conversation and paused for a few seconds, someone started speaking again. "Damn, the flame god is really going to sell the armored vehicle? The price is so good, I would trade for it too." Ma Ziyong's voice was broadcast again. "I have gold on hand which I won't trade for an armored vehicle." Well, even if armored vehicles and firearms aren't used inside the city as mentioned in the channel, they still held sufficient intimidation towards other survivors. Anyone who dared to rob the auto repair factory would not dare to confront the flame god directly. After sitting in the car and listening for a while, Wu Heng learned that Li Yong was safe and that the deal was made 3 days later. That means he should return the day after tomorrow. Seeing that there is no problem, he turned off the car radio again. After arranging for a skeleton to guard the factory area, he returned to his residence. After having dinner, Wen Manchu rested on his lap, saying, "Today, 2 men came to Burke's place. Burke was a thief in his team. During the attack by the Hammer Party, Wu Heng killed him directly. His body was lost during the chaos of battle. His death was not disclosed, only a consolation payment was sent to his family. It appears that those who gave him orders are also attempting to confirm his status. Have you found out who?" Wu Heng looked down at her. "Not yet. When we followed them to the inner city district, they managed to throw us off." Wen Manchu said as she turned to him. "But we have confirmed the range of their residence. I have arranged more people to inquire there. As long as this person shows up again, we can confirm his dwelling." Not being able to confirm the other party's identity made Wu Heng a little disappointed. He's worried that they might have sensed something and would either leave or take some other actions. But without a target, there's no way to proceed, and thus he cannot demand too much from his gang members. "It's okay, keep an eye on it." Wu Heng stretched out his hand into her collar and gently kneaded her. Wen Manchu squirmed and continued. "You had Duke patrol my area, right?" "Ah, what's wrong?" Wu Heng retorted. He indeed told Duke that if he had nothing else to do, he could help patrol her streets. "Nothing, it's just that Duke starts earlier than me every day. In a few more days, he'll probably become a key figure in the gang." Wen Manchu said with a smile. "The association hasn't been assigning us tasks recently, so let him help you out." Wu Heng replied. "No, Duke is actually pretty good." Wen Manchu still smiled. The two chatted for a while on the first floor. As the night gradually deepened, they went upstairs to rest. The following morning, inside the association team's rest room, Wu Heng sat in front of the sofa, facing the owners of the armor and weapon stores. The owner of the armor store presented a blueprint and spread it out on the table, saying, "Captain, this is our design. It includes the recovery of the Hammer Party's damaged armor, extracting the ink iron and the native iron ores for smelting, to produce a batch of iron gray armor, which are much stronger in defense but also heavier." He carefully glanced at Wu Heng, and continued. "Miss Wen Manchu has already agreed to this plan, it only depends on whether you are satisfied." Wu Heng looked at the design blueprint. The iron gray coloring contrasted clearly with the Iron Guard Knights, and it looked quite good. He was generally satisfied with the style, but such equipment would still be limited in quantity for now. What if we run out of such materials later? The armor shop owner proceeded to present a second blueprint. This is the evolved version of the jumpsuit armor. By adding iron plates to the chest and hip areas, it can significantly increase defense. The jumpsuit rack was meant to be worn by skeleton attendants. If normal soldiers wear it, it would substantially hinder their movements. Wu Heng glanced at it, then nodded and said, "All right, if Wen Manchu has agreed, I have no objection. You can start work anytime." "All right, Captain." The owner of the armor store showed a smile. Next was the owner of the weapon store. He didn't have any blueprints as weapon specs were fixed. He directly said, "Captain, we have also started production. Recently, we've received a batch of strong crossbows that are in pretty good condition. I'd like to ask if you're interested." "Did you bring any?" Wu Heng asked. "No, bringing strong crossbows into the association is not appropriate." Wu Heng stood up. "Come on, let's go to your shop and see." They traveled to the weapon store. The store was still fairly empty, with nothing on the shelves. The owner brought him to the backyard, took out a strong crossbow and handed it over. "This is from a gang sale, but it works perfectly." Wu Heng stared for a while, then handed it to the blazing blade standing behind him. Drawing the string and loading the arrow. With a bang, the arrow pierced through the wooden target at front. "How many do you have?" Wu Heng inquired. "We have altogether recovered 12. How about the price of these?" "How would you price these recovered ones?" "The price of a strong crossbow does not fluctuate much. We would charge you 40 silver coins per unit." "Deal, I'll take all of them." Wu Heng immediately responded. It was said to be sold by the gang, but it seemed more like it was left behind during the battle with the Hammer Party, or perhaps sold out by some surviving factions. The crossbow showed limited wear, likely from infrequent use. The boss nodded, ordering his men to bring out all the strong crossbows and crossbow arrows. Wu Heng stored them into his space ring and paid the corresponding silver coins to the other party. Certain people's collapsed equipment. He continued. "For weapons, speed up the process. I'll have one mancha arrange for someone to come and inspect the goods." "Okay." After the simple interaction with the two men, he directly left the shop. On his way home, he stopped to check on the construction of the Money Cat on the way. The entire building's exterior was covered by barriers, and some workers were removing the rubbish inside. Many residents stood afar, whispering among themselves. They were speculating about the shop's next steps. Wu Heng took a distant look and had no intention of going over. He took a detour and went straight home. After having lunch at home, he went to Zombie World through the boundary door. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Beep beep beep. A horn sounded. The skeletons blocking the factory gate made way. The convoy drove into the factory area and slowly parked at an open space. Li Yong stepped out of the passenger vehicle and walked over. "Tomorrow at the county's passenger station, we'll trade goods with other shelters. Some people might have ill intentions. We need your help to keep an eye on things." "I will accompany you." Wu Heng asked. "Are there many people involved in the trade?" "Some should be coming over, but I'm not sure about the exact number." Li Yong thought for a moment and responded. The discussion on the radio was intense, but not many people might show up after all. After all, most of the roads were still dominated by zombies. "We'll see then. I've prepared some flour in the warehouse. I'll bring it along as the food for trade." Wu Heng said. "Flour? Did you find it in the other factories nearby?" "You don't need to worry about it. Have Kayangtsai and the others load it into the truck," Wu Heng stated. "Okay." Li Yong didn't ask any more and gestured towards Kayangtsai and the others to head towards the warehouse mentioned by Wu Heng. When the warehouse door opened, neatly stacked large bags of flour inside were revealed. "Put out the cigarette. Don't you know that fire is not permitted here?" Wang Qinggang snuffed out the cigarette in someone else's mouth. Li Yong also realized. "Move them into the vehicle. No open flames, be careful." "All right, Sister Hong." The crowd responded in unison and began to load the flour into the vehicle. On the other side, Wu Heng also made some arrangements for the skeletons. Number 2 Big Head was left in command of nearly 10,000 skeleton soldiers to hold the factory area. This place still needed to be occupied. The solar panels in several warehouses and the entire factory area would be useful in the future. Therefore, even if he left, he needed to ensure this place was protected. Zombie hordes definitely wouldn't come over. He was just worried that some survivors seeing that no one was here would take everything away. "We're done moving everything." Li Yong walked over. "I've finished giving instructions here too. Let's go, it's better to get there earlier." Li Yong nodded, and together they boarded the passenger vehicle. Then, the convoy set off, leaving the factory area. The night was deep. As they approached the passenger station, the road lamps were replaced with solar panels, illuminating the area for 100 meters on both sides of the gate. Seeing the convoy approach, the passenger station's gate opened immediately. The convoy drove in slowly. Everyone began to act on their own, some unloading goods, while a few briefed Li Yong on the recent situation. After all the goods were moved, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Knock knock knock. A soft knock on the door echoed. Opening the door revealed a figure in pajamas with short hair hanging loose. Li Yong made a shushing gesture and carefully stepped in, closing the door behind her. Wu Heng lifted her onto the bed. The next day, 2 modified SUVs drove into the county's commercial area. The man driving the car with his hair loose said, "Bro, do you really believe that the auto repair shop has so many resources? I hope we're not making this trip in vain." Next to him sat a middle-aged man with a thick beard. He pulled out a crumpled pack of cigarettes from his pocket, knocked out half a cigar, and lit it. "Even if it's a wasted trip, it's fine. If it's true, we can get some food early. If we go too late, others might get all their stuff." He took a deep breath and continued. "The Flame God has an armored car. I think they will use it for resource exchange sooner or later." "Do you really believe them?" "I don't think they have food now." Only a fool would use food to exchange for gold at this time. And added in his heart, and those who do believe it are even more foolish. They passed an intersection. The eyes of both men widened. The road began to clear up. Although there were blood stains on the ground, no zombies were in sight. This was the main road in the county. No zombies. Slow down, there are people up ahead. SCHHH. The car started to slow down. In front of the road, scrapped cars were blocking both sides of the road. In the middle of the road was a checkpoint, just wide enough for one car to pass through. A few people in anti-stab suits, wearing helmets, and holding crossbows, signaled to them. Bro, should we stop? Of course we should stop, why do you think we came here? The two cars came to a halt one after the other. Behind the checkpoint, a man quickly walked over. He asked. Ahead is the auto repair shop shelter, are you here to trade goods? Damn, bro, they are so organized. Chapter 230, enlarged version of the revolver in the end times, the living conditions of most shelters are largely similar. At the same time as suffering from hunger and a lack of food, they also have to worry about attacks from zombie hordes. Only a few shelters are somewhat better off. Take Flame God Shelter for example, they possess some modern weapons, have chosen to settle in a location far away from the city, and after clearing the surrounding zombies, it becomes somewhat safer. But even so, compared to other shelters, they may not be that much better. However, the people from the current car repair shop seem distinctly different. Blue puncture-resistant suits, electric car helmets, and there's even a flashlight, stun stick at the waist, and a handheld crossbow in the hand. Bearing a bizarre resemblance to the private militias in Wasteland films. You would believe these people to be official rescue teams rather than inhabitants of a car repair shop shelter. But these people are indeed from the car repair shop. The very car repair shop that declined participation when the television station organized disaster relief teams. Yes, we heard about the exchange of items on the radio, we made haste to come here. The man in the co-driver's seat immediately revealed a smile, leaned over and replied. The inspection officer assessed the car and asked, how many vehicles do you have? This one, and the one at the back. The inspection officer continued, we need to confirm if any of you are injured, if no issue arises, you can just go in directly. The two hesitated, but eventually left the car. Meanwhile encouraging the people in the car behind them to get down to undergo the inspection as well. It wasn't a strict type of inspection. The virus from the undead can infect a person quickly. As long as no visible wounds appear on the body and you don't spend over 3 to 5 minutes outside the checkpoint, you can confirm whether or not you've been infected. Alright, you can go in now. Just drive straight ahead and you'll see the exchange area. The inspection officer said. Oh, thank you, brother. The group returned to their cars. When the roadblock was removed, the two cars, one in front of the other, drove in. Passing through the checkpoint, they continued to drive straight down the road. Along the way, they could see groups of busy people and patrols of skeletons. The car repair shop had acknowledged the existence of the skeletons on the radio, but seeing them firsthand still brought strong visual impact. No matter how you put it, allowing a skeleton to get up and move anomalously, feels even more bizarre than awakening abilities to control water or fire. Certain discussions about genetic evolution and cell mutation just did not apply to skeletons. It was simply magical. Big brother, the exchange spot is up ahead. The long-haired driver said. On one side of the road ahead, an umbrella provided shade, few people were sitting at a table, and not far away were piles of blue bags of white powder which should be bags of wheat flour. The driver was shocked. There really were people exchanging food for gold at this time. Pull over. The car stopped aside, the big brother left the car. Glancing at the piled bags of grain aside as well as beer and instant noodles that could be seen in supermarkets. The woman sitting under the umbrella immediately asked. What do you want to exchange? We have gold to exchange for some food. Take out the gold, we have scales here. A man opened the rear car door and took out a backpack, which contained various gold ornaments when opened. Rings, bracelets, and even a large gold chain the thickness of a pinky finger. The two behind the table checked the gold while one person started weighing it. Except for the thickest gold chain that was fake, the rest were real. How is this possible? This was a gift from my girlfriend, I've been wearing it all along. The man protested. Whoa. The man quietly cursed as the sound of vehicles approached from behind. Two military green armored vehicles with machine guns mounted, slowly approached and lined up at the end of the convoy. The people from Flame God Shelter. They have also arrived. And they arrived very early, probably due to the fear that supplies would run out after being completely exchanged. What do you want to exchange for? The staff member urged again. The man turned his head, and immediately said, exchange for food. Only wheat flour is available. No problem. Drive over there to collect it. There's also some beer, instant noodles and such. Take a look and see if there's anything else you need." The staff member went on. "All right, thank you." The man got back in the car and headed towards the direction to exchange the items. "How about the bus station?" With the opening of the door, several figures strode in. Liang laid her eyes on the lead, sized him from head to toe, and then extended her hand. "I'm Liang, the person in charge of the car repair shop." The other party reached out for a handshake. "Flame God Shelter, Ma Ziyang." "So, it is Captain Ma, I've long heard of your name, please sit." Ma Ziyang took a seat and began. "We came here with the intention of exchanging for some solar panels, but upon seeing the craftsmanship of your crossbows, we're wondering if they are on your exchange list." Liang raised her brow. She didn't expect them to take interest in the crossbows. This weapon was distributed to the people by Wu Hang last night, serving as some sort of self-defense weapon. Easy to use, noiseless and sufficiently powerful to kill zombies. Liang appeared hesitant. The crossbows were not numerous in number. And whether to exchange them or not, it was not her decision to make. Ultimately it would depend on Wu Hang's opinion. "So, the crossbows are not for sale?" Ma Ziyang asked curiously. Liang gave a slight smile. "Manufacturing crossbows is incredibly challenging and we only have so few, it's really not easy to sell." Chapter 230, Enlarged version of the revolver. Although crossbow strings do create a certain amount of noise, the sound is not loud, unlike the explosive din of firearms. Basically, you wouldn't dare to shoot a gun when dealing with zombies, but this type of handheld crossbow doesn't present as much of a problem. The noise would be covered by the roar of the horde anyway. Plus, affecting the battlefield situation from a distance can have a significant impact. What does Leader Li need? Let's discuss it. Under the current circumstances, we should help each other get through the hard times. Ma Ziyang continued. Liang was about to refuse outright. She then said, "In fact, we don't have anything that's too scarce. You should propose what you can offer." Seeing that the other party tossed the question back at him, Ma Ziyang said directly, "I can offer 2 rifles I brought with me, in exchange for 5 of your crossbows and corresponding solar panels." Liang shook her head. "Captain Ma, what use are guns? We have plenty of them too. Apart from intimidating survivors, we dare not shoot a single bullet at zombies. Let's leave it at that." "That can't be said like this. Sometimes, preventing others can also be very necessary." Liang shook her head. "Sorry, we do not intend to sell our crossbows." Ma Ziyang fell silent where he sat. A follower of his whispered a few words to him. Ma Ziyang resumed speaking. "Leader Li, we have another type of weapon in our possession. You can take a look at it first and then decide whether or not you want to trade." "Sure. I will instruct my men to bring it, without bringing the ammunition along to avoid any misunderstandings." Ma Ziyang continued. Liang glanced to the side. "Kaiang-tsai, go with them to fetch it." "Okay." A few people left and came back shortly after. A heavy weapon with a giant rotary wheel was placed on the table. It looked like an oversized revolver. LG-4 rotary grenade launcher, weight 5.58 kilograms, length 780 mm, barrel length 300 mm, required ammunition 40 mm grenade. The power of each bullet is equivalent to a hand grenade. Ma Ziyang elaborated. Liang, on the other hand, looked at him in surprise after listening to his introduction. It's not that she understood this weapon, but she was astonished by his sales pitch. Even gun enthusiasts might not be able to deliver such a speech. Especially in our country, ordinary people wouldn't have access to these things. Adding to that, the way he was referred to on the radio, Captain Ma, made her suspect his identity. We don't have many people on our side who know how to use it, and the ammunition. Liang looked troubled. After hesitating for a moment, she asked, "What do you propose for the exchange, Captain Ma?" "1 gun, 6 rounds of fragmentation shells, in exchange for 10 of your crossbows and 20 sets of solar panels." "We can't trade solar panels or food separately, why stick to the crossbows? In the future, when we have more, we can trade with Captain Ma," Liang said directly. The repair shop only had 12 crossbows in total, and you wanted to take 10 with a fancy revolver. In addition, solar panels are currently a necessity in all shelters. Ma Ziyang still didn't want to give up. "Leader Li, state your conditions." Liang, leaning to the side, paused for a moment before asking, "How many of these grenade launchers can you provide us with?" "We can sell a maximum of 2 of them to you." "And the ammunition?" 12 fragmentation shells. Liang pondered for a while. 2 grenade launchers, 12 rounds of ammunition, in exchange for 8 of your crossbows, 100 crossbow arrows, and 10 sets of solar panels. "That's way too much." The other people from Flame God Shelter exclaimed. Captain Ma, these are my conditions. Whether we trade or not is up to you. Ma Ziyang looked serious, staying quiet for a while before saying, "Alright, we'll trade." Li Yong nodded, saying, "Kaiang Tsai, have our people prepare the crossbows for the trade." "Okay, Sister Hong." Kaiang Tsai nodded. Ma Ziyang also rose. "I won't disturb you for now. If you need anything, we can contact each other later." "Alright." After a few people had left, Wu Heng walked out of the house. It's not that he was avoiding something. It was just that he had decided that the shelter's affairs would primarily be handled by Li Yong in the future. When dealing with other shelters, she'd be the one to represent them. At most, he'd work behind the scenes. Or you could say that Li Yong was his manager and spokesperson. Li Yong originally didn't plan to agree to the trade, but Wu Heng told Zhao to invisibly tell her the trade conditions. "If we give them the crossbows, what will we use?" Li Yong asked. Wu Heng sat down in front of a chair. "We will have more crossbows later. This grenade launcher might come in handy. More crossbows will be produced in London City in the future, to be provided here. If the other party is so desperate to get crossbows, it's very probable that they want to reproduce them. After all, some people can self-manufacture crossbows. But Wu Heng isn't worried about this. Anything they make won't be as good as what the professional weapon shop workers can make. Whatever they make might be effective to some extent, but its killing power or accuracy can't compare with what they have here. They really are something. Every time they come, they want something." Li Yong complained and straddled his lap. "As long as they're willing to trade, it's a good thing for us." "Yeah, today was pretty good. Several shelters came. Today is just the first day. After they return and spread the message, more people will come," Wu Heng stated. At this point, Kaiang Tsai and a few others came in carrying boxes. Chapter 230, enlarged version of the revolver. As they walked in, they called out, "Sister Hong, we brought back." As soon as they walked through the door, they saw Li Yong sitting on Wu Heng's lap, a sweet smile on her face. They glanced around the room together and murmured, "Seems like we're in the wrong place." Li Yong's cheeks turned red. She quickly got up and asked, "Have you checked the items?" "We did. 2 guns and 12 rounds of ammunition. The quantities are correct, but we don't know if they work properly." Kaiang Tsai replied. "Okay, put them here." "Alright, then we're heading out." The men put down the box and hurriedly left. Wu Heng rose from his seat and opened the box. He saw the weapons inside, including grenades that were about the same width as a mobile phone. Such weapons. Wu Heng hadn't even seen them on TV before. After verifying that there were no issues, he stored everything inside the space ring. Dusk fell. The last convoy from the refuge had completed their transaction. Everyone began packing up, getting ready to call it a day. After giving some instructions, Li Yong accepted a bag and walked towards Wu Heng. "There are 170 grams of gold and a little bit of silver here," Li Yong said. The amount was not as much as he had expected. But it was still a good haul considering this was just the first day. The profit margin was already 100 times their cost. "Well, it's a significant quantity," Wu Heng said as he stored the gold away. Li Yong nodded, then said, "Tonight I'm organizing a big meal for everyone. Do you want to join?" "I'll pass, you go ahead and enjoy with everyone else." Li Yong stepped forward, wrapping her arms around his waist. "Will you come see me tonight? I have some things to deal with. I'll contact you when it's convenient," Wu Heng replied. "Alright, I won't let anyone upstairs. You can relax and handle your business." "Good girl." Li Yong blushed. "Since you won't be with me tonight, I'll take some interest." Wu Heng lifted her chin gently and gave her a light kiss. After a while, reluctantly, Li Yong let go. "I have to get going, contact me when you're done." Wu Heng nodded. Once Li Yong left, Wu Heng put away all the spoils of the day. He opened the boundary door and returned home. Stepping out of the boundary door, Wu Heng went downstairs where Minnie was preparing dinner. When Mancha wasn't back yet. Seeing Wu Heng, Minnie immediately smiled. "Master, wait a moment, dinner will be ready soon." To Minnie, Wu Heng's sudden disappearances and reappearances were no longer strange. Initially, Wu Heng liked to maintain an air of mystery, but as time passed, all the maids became used to his sudden comings and goings. They might not have fully understood what he was up to, but they were accustomed to it. "Take your time," Wu Heng said. "Okay." Minnie nodded. Wu Heng went to freshen up in the bathroom. When he returned downstairs, Wen Mancha walked in with a skeleton. "Master," she greeted. "Dinner will be ready soon, just hang on," Wu Heng said. Wen Mancha gave a gentle smile. "It feels so good to be home. You say that as if you were away for long." "Hee hee." Wen Manshaw chuckled, shedding her coat to wrap her arm around his. I found the two individuals who visited Burke's house. Oh? Who are they? I'm not sure who they are. But the person they visited, the owner of the building, is named Benesv. Chapter 231, I will teach you in the inner city district, within a lavish mansion. On either side of a slender dining table, two men in different attire were enjoying a sumptuous meal. Is there someone in this remote place that even you can't handle? The man to the left, cutting his food with a knife and fork, remarked casually. He had long chestnut hair that reached his shoulders, pale skin, and deep-set eyes. The fingers holding his cutlery were as thin and dry as dead twigs. He was tall and thin, donned in a dark blue mage robe. That's why we invited Mr. Giovanni to help us, said the man across the table, dressed in noble attire. Right. Mage Giovanni picked up his napkin, gently wiping his mouth before continuing. Tell me more about this person. You mentioned he's from the association. The nobleman nodded. The captain of the association, a necromancer transferred from Yiko Kingdom. He took two of our special items. After the brief introduction, Mage Giovanni was somewhat surprised. The Yiko Kingdom actually had a necromancer, and he had been successfully appointed as the captain of the association. It was quite rare. You want me to retrieve those two special items? Giovanni inquired. We want the items back, but we also want him killed. You should have no problem making someone disappear, right? Of course, it's not difficult. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, footsteps echoed from outside the dining room. A servant stood at the door, whispering, Master, Paliuk has returned. Let him in. The footsteps approached from the door, and a middle-aged man stood by with his head bowed. Lord Benesv, there have been some developments. The merchant Benesv put down his cutlery. Speak. There are no outsiders here. The man nodded. We've engaged people from the association. It is confirmed that Burke is dead, and the association has issued death benefits. Is he really dead? What about Wu Heng? Benesv continued. Only Burke is dead. The rest have been honored for killing the Hammer Party. The man paused, and then continued. Wu Heng has nearly 10,000 necromancies. Benesv's face darkened. He took a deep breath. All right, you may leave. The man bowed and was about to leave. Wait. Giovanni, who had just sipped some red wine, suddenly spoke. The man's steps faltered. Next, his face drastically changed, eyes widened, and veins protruded from his neck. Crack. Amidst the cries of horror and hoarse pleading, his neck suddenly twisted 180 degrees to the back. Blood flowed from his 7 orifices and he fell to the ground, dead. Benesv's face changed, nearly jumping out of his seat. Suppressing the fear in his heart, he asked, Giovanni, what's this? Giovanni didn't respond, but simply pointed a finger. The fallen corpse abruptly sat up. The head, which had twisted to the back, cracked back into place with a gnashing sound and stared back at them. Giovanni asked, how did Burke die? The corpse replied, the association issued death benefits, saying he died at the hands of the Hammer Party. Giovanni continued to ask, what about the others in their squad? The others are all fine. Why is Benesv investigating Wu Heng? It seems that he lost something that is now in Wu Heng's hands. When did this Wu Heng come to London City? Approximately a month ago. Giovanni asked 5 consecutive questions, confirming Burke's situation and Benesv's intentions, as if he couldn't trust someone else's words and needed to confirm with the corpse himself. After the 5 questions were asked, the corpse fell back onto the ground with a thump. Benesv looked a bit uncomfortable and waved his hand to have the corpse removed. Giovanni smiled and said, don't mind it, it's always better to be careful. It's good for both you and me. Understood. Being cautious is a good thing. Benesv's expression regained composure as he asked, what's your plan now? A necromancer who suddenly emerged in a month, I am actually quite interested. You're not planning on backing out now, are you? Giovanni smiled, of course not. I will help you retrieve the items, the honorarium remains the same. But Wu Heng is mine, whether alive or dead, he's valuable to me. No problem. Benesv immediately agreed, and then added, tomorrow, I need Giovanni to accompany me to discuss this matter. Sure. Inside the living room. The air conditioning was spreading cool air. When Manshaw continued to explain, Benesv is a wealthy merchant in the inner city area with a fairly large mansion. But he doesn't seem to have any business in the city. I couldn't find anything else. It can basically be confirmed now that Benesv was the real culprit behind the scenes who ordered Burke to kill him. Although he had many enemies, his biggest connection to a wealthy businessman would be the members of the secret cultivation hall. Any movements on his side? Wu Heng asked. No major discoveries. I've arranged for surveillance nearby. If there's any movement, I will be notified immediately. When Manshaw responded. Wu Heng didn't respond, instead sinking into his thoughts. Whether to monitor or not, it wouldn't matter much. If the other party has already arranged to kill him, having zero activity could only embolden them. The only concerning issue was whether his merits were reported, and if he could be promoted to vice executive. Chapter 231, I will teach you the potential consequence of having caused the death of a local tycoon could easily disrupt the vice executive's affairs. Just as Slither had said when he left, being not assigned any tasks might as well be a good thing, he simply needed to wait for the appointment before making further plans. Although he said it wouldn't matter whether or not he takes up the vice executive post now, he still wanted to seize this opportunity now that he has it. Monitor him, the moment he leaves the city or the moment we are sure of his appearance. Notify me, Wu Hang said. Okay. Wen Mancha agreed, wearing a thin nightgown, laying on the couch, her legs swinging back and forth. Master, I've been thinking, it's really good to have you around. Wu Hang was taken aback, and as he sat down next to the sofa, he lightly patted it and asked, what's wrong? Otherwise, when Hammer Party took over the city, many people in the city would die, and we wouldn't escape either. Wen Mancha turned her head to look at him. Back then, the Iron Guard Knights had pushed the Pink Gang to resist the Hammer Party. This left her with some lingering fear. She would bring it up every now and then, full of resentful hindsight. It's good to have you all as well, Wu Hang smiled. You're really kind. Wen Mancha glanced back, gently lifted the hem of her gown with one hand to cover the root of her thigh, and whispered, Master, shall I have your baby? After hearing her teasing words, he grinned, understanding her intentions. Right here? It's almost dinner time. What are you afraid of? We've been together before, come on. Wen Mancha's repeated teasing made him a bit hard to control himself. Wen Mancha lay on the couch, her skirt rolled up to her waist, Wu Hang's hands propped up on either side of her head. In the past few days, Wu Hang had been busy with the trade of the refuge. Both had been missing each other. Wen Mancha tried hard to restrain herself from making any sounds, but gradually she started to lose control of her emotions and began to hum softly. In the kitchen, Minnie peeked out. Minnie frowned slightly. Not now, surely. They're starting now, do they still want to eat dinner? The next day, inside the grain shop. The shopkeeper rubbed his hands together, closely following Wu Hang while explaining, Sir, we've increased our supplies, and now we can sell you 3,000 bags of wheat flour. A few days had passed since the last grain purchase. New shipment of grain had arrived, so the shopkeeper immediately informed Minnie, who then brought Wu Hang over. How's the quality? Wu Hang entered the warehouse and inspected. You can be assured, the quality will only be better than last time. My reputation is on the line, there's no way I would try to cheat you with some cheap goods, the shopkeeper explained. Wu Hang turned back to look at Minnie, pick a couple bags and check them. Minnie nodded and randomly selected 2 bags, opening them up and inspecting the flour. Flour in this world is somewhat yellowish. The tests involved checking for any sand or other debris, and then if there's any mold. Although it's for the other refugees to eat. But it's still his money to be paid, and there's more than just one grain shop. The quality still needs to be checked. After inspecting, Minnie nodded, no problem. Alright, I'll take the whole batch. Great. I'll have someone deliver them to your grocery shop, said the shopkeeper joyfully. Sure. Wu Hang paid him. The whole grain shop owner then arranged for people to begin moving the grain to the grocery store. Wu Hang and Minnie left the shop, heading towards the grocery store. The two of them talked as they walked. Captain Wu Hang. Suddenly a carriage stopped not far away. The curtain was pulled aside, revealing a gaunt middle-aged man with deeply sunken eyes. Wu Hang turned to look, his brows knit slightly. The knowledge of souls skill allowed him to sense the guards around the carriage, as well as the situation inside the carriage. The guards around the carriage were several undead attendants. Inside the carriage, in addition to 2 people, he also detected a familiar soul fluctuation, Wen Mancha. A necromancer. And they've kidnapped Wen Mancha. What's your name? Wu Hang asked. Giovanni, a level 16 necromancer, the man responded blandly. It's a pleasure to meet you. Did my maid offend you in any way? Wu Hang continued probing. The man looked clearly surprised. He glanced back at the inside of the carriage and smiled. You're interesting. The carriage door opened and a tall figure in a robe stepped down, bringing Wen Mancha down with him. He said abruptly, I heard you have a special item from the secret cultivation hall. Give it to me now, and I will spare her. Oh? You're from the secret cultivation hall? The man didn't answer. Instead, he subtly snapped his fingers, and Wen Mancha's eyes suddenly widened, her neck starting to forcefully twist backwards. Her face began to turn red, her neck muscles prominent. Wu Hang quickly thought it through in his mind, deciding against opening fire directly. As a 4th-level necromancer, he couldn't kill the man, and Wen Mancha would undoubtedly die. I can give it to you, Wu Hang said. When Manch's neck stopped twisting but it still remained at a 90-degree angle, her face red. Bring it out. I only have a wooden stick in my hands right now. The sound of a finger snap rang out again, and when Mancha's neck began to twist uncomfortably once more. If you kill her today, I will hand over the 2 items to the association. If you're willing to trade, I can exchange this wooden stick for the maid presently being used, Wu Heng said as he produced the special item, the wooden stick, and placed it on the ground. He had given the blood cup to Slither, so it was impossible for him to retrieve it. But they should know this too. Special items are often more valuable than human lives. Ding ding ding. There were slight knocking sounds from the carriage's cabin. Mr. Giovanni, let's trade back first, and we can talk about the next item later. It seemed that they still didn't dare to let the special item fall into the hands of the association. Give it to me. Giovanni outstretched his hand. Let her go first. Are you, a 16th level mage, afraid that I'll run away? Interesting. Giovanni turned his head towards Wen Mancha and said, come back. A shadowy blue spectral form flew out from Wen Mancha's body and returned to Giovanni's. Wen Mancha immediately regained control of her body and quickly ran to Wu Heng's side. Wu Heng, also adhering to the agreement, threw the wooden stick, which was caught swiftly by the man who then passed it into the carriage. Once the stick was taken inside, Giovanni turned back to look at Wu Heng, saying, you're interesting. At such a young age, you have achieved so much in the art of necromancy. Shucks, I'm merely learning through trial and error, Wu Heng replied, readying himself for combat. How about you follow me? I can teach you traditional magic. In just a few years, you could become a 3rd-level mage, Giovanni said, hands behind his back. Seemingly, he did not believe that someone as young as Wu Heng could reach level 10. Or perhaps, some mistake had been made in his judgment. Thanks, but our personalities don't agree. It seems we're not destined to be master and apprentice, Wu Heng declined immediately. Giovanni chuckled and nodded, saying, it seems ignorance has led you to make the wrong choice, but that's okay. The association can't protect you, and I'm quite interested in your corpse. With that, he promptly got into his carriage and headed towards the city outskirts. Soon, the patrolling squad and passing professional squad rushed over. Captain Wu Heng, is everything alright? A member of the other squad asked. Nothing happened, just some chit-chat, Wu Heng responded. That's good, we have other tasks to complete, so we'll head off first. Alright. Wu Heng then turned his attention towards the patrolling squad. These men belong to the Pendant gang. Follow that carriage, see where they go. Understood, Captain. Once everyone had left, Wu Heng noticed Wen Mancha's pale face. Helping her back to the grocery store, he asked, what happened? All the informants stationed near Benesv were killed. He traced the bodies back to me and brought me here, Wen Mancha explained. Being a necromancer, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find Wen Mancha though questioning the dead. Now that Wen Mancha was managing the city area for Wu Heng, everyone knew about her, so naturally, they would know who was behind it. However, they hadn't anticipated that the secret cultivation hall would send a 16th-level necromancer. Moreover, it was clear that the man intended to kill him, although it was daytime, not the best time to execute his plan. I'm sorry, Master, Wen Mancha bowed her head. It's not your fault, I also want to kill him. Wu Heng reassured her softly. Knowing this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Everyone had shown their true colors. It was a matter of who would kill who first. Chapter 232, Damn, what is this? One inside the carriage. Necromancer Giovanni was holding a white handkerchief, repeatedly wiping his hands, and said, didn't you want 2 special items? How come you settled for 1? Sitting opposite him, Benesv was checking the wooden staff. Looking up, he said, he would definitely hand this special item to the association, even if the association gives him nothing in return, by then taking it back would be difficult. You always vacillate when you work, making things so complicated. If I had your achievements, I would have slapped him to death with a single palm. Benesv put away the staff and continued to ask, just now, did you really intend to take him as a disciple? He does have some talent in necromancy. If he agrees, I would keep him by my side and teach him some knowledge. Giovanni's tone paused for a while, but if he doesn't want to, that's okay, a corpse is more obedient than an apprentice. Benesv nodded, he also did not want Giovanni to take the other party as his disciple. It would still make things complicated. Their resentment for each other would not be eliminated either. Continuing to ask, will your appearance in front of him this time affect the following actions? He is quite vigilant. How could killing a small squad leader with some talent who is only around level 8 cause any impact? Giovanni was indifferent. Benesv wanted to say something, but he held back his words at the last moment. Judging from the current situation, Giovanni had no problem killing Wu Heng. The carriage cabin quieted down once again. The carriage creaked on. Getting farther and farther from London City, after passing through the dense forest, a mansion appeared ahead. The carriage sped up again, directly entering the mansion. At the general store, Minnie served tea. Wu Hang sat next to her, deep in thought. A level 16 necromancer, a whole rank higher than himself. A practitioner of this level anywhere would be considered a powerhouse, but he showed up in such a small place. From the previous encounter, 2 of his abilities could be confirmed. One is the use of a ghost, taking possession of one man-shot's body. The other is the 4 undead minions that followed the carriage. As a level 16 necromancer, the skeleton should also be all around level 15. 5 level 4 professionals, isn't his bullying? With such a setup, it was like advanced players returning to the newbie village to bully people in a place like London City. Downgrading the attack. It was quite difficult to handle. While fighting with others, he didn't feel much. When he faced the necromancer, he only felt that this profession was really disgusting. The Yako Kingdom's constitution restricting necromancers was reasonable. "Master, shall we leave for a while?" Wen Mancha said softly after her expression softened somewhat. Compared to the oblivious Minnie, she understood what a level 16 necromancer represented. If it weren't for today being in the city, the other party might have simply attacked and killed both Wu Hang and herself on the spot. Necromancers, a profession dealing with the dead, are experts in both killing and disposing of bodies. Although he hasn't attacked yet, it will eventually get dark. It's only a matter of time before the other party takes action. Instead of worrying about it, it's better to leave first and come back after a while. Or maybe never come back at all. Wu Hang understood her concerns and comforted her softly. "Don't worry, it's not time to leave yet." He still had quite a few trumps up his sleeve. If it really came to fighting, he might not necessarily be afraid of him. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Urgent footsteps sounded. A ranger from Pendant ran up from the staircase. "Captain, sister-in-law, that carriage has entered the mansion on the east side outside the city," the ranger said, panting. When Mancha asked, "Did they discover you?" "They might have noticed that the few guards around the carriage seemed to want to approach us, but we kept a considerable distance and no one was injured." The ranger continued. "You're saying they went into the mansion?" Wu Hang took over the conversation. "Yes. What's the situation in the mansion?" The tamed beast just glanced over it roughly. "It seems like they're holding a banquet. There are quite a few nobles in the courtyard." The ranger contemplated for a moment and responded. "And the guards?" "Guards, at least hundreds of them." Wu Hang did not continue asking. He sat on the side and pondered over it. Then he said to the ranger, "All right, your task is complete. You can go back to rest." The ranger glanced at Wen Mancha, and seeing that she blinked in approval, he saluted and stepped down. When his footsteps were far away, Wen Mancha asked, "Master, what should we do?" "We'll go to the mansion, and attack first." Wen Mancha's eyes narrowed, but she nodded anyway. "All right." Outside the city, at the mansion on the east side. Behind the mansion was a large field of medicinal herbs, supplying the pharmacies in the city. The secret cultivation hall purchased this mansion a long time ago, using it as a secret gathering place outside the city. It served as a venue for meetings and initiation ceremonies. However, due to the Hammer Party situation, this place was abandoned for some time. It wasn't until today that it was put back into use and people were gathered here. In the mansion, there were numerous nobles dressed elegantly, exuding extraordinary momentum. Like a grand social gathering. People were chatting with each other. It was quite lively. Nearing midday, Benizv came out from the stone fortress inside, looked at the crowd in the courtyard, and smiled. "Brothers and sisters, good afternoon." He then lifted his hands over his head in a word gesture. "Good afternoon, Mr. Benizv." Everyone said in unison, also lifting their hands above their heads. Benizv nodded contentedly and continued, "Let me introduce to you, Giovanni, a level 16 mage, who will help us kill Wu Hang and take over London City." The crowd was taken aback at first, then joy lit up their faces. A level 16 mage taking on a small team leader from the association was simply overkill. That brat is finally going to die. After Wu Hang killed Lu Anji and many became apprehensive, fearing that their information would somehow be acquired by the other party, and they too would be in danger. Now, it seemed that the brat's end was nearing. With Mr. Giovanni in action, that brat won't live long. He'll finally die. He owns half the city. My business has suffered a lot. Kill him quickly. I am willing to present Mr. Giovanni with a great gift. Me too. The crowd got louder and the atmosphere was more lively. The arrival of Wu Hang completely disrupted the status quo of London City, especially in the east and north districts. They all feared Wu Hang because if he found out about their shops in these districts, they'd shut them all down and got rid of the property deeds as soon as possible. Each person had lost a lot of money. Naturally, they wanted to see Wu Hang meet his end here. Giovanni, standing at the back, was somewhat satisfied with the people's reaction. He even enjoyed it to an extent. Solving this matter and staying here to be an overlord was also a good choice. Complete power and a constant supply of experimental subjects. When he thought of these, his heart heated with excitement. It was finally his turn after Benisv's loud introduction. He straightened his collar, took 2 elegant steps forward as befits a mage. He arrived at the front of the staircase. He cleared his throat and was about to speak when his heart suddenly contracted. A sense of danger surged within him. The next second, his protective item appeared and shattered, and his left shoulder was pierced in an instant. Blood and flesh splattered. Then, the sound of a bullet tearing through the air came. Giovanni's expression drastically changed. He immediately dragged the arm that was connected by a bit of flesh and hid behind the iron-armored servant beside him. Clank. Clank. 2 more bullets struck, hitting the servant's armor. The armor was punctured, and the servant was forced to retreat. Suddenly, there was the sound of heavy items falling from the sky. Everyone looked up to see strange objects falling from the sky. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, explosions covered the entire yard. Smoke rose and filled the yard. Limb debris, splinters, and stones flew in all directions. Panic-stricken screams whipped into a frenzy. Dressed in formal attire, a graceful lady of high society squatted in place, screaming loudly as dust fell from the sky, covering her body. 2 guards rushed over. Just as they were about to pick her up to escape, the ground next to them exploded, instantly blowing the 3 of them to pieces. Benisv crawled into the stone fortress behind him. When he looked up, he saw the necromancer Giovanni also hiding there, chugging potions. Of the 4 undead servants that were originally by his side, only one was left, and it was missing an arm. Its chest plate was covered in rocks and dents from the impacts. The other servants had been blown to pieces in the initial explosions. What kind of magic is this? Benisv spat out the sand in his mouth and asked. Giovanni threw the potion bottle aside and cursed, "It's not magic, damn it." He hadn't expected to encounter such a situation in what he thought was a minor place. The explosion came suddenly, and it ended quickly too. After the brief bombardment, the entire scene was in ruins. Smoke was still lingering above the manor, and wails echoed throughout the area. Before the dust settled, whiz. An odd-looking 3-wheeled vehicle, operated by a skeleton, stopped outside the gates of the manor. 2 weird, pitch-black things were on top of the carriage. In the midst of the smoke, they turned their direction towards the inside. The next second, boom, boom, boom. The muzzles spewed tongues of fire, and a barrage of bullets began to sweep towards the inside of the manor. Body parts, blood splatters, chunks of flesh, along with stones flew everywhere. None of the corpses were intact. Even ones in iron armor had been turned into sludge. Then, the machine gun began to fire at the stone fortress in the center. The door shattered like paper being torn apart. Under the dense attack of bullets, it turned into countless pieces. The walls and interior decorations crumbled like fragile pottery, causing dust to scatter. The intensive gunfire drowned the entire area. Underneath it, the 3-wheeled vehicle was violently shaking with the firing, making clattering noises. Chapter 233, Learn quickly. Following the Elder One outside the manor, atop a hidden hill, Wu Heng was observing the battle situation ahead through a telescope. They had arrived here when Benisv was still giving his speech. They did not attack. Instead, they waited for the necromancer Giovanni to leave the building and enter their line of sight, then let Lee fire. But the other party was more alert and did not die even when facing a sniper rifle. Only 1 arm was blown off. This level of injury could be relieved by drinking some potions, let alone a 16th level mage who might have even more advanced potions. As long as it was not fatal, the other party still possessed full combat power. At this moment, dust was covering the area again. "I'll have my people charge up, there shouldn't be many of them left," Wen Mancha said at his side. She had used this type of machine gun before and knew its power under sweeping fire. 1 machine gun had wiped out the White Wolf gang. Now 2 guns had swept back and forth, causing smoke to billow from the entire field. Clearly, not many people could have survived. "Don't rush, that necromancer might not be dead yet," Wu Heng said directly. "Going up consciously, isn't that throwing oneself into the net?" "Oh, all right." Thinking of that thin, cold necromancer, Wen Mancha shivered involuntarily. Inside the stone fortress, the walls were full of countless bullet holes. At this moment, Giovanni's spirit flew back from the roof and entered his body. He closed his eyes for a moment, and when he opened them again, his expression was all the more grave. Wu Heng. It was indeed him. He had underestimated him. A small team leader from the association actually had such a powerful weapon. Damn, I should have killed him earlier, he cursed himself. If he had known, he should have killed him in the city. Although dealing with the association would have been a bit troublesome, it would be better than the current situation. But thinking about these things now was obviously still too late. Benes was lying on the ground in embarrassment, shouting, "What do we do? Who's the enemy?" Giovanni glared at him and gritted his teeth, saying, "Wu Heng, why didn't you tell me he had this thing? How would I know what this is?" "I had no clue," Benes shouted. On one side, the other nobles, hearing Benes's words, were now greedily shouting out the castle, "Wu Heng, Captain Wu Heng, it has nothing to do with us, let us out. I'll give you money, stop shooting. It's all Secret Cultivation Hall's doing, it has nothing to do with me, let us go." The pleas for mercy rang out one after another. Being wealthy merchants, with great wealth and prestige, they never thought they would provoke this killer. Since his arrival in London City, the Secret Cultivation Hall had not taken advantage once. Why did they have to provoke him now? They were all regretting this in their hearts. "Make them shut up," Giovanni commanded solemnly. The only remaining Necromancer attendant lowered his body, drew his sword, and charged forward. In the blink of an eye, all the others, apart from Benes, were killed under the Necromancer's sword. The smell of blood instantly spread. Benes's pupils contracted as he lay on the ground and quickly said, "If Mr. Giovanni can get me out of here, I am willing to give you half of my treasure." Giovanni looked at him with murderous intent in his eyes. But he still didn't order to kill him altogether. Suddenly, the gunfire stopped, and only a humming sound lingered in the air. Through his spirit vision, Giovanni looked outside. The barrels of the guns had turned red hot. This weapon had reached its limit. Seizing the opportunity, Giovanni immediately cast a spell, and a gray-white circle of light fiercely spread out. The well-preserved corpses turned into carrions and staggered upright. "Get out there and kill them all." With a rustling sound, the carrions picked up the weapons on the ground and started attacking. Almost at the same time, the tricycle outside the gate drove away in a puff of smoke. And a large number of skeletons and carrions had already entered the manor. The two waves of undead soldiers collided together, they wield their weapons and slash at each other, while also facing the enemy's slashing. The snap. A carrion dressed in a robe was decapitated with a single sword stroke. After it fell to the ground, its body began to grow big lumps the size of bowls, and with a popping sound, the lumps started to burst open. It wasn't the toxic gas of the evil explosion skill. But with the bursting of the lumps, countless bowl-sized spiders spread out from the splattering juice. They continued to pounce on the enemies in front of them. These spiders used their sharp mandibles to tear at the enemies' bodies. When they were killed, their bodies swelled again, and with a bang. This time, it was like the sound of a hand grenade exploding. Smoke rose up, and the enemies around were blown to pieces. The ground also formed an explosion mark with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. The spiders were already small and concentrated, creating a chain reaction. They covered an area, continuously blowing up the enemies and their allies. And new carrions fell to the ground, spawning spiders again, and continued the suicidal bombings. From afar, Wu Heng widened his eyes, watching the scene in front of him with some astonishment. Setting up a spell on a carrion's body was not a novel technique. Wu Heng could also use this trick, precasting the evil explosion skill and covering the area with poison gas. But the current method was clearly different from his. Breeding spiders should be a kind of pestilence skill, and the second round of explosion was Corpse's explosion technique in necromancy. So, it could be played like this. Wu Heng had seen a new way of playing. Indeed, blindly pondering on his own was not as fast as learning from the old predecessors. It could also be seen as an expansion of his horizon and an understanding of a new usage. Once he learned these two skills, he could also use them this way. The lethality would be more significant. The battle was still ongoing. There were not many people in the estate to begin with, and most of them had been turned into mud and debris by the bombing and strafing. Giovanni's face darkened even more. The opponent's necromancer soldiers were not of a low level. His own moves were effective, but clearly too few in number to compete with the opposing army. At this rate, he would be the one to die. "You're on your own." Giovanni glanced at Benes, who was cowering beside him, then continued to command his skeleton, "Go, procrastinate." The skeletal attendant beside him dashed out. Boom. An explosion rang out. A bullet flew straight towards them, hitting the attendant's chest armor and leaving a dent. Giovanni instantly reacted, rushing out of the building and hiding behind a parked carriage. The ground was littered with dead horses and fragments of carriages shattered by bullets. Giovanni pulled out a dagger, cut the reins tying the horses, and activated the Dead Bones battlefield skill. The carrion horses all stood up. "Charge and crush them." Giovanni pointed forward. Click, click, click. Over 10 carrion horses began to run, heading directly towards the approaching enemy. Boom, boom, boom. This time, The death of the carrion horses triggered the corpse explosion technique. Loud explosions echoed through the team. A huge gap was blasted into their tight formation. The next second, 2 skeleton horses pulled the carriage, charging out. They broke through the enemy in front, rushed out of the encirclement and sprinted down the road. As they broke through the encirclement, Giovanni glared ominously at the figure on the hill from behind the carriage curtains. Once he got away this time, he would kill him. Not just for the small bounty from the secret cultivation hall. Now it was a personal grudge. As he pondered, suddenly, a clanging sound came from behind the carriage. Turning his head, he saw the bizarre tri-wheel vehicle closing in on the carriage at an astonishing speed. Giovanni's face changed. What were they up to? Weren't those 2 devices on top supposedly useless? Giovanni quickly cast the fireball technique, witchcraft arrow, and magic missile, launching them straight ahead. The tri-wheel vehicle dodged swiftly, with the fireball exploding behind it and raising a blast of hot air. The other magic attacks missed due to the distance and the tri-wheel vehicle's mobility. At the same time, the tri-wheel vehicle accelerated once again. In the blink of an eye, the vehicle was running parallel to the carriage. The 2 machine guns turned, pointing directly at the carriage. Giovanni's face showed even more fear. An ethereal spirit, disheveled, rushed out from his body, heading towards the skeleton operating the machine guns. At the same time, Glenda also appeared out of nowhere, intertwining with the spirit like a converging matter. Giovanni's eyes started to panic. When he was preparing to cast more swift spells, he watched in horror as 2 tongues of fire erupted from the devices. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunshots shredded the entire carriage. Smoke and dust covered the carriage. The skeletal horses shattered, and the carriage flipped onto the side of the road. The elegant necromancer lay among the debris of the carriage, clutching his bloody chest and attempting to mutter something. The tri-wheel vehicle stopped. One of the skeletal operators stepped down, drew the longsword from his waist, and effortlessly decapitated the mage. It glanced around. Then tossed the body into the loading area, backed up, and drove off. At this moment, Giovanni's corpse fell like a puppet whose strings had been cut. All the preset spells also lost their effects. The noisy scene fell silent in an instant. Wu Heng, leading Wen Manshaw and the rest of the skeletons, descended the slope and directly entered the estate. The luxurious estate had become ruins. The entire structure, including the walls, was riddled with bullet holes. As soon as they stepped into the courtyard, a figure crawled out of a deeply sunken flower bed on one side. His waist and abdomen were shattered, and blood was gushing out. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Upon seeing Wu Heng and his group, a look of fear appeared on his face. Captain Wu Heng, this has nothing to do with me. Save me. I can give you a lot of money. Wu Heng slightly waved his hand, and used the blazing blade to decapitate him. The head rolled to the side. Wen Manshaw stared blankly at the scene. Half of the city's tycoons must have gathered here. In the past, as the wife of the small gang member, she didn't even have the qualifications to talk to them. If Rocky were still alive, he might have tried every means to offer her to one of those tycoons in exchange for some support. But now, half of the city's people were in pieces. The man who had just been killed, Wen Manshaw had seen before, he ran the hallucinogenic drug business in the city. And now he was dead at her feet. Suddenly, Wen Manshaw furrowed her brows. The tamed beast circling in the air spotted a figure. Benisv. He was still alive. Master, Benisv is not dead yet. He's trying to escape. Wen Manshaw pointed to the rear of the estate. Let's go, check it out. Wu Heng immediately led his group in pursuit. They saw Benisv limping along. His bloody hands were tightly holding a ticket, which he was tearing at the edge. Woo! A shrill whistle sounded. Suddenly, ripples formed in the air to one side, and an iron-green train appeared out of nowhere. It stopped in front of Benisv, and the door opened. Benisv turned his head to look back. Before Wu Heng could raise his gun, Benisv, holding his ticket, boarded the train. The next second, the train started and once again rushed into the waves of ripples, disappearing from sight. Chapter 234, a series of special items. 1. He's not dead yet. Wu Heng stood in place, somewhat surprised. Such a heavy firepower had almost reduced the entire estate to ruins, and yet Benisv was still alive. Logically, he shouldn't be the last one standing. Moreover, he had used the phantom train to leave this place. If he's escaped, could this cause any trouble? Wen Manshaw looked somewhat flustered. Today, they had killed half the nobles in the city. Even though this was London City, and these people were affiliated with the secret cultivation hall. No matter what, it wasn't Wu Heng's place to kill until a warrant had been issued. Plus, a level 16 necromancer could have friends or companions behind him. If no one survived to escape, considering the secluded location of the estate, it could still be handled smoothly. But if someone got out, things could get very troublesome. Wu Heng stood in place, quickly assessing the situation in his mind. Then, turning to Wen Mancha, he said, "The wise skeleton will clean the battlefield, preserve that necromancer, and burn all the other corpses." "Oh, okay." Wen Mancha nodded subconsciously. Wu Heng summoned a few skeletons over. He pulled out a similar train ticket from his space ring and tore off a corner from the middle of it. Woo! The harsh sound of a steam whistle blared. Ripples formed from nothing, and the iron-green train reappeared, stopping in front of Wu Heng. The door opened, revealing the inside of the carriage. Wen Mancha was startled. "Master, what are you doing?" "Stay here, I'm going to kill him." After saying this, he signaled the skeletons behind him to board the train. He wasn't sure whether, by using this special item ticket, he would board the same train as Benisv, but he needed to try. It was the only way. Wu Heng boarded the train. Ski-eek. The door closed, and Wu Heng quickly turned around. All he could see was Skullcrusher and a few other skeletons, trapped outside the train, desperately banging on the door. Only he who held the ticket was allowed to board. Woo! The horn blared again, and the train began to move. Damn, screwed it up. Wu Heng stood inside the carriage, motionless. His bad premonition grew stronger. His eyes could see inside the carriage, yet his ears heard no sound, and he couldn't feel the train jostling him. At this moment, he was stripped of his senses of hearing, touch, and smell. Even his ability to feel magic and compile spells was taken away. If it weren't for his still functioning eyesight, he might have doubted whether he was even alive. He stood in place, adjusting to the changes. Attempting to move, he lifted a leg and walked towards the side of the carriage. Only by seeing his leg move and his footstep did he confirm that he did indeed get up and walked. Pushing open the carriage door before him, Benisv was currently seated in a chair on one side. His gaze, full of suspicion and horror, was directed at Wu Heng. His mouth moved slightly, as if he were loudly expressing something. But no sound came out. Benisv, in his panic, drew a short sword from his waist. Wu Heng dipped his head and reached for the handgun at his waist. The lack of physical sensation made this action, which he often practiced, quite eerie. The gun safety was turned off. He pulled the trigger. The bullet shot out of the barrel, heading straight for its target. Under Benisv's horrified gaze, the bullet penetrated his forehead and exited out the back. There was no spray of blood. Fear still filled Benisv's eyes. There was some confusion in his gaze. He reached up to feel the wound on his forehead, only then did his body slump over. The entire process didn't seem to cause him any pain. Wu Heng stepped forward. After searching the body, he found gold and silver jewelry, a flashy brooch, and a space ring. After removing all of these, Wu Heng sat down and waited in silence. The train continued to go on. He didn't know where it would stop, and when it would stop. Maybe he should have shot the leg. Benisv definitely would have known how to stop it. Time passed unknowingly. The void outside the window began to show rugged mountain contours. The train also slowly came to a halt. Whoosh! The door opened. Hearing and touch returned. Wu Heng stood up, glanced out of the window and, seeing no movement outside, hoisted the body off the ground and strode out of the train. The train's headlights went out, and the entire station plunged into darkness instantly. Wu Heng released a dancing light skill at the front. In the brief moment of brightness, Wu Heng's heart tightened. 5 or 6 corpses were in his line of sight. Their armors were ruined, and the bodies were withered and shrunken. Wu Heng stood guard on the spot, but the bodies did not move, and no monsters appeared. It was only when he threw Benisv's body to the ground that 2 nearby corpses crumbled into fine sand with a soft sound, and their broken armors scattered all around. They had been dead for quite some time. As Wu Heng scanned the surrounding area, it was evident the place was enclosed. The surrounding walls and the roof overhead were all rugged mountain stone. Only the platform he was standing on had smooth stone slabs, forming a station. It was as if a station was hollowed out from a closed mountain. The green train behind him didn't leave, it seemed to slip into standby mode, just sitting there. Once he was sure no danger was present, Wu Heng's gaze returned to Benisv's corpse. He hesitated between casting bone manipulation skill and communicate with the dead, but ultimately chose the latter. Chapter 234, Series of Special Items to the Godless Eyes. Gaze over here. Wu Heng asked bluntly, "How can I control this train to return?" The corpse replied, "Use the Phantom train ticket, it can take you to the place you want to go." He knew that the ticket could move the train. Opening the magic ring of Benisv, he didn't find a second ticket either. "How can I get a ticket? I paid a high price for it from a mercenary group in London City. I do not know any other methods." The corpse answered. "Good grief. I'm screwed. We might not be able to go back. Do you know where we are? If you get on and don't fill in a destination on the travel book, the train will take the passengers back to the departure station. In other words, This is where the Phantom train is docked. What else do you know about the Phantom train? It is rumored to be the vehicle of a hero. After dying, it became the Phantom train, transporting those with tickets. For the last question, Wu Hang thought for a moment and asked, "Did you set any other traps for me?" "No, a level 16 Giovanni is more than enough to kill you." After answering the last question, the corpse fell back onto the ground with a thud. Wu Hang takes off the body's clothes and jewelry, collecting all of them into his space ring. They were all packed up. He asked all the questions, but gained nothing. Wu Hang refused to give up and approached another corpse, continuing to use a communicate with the dead spell. Whoosh! Before the corpse could revive, it crumbled into dust. Good heavens, it couldn't even withstand the magic power. This was no longer a corpse, but more like a fossil. Several corpses in a row failed. Wu Hang activated the dancing light skill and began searching along the stone wall. It doesn't make sense. If there's air, there should be an exit. He circled around, but didn't find any exits. There were signs of explosions and manual excavation all around him. It seemed that others had also tried to escape from here, but all failed. He found nothing after searching the entire area. Wu Hang dejectedly sat down. The situation in front of him had become very clear. This time, he swept all members of the secret cultivation hall in London City. It was a good thing. But now, he was trapped here. He didn't know where he was, nor how to get back. He could possibly end up like these individuals, waiting to die. No, that's not right. Wu Hang suddenly sobered up, his eyes gazing at the train doors parked beside him. He took out the bronze key and walked straight over. He found a keyhole smudged with oil and inserted it directly. At that moment, the boundary door unlocked. Wu Hang felt a little relieved. At least he could go back. He opened the door, removed the key, and at the moment the door closed, he slipped into the carriage. Without a ticket, the train didn't start. Wu Hang walked to the end of the carriage, the point where it was connected to the engine, and lightly knocked on the iron door. Dong, dong, dong. There was a dull knocking sound. In other words, when the train wasn't running, none of his senses were affected. There was no response from inside. Wu Hang took out the bronze key again and opened the iron door that isolated the driver's compartment. With a screech, the iron door opened. It revealed the dilapidated interior control area and a pile of debris on the driver's seat that had turned into dust. Phantom train, special item, category, special item, function, under ethereal movement, you can quickly reach your destination. Side effect, during ethereal movement, all senses are lost except vision. Description, the train will take you anywhere. At the door, you can fill in the location on the travel book. No record of that area will reach the nearest station. Both the ticket and the train were special items. Great, they even come as a set. Wu Hang fiddles with the control area. It was completely paralyzed. Whether it was the buttons or the control lever, they were all rusted and immovable. Which means, this train doesn't start in the usual way. Wu Hang looked around the driving cabin. Looking under the driver's seat, he faintly saw something. Pulling it out with something, it was an old and yellow conductor's cap. The corpse had turned to ash. Yet the conductor's cap was still here. He bent down to pick it up, holding it in his hand, his eyes narrowing again. Train captain's hat, special item, category, special item, function, wearing the hat allows you to serve as the train driver. Side effect, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Description, please remember your duty, guide the passengers to the next station. Wu Hang's eyes lit up, and he relaxed a little. The way out was here. It depended on whether he could open the door to the driver's cabin. The reason those dead bodies were trapped outside and died was because they missed this final step. Wu Hang went out again. He searched through all the dead bodies around. Their equipment and tools had rotted away. Wu Hang found some scattered silver coins and picked them up. When he confirmed that there was nothing left to take from this place, he put the train captain's hat on his head. Vroom. The train issued a piercing whistle. The headlights turned on. Wu Hang boarded the train, removed the travel book from the side, and wrote London in it. Vroom. The train started, instantly disappearing into the void. Wu Hang sat on the chair, looking at the somewhat mottled walls and the dirty floor. He starts to feel uneasy, scratching his head in frustration. He wanted to tidy up, but he had no tools. He couldn't even open his space ring. All he could do was close his eyes and avoid looking at the situation in front of him. He didn't know how long it had been. The train stopped and Wu Hang lighted. The train started again, disappearing from sight. It was already late at night. London City could be seen in the distance. It seemed the train parked at a certain distance from the city and not directly inside. Wu Hang took off the train captain's hat, and headed towards the manor where they had battled previously. Inside the manor, it was dim. The air was filled with the smell of burnt corpses. The center of the stone fort, shattered by gunfire, glaring with some flames. Wu Heng had the surrounding skeletons clear a path and walked straight into the building. Inside, Wen Mancha saw Wu Heng return, and threw herself into his arms, whispering, "Master, I'm so glad you're okay." What's the situation here?" Wu Heng petted her head. Wen Mancha replied, "Nothing happened, this place has always been rather concealed." Wu Heng nodded, patting softly on her waist and hips. "Alright, let's do the important stuff and get home quickly." "Yes. Where's the body of that mage?" "Over here." Wen Mancha led him to the manor courtyard. There was a tricycle parked there with 2 machine guns and a headless body. Wu Heng eyed the corpse. Its clothes were intact, untouched by anyone. "Strip off all things on the body." 2 skeletons came forward and stripped the corpse clean. All the clothes were piled to the side. Wu Heng, on the other hand, bent down and took the space ring and necklace from the corpse's finger. Chapter 283-235, Devil Soul Pot 1, Shield Pendant. Description: a pendant etched with a shield technique rune, that can form a protective shield for you at critical moments. It's this magic item again. The effect is similar to the protection pendant from Lu Anjian last time. But the one etched before was a sword shield. The shield technique at present is a higher rank. Although it sounds like the sword shield is more advanced. Next, is the space ring. Space ring. Description: a tool etched with spatial magic, possessing 20 cubic feet of space inside. The current space ring, its storage space has reached 20 cubic feet. Among the several space rings in his hand, it has the largest space. Now it seems, the space ring is not a rare item at all. Wealthy merchants, and competent professionals, all wear them. The spirit communication ring reveals all the stored items within. Some personal clothing, lots of money, various tools, and a few books. He took out all the personal clothing. Ordinary clean clothes were thrown aside, and a robe among them was held in his hand. Calm robe. Description: when the wearer casts a spell, the speed increases, and resistance to external interference strengthens. Another magic item. The robe originally on Giovanni was clearly a magic item too, but unfortunately, it was ruined by the machine gun and now it looks like scattered rags. This one is not bad either. Wu Heng's height is similar to his. He can wash it and wear it himself when he returns. This kind of item would at least be considered a 3-tier merit award in the association. Next, are other kinds of tools. Flamestone gloves, thermal insulated tent, organ jar, soul bottle, etc. A lot of strange and unique tools. This necromancer, he is clearly more professional than himself. Wu Heng specifically looked at the soul bottle. Soul bottle. Description: a container for storing, imprisoning souls, for storing souls. Souls are not just like Zhao and Glinda for motivating, they themselves are also materials for rituals. Or for nurturing souls. The ghost that Giovanni released and possessed when Mancha, with hair disheveled and a bizarre appearance, was clearly a malevolent spirit raised. Upon seeing several items. Finally, the books in the ring. Pleasant deals, an island within reach, the transport route of trade, rebuttable chats, the succubus of the bedroom rose lady. Revival technique. Looking at the strange names of each book, Wu Heng's eyes widened a few degrees. He originally thought he would see the mage's skill books. All he got out were these. They seemed like general reading material for killing time while traveling. Demons, ladies, whatnot, even some erotic literature. Skinny as a skeleton, yet has this kind of taste. He set the others aside for now. Wu Heng picked up the revival technique and glanced over it roughly. Was he learning the revival technique? Going according to the books in the space ring, the skills that have been learned are not kept inside. Revival technique. Description: you can convert a creature that has died within a minute into a critically injured state. This spell cannot revive the old dead, nor can it restore lost body parts. Revival technique? Was he learning the revival technique? Going according to the books in the space ring, the skills that have been learned are not kept inside. Only the existence of a single revival technique is a clear possibility that he is currently studying this skill. He looked at the skill description again, and he was still surprised. It can transform a creature that has died within a minute into a critically injured state. Isn't his the resurrection technique in the game? Isn't that a priest's skill? It's really weird seeing it on a necromancer. Even if it only achieves a critically injured effect, it's much better than real death. The latter sentence refers to some restrictions. Creatures that are old and dead cannot be revived, and lost body parts also cannot be restored out of thin air. The restrictions for these two kinds are understandable. If the old dead could be revived, wouldn't that be eternal life? The necromancer is really a strange profession. It involves both death and life, studying how to enslave the dead on one hand, and creating life-saving spells like life extension technique, revival technique, on the other. Perhaps most necromancers, because they deal with the dead all year round, have become disrespectful towards life or despising of life. Nonetheless, a large number of people still provide assistance to the living by using the knowledge they have gained. Having viewed all the spoils of war, Wu Heng's sight persists on the corpse in front of him. As a level 16 necromancer, he wondered what the converted undead attendant would be like. He didn't think much further. He directly released the bone manipulation skill. The summoned creature exceeds the caster's ability range. Instabilities increase. The familiar instability prompts appeared once again. The flesh and blood on the corpse began to fall off, and a tall, thin skeleton slowly stood up. In its hollow eye sockets, a faint blue soul fire burned. After taking a cursory look at the scene, it walked slowly to the side. "From now on, you'll be called Dead Bone," Wu Heng said. A level 16 necromancer might be connected to other people or influences behind the scenes. Therefore, Wu Heng changed Giovanni's name to Dead Bone, to avoid drawing attention from others based on the name alone. The skeleton made a slight bow, and then walked to the side. Wu Heng took out some of his previous ordinary clothes from the space ring, handed them to him. "Wear these first." The skeleton began to dress on the side. Wu Heng, on the other hand, continued to check its attributes. Skeleton Mage, level 16, level 16, attributes, Constitution 27, Strength 16, Agility 18, Intelligence 36, Perception 25, Charm 18, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Advanced Soul, Undead Adaptation, Necromancy Scholar, Skills, Cloth Armor Mastery, Advanced, Staff Mastery, Advanced, Short Sword Mastery, Intermediate, Arcane Echo, Knowledge of Souls, Knowledge of Hunting, Tireless Focus, Spell Artisan, Skills, Life Extension Technique, Wounding Skill, Disease Ray, Decay Ray, Curse, Communicate with the Dead, Epidemic Skill, Withering Technique, Pestilence Skill, Evil Explosion Skill, Corpse Explosion Technique, Bone Manipulation Skill, Substitute, Corpse Manipulation Skill, Substitute, Dead Bones Battlefield, Substitute. Wu Heng looked at the attributes in front of him and was slightly surprised. Level 16, yet it had higher attributes than his own. But this effect was to be expected. Based on his level and knowledge, it was impossible for his attributes to reach this level. The main reason was the amplification produced by taking the corpse core potion in the zombie world. It pulled him up to an unmatched height that didn't correspond with his level. It's not that its attributes were low, it's just that his own attributes can no longer be measured by normal levels. The skills and expertise of a level 16 skeleton mage were not few. Especially in terms of skills. After transforming into an undead servant, skills from other factions will all disappear, only the necromancy magic will be retained. Even so, there are still 14 skills. Wu Heng swept through them roughly, and he could understand all the other skills. It was only on the 3 skills he was most familiar with, Bone Manipulation Skill, Corpse Manipulation Skill, and Dead Bones Battlefield, that a substitute character appeared. Wu Heng opened them and took a look. Bone Manipulation Skill, Substitute, the Conduit, using themselves as a spell medium, substitutes for the master to infuse unclean false life force into bones or corpses, summoning them as undead skeleton attendants. Wu Heng carefully looked at it and immediately understood the meaning behind it. The dead bone in front of him was no longer a separate entity, but a pseudo-life created by Wu Heng. Therefore, even if the skills retain Bone Manipulation Skill and Corpse Manipulation Skill, the ownership of the spellcasting will still belong to Wu Heng. It was just a subject to replace spellcasting. It seemed reasonable. At this point, Dead Bone had also put on its clothes, standing aside with its hands behind it. Compared with Wu Heng and the senior female gang member Wen Mancha, it looked more like a noble. He continued to pack the tricycle and the scavenged weapons and equipment, then put them all away. "Let's go, we are going back." The army began to move towards London City. Wu Heng leaned on Wen Mancha's shoulder. "Were you scared today?" "No, I'm not afraid with you here," Wen Mancha quietly said. Thinking about it, Wen Mancha's position was indeed somewhat risky. Her own level was low and she relied entirely on the title of a senior woman. "Tomorrow, let Dead Bones follow you. It will protect you." "Really? It's a waste to have a level 16 protecting me." Wen Mancha looked up. Wu Heng hugged her. "Safety first. There's no such thing as being wasteful." "Thank you, Master." The city wall was being watched by skeletons. Although the gate was closed, it was opened again to let Wu Heng and his people in. They returned late at night to avoid being seen by others. The next day, early morning, the maids each left to do their own things. Wu Heng went straight to the guild. Pushing open the door of the rest room, he saw his 3 team members sitting inside. "What? Is there a mission today?" Wu Heng asked curiously. Duke stood up quickly and said, "Captain, the other team said someone was making trouble for you. If you didn't come today, we were going to go to your house to find you." It seemed that the teams he had met while talking to Giovanni in the city yesterday had mentioned this issue to Duke. It's nothing. Who in the city would dare to cause trouble for me? It's just a small misunderstanding. Wu Heng sat down at the desk. Oh, good, said Duke, scratching his head. Mata and Gallo Burley also nodded and said that everything was fine. Wu Heng continued to ask, has our team's distinction been given yet? With a second-class distinction, one could choose a good high-level item or special item. It's been so many days, and there was no news yet. I don't know. Duke answered. Gallo Burley thought for a while and said, perhaps the process is complex. The captain's distinction is enough to appoint a vice executive. These types of appointments are normally quite rigorous. It's definitely going to take a longer time. Could be, Wu Heng nodded. Duke went on to ask, Captain, when you become the vice executive, find us some better missions. I don't even know if I will get the appointment. Moreover, even if I get appointed, they may transfer me somewhere else, Wu Heng replied. But if you are transferred, what will happen to half of the city district? Duke asked. We'll see when the time comes. The friends sat and chatted in the room for a while. After confirming that Wu Heng was safe and the guild didn't assign them any tasks, they left the guild to attend to their own matters. Wu Heng also went back home. He went directly through the boundary door to the zombie world. The bus station inside was still busy, several cars were trading at the door. Walking out of the building, he saw Kayang Tsai and several others repairing a van in the yard. What happened? Wu Heng asked. Kayang Tsai and the others turned their heads and saw that it was Wu Heng who came out. They immediately stood up and saluted. They came to exchange resources, but their car was attacked by zombies on the way and couldn't move after they got in here. We're helping to fix it. Kayang Tsai patted the van, it clattered loudly. Oh, where is Lia Ong? Wu Heng continued to ask. Sister Hong is over there at the door. Kayang Tsai said to someone nearby, go get Sister Hong. That person left. Kayang Tsai pulled him to one side, whispering mysteriously, my lord, I have an idea about weapon modification, which I want to discuss with you. What idea? Wu Heng looked at him. Kayang Tsai took out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket. A sketch was drawn on it. He said, my lord, have you ever heard of the wolf shovel? Chapter 284 to 236, let them generate electricity. One upon seeing the sketch passed over, Wu Heng finally understood what he meant. The wolf shovel is a long-handled weapon. Kayang Tsai explained, Your Majesty, this weapon of mine, put on the front line, is definitely better than a straw fork. When the zombies attack, they are immediately pierced into a honeycomb and can be pushed back. Wu Heng continued to look at the sketch. The front was a normal spear tip, and further down along the spear shaft, there were multiple layers of forked blades. It was like a main trunk of a tree, growing dense, pointed branches. Despite the rough sketch, it was clear what he wanted to express with the help of the sketch. In the current skeleton array, the first line in the spear array uses straw forks. The branching prongs at the front can withstand a zombie's attacks. However, overall, this weapon is still limited in its effects. The wolf shovel in front of him, although it had never appeared in the other world, might be truly effective against unintelligent zombies. The idea is not bad, can you produce it? Wu Heng asked. Yes. Kayang Tsai immediately responded, and then said, if you think it will work, I'll study how to produce it, and we can test it at that time. Looking at the sketch, Wu Heng felt that it was worth a try. This world has cutters and welding. It shouldn't be difficult to put together an iron tree branch. Then make one first to see its effect. Be mindful of the weight, there are so many things at the front, don't make it so heavy that it becomes useless. Wu Heng continued. Okay. Kayang Tsai continued flipping to the back of the sketch. There were a few other sketches on it, and he was introducing them one by one. This one is an electric stick attached to a sphere. It can electrocute people from a distance. And this one, it's a zombie capture net. It fits around a zombie's neck and can control it directly. Wait. Wu Heng, pointing at the zombie capture net, asked, what are you catching zombies for? Pointing to another sketch, one that looked like a small person running on a treadmill, Kayang Tsai explained, let the zombies work to generate electricity for the building. Wu Heng widened his eyes in surprise, looking at him. My gosh, exploiting zombies. What a genius idea this was. Speaking of which, his inspiration must have come from the skeleton. The skeleton doesn't know fatigue, and the same applies to zombies. But the skeletons can be controlled, can zombies be controlled too? What do you think? Kayang Tsai asked with an expectant look on his face. The idea is not bad. What did Sister Hong say? Kayang Tsai gave an awkward laugh, she ripped up the first draft. I didn't dare to show her this one. You see? He even thinks about capturing zombies. Of course, she would tear it up. First make the wolf shovel, and we'll talk about the other things after improving them a bit. Oh, okay. At that moment, Liang came over from the door. Kayang-tsai immediately put the sketch in his pocket. Then he said, I'm going to fix the car, and returned to the van. Liang watched as Kayang-tsai carefully left and asked, what was he doing? Kayang-tsai was showing me some weapons he came up with. Wu Hang replied. Liang raised her brow, is it more of his useless stuff? One of them isn't bad, I let him make it so we can see its effect. Wu Hang said. You believe that? Also, the zombie power generation is absolutely impossible. Liang directly stated. I don't think it's possible either. Zombies are still too dangerous for ordinary people. Who would allow zombies to be brought in to generate electricity after finally creating our current living environment? Moreover, there's no shortage of electricity within the base. As an entertaining idea, it's not bad, but no one in the base would agree if we really tried to implement it. Not to mention, Liang. How is the trading going? Wu Hang continued to ask. It's going quite well. If we continue at this rate, the flour will soon be traded away. Liang replied. The collection of gold and silver was faster than expected. Winter was coming again, and everyone was thinking about stocking up on food. The flour was being traded away quickly. Wu Hang felt that Liang's concern was a good thing. He could increase his income again. I still have some flour here. I'll deliver it to your warehouse later. Don't worry about trading. Wu Hang said. Liang nodded, glanced at him, and continued, there are some shelters planning to join us, and I'm considering whether to take them in. It depends on what kind of people they are. If they are just ordinary survivors, there's nothing wrong with taking them in. Just don't invite in some bad-tempered fellows. Wu Hang voiced his opinion. Wu Hang thought for a while and continued, if you get the chance, contact Flame God Shelter again. Ask if they have any grenades and machine gun bullets. We can trade them for food. Alright, I'll contact them later. The two stood at the door and chatted for a while. Liang went to collect the traded gold and silver, and Wu Hang went to the warehouse to put all the newly purchased flour there. After that, Liang continued to busy herself with her work. Wu Hang also returned to his room and went back through the boundary door. Returning to his home. The several maids at his home have not returned. Wu Hang rearranged the spoils he had obtained. Now, he had 4 space rings in his hand, one 20 cubic, two 5 cubic, and one 3 cubic. The space ring is an extremely rare magic artifact. Even Slither, who had become a steward, did not own one. However, for some specific people, this kind of ring seemed to be not a rare item. Otherwise, I wouldn't have collected 4 of them. It could be said, such magical items can only be obtained through special channels. Rings do not have any wearing prerequisites, you can use them as long as you're willing to, even if you wear them on all 10 fingers. But that would be somewhat exaggerated and there is no need to do so. I'll keep 2 for myself, and give the other 2 to Winmanshaw and Andre Willow. After deciding, I put everything from the space rings into one ring, and the rest also went into the space rings. Then I took out and looked at the revival technique that I obtained from killing Giovanni. The overall magical effect actually resembles the reversal of necromancy. It is used to resurrect the dead. At the same time, the contents of it are more profound than the books I've unlocked before. The magical terms, graphic components, have all reached a very complex level. This definitely belongs to a higher level of magic. Wu Hang read it carefully from beginning to end. Prompts appeared following this. Unlock skill, revival technique. This means, I have learned this spell. My method is more efficient, unlike Giovanni who turned the pages until they were worn out but still didn't learn anything. I unlocked it after just one read-through. In fact, thinking about it, the fact that I've been able to live until now in this world. The system played a crucial role. At this time, conversation came from downstairs. Otherwise, I would have only been able to choose a melee-related profession, or the profession of an archer to make a class transfer. At this time, conversation came from downstairs. Minnie, Andre Willow, and Winmanshaw all returned at once. They were chatting chirpily about something. After dinner, Minnie continued to train with Bodong. After this period of training, Minnie's movements became more standard. It's also not like her initial excited fist of a man anymore. Her physique and appearance, however, still worried others who might bully her. One can easily tell if a person has lethal experience or has killed during a standoff. With Minnie, her aura lacked the previously mentioned aggression. But it's no matter, after all, training is always beneficial. Even if you can't win a fight, at least you would be able to run faster. Winmanshaw, this is for you. Wu Hang took out a 5 cubic space ring and handed it to her. Winmanshaw naturally knew what a space ring was. Somewhat uncertainly she asked, is it for me? Yes, with your increasing responsibilities, having a storage tool will be much more convenient. Wu Hang said. When Mansha took the ring, her face full of joy. In London City, even among the lords in the inner city, only a few have space rings. And now she actually has one. Wu Hang continued to take out a 3-cubic ring and handed it to Andre Willow. Wire, this one is for you, it'll come in handy when managing the general store. Thank you, Master. Wire also showed a joyful expression. Wu Hang felt himself being watched. Raising his head, he spotted Minnie, who was still throwing punches, yet, from the corner of her eye, was staring at him as if she was waiting for her gift. After some thought, he took out a gold necklace. Minnie has just become a professional, she won't need a space ring, I'll give you this necklace. Once you reach a higher level, I'll prepare a space ring for you. Minnie immediately looked delighted, but she shyly said, the rings are already given to the sisters, I won't need it. Come, let me put it on you. Wu Hang beckoned. Minnie quickly walked over and sat on the floor with her back to the sofa. Wu Hang put the gold necklace on her delicate white neck, whispering, don't show it off when you're outside, careful of thieves and robbers. But aren't they all under Sister Wen Mansha? Wen Mansha was taken aback and twisted at her waist. After the group downstairs chatted for a while, each returned to their own rooms. Wu Hang came out of the bathroom after a bath, just about to return to his room. The door to Andre Willow's room was slightly pushed open. The small girl with white beastly ears peeked out slyly and said, Master, the accounts for this period have been balanced, let me explain to you. Oh, all right. Wu Hang nodded and followed her into the room. On the other hand, when Mansha came out of Wu Hang's room, having seen Andre Willow's room, she scolded in black cat ears, this little girl. After saying that, she headed off to her own room. Inside the room, the electric lights illuminated the room. The two of them sat at the desk. Andre Willow stretched out her hand wearing the ring, and explained the accounting situation item by item. Wu Hang heard this after a while and nodded with satisfaction. Actually, regarding the amount of goods, he didn't pay much attention, but Andre Willow, whom he has a contract with, will not subjectively do anything harmful to him. The accounts were so clear, there could be no loopholes. It's very good. Wu Hang nodded, then thought of something and said, aren't your people helping out with the shop? Give them the standard wage as workers from other shops. Master, you've saved them by buying them back, that's already once, it's unnecessary. You and Minnie live here, they also need to eat and wear clothes normally, how can they live without wages? Just give them a normal wage. Thank you, Master. There is gratitude in Andre Willow's eyes, her face blushing a bit, also, thank you for the ring. Seeing her so moved, Wu Hang wrapped an arm around her shoulder, as long as you like it. Andre Willow looked up at him, her heart pounding, she clenched her hand with the ring, stuttered, I will work hard, and manage the shop well for Master. Seeing her adorable reaction, Wu Hang patted his thigh and said, come over. Chapter 237, Vice Executive Now When Andre Willow's face turned even redder, she took a cautious glance at the room door and then gently sat on his lap. Her fluffy tail stiffened. Wu Hang felt the comforting softness wrap around him. He didn't expect Wire to be so full-figured despite her slim appearance. He gently stroked her plush tail. Andre Willow's body stiffened even more. She nestled into his chest, wrapping her arms around Wu Hang's neck, her chin resting on his shoulder. She gasped, Master, stop teasing. Wu Hang raised his hand to wrap around Andre Willow's waist and gave her earlobe a light lick. He picked her up, placed her on the bed beside him, and began to undo his belt. Andre Willow covered her face with both hands. In a blink of an eye, she was completely naked. Her giant tail was all that shielded her most private area. When the noise ceased, she timidly peeked through her fingers. He was sitting across from her, admiring her. Master, stop looking. Wu Hang got up and pulled her into his embrace on the bed. The next day, in the morning, Wu Hang went straight to the guild hall. Since nobody was in the lounge, he sat in the guild's main hall for a while. The matter of most of the city's nobility dying had not spread through the town. Nobody discussed it, and the Iron Guard Knights didn't even investigate. It was as if the incident never happened. It seemed that the party held by those people in the manor was a secret affair. The relatives would start inquiring about this matter, but that would take some time. That's for the better. The longer the time, the less likely they would find out anything. Seeing that no one from his own squadron had come, Wu Hang got up and walked out of the guild hall's main door. Just as he was about to go check on the renovation progress of Money Cat, someone hurriedly approached from behind. Through an attendant, he shouted, Captain Wu Hang, Miss Laza asks for your presence. The man from the Snake Badge Consortium. Wu Hang nodded, all right. Having said that, he walked towards the consortium's building. Inside the consortium, in the lounge, Laza, hands crossed over her chest, looked intently at Wu Hang with a slightly furrowed brow. She stared at him for several minutes. Then she directly asked, "Did you cause the collective disappearance of the city's elite?" They certainly didn't deserve that, even if they did support Reno. Wu Heng's eyes tightened. He didn't expect the consortium to be so well informed. But the direction of their intelligence had significantly deviated. Liza didn't know that they were members of the secret cultivation hall. She only thought that Wu Heng killed them because of the London City affair. Wu Heng decisively shook his head. "Not me. As a guild captain, I have moral boundaries. Why would I kill them without reason?" Liza continued to stare at him seriously, as if to discern the truth by observing his details. The two were locked in a silent stare battle, each sizing the other up. After a while, Liza continued, "Are you certain it wasn't you? Your question is absurd. I don't even know who the elites in the city are, let alone who supports whom," answered Wu Heng. Liza glanced at him a couple more times, thinking that he did make sense, but based on her instincts, she said, "Humphrey, I can't completely believe you." Wu Heng counter-questioned, "Did someone ask you to investigate?" "No, but ever since the city's elites started leaving or going missing, my work has become increasingly difficult." Liza leaned back in her chair and sighed. "I thought it was something serious." "So you're worried because business is bad?" "Just a casual inquiry." Liza lightly clapped her hands. An employee walked in from the door, holding 2 skill books, placing them reverently on the table. Liza introduced, "I've collected 2 skill books for you." Wu Heng nodded, hunching over for a closer look. Withering technique, fake death technique. Both were undead skills. Wu Heng took a glance and directly put them away. These skills, in reality, wouldn't have much use. He directly said, "Help me find pestilence skill and corpse explosion technique please." Liza once again called the employee and began filling out the commission form. Then she asked, "Has the guild's appointment come yet?" "No, the process seems quite complicated." "You won't be transferred, will you?" Liza looked at him once again. Wu Heng raised his eyebrows and jokingly asked, "Can't bear to part with me?" "Of course, there aren't many elites left in the city. If you leave, who will I rely on to conduct my business?" "Humphrey, women." The two chatted for a while, and the commission was finally completed. Wu Heng bid her farewell and promptly left the consortium. Upon returning home, Wu Heng went straight back to the study, taking out the 2 newly acquired skill books to examine them. In the afternoon, the skills were unlocked consecutively. Skill unlocked, Withering technique. Skill unlocked, Fake death technique. He proceeded to the zombie world, emerging from a room in the vicinity. It seemed to have rained last night. The air was filled with a humid, fetid smell. It was good, in a sense, because it washed away the traces of blood and rotten flesh left after the battles all over the place. Just as he pressed the walkie-talkie to summon Li Yaong, his hand stilled as he pushed back a window and leaned out to listen carefully. The enhancement of his senses made his hearing and vision greatly surpass ordinary people. Amid the chaotic noises, he caught the faint sound of gunfire. And it was very intense. Gunshots. The garage had no guns, and the place where the gunshots were coming from was a considerable distance away from here. Was Flame God Shelter clearing out zombies? It shouldn't be. They had a safe passage through this area and they shouldn't be engaging zombies in battle. And firing their guns here? This was calling for death. He pressed the walkie-talkie again and called Li Yaong. As he opened the door to go downstairs, Li Yaong was coming up from below. "Going out?" asked Li Yaong. Instead of answering, Wu Heng counter-questioned, "Did anyone fire a gun nearby?" "Not sure, haven't noticed anyone firing a gun." Li Yaong shook her head. "Call everyone from the convoy, let's go out for a while." "All right." The convoy was heading towards the source of the gunshots. By now, Li Yaong and the others could also hear the harsh sound of gunshots. The zombies along the way were all attracted by the gunshots and scattered. Wu Heng didn't let the convoy close in, stopping them at a safe distance. Soon, the spectral Zhao flew back from the air and the distant gunshots abruptly ceased. Zhao dove into the vehicle and gesticulated, "There were several bad guys over there. They should be dead now." "Bad guys? How did Zhao know they were bad guys?" Li Yaong asked. "They got into a fight. They said they wanted to rob stuff at the intersection, which attracted a horde of zombies. So, 2 of them started to fight, and the firearms went off in all directions." Wu Heng and Li Yaong shared a glance. Both of them looked a bit surprised. "Nice going, someone was waiting here to rob the refugees coming for a trade." "That was a good plan indeed." "I'll go take a look," Wu Heng said. "Okay." Zhao replied, spiraling half around and diving into Wu Heng's body. A scene immediately appeared in his mind. Zhao, following the sound of the gunshots, easily found the location where the fight had just happened. From the ramen shop by the road, bullets were being fired incessantly, knocking down the zombies outside. Zhao flew into the store, where he spotted 6 people. Only 2 of them had guns, and the remaining had spears made of metal pipes. Someone was swearing loudly. Fuck. We should not have gone to rob them, now we are about to die here. Damn it, I was doing it for us all. Did you not play with the women we captured or eat the food we took? Now that we are in danger, you are scared, the other person retorted. Fuck you, I deserved everything I got. If it wasn't for... One of them was cursing. Unaware, the back of his gun-holding hand was bitten by a zombie. The rest of the people were startled when they saw him get bitten. Another gun was aimed at the man who got bitten. The other side also showed a terrified face, shouting, if I die, none of you will live. Bang. 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 The gunfire resumed, but this time not towards the zombies. They were shooting at each other, striking the wall and raising a dust cloud. The zombie horde from outside rushed in, killing the remaining survivors. The gnawing went on until nothing was left. So, how was it? Li Yong asked. Those people are all dead now. Wu Heng answered, and continued, tell all the skeletons to get off the vehicle and prepare for battle. Clatter. Clatter. Groups of skeletons leaped off the trucks, forming a tight formation in front. Move forward. Clatter. Clatter. The skeletons moved forward with their spears, marching in large strides. The zombies that were about to disperse from the streets immediately noticed the approaching group of skeletons, and charged towards them with heart-wrenching screams. Wu Heng was watching the distance to the target. Throw the spears, now. Whoosh. Whoosh. The spears came down from the sky again and again. Crowds of zombies were impaled and fell to the ground. After the javelin attack, Wu Heng ordered another attack. Big Guy and other skeletons transformed from mutated zombies, led ordinary skeletons to charge forward. A large number of zombies were knocked to the ground, and close-range fights began. The spear-wielding skeleton lines moved forward, fighting against the zombies. A cacophony of battle echoed all around. Night fell. Zombies in bits and pieces, dragging their bodies, continued to crawl over. They were crushed into meat mud by Big Guy. Wu Heng walked over, checked the vehicles of those survivors. There were 4 cars in total, 2 of which were filled with flour and photovoltaic panels. They must have been intercepted. The other 2 were the living supplies of these people. A pity they were of no use now. Wu Heng walked into the shop and collected both guns and bullets. After some thought, he used the communicate with the dead, on a body that had turned into a zombie. It was the ruthless person who was first bitten by a zombie and then sprayed bullets at his companions. The corpse opened its eyes and involuntarily uttered a hoarse sound. Where did you get the guns? Wu Heng asked. There's a military base ahead. We got them from there, the corpse replied. Is there a landmark infrastructure over there? There's a green peak living plaza. Are there any remaining supplies or weapons there? Wu Heng continued to inquire. Lots of military vehicles and weapons. After answering the questions, the body lay down again. Zombies could only answer 3 questions, and only those they had witnessed before being infected. These guys were lucky enough to have gotten 2 guns. As Wu Heng left the shop, he said, let Kayang Tsai and the others drive these cars back. Okay. Li Yong took out a walkie-talkie, and the convoy in the distance turned on their headlights, driving directly over. Wu Heng continued to have the skeletons clean up the battlefield, collecting all the bodies. Then he unleashed Dead Bones Battlefield, and a large number of skeletons stood up. They kept busy until late at night, and didn't return to the bus station until then. Li Yong followed him back to their quarters right away. The next morning, early. Upon returning to London City, Wu Heng first went to the association to check in. He had hardly stayed in the lounge for a minute. Knock. Knock. The door was knocked. Come in. The door was opened just a bit, and an employee poked his head in. Respectfully, he said, Captain, the executive asks for your presence. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed, having an idea. Looks like the results are out. All right. Leaving the rest room, he went directly to the executive's office. Pushing the door open, the executive Gomez showed a soft smile. You called for me, sir? Yes, the headquarters sent the appointment. You are now the vice executive. Chapter 238, I'll bring it back for you, one vice executive. Upon hearing Gomez's words, Wu Heng felt a stir in his heart. After so many days, there was finally a result, and he had been appointed to be the vice executive. Gomez looked at his calm expression and said curiously, you don't seem excited at all about being a vice executive. There are probably not many people your age who can take up this position due to their merits. Wu Heng let out a suitable smile and said, I am indeed quite excited. Congratulations. Gomez added. Looking at the appointment letter in his hand, he felt a sense of lamentation. He had read Wu Heng's resume. From an ordinary special envoy in Blackstone Town, to a squad leader in London City, and now the vice executive in just over a month. His growth rate was simply too fast. If he hadn't been working under him and witnessed the amazing things he had done, He would have thought there was something fishy going on. Scary. Thank you. I owe a lot to your guidance, said Wu Hang politely. Your growth rate is so fast that I can't even keep up. Gomez passed the appointment letter to him and continued, keep the letter safe. Present it to the new executive when you arrive at your assigned location. You'll receive the reward for your merits then. Assigned location? A new executive? Won't he be staying in London City? Assigned location? Yes, it's written here. The location is called Gold and Silver Island, said Gomez. Wu Hang took a glance at his appointment letter. The upper half was the executive's appointment letter for the vice executive, while the lower half noted the assignment location. Dazzling Sea, Gold and Silver Island. Position, vice executive, to start within 30 days. They had assigned him to a faraway place, even requiring him to set sail. Momentarily, Wu Hang felt that this appointment seemed more like a burden. Although he only had half of London City, it was more than enough for his stable development. He had established a supply exchange with the base in the zombie world as planned. Having all his plans disrupted by this sudden reassignment was hard to accept. Executive, can I apply to stay here? Gomez looked at him and said, an appointment to be a vice executive isn't as simple as being a squad leader. Finding a vacant position is already difficult enough, you can't be picky. Seeing that Wu Hang looked a little upset, he continued to comfort him, what's there to worry about? You just have to venture out for a while. When an opportunity presents itself, you can always apply to come back. These words somewhat eased Wu Hang's mood. He couldn't give up his position in the association. It could be a lifesaver in crucial times. As Gomez had said, he could apply to return after a couple of years, or request a transfer to a nearby city to keep an eye on London City. Wu Hang nodded, received the appointment letter, and went on to ask, what about the others, executive? Duke will replace you as squad leader. Mata and Gallo Burley do not have new assignments, but their merits have been recorded in their records. When the time is right, they can also rise up the ranks. Gomez handed over another appointment letter, give this to Duke. From now on, you're no longer part of Squad 12. The association will make an official announcement. Duke was to be the squad leader. He was only 14, quite a feat. Mata and Gallo Burley didn't receive new assignments, presumably the association had their considerations. Especially for Gallo Burley, who had just joined the squad for 2 days and already had a second-class merit and 2 third-class merits. It might be suspected that he was deliberately placed there. Wu Hang took the appointment letter, then I'll head back first. Gomez nodded, go prepare. Let me know when you're leaving, I'll see you off. Okay. Wu Hang responded and left the room. On his way back to the dormitory, he flagged down 2 workers and asked them to gather everyone from the squad. City Lord's mansion. 2 figures sat in the grand hall. One was the City Lord, Reno. The other was a burly man with shaggy brown hair, dressed in a blue suit that looked filled out as if he was wearing armor underneath. The maid served drinks for the 2 of them and was about to leave. The burly man grabbed her and slid his hand under her skirt. The maid was startled, but she dared not resist. She looked for help towards City Lord Reno, who was not far away. But he merely glanced at her without uttering a word. The burly man said, so, you gave up half of your city because of a newly transferred squad leader? Reno sighed and spoke in a helpless tone, what could I do? Either give up the entire city or give up half of it. What I did minimize the losses. Hey. What will you do next? Help me get it back. You've signed an agreement, and he is a squad leader from the association. Do you want me to kill him? How can I take it back without a valid reason? Reno was at a loss for words. Given the current situation, there weren't many good options. Just as the 2 were immersed in silence. Tap. 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 An urgent sound of footsteps echoed. One of the servants walked in briskly. Reno's already unhappy face turned even darker. What's all the fuss about? Have you no manners? The terrified servant immediately knelt down to perform the ritual courtesy, whispering, Master, there's new information from the association. Oh? What news? The servant got up, walked quickly to him, leaned over, and whispered something in his ear. Reno, who had been looking rather serious, instantly brightened up and asked, Really? Yes, it's true. The news from the association is that the Beastman kid will now lead Squad 12. Chapter 238, I'll retrieve it for you too, Reno immediately said, keep him closely monitored. Inform me immediately if he attempts to leave London City. Yes, sir. The servant dashed off. The burly man across the room pulled a maid into his arms, his questioning gaze raised, what happened? That Wu Hang has been transferred away by the association, he's leaving in a few days. The man's eyes lit up, oh? Really? It's definite. Once he's gone, everything will be easier. The man thought for a moment then said, all right then, have my army move into the city. Once he leaves, I'll help you reclaim half the city. Upon success, I will share 20% of the profit with you each year. Agreed. The man stood up, lightly tapping on the maid. Come to my room. At the association, inside the team's rest room. 3 team members had already returned. Wu Hang first explained his impending transfer. Before he could say anything else, Duke cried out in shock, Captain, aren't you the vice executive here? What are we going to do without you? You'll be the new leader of Team 12. Me a team leader? I can't handle that. Duke exclaimed in surprise again. Gallo Burley, sitting nearby, covered his ears and motioned for Duke to sit down. Captain, where have you been transferred to? Wu Hang replied, Gold and Silver Island, over at the dazzling sea. The other 2 members exchanged a glance, seemingly unfamiliar with the place. In this world, transportation is not as developed as in modern times. Most places are unfamiliar, let alone visited. Do you plan to go there? Gallo Burley continued to ask. Yes, the appointment letter has arrived, there's no other choice. Duke scratched his head. Why not give up the vice executive position and continue being our team captain? Gallo Burley countered, everyone seeks promotion, not demotion. Captain, I'm going to miss you. Duke said. I'm being transferred, not dead. What's there to miss? As the new team leader, make sure you keep everyone safe and be careful during missions. Wu Hang advised. Duke resumed scratching his head, I can't do it, why not let Mata take over? Wu Hang remarked, they both have enough merit. In due time, they will become team leaders, there's no need for you to step aside. Captain, do you have any tips or tricks? Write them down for me, I'll memorize them when I get home. There's no special trick. Just improve your own capabilities and avoid taking missions beyond your abilities. But that's not like when you were leading us. A few of them sat together and chatted for a while. Wu Hang continued, don't forget to claim the association's reward items for everyone in the next few days, Duke. Oh, okay. Wu Hang stood up again, don't be so gloomy, this is a good thing in the end. Let's all go have a good meal. Everyone nodded and followed him out. The atmosphere remained somewhat heavy. When he returned home, it was nearly dusk. He sat in the living room for a while. 3 of his mates returned home one after another. Seeing Wu Hang at home, they all smiled. Master. Wu Hang nodded, seeing Minnie tie on her apron to prepare dinner, he immediately said, wait, Minnie, I have something to discuss with you all. Oh. Minnie poured water for everyone. Andre Willow and Wen Manshaw also sat down. Wu Hang began, the association's appointment letter has come. I'm now the vice executive. Really? That's great. Master is finally vice executive. Congratulations, Master. The 3 women were elated, showering him with compliments. The position of vice executive had significant relevance within the association. It granted greater authority and attention. Seeing Wu Hang's solemn expression, they sensed that something was wrong and quieted down. Wu Hang brought out the appointment letter and continued, but there is a change in the role. Instead of being local, it's in a place called Gold and Silver Island. Minnie and Andre Willow didn't show any change in expression, as they didn't immediately grasp the situation. When Manch's face changed slightly, Master, are you leaving here? Upon hearing this, Minnie and Andre Willow realized that the appointment wasn't in London City, which meant Wu Hang was being transferred. In that case, Wu Hang nodded, yes, I officially start in a month. This. All 3 women frowned. Master, what do you plan to do? When Manshaw continued. Wu Hang took a deep breath and asked, what do you think? There were essentially 2 options. One was to accept the vice executive position, but he wouldn't be able to look after things in London City. As soon as he left, it was highly likely he'd lose half the city. The second was to stay and be the city lord. Half the city was enough to sustain his future life. Moreover, the synergistic effect with Zombie World could allow him to act like a local king. But without the status of the association, he would be no different from the current city lord, Reno. If one day, a stronger force discovered this place, it's highly likely they would seize it. The 3 women pondered with furrowed brows. When Manshaw broke the silence, we can't lose the status of vice executive. This status grants access to more information and privileges, something beyond the scope of a city lord. What about London City? Andre Willow asked. That depends on Master. When Manshaw lifted her gaze. Leaning back on the sofa, Wu Hang made eye contact with her and said, When Manshaw, you will be the city lord. I want to go with you. We don't know what the situation is like on Gold and Silver Island. Maybe the location isn't good. After a few years, I might request a transfer back, so we can't abandon this place. Wu Hang explained. I may not be capable enough. I can't trust anyone else. Only you would give me peace of mind. Blushing, when Manshaw responded, I might be able to manage a guild, but I'm not sure I can handle managing a city. No worries. We'll strategize before leaving. What if I can't handle it well? Wen Manshaw asked uneasily. Then I'll come and get you. We'll go to Gold and Silver Island together. Wen Manshaw thought in silence for a while before finally agreeing. Alright, I'll do my best. Wen Manshaw is the most courageous woman I've ever seen. You can do it. Minnie chimed in. I'm actually quite envious of you, being able to leave with him. With everything said and done, Minnie got up to prepare dinner. Wu Hang added, you guys eat dinner here. Duke and I are eating out tonight. Remember to lock the door. Okay. After giving instructions, Wu Hang headed out. Wu Hang left the building. He got on his tricycle and left London City straight away. Upon reaching a secluded area, he took out the train captain's hat and put it on. Woo! The sound of a train whistle echoed, and a military green train appeared. With a clatter, the train door opened. Wu Hang boarded and picked up a timetable from one side, writing down Blackstone Town. The door closed and the train disappeared. Chapter 239, Who is Better won. By the time they reached Blackstone Town, dusk had fallen. The journey that was supposed to take 4 days was over in half an hour. The phantom train was indeed a useful special item. Wu Hang gazed at Blackstone Town in the distance. Compared to London City, it seemed much smaller. As he approached the town walls, the guards eyeing him suspiciously. After presenting the association's credentials, he was unopposedly let in by the guards. The association, executive office. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knock on the door, and Slither's voice was heard from inside, come in. He opened the door and walked straight in. Slither looked up, seeing Wu Hang. She first looked surprised, then delighted. Then she quickly collected her smile and asked, what brings you here? Wu Hang came in, sat down on his sofa, poured himself a cup of tea, and said, just missed you. Don't talk nonsense. Slither quickly looked at the door, then asked, is the money cat's work done? Didn't you say you'd write to me when it was all set? Having said that, Slither immediately reacted and asked uncertainly, have you received your appointment? Otherwise, how do you find the time to come here? What a quick-witted woman. Wu Hang took a sip of tea, nodded with a smile, yes, the appointment letter is down, and now I'm the vice executive. Did you come to show off? Slither raised an eyebrow. No. The position assigned to me is called Gold and Silver Island, have you heard of it? Slither frowned slightly, thinking about the location of Gold and Silver Island. Then she pulled out a map from the drawer and carefully compared it, her face growing more and more unpleasant. She looked up at him, and asked with a seeming confirmation in her tone, the Gold and Silver Island in the dazzling sea? Yes, it seems to be an island in the sea. Slither beckoned, Wu Hang got up and walked over, standing beside her. Slither pointed at an island in the vast sea on the map, Gold and Silver Island. The map was one of those old linear patterns, but the marked locations were very clear. Around the Gold and Silver Island were many individual small islands, seemingly part of an archipelago. What a headache, to establish a division in such a place. Wu Hang muttered under his breath. Slither ignored him and said to herself, the Gold and Silver Island, a rich maritime land, located on the sea route, full of wealth. Wu Hang stood beside her, his hand on her shoulder, and asked, which country owns it? Do they reject undead mages? Slither picked up her tea, then put it down, lightly brushed his arm, and said, they probably don't reject undead mages, and as for its nationality, well, it's pirate territory. Wu Hang was taken aback and asked in return, the association has branches in pirate territory? Normally they wouldn't, but since you're being transferred there, that means they do. Damn it. Slither took a deep breath, her chest rising and falling, and said, what's going on with you? Why are you always assigned to such chaotic places? Wu Hang defended himself, I wanted to stay in London City as vice executive, I don't know why they assigned me there. Slither sighed, frowned, and thought for a moment, then said, the executive's evaluation has a significant impact on the movement of members. Given the strength you displayed in London City, I would have also assigned you elsewhere, as far away as possible. Wu Hang frowned and immediately knew what she meant. His power made Gomez feel threatened. It would be hard to control him if he stayed in London City as a vice executive. Moreover, the issue with the Hammer Party affected him even more. When the executive silently left, it was Wu Hang who maintained the order of the association for a period of time. Inside the association, the staff's attitude towards Wu Hang was clearly more trustworthy and enthusiastic. Of course, they wouldn't allow him to stay. Even though Wu Hang hinted in his application that he wanted to stay in London City, Gomez would have transferred him to a place far away. Even if Gomez had no malice towards Wu Hang, he was just trying to reduce the threat and pressure on himself. Now that the appointment has been given, there's no other way. Wu Hang said. Slither leaned against him and whispered softly, "It's okay, since the association has established the branch and is transferring people there, it means they can ensure the safety of the staff." Wu Hang's arm that was around her shoulder fell naturally onto her knee. "Hearing you say that, I feel relieved. But leaving London City, I'm a little worried about what happens there." Slither hummed lightly, looked down at his hand on her knee, grabbed it. "Don't cross the line, you've wrinkled my clothes. How are you planning to manage London City? I'll groom one of my subordinates to manage it for me, and you'll have to take more trouble with the money cat." Slither looked up at him. "A woman?" "Yes. One of the maids I made contract with while cleaning up the gang members. She can be fully trusted." Slither smirked and threw off his hand. Wu Hang leaned in, whispering in her ear, "What? Are you jealous? I love you the most." Slither's face turned even redder. Just as she was about to speak, the sound of bouncing footsteps came from outside the door. Slither's face changed. She pushed him under the desk. At the same time, the door opened. Yuli came bouncing in, plopped down on the sofa and said, "Andy, when are you going home, huh? Is it hot today? Your face is so red." Slither tugged at her collar. "I don't know why, but it feels really hot today." "And, when are we going back to London City? There's nothing interesting here." Slither frowned, saying, "All you know is to have fun. Wu Hang is already a vice executive, and you're still a team member without any merits." "Ah. He's been appointed? When did you get the news?" Yuli leaned forward, asking curiously. "Judging by the time, it should be more or less confirmed now," Slither said, subconsciously crossing her legs, clasping her mischievous hands. "Oh." Yuli pulled out a piece of candy from her small bag, unwrapped it, and put it in her mouth. "Are we going home together?" Slither lifted her gaze from under the table, and said, "You go first, I'll go back when I'm done." "Why not finish it tomorrow?" Go, go. Don't annoy me here." Yuli pouted her lips, turned around with her hands behind her back, and left the study. "Close the door." "Oh." Yuli turned back and closed the door. After Yuli left, Wu Hang crawled out from under the table. He wrapped his arm around her waist, pulled her up from her seat, and passionately kissed her. Slither struggled slightly, then gradually gave in. After they had been kissing for a while, noticing that their clothes were gradually being removed, she pulled away and said, "Here again? There's a guard on duty tonight, let's find another place." Wu Hang certainly didn't want to ruin Slither's reputation in the city. "Where to then?" "Get dressed. Follow me." As the sky gradually darkened, the two of them left the guild and headed straight for a mansion. Slither took out a key, opened the door, and went in. Wu Hang followed. "This is your house?" "It's yours. Yazd left it for you." "You're acting like a fool." As the door closed, Wu Hang lifted her up in his arms. "Who are you calling a fool?" "The bedroom is over there." Slither, wrapped around him, staggered into the bedroom while continuing to kiss him. They both collapsed on the bed. Slither used some strength from her waist, pushed him directly onto the duvet, picked up a ribbon from the side, blindfolded him, and said, "Don't move." She then began to leisurely undress herself and him. She put on a black corset, and climbed onto the bed. Through the not-so-tight blindfold, some of her soft, fair, and plump body could be vaguely seen. As she moved, it wobbled enticingly. The corset seemed to be under enormous pressure from her movements, and the ribbon around her chest became tighter. After asking in a purposely bewildered manner about what she was doing, Wu Hang then felt a weight on him, something warm and smooth settling at his waist. Late into the night, the two leaned against each other. Slither looked up and asked, "So tell me, who are you planning to hand the city over to? How did you get to know them?" Wu Hang was taken aback. Damn, she remembered that. After thinking for a while, he told her the story of how he met them and signed the contract. Am I better or is she better? Even though Wu Hang sometimes lacked emotional intelligence, he knew how to answer this. You are better, in looks, figure, and status. Why are you asking this? Don't you know how attractive you are? At least you have some conscience. Wu Hang laughed. Don't compare yourself to others. You're unique in your own way. Slither gave him a shy punch, and continued, Then I'll prepare. I'll bring people over in the next few days. Before you leave, I'll make sure everything is handled properly. Okay, great. They talked for a while, then returned to each other's arms under their mutual caresses. The next day, early morning. They both got up early. After Slither was cleaned up, she went straight to the guild. Wu Hang also left the city and returned to London City by train. When he returned home, the maids weren't there. Wu Hang called on the Skull Crusher and Blood Axe skeletons that were on standby last night, opened the boundary door, and went in together. Zombie world. Coming down the stairs, Li Yong came over from afar. Wu Hang asked, Have you checked the Green Peak Living Plaza area? People have been sent to check along the way. The closer we get to that area, the more zombies there are. We can't confirm the situation at the scene. Li Yong said. Have the convoy prepare. We're going there today. His own appointment made him have to speed up the process. Okay. Li Yong agreed, walking quickly to prepare. Chapter 240, Do you all fight like this? When the number of people dispatched with each departure increased. It was no longer one person per vehicle, a companion was also assigned to the co-pilot seat to deal with any unexpected emergencies. Given the current number of people in the shelter, it was sufficient to make such an arrangement. On the bus blared blissfully. Li Yong, gripping the steering wheel, glanced at Wu Hang beside her, and said, I've been in touch with Flame God Shelter. They currently have no plans to exchange ammunition. Previously, after finding the grenades handy, they'd planned to have Li Yong procure some from Flame God Shelter. However, it now seemed that the other party wasn't planning to sell to them so readily. The reason wasn't hard to guess. Flame God Shelter's current status was due not only to Ma Ziyang awakening his superpower but, more importantly, their armored vehicles and modern weapons. These weapons weren't just useful in times of crisis, they were also enough to deter other shelters. Having weapons and not having weapons made a big difference. It made perfect sense that they were not planning on making a trade at this time. Without any special requirements, who would exchange their ammunition? Wu Hang nodded, no problem, when they need resources, they will naturally trade with us. Li Yong grunted in agreement. She continued, by the way, the main station just released some new information, and it's pretty shocking. What is it? They said according to their tests, the average strength and speed of the zombies have increased by about 40%. And it could keep increasing. A frown appeared on Wu Hang's forehead. He already knew that the zombies were gradually getting stronger. Because now after the regular zombies converted, there were now level 2 and 3 zombies. This implied there was also a boost in their attributes. The main station had obviously done some testing and provided more accurate data. The zombies all over the world were strengthening. This was not good news for the survivors. Zombies were evolving with time, while human awakening did not show significant progress. Did the main station offer any countermeasures? They suggest that all shelters speed up the cleanup of nearby zombies. The longer we wait, the harder they will be to kill. They also urge disaster control commands in all areas to rescue surrounding survivors. Li Yong finished her sentence and added, and many other shelters, like ours, have ordered strong crossbows, presumably for cleaning up zombies. Last time, Flame God Shelter swapped 10 of the strong crossbows. There were only 2 left in Li Yong's possession, and she needed to keep them for her own use. There was nothing left to sell. Okay, I'll figure something out, Wu Hang said. He was about to be reassigned. He was not sure if he could finish the first batch of strong crossbows. The convoy pressed on. There were more and more zombies. On both sides of the road, zombies were continuously drawn to the convoy and swarmed onto the road, thudding against the sides of the vehicles. Even with the addition of the metal plate at the back, the vehicle was still swaying with the constant onslaught. Li Yong took out the walkie-talkie, asked, any issues with the lead and tail vehicles? Soon, a response came through the walkie-talkie, no problem with the lead vehicle, we can still move forward. There's a bit of a bump on the tail vehicle, but it's not a big concern. The drivers of the convoy were all veterans who had been out with Wu Hang many times and had seen plenty of zombie hordes. Despite the impact of the zombies, there was no noticeable fluctuation in their tones. Li Yong pressed the walkie-talkie again, saying, prepare to slow down and clear the zombies when we get close to the intersection. Received. The lead vehicle accelerated, and the entire convoy also began to move forward quickly. The convoy, braving the horde of zombies, moved forward a few hundred meters. A signal came from the lead vehicle to start slowing down. The convoy pulled over, and the skeleton army quickly jumped off the vehicles, killing the approaching zombies around them. At the same time, the spearman skeletons quickly took formation, rapidly charging at the horde of zombies chasing after them. Wu Hang opened the car door, and glanced towards the back. He gave an order to Big Head Skeleton, who was still sitting in the car, spearman skeletons, prepare to hurl the spears. Whoosh! Ish! The spear-throwing skeletons that had formed a team removed the throwing spears hanging from their bodies and assumed a spear-throwing posture. Release! Whoosh! Iron spears rained down like raindrops. The chasing zombies fell in heaps, trampled into mud by the zombies at the back. Keep going! Whoosh! Whoosh! Iron spears kept falling, and zombies kept falling layer by layer. When they had finished throwing the spears, the zombies charged directly at the spear formation and began a fierce fight. Members of the original automobile repair shop were not surprised at the scene before them. Taking advantage of the break, they ate and drank to restore their strength. However, the new people who joined the convoy were trembling, unable to suppress their panic. There were so many zombies right there. Were they going to take them head-on? And with cold weapons, no less. Are you cold? Kaingsai looked at the man with glasses in the seat next to him. The man was not old and looked scholarly. His hand clutching a machete was shaking while his eyes were glued to the rearview mirror. I'm not cold. The man with glasses swallowed. Can we win this? Kaingsai unscrewed his water bottle and took a sip. What kind of question is that? Why would we stop the convoy if we couldn't? Are we here to just offer ourselves up to be killed? I didn't mean that, There's too many of them. How did your shelter deal with zombie hordes before? Zombies? The bespectacled man looked puzzled. You guys deal with zombie hordes? Of course, how do you think we cleared out the passenger station? Kaingsai retorted. Just as the man with glasses was about to speak, a creaking sound interrupted him. The driver's side door was opened, and Kaingsai leaned out, looking back. Damn. Kaingsai, have you lost your mind? What if you get bitten? The bespectacled man exclaimed, stretching out his hand to pull Kaingsai's belt. Hey, don't pull my underwear, are you a pervert? Didn't Sister Hong forbid us to leave the vehicle? I'm gathering material, you wouldn't understand. Brother, I have a weak heart, please close the door. As the battle continued, the number of zombies was decreasing, with only a few scattered ones charging forward. They were slashed down by skeletons wielding warhammers and battle axes, their heads severed from their bodies. The bodies of the zombies littered the entire street. The stench of blood was thick and suffocating. Wu Hang commanded to clean up the battlefield, and the skeletons started to remove the bodies at once. They moved back to the bus. Li Yong took out a tablet, called up an offline map, and said, if we turn at the intersection ahead and go a bit further, we will reach the Green Peak Living Plaza. Wu Hang took the map and glanced at it. With a thought, Zhao flew out from his body. Hovering in midair, she looked at him and asked, what's up? Zhao, do you see the intersection ahead? Ah. Turn right, then there's a plaza, go and check if there are any dangers, Wu Hang directed. Okay. Zhao didn't say anything further but directly passed through the bus, disappearing from sight. The convoy stopped for a while. Zhao turned her head and flew back. So many zombies. Let me see, said Wu Hang. Zhao nodded and dove back into his body. In his mind, the images Zhao saw just now immediately appeared. After turning at the intersection, there were quite a few zombies along the way, and the closer they got to the plaza, the more zombies there were. When they reached overhead of the plaza, it was already filled with zombies. Among them were zombies wearing bulletproof vests, still holding rifles in their hands. With stiff movements, their fingers occasionally pulled the trigger, with bullets striking the ground. This caused chaos among the nearby horde of the undead. On the side of the plaza, there was a military green off-road vehicle and 2 military trucks parked. The back of the trucks had canvas canopies, which were still in fairly good condition. Wu Hang let Zhao out again, telling her to continue to keep watch around. Li Yong asked, how's it looking ahead? There are military trucks, and some zombies are carrying firearms. After a moment of silence, he speculated, it's possible that a rescue team came here to deal with the crowd, but something went wrong, and they were left behind. Even now, many shelters, or some survivors without radios, were still waiting for the arrival of rescue teams. It seems that even small groups are unable to carry out rescue work under the current situation. In contrast, places like the Flame God Shelter or the auto repair shop could at least take in nearby survivors. Li Yong sighed and asked, what do we do now? It's not far from the plaza, so we'll leave the convoy here and go there with the skeletons, answered Wu Hang. Do we have Molotov cocktails on the bus? Yes. Get them off. Yes. Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and informed everyone in the convoy of the next plan. Then she and Wu Hang both got off the bus together. Soon, several drivers unpacked the boxes of Molotov cocktails. Wu Hang directly put them into the space ring. The skeleton army put down their work of lugging bodies. They quickly assembled in the middle of the road, forming an army of skeletons that blocked the entire road. At Wu Hang's command, they stepped over the scrapped vehicles and corpses along the way, and began to move forward. Turning right at the next intersection. The appearance of the skeleton army immediately drew the attention of the zombies. The zombies on the road roared in rage, and like a chain reaction, the zombies at the back all turned their heads and continued to howl. More and more zombies were attracted here. Gradually, a dense horde of zombies was formed, the end of which was out of sight. Bang, bang, bang. A burst of gunfire rang out from the horde. The claw-waving zombies pulled their triggers, dropping a group of zombies around them. At the same time, it also served as a kind of signal. The horde of zombies, like a gathering flood, surged and rushed over. Throw spears, go. Whoosh. A rain of iron fell. A large number of zombies fell. Those which tried to stand up were trampled into a pulp by the running zombies from behind. After several waves of spear throwing, a large section of zombies had already fallen. But even more zombies were still rushing forward. Soon, like waves, they lunged at the first row of skeletons. The screams, the sound of weapons hacking, and the sporadic gunfire from the zombie horde filled the entire space. Wu Heng took out the boxes of Molotov cocktails. Without lighting them, he handed them directly to a few skeletons named Skullcrusher and Battle Axe. Throw them into the horde. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The glass bottles kept flying out and smashed into the horde. It toppled a large number of zombies, and the glass bottles broke. Once they were all thrown, Wu Heng directly cast the fireball technique towards the sky above the horde. The fireball exploded in the sky, and the burning shrapnel fell into the horde. Whoosh! Flames soared into the sky, quickly spreading around. It blocked off the entire street, with zombies continuously crossing the fire, continuing to attack the skeletons. The grease skill has a certain casting distance unneeded to be close to the front of the skeletons to be released. He missed the time to release it just now, but the Molotov cocktails could produce better effects. The fire kept blazing, swallowing up one zombie after another. Wu Heng continued to look back at Li and said, "Find a position and take out the ones holding guns. Don't let them get into the fire." With a rifle on his back, Li quickly left, climbing onto the second-floor balcony of a shop on one side. He didn't use a sniper rifle, but set up an ordinary rifle and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. With each targeted shot, the weapon-wielding zombies were taken down. Chapter 241, Made like this one, the fire gradually died out. The horde of corpses instantly collided with the band of skeletons. Spears pierced the bodies of the zombies, while the skeletons in the back, wielding iron swords and axes, hacked the zombies, squeezing in from above to pieces on the ground. Blood and severed limbs splattered everywhere. The entire sky seemed to be covered by a bloody hue, rendering it a dark red. "Big guy, scary claw monster, you go too," Wu Heng said as he surveyed the scene. Big guy thumped his breastplate with force, leading the remaining mutated skeletons into the horde of zombies. He swung his arms like flails, sending hordes of zombies flying about like flowers scattered by a celestial maiden. Scary claw monster, on the other hand, climbed up the walls and occasionally scooped up zombies, crushing their heads. "Advance, full army," Wu Heng commanded. Spear-wielding skeletons moved forward in neat ranks, like walls filled with spikes, skewing the zombies into batches of meat skewers. Any zombies that slipped past were further minced by the skeletons wielding swords in the back. The battle went on from daylight right into the night. The whole road was littered with bodies, with orange firelight popping up here and there. Cars were abandoned on the roadside, billowing smoke. Squish! The scary claw monster crushed the head of the last zombie. The entire battlefield began to quiet down gradually. "Be on guard all around, allocate some to clean up the battlefield, and move all the corpses to both sides," said Wu Heng. Crack crack. The standby skeletons resumed their actions, with some surrounding the area and others starting to move the corpses. Wu Heng led a few skeletons to a green off-road vehicle. The car door was half open and not closed. The car was loaded with some material and bullets. It was also apparently a military vehicle. He then proceeded to inspect the other two military trucks. Jumping into the truck body, Li Yong took out a flashlight and illuminated the surroundings. Inside the truck, there was a layer of cover. Upon lifting a corner of it, Wu Heng found boxes of first aid kits and some compactly packed compressed dry food. All the covers on the vehicle were then uncovered. This exposed the full view of the military supplies inside. There was also a special package. After opening it, there were some well-arranged earpieces inside. Wireless earpieces? What a good item. Wu Heng picked one up, examined it, then put it back. He proceeded on to the other vehicle. Once completely uncovered, it revealed various guns and boxes of ammunition. So many bullets. "Yes, it seems this is not a rescue team but a withdrawal team," said Wu Heng. A rescue team would make room in their vehicles to accommodate survivors. All these bulky packages loaded on the vehicle obviously meant they were headed to a certain place. Pondering a while, he then waved his hands, and all the firearms and bullets were stored away. Whether or not to distribute firearms to the other members of the base, this was something to be discussed on return. At least for now, this could not be revealed. Li Yong did not say anything but asked, "Drive straight back? Rest in the car for the night, and tidy up the surrounding area during the day tomorrow." "Okay." Li Yong directed the car convoy to come near. The convoy's lights were turned on as they drove over. After giving everyone instructions, Li Yong also went back to rest in the passenger car. Back in the passenger car, Wu Heng had already laid out blankets on the ground. Li Yong freshened up with the items in the car, undressed, and cuddled up to him. Lying on his chest, listening to his heartbeat, she said, "The zombies are still getting stronger. What if they awaken their superpowers? Humans would really stand no chance then." Wu Heng gently stroked her smooth back, turned over to press down on her, and said, "Don't worry. Even if they get stronger, it won't be to that exaggerated extent." Li Yong hummed lightly and pouted her mouth. She cooperated with her lover to slightly lift her waist, and continued, "I really envy those of you who awaken superpowers. After drinking the potion twice, I haven't felt any effects. The potion made from a level 1 corpse core mainly improves physique, it wouldn't awaken superpowers so easily. But didn't you awaken very early on? This shows that the level 1 did have an effect." Wu Heng smiled and lifted his loose top. Li Yong said, "Don't remove it, something urgent might happen at night. Just leave it like this." Wu Heng nodded, lifted half of his shirt to cover his eyes, said, "Don't worry about the superpower thing. Wait until the level 2 potion is developed and try again." Regarding superpower, Wu Heng was not very optimistic. The results of the awakening were not as pronounced as he had imagined. After Ma Zaiong, the flame god, awakened his fire superpower, the most lethal trick that he had was to throw out a fireball. There wasn't much difference compared to his fireball technique. If superpowers only had such effects, it would be better to choose a professional career instead. When the timing was right, Wu Heng could completely give Li Yong, or others in the base, career scrolls. After completing a career, all properties could be improved, and there was a complete inheritance and training system. Realizing that her eyes were suddenly covered by the lifted shirt, she was about to pull it off as she said, "What are you doing? I can't see anything now." Wu Heng grabbed her 2 arms and pressed them above her head, and said, "Be good, don't move." Li Yong turned her head away, and hummed softly, "This way, I'm a bit sensitive. That's why it's fun. Keep the noise down, you also don't want your subordinates to hear it, right? Humphrey, pervert." The deep night rumbles on, only Li Yong bites her lip, releasing a soft groan. The next day, morning, Kaiang Tsai and the others followed the nearby shops for a preliminary scavenging. Skeletons were incessantly loading various supplies onto trucks. They were busy until noon, gradually filling up several trucks. "You all take these back first," Wu Heng said. Li Yong nodded, letting the convoy start the return trip with the supplies. In addition to what they had scavenged, there were also a few military trucks and materials from last night. This was a significant haul of resources. After briefly instructing them, the convoy left laden with supplies. Wu Heng, accompanied by Li Yong and his skeleton army, proceeded to utilize the Dead Bones battlefield ability along the road. As the gray-white rings swept over again and again, swathes of skeletons stood up and joined the ranks. Upon reaching level 10 and unlocking the skills, Arcane Necromancy, the consumption of these abilities reduced and the recovery of spiritual power also increased. This significantly increased the efficiency of transforming skeletons. By midday, the convoy had returned. Leaving a portion of the skeletons to guard the area, it now made it easier for Li Yong and the others to scavenge any remaining items. He then accompanied the convoy back to the bus station. They returned to London City through the boundary door. London City was still in broad daylight. After having lunch in a nearby pub, Wu Heng went directly to the guild. Upon entering the hall, the staff and some members of the squad greeted him. "Good afternoon, Vice Executive Wu Heng." "Vice Executive, we'll see you off when you leave. My lad got some talent, can you please take him as your apprentice?" The constant shouts of Vice Executive almost made him feel afloat. Wu Heng nodded with a smile, "Please, I'm just the Vice Executive, it's too much." The rest of them continued in jest, saying that everyone in the guild calls him that, and they're used to it. After exchanging a few pleasantries with the others, he went straight to the squad's restroom. Although he was no longer a member of the team, there was no objection in him using the restroom. Upon pushing open the door, there weren't many people inside. It seems that when he was the team leader, the team developed a not-so-good habit. After entering, he summoned a member of the staff. He asked him to summon the owner of the weapon shop. The staff member nodded and quickly left. Not long after, the owners of the weapon shop and the Maoyao armor shop, which he collaborated with, came over. "Captain Wu Heng, I heard you're transferring elsewhere," said the owner of the armory. Wu Heng didn't expect him to come over as well. He nodded, "Yes, I will leave in the next few days." "What about the half of the city under your control?" the armory's owner asked tentatively. Seeing his nervous expression, Wu Heng understood his meaning. This half of the city will still be left to Wen Manchua to manage. "The cooperation we talked about before will also continue normally, you shouldn't worry about this." The armorer laughed, "We weren't worried, it's just a pity that you have to leave so soon." Wu Heng got up, poured tea for the two and placed it in front of them. "The guild has its own considerations, it's just a matter of going out for a while, and then you can apply to come back when the time's right. Hearing they could still be transferred back, they felt more at ease. Their faces brightened with their smiles. Compared to a gang's wife, they would rather cooperate with Wu Heng. After all, in various rumors, rich family heirs, master apprenticeships, and various identities raised him to an unfathomable height. That's right, just return after a short time, it's all adjustable after all, the owner of the armory agreed. Wu Heng continued looking at the weapon shop owner, asking directly, how is the production of the strong crossbow? We managed to rush some out, but the number is not large and hasn't reached the delivery conditions yet, said the owner of the weapon shop. How many have you made so far? Wu Heng asked as he took a sip of tea. More than 17 iron swords and iron knives and 5 crossbows. Crossbows are not easy to make, so progress is slow, said the owner of the weapon shop. The construction of the crossbow is indeed complicated, otherwise, it wouldn't be sold so expensive. Wu Heng nodded. Tomorrow, send those 5 crossbows over first, I'll pay you. Oh, alright. The 3 finished talking and left together. The 2 shop owners confirmed that Wu Heng would be able to return after a period of time, and clearly felt more at ease. They introduced their plans to recruit more craftsmen and increase production speed to Wu Heng. Wu Heng didn't stand in their way, he just advised them to focus on production peacefully. After sending the 2 away, he saw someone from the Pendant gang hurrying towards him. Captain, sister-in-law needs you urgently, he said. Let's go and see. He replied. Pendant gang's base. Wu Heng looked at the body lying in the center of the courtyard, his brows were furrowed. A young-looking girl wearing a local-made outfit. Her skin was covered in bruises and cuts, she seemed to have suffered ill treatment before her death. What happened? Wu Heng asked. Wen Manxia looked at the girl who had been held by an arm by a member of the gang next to her. The girl freed herself, fell to her knees, and repeatedly bowed in front of them. With a crying voice she said, I beg you, master, to avenge my sister. Wu Heng looked at the young, thin girl. What's going on here? Chapter 242, Leaving Tomorrow. One. After sighing softly, Wen Manxia explained, this child's sister, a servant in the city lord's mansion, was sent back today, said to have fallen to her death. They gave 2 silver coins as funeral expenses. Even if Wu Heng didn't perform an autopsy, he could tell it was definitely not death from a fall. Besides, with 2 silver coins, you wouldn't be able to buy a slave, let alone an iron sword. 2 silver coins, it seems like a casual dismissal. Wen Manxia glanced at the child standing to one side, and continued, this kid dragged the corpse, kneeling before half of the gangs in the city, and eventually heard someone say that I'm not scared of the city lord, and thus came here. In London City, deaths were nothing unusual. People who got killed in gang fights didn't even have funeral expenses. Wen Manxia let the child in because she knew that the corpse came from the city lord's mansion, and she might get some useful information from it. Thump, thump, thump. The little girl bowed down again, tearfully pleaded, Master Captain and Madam, please avenge my sister. I'll definitely repay you. She wept while bowing down. It looked like she and her sister had a deep bond. Help her up, Wu Heng said. 2 core members of the gang helped her to her feet. How would you like us to help you take your revenge? Wu Heng looked at her. I don't know, as long as I can take my vengeance. The little girl bit her lip firmly, her tone resolute. How to take revenge? They didn't even know who killed her sister. But she wasn't willing to give up, believing that as long as she could avenge her sister, that would be enough. Wu Heng thought it over and said, we need to discuss this. Can we give you an answer later? Okay. Wu Heng turned to his gang members, take her to the tavern across the street for something to eat, and bring her back later. The little girl shrugged off their hands, can I wait here? Wen Manxia approached her and ruffled her hair, we need to discuss things internally, and we can't let outsiders stay. You go eat something first, and come back later, and we will tell you the result. Well, okay then. The girl glanced back at her sister's corpse and was led out of the courtyard. After the girl left, their gazes returned to the corpse. Wu Heng walked up to the corpse and cast Communicate with the dead. The body, cold and stiff, suddenly sat up, eyes open, gazing towards them with dulled, lifeless eyes. Wu Heng asked directly, how did you die? The corpse replied, a lord by the name of Afte came to the city lord's mansion, he killed me. This lord came to the city lord's mansion? Wu Heng thought for a while and then asked, are there any messages concerning Wu Heng? The corpse paused, then spoke. City Lord Reno planned to retake half the city he had surrendered after Wu Heng left, along with Aftu. Wu Heng and Wen Manxia's pupils shrank. The news of his departure was announced in the guild, and it would have reached the city lord's mansion and some other powers. This Aftu was someone the city lord had recruited for assistance. They planned to retake the city immediately after he left. Without coming into direct conflict with him, the guild wouldn't interfere, and the disarray in the city was not within the guild's scope of intervention. Do they have any detailed plans? The corpse replied, they will seize the city immediately after Wu Hang departs. Huh? This corpse didn't know about the detailed plan that followed. There were still 2 questions remaining. Wu Hang thought for a bit then asked, what is the level of Lord Ave 2? It's not clear. The city lord treats him with much respect. Wu Hang then asked, did Ave to bring any troops? Yes, he has entered the city. Upon completion of the 5th question, the corpse fell backwards. The whole incident was now clear. Upon hearing that Wu Hang was being transferred, the city lord's mansion planned to join forces with another person to take back the half of the city that they had previously ceded. As for the girl's death, she may have heard some of these informations, or it could be a hobby of A2. Either way, she died young in the city lord's mansion. What do we do then? Wen Mancha asked. Managing the city was already stressful, and now she learned about their plan. The pressure had gotten even greater. Wu Hang thought for a moment and replied, that's convenient. I was just worried for an excuse to get rid of him. Squeak. The gate was pushed open, and the gang members returned with the little girl. She only took a few bites and insisted on returning, said one of the gang members. Wen Mancha nodded, indicating they could enter. The little girl came in, checked over her sister's body, and began crying again. What's your name? Wu Hang asked. Tian, it's a name my sister gave me. The girl added hopefully, Master, I will certainly repay you in future, please. Wu Hang ruffles her messy hair and said, you don't need to repay me. But you have to promise me a condition. The little girl's eyes lit up at the suggestion, speak. Don't tell anyone on the outside about today's events. If anyone asks, you're not allowed to say anything. And don't go seek out other gangs to help you take revenge. Can you promise me? Would you avenge my sister? If you can keep a secret, I will help your sister take revenge. Yes, I can. I won't tell anyone, the girl replied seriously. I trust you. Go and give your sister a good funeral. Leave the rest to us. Okay. The girl kneeled down and bowed in gratitude to all those present. She wiped away her tears and, carrying her sister's corpse, left one step at a time, looking back after each. Watching the girl leaving, Wu Hang gestured towards the gate, arrange for 2 people to keep an eye on her. Don't let other gangs give her trouble. Wen Mancha nodded and gave a few instructions to the members behind her. Someone immediately followed up. What's going to happen? Wen Mancha asked. Wu Hang shook his head, spread the message out, I will leave London City tomorrow. Wen Mancha was stunned for a moment, but soon made sense of it, okay. Leaving the pinned gang headquarters, Wu Hang went to the association to apply for a departure ticket and let the news out as well. The little girl who delivered the body to the pinned gang had suspected that Reno might have done this on purpose. After all, I am a necromancer, a body with inside information was sent out. It aroused great suspicions. But after reviewing the whole situation, no matter if this information is true or false, I took the initiative to jump in. Let's see what the other party will do. After applying for the ticket, Wu Hang went to the restroom to take a look. The atmosphere of the 12th team is really bad. Not a single person showed up. Reluctantly, he closed the door, left the association. He headed straight to the Snake Badge Consortium opposite. In the lounge, looking at Liza in a blue gown and exquisite makeup, he asked, are you going out? Just a boring party. Liza sat down next to him, her dress slit revealing her fair and smooth legs. Why are you here today? I came to see you before I leave. Leaving? Isn't there still some time? Liza propped her chin and looked at him. There are some things, and the journey ahead is far, so I'll set off a few days earlier, said Wu Hang. Liza also knew the importance of the association's identity, but still said, half of London City is worth probably just as much as a vice executive, you can consider staying. Without this identity, I won't get half of the city. So, once the date was set, you came to bid farewell to me? Liza picked up the fruit tea and took a sip. Wu Hang slouched lazily on the couch, his arms spread out, resting on the back of the chair. Before I leave, I wanted to ask one of my few good friends, how much more gold performance does she need? Maybe I can help her. PFFT. Liza sprayed the fruit tea she had just taken a sip of. Wu Hang. She wiped her mouth and called out in annoyance due to her inelegant behavior. What? It's not my fault the water is hot. Liza quickly gathered herself and looked at him suspiciously. I still lack 200 grams this year, can you help me? You just startled me. Liza paused for a moment, then broke out into a smile. She walked to the couch, sat close to him, leaning on him, and said, that's because you suddenly mentioned gold. Wu Hang didn't continue to tease her. He took out a cloth bag from his space ring, open mouth of the bag. A golden glow was revealed. Liza's eyes widened in disbelief. Performance this year has grown rapidly since Wu Hang came. She had originally thought that after a few exchanges, his reserves would be exhausted. Yet it's this much. Wu Hang took a gold chain with a red pendant from the bag. He lifted up her fair foot and draped it over his leg. "What are you doing?" Liza was startled and about to pull her leg back. Wu Hang held onto it and fastened the thin chain around her fair ankle. "It makes you more beautiful." Liza didn't expect him to do this. Her face turned red. She shyly retracted her leg. "Is this a gift for me?" "Pick a few more if you like." "No, I'll just take this one," she said and sat back down again. Thump thump thump. The door knocked, and a man's voice came from outside. "Miss, it's time to go." Liza's face became serious. She said directly, "I'm not going. Ask Mufira and the others to come in, and bring the gold testing equipment." "All right, miss." Before long, the door knocked again, and several staff members came in. They glanced at the two sitting close together and gave a slight bow. Liza went straight to the point. "Test the gold, then exchange it for silver coins at a price 10% higher than the market price." "All right, Ms. Liza." Leaving the Snake Badge Consortium, Wu Hang went straight back to his residence. There was no one at home. Minnie and Andre Willow probably did not know the news of the departure yet. After a brief Washington, he opened the boundary door directly and went to the zombie world. He walked downstairs. The survivors were still busy with their own affairs. The convoy that was originally parked in the courtyard was gone. They should have gone to the square that was cleaned up yesterday to retrieve resources. "Great King." Someone passed him by and greeted him. Wu Hang gave him a glance. Military helmet, wireless headset, bulletproof vest, carrying a strong crossbow, with an electric baton and flashlight around his waist. Except for not carrying a gun, the whole set looked more like a special forces soldier. He walked with his head held high and chest out. He must have thought he looked quite handsome. "Where's Liang?" Wu Hang asked. The man did not answer, but picked up his headset and asked, "Checkpoint location, has Sister Hong's convoy returned?" Chapter 243, Jumping in One. Wu Hang raised an eyebrow. Well, he was indeed impressed by the man's series of actions. Then, the man turned around and said, "King, Sister Hong hasn't returned yet." "Where did they all go?" "Brother Kyang Tsai and his party went to the square to scrounge for supplies. Sister Hong received a message from the prison last night, and she went to fetch some potion and left in the morning," the other replied. "A potion?" Normally, medical supplies would not require a trip back to the prison to pick them up. There were plenty of pharmacies nearby that had been thoroughly looted. Enough for the local inhabitants to use for several years. The only things one would have to return to fetch would probably be potions from the alchemist. The healing and spirit potions he had were indeed running out quickly. "There's nothing happening at the station today, right?" Wu Hang asked further. "No problems, the people who come to exchange goods are all very orderly. They leave immediately after they're done." "You carry on with your work." "Sure, if you have any instructions, find me later." The man nodded and left with his head held high. Wu Hang continued to stroll around the yard. The yard's walls were being reinforced with wire meshes, and on the other side of the garage, a new warehouse was being built with red bricks and cement. The entire station was undergoing expansion. Everyone was busy with something. With people constantly calling him king, Wu Hang took a stroll around. Afterward, he returned to the building and went back through the boundary door. It wasn't until dusk that Minnie and Andre Willow returned together from outside. "Master." Seeing Wu Hang sitting in the room with the air conditioner on, the two of them greeted with smiles. Wu Hang gestured for the two to sit down and said, "Minnie, wire, start packing tonight. We're leaving here tomorrow." "Ah. That quickly?" Minnie exclaimed. Andre Willow was also stunned and said, "Master, what about the shop? You can let your tribespeople run the shop for now. If there are any issues, they can look for Wen Mancha," Wu Hang said. Andre Willow hesitated for a moment, then softly said, "Master, can I bring my tribespeople with me?" "I have 2 friends who want to become your maids," Minnie added. Wu Hang said, "Let's go over first. Once we've found a house and everything is settled, we'll consider bringing them over. Otherwise, where are we going to put so many people?" Upon hearing this, both of them agreed. They didn't even know what the situation was over there yet. Taking a large group of people all at once might actually make things difficult. "As always, Master is considerate," Andre Willow agreed with a smile. "All right, go and prepare dinner, then pack up your stuff when you're done. All the things we're going to take with us should be packed up. Minnie, let Andre Willow put your stuff in the space ring." "Yes, Master." The 2 women left to prepare dinner. Shortly after, Wen Mancha came back with her 2 skeletons. With a level 16 dead bone as her bodyguard, Wen Mancha's safety was greatly assured. She stood at the door, changed out of her coat into loose pajamas. Wu Hang opened his arms, And when Mancha nestled into his embrace, her legs curled up on the sofa. She said, "I've sent the message as you asked. Now everyone in town knows you're leaving tomorrow. Our people have investigated, and indeed, a lot of newcomers have arrived from the southwest. Given the timing, they might be the reinforcements from Reno." Wu Hang gently stroked her waist. "Can we determine their numbers?" When Mancha shifted a bit, "There could be thousands, all quite strong. Once these people arrived, all the other gangs have been keeping a low profile." "Not that many, actually," Wu Hang nodded. When Mancha looked up at him. "Master, I'm going to miss you." Wu Hang cupped her chin and gently kissed her lips. After a while, they broke apart. When Mancha licked the dewdrop on her lips. "Will you come back for me?" "Relax, the distance isn't as far as you think. Listen to my instructions, take care of yourself, and wait for me to come pick you up," Wu Hang said. When Mancha straddled him, whispering in his ear, "You're not allowed to forget about me, just because you have those two beastmen girls. I was your first maid. I won't forget." Cough, cough. "Master, sister When Mancha, save the chat for after dinner. Minnie and I will sleep together tonight, so she'll be all yours." Andre Willow placed dinner on the table and said. After all, they were leaving. Naturally, nobody would be there to compete. Without feeling embarrassed, When Mancha got off the sofa, took Wu Hang's hand and sat him down at the dinner table. The next day, in the morning, outside the city gate, Wu Hang and his group prepared to leave. Executive Gomez, accompanied by many association members, stood outside the city gate to see them off. "Send us a letter when you get there, just to let us know you're safe," Gomez said with a smile. He looked like an old leader watching his subordinates' growth. Wu Hang responded with a smile. "I will. I might apply to come back in a couple of years, and I'll need the executive's approval." Gomez kept his smile. "Of course, you first have to hold up for 2 years. If you want to come back by then, I'll apply to the headquarters to transfer you back." "Thank you, executive." Then, Wu Hang turned to Duke, Mata, and others, saying, "Be careful with future missions. With your current achievements, as long as your levels go up, you'd be more than qualified for the vice executive position. Be flexible about missions that seem too dangerous." "Understood, Captain. We won't let you down." Duke patted his chest. Seeing Duke didn't comprehend, Wu Hang told Mata, "Collect more intelligence before proceeding with any mission." "Understood, Captain." Wu Hang continued to farewell When Mancha. His gaze scanned the crowd and landed on a carriage. Laza from the Snake Badge Consortium waved at him through a crack in the curtain. Wu Hang nodded. After continuing his goodbyes to everyone, he boarded the three-wheeler directly with Minnie, Andre Willow, and 2 skeleton attendants. With a twist of the throttle, they were off. As the three-wheeler was getting further and further away, the crowd waiting outside the city gate also began to disperse. Everyone returned to their own homes. On the road, the wind was howling by their ears. Minnie looked back and said, "Master, there are a lot of tamed beasts following us." Through the rear-view mirror, he could see the large flock of tamed beasts in the sky, maintaining their distance, yet following closely behind. Even when the speed of the vehicle was reduced, these beasts would automatically slow down, maintain an appropriate distance, and continue to follow. Wu Hang turned his head and said, "Don't mind them." "Oh." He increased the speed again and headed towards the direction in front. They rushed straight to the border city of the Yako Kingdom, ate some food nearby, purchased some supplies, and got on the train with their tickets. The moment they stepped on the train, whoosh! The tamed beasts in the sky scattered in all directions, flying back to the way they had come. City Lord's mansion. In the magnificent hall, the City Lord Reno was sitting at one side. Next to him were the reinforcements Seifu and several leaders dressed in Iron Guard Knight's armor. Everyone was silent, just waiting quietly. At that moment, the sound of rapid footsteps rang out. More than a dozen rangers of all sorts walked briskly into the hall. After saluting, the one in the lead said straightforwardly, "City Lord, Wu Hang and the 2 maids have boarded the train. There were no abnormal situations on the way." Reno's eyes flashed as he abruptly stood up. Then he paused and asked, "Has the train left?" "It has." "Are you sure it's him? Did he swap with someone else or use some kind of tool during the journey?" The ranger spoke with certainty, "City Lord, he hasn't left our site, and he used a ticket from the guild. Everyone's identities are checked at boarding." Upon hearing this, Reno also nodded. And Eifu at his side cracked a smile, saying, "Reno, you've been scared silly by that kid. You're being too cautious." Reno laughed helplessly, "No choice, that kid is tricky, it's better to be careful." Then he continued, "As for tonight's operation, I'll need Mr. Eifu's help. What I promised you naturally won't be a problem." Eifu stood, "You prepare, let's wrap this up quickly, we've been lingering here for quite some time." "All right." The train traveled for 3 hours and stopped at the second city. Sir, you haven't reached your stop yet. The conductor reminded. Wu Hang nodded. I left some important things behind. I'll get off here first and take the next one. All right, sir. Wu Hang disembarked with his companions and booked a room at the Center Inn. He instructed, you guys stay here. I'll come get you in the morning. All right, master, we'll take good care of ourselves. Andre Willow replied. Minnie also nodded in agreement. Wu Hang left the two skeleton attendants to protect them and then transformed his appearance with the illusion veil before striding out confidently. After leaving the city, he put on a hat and boarded the train again. The night was deep. London City was shrouded in a faint mist. The streets were deserted. Thump thump thump. Heavy and orderly footsteps sounded. The joined army composed of the Iron Guard Knights, 8 Fu's soldiers, and gang members passed through the central area and entered the inner city's north district. They quickly closed in, surrounding the building in front of them. City Lord Reno said directly, the woman in charge lives here. Kill her and tear up the agreement. 8 Fu, wearing silver armor and a blue cape on one shoulder, looked up at the bright window. That kid's woman seems quite tasty. Don't kill her when you catch her. I want to have some fun with her. Alright, you can do whatever you want with her. Start. Bang. Suddenly, an explosion sounded from afar. 8 Fu instinctively ducked his head as a streak of light hit his helmet with a clang. The huge force caused him to stagger back, his mind buzzing. At the same time, swish swish swish. The doors of the houses on both sides were pushed open one by one, revealing a crowd of figures. Gurgling. Rounded objects with pull rings were thrown into the crowd and rolled to the feet of the people. Boom. Boom boom boom. Chapter 244, Dead or Not One. Boom. 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 In an instant, an explosion engulfed the joint forces of the city lord's mansion. The entire road was engulfed in the blast, billowing smoke filled the air. The close-knit joint forces dispersed in different directions. Fragments of limbs and flesh scattered all over. The proud shield wall was fragile like a piece of paper under the power of the hand grenade. Shields were torn apart, soldiers missing their lower bodies struggled to lie down on one side. Someone rushed over, intending to help him up. The scattered fragments penetrated his body. He collapsed forward. 8 Fu was blown up by the explosion and hit the wall. He vomited blood and roared at Reno, who was also running toward him. What's going on? Reno hid behind a low wall, looking like a homeless dog. If I knew, would I have led the soldiers straight in? Then he yelled at the remaining soldiers around him, spread out, everyone spread out. The enemy is in the buildings on both sides, break down the doors and kill the enemy. Reno shouted loudly. But the smoke from the explosion made it difficult to determine the direction, especially in the middle of the night. Those who didn't die in the explosion were dizzy, and a buzzing sound rang in their ears. The explosion subsided, but the dust and smoke still lingered. Within the cloud of dust and smoke, painful howls echoed. Although the joint forces were dizzy from the explosion, there were more than 30,000 people gathered this time. The number of casualties was still within the acceptable range. Reno was about to give an order to regroup and charge straight after helping 8 Fu up. Tap. Tap. The sound of bones rubbing and footsteps sounded from above. He suddenly looked up and saw shadowy figures densely packed on the rooftops of nearby buildings through the hazy smoke. Each figure was holding a strange weapon, pointing toward the chaotic crowd below. Everyone's heart tightened. Before they had time to react. Bang. 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 All of the gun barrels above spitted out orange flames, and a hail of bullets rained down like a dense net, enveloping the crowd below. Thump. 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 In an instant, blood splattered everywhere, and the troops fell down like harvested wheat. Even the bodies on the ground were continuously swept by bullets, over and over again. Get in the buildings, charge in, and kill the enemy. Reno shouted loudly. Several soldiers pressed against the wall, kicked open the door forcefully, and stormed in. As soon as they stepped into the room, they saw skeletons holding weapons filling up the room. Bang. 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 The sound of gunfire rang out, and several people were blown out directly. All the doors and windows on the first floor were swung open. The skeletons held assault rifles and started spraying bullets outside. Damn, what the hell is this? Reno lay on the ground, as dirt continuously fell on his head. Inside a room, Wu Hang peered through the gap in the window at the battle outside. The joint forces of the city lord's mansion had gathered at least 30,000 people, including the Iron Guard Knights, the Allied forces, and local gang members. After being greeted by hand grenades and bullets, more than half of them has been eliminated. At this point, the joint forces pose no threat to his side whatsoever. Wu Hang also saw the reinforcements Reno brought. Their level should be around 12 or 13, which was the entry level for executives, but they were definitely not up to Giovanni's level 16. Having been shot in the helmet by a sniper rifle, He didn't dare to swagger about anymore. Just now, he was blown away by a hand grenade again. It was only due to his high stamina attribute as a warrior that he could still stand up. Otherwise, he would be down by now. He wasn't much of a threat either. The continuous gunfire outside the window stirred up more dust. Wu Heng spoke through the wireless earpiece. Has the area been blocked off? It's completely blocked off. Wen Manch's voice came from the earpiece. Draw the net in. Don't let a single one escape. Understood. As his voice dropped, the dense sound of movement and armor colliding echoed below. A dense army of undead formed a circle of encirclement. They emerged in the combat area. The gunfire suddenly stopped. The densely packed carrions and skeletons, like a fishing net being drawn, charged toward the center. Reno and 8Fu's faces changed rapidly as they each issued orders. Form up, form a circle around me. Lift your spirits and prepare for battle. The two of them shouted loudly. The surviving wounded soldiers, dragging their wounded bodies, began to converge on their position. But before they could form any kind of battle formation, the undead army had already launched an attack. Wielding their weapons, they charged like bloodthirsty beasts. The dead bodies fell and turned into spiders with bodies the size of a bowl. And after the spiders died, there were toxic fumes and explosions. The faces of everyone in the joint forces were filled with despair. The possibility of victory was already lost. Central District, the Occupation Guild Association. The executive Gomez and Beastman Shaman, the vice executive, stand on the rooftop, watching the battle in the distance. Reno surely has no patience, deploying tonight. The old Beastman leans on his staff. Why make such a racket? It should be Wu Heng, giving that woman some backup. Gomez rests his hands behind him. Are you just going to stand by and let this foolishness continue? When Wu Heng returns, aren't you afraid that it will escalate? What's it got to do with me? Gomez chuckled lightly. The association doesn't interfere in territorial disputes, it is a place of rules. The old beastman said, maybe Reno will be the one to suffer. Unlikely. Reno has held London City for so many years. If he can't take down a gang woman, then it's truly shameful. Pause his speech slightly, unless Wu Heng hasn't left. What if he hasn't left? Gomez glanced at the tamed beasts gathering towards the battlefield in the sky. If he hasn't left, guild members killing a local city lord is enough to put him on the wanted list. Snake Badge Consortium. On a balcony. Liza leans against the railings, stirring her tea with a silver spoon. Watching the combat zone constantly lit up by strong light. Has left, yet can't give peace of mind. There is a knock at the door. A guard enters and whispers, Miss, you wanted to see me? Take someone to monitor the outskirts. If Wen Mancha from Pendant can escape, escort her to me. Liza taps her spoon and takes a sip. The guard glanced back at her, hesitated to move, reminding, Miss, wouldn't it be somewhat improper for us to get involved? Just wait on the outskirts. If she can escape then help her, if not, it's her fate. All right, miss. The guard didn't say anything more, turned, and left. Liza swayed her ankle, feeling the ankle chain hidden inside. She spoke to the night sky. Whether your maid can survive or not, it's up to her. In the midst of an intense fight, green poison smoke covered the entire battlefield. Endless undead rushing forwards. From the outside the coalition forces were nowhere to be seen. But the battling proceeds, indicating that someone is still resisting. A bone mage, clad in robes and a high crown, with both hands behind his back, walked around the edge of the battlefield. With a wave of his hand, the Dead Bones battlefield is released. Fallen coalition soldiers stood up from the ground and joined the fray. Continuing to battle forward. And the sky has many tame beasts hovering. There must be many people observing this struggle, also indicating the final owner of this city. Stop fighting, we were forced by the city lord to come, stop fighting. Wen Mancha, I know Wu Heng, I am from the Scorpion Gang, I know Captain Wu Heng. Miss, we were wrong, please spare us, spare us. Pleads for mercy were passed through the crowd. The current situation is clear, they can neither defeat nor escape. They will die here. All they can think of is pleading loudly so that the pinned gang sister-in-law spares them. However, there is no response. Only ferocious spiders leaped into the defense, shattering the formation. Continually cut down and killed by other undead. Battle concludes. The poison smoke shrouding the surroundings gradually dissipates. Two skeletons, dragging the seriously injured and vomiting blood Reno out of the crowd, threw him at the feet of Wen Mancha. The person who came to reinforce them, a sharp sword plunged into his chest, no longer making any sound. I admit defeat, this city is yours, spare me this time. Reno vomits blood, saying laboriously. As long as he is not dead, he can live by taking the potion. Regret is of no use now, all he can do now is find a way to survive. Wen Mancha looks at him, in our gang, We always dread leaving any survivors." As her words fell, a nearby skeleton rose and struck down, a head rolled to the side with a thud. The skeleton mage began releasing the dead bones battlefield, transforming the bodies strewn across the ground. When Mancha turned her head, whispering, "All dead, not a single survivor." The voice of Wu Heng came from the radio. "Tonight, take over the City Lord's mansion directly." When Mancha lifted her head, saying to the densely packed undead army, "March to the City Lord's mansion." Swoosh. The army moved, heading toward the City Lord's mansion. Inside the association, the executive and vice executive, drinking tea waiting for the result. Tap tap tap. Urgent footsteps, a squad member rushed in. "Is that woman still alive?" Gomez asked directly. The squad member took a deep breath and said, "Alive. Negotiate with Reno and get this woman back. After all, Wu Heng is one of our guild members." Gomez spoke softly. "No sir." The squad member glanced at them both, continuing, "Reno is dead, beheaded by an order from Wen Mancha." Chapter 245. How is it her won when Mancha won, and Reno's head was cut off? The executives and vice executives all paused in their actions. Reno had rallied so many people in the city, how could he possibly fail with the number of undead left by Wu Heng? Moreover, some of the undead were stationed in the outer city area. How could this be a result? Gomez turned his head abruptly. Did Wu Heng not leave? "We don't know. We didn't see Wu Heng throughout the fight, but there was a skeleton mage who could also transform the undead." A member reported. The two of them understood immediately. Wu Heng was gone, but he had left behind a skeleton mage with the same abilities. As long as the battlefield situation allowed, continuous transformation of the troops could be achieved. What's the situation over there now? Wen Mancha is leading the team to the City Lord's mansion. A team member asked, "Should we stop them?" Gomez frowned slightly. "We won't intervene, just let the tame beasts keep an eye on them." Gomez continued. A gang member blinded by rage may not be able to calmly analyze the pros and cons. There was absolutely no need to do such thankless tasks. Understood, Executive. Snake Badge Consortium. The same news was also conveyed here. When Leza heard about the undead's victory, her eyes widened a bit. As expected, Wu Heng had made arrangements before leaving. This man, how could he possibly not foresee Reno making a move? What are they doing now? Wen Mancha, leading all the undead soldiers, is heading towards the City Lord's mansion. The guard reported. Leza yawned and said, "I see, we don't need to bother about the rest. Oh, have someone prepare a congratulatory gift, nothing too expensive. Tomorrow I will go to congratulate the new City Lord." "All right, miss." The guard left. Leza took off her armor and changed into her nightgown. She headed towards the bedroom. "Everything is ready, and it kept me up until now." Then, the battle at the City Lord's mansion ended without any suspense. The undead army directly invaded the building. They claimed the power center of London City, the City Lord's mansion. When the first ray of sunlight shone into the room, Wen Mancha was already seated on the City Lord's throne. Thump thump thump. A sober gang member walked in excitedly. "Sister-in-law, all the servants of the City Lord's mansion have been dismissed, and those related to Reno have been killed. Have our people take over all the city walls. Do not disturb the citizens. We are no longer a gang now." Wen Mancha rested her chin on her hand as she spoke. "Yes, sister-in-law. Don't call me sister-in-law anymore. If someone hears it, they will think we are still a gang." The member paused. "Then call you City Lord?" "Call me City Lord for now. We will discuss later what is appropriate to be called." "Understood, City Lord." Just as the member was about to leave, Wen Mancha continued, "Bring the executive of the association and Leza from the consortium over here." "Yes, City Lord." The member quickly left to arrange for these matters. A short while later, footsteps could be heard from outside. Gomez, the executive of the association, and Leza of the consortium arrived one after the other. Before they could speak, their gaze fell on the slender figure next to Wen Mancha. Dressed in a robe, wearing a mage's high crown. Both hands behind his back, body straight as a pin. The exposed face and wrist were eerily white bones. The skeleton mage from last night's intel, his level was definitely not low, definitely higher than Wu Heng's. In addition, there were a few high-level skeleton attendants. One of them, judging from the weapons and equipment, was the former City Lord Reno. From now on, this City Lord's mansion would definitely be the most powerful force in this city. Wen Mancha smiled and got up to greet them. "Miss Leza, Executive Gomez. Congratulations on becoming the City Lord, Sister Wen Mancha." Leza waved her hand and the guard behind her presented the gift. Wen Mancha also displayed a more composed and dignified demeanor than the gang sister-in-law, gestured for the attendant to take the gift, and invited them to sit down. Gomez didn't come with a gift, pretended he didn't know and asked, "Ms. Wenmanshaw, what happened?" Wenmanshaw sighed softly and said, "Don't mention it. Yesterday, as soon as my master left, Reno led his troops to attack our city area. However, they started infighting halfway through. We took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack and barely managed to win." Master was naturally the maid's term for her owner. It was now made clear that although I am sitting in this position, everything is still under my master. Upon hearing this, Gomez looked surprised. So much happened last night. Glancing at both of them and Leza, he continued, "Reno has been managing the city for decades and definitely wouldn't want to let go of half the city willingly. It's ironic that he dug his own grave." Wenmanshaw sighed again. "My master did say when he left, if City Lord Reno abide by the agreement, then everyone would manage half the city each. But who would have thought? Alas, it turned out like this." Leza bluntly said, "The way Reno has been managing London City gets worse by the day. It's just as well that he's dead. There's nothing more to say." "Thank you, Ms. Leza. If there's anything you need in the city in the future, feel free to mention it to me." Wenmanshaw said, then turned back to Gomez, "Please report to the association on my behalf that I will be managing London City from now on. Also, write a letter to my master to inform him of the situation here." At this point, there was no reason for Gomez to offend Wu Heng on behalf of a dead person. He nodded and said, "All right, I'll explain this matter to the headquarters. As for Wu Heng, you can write the letter yourself and I'll have the association deliver it to Gold and Silver Island." "Thank you, Executive." The few of them continued chatting for a while. Both leaders didn't stay long. After greeting each other, they went their separate ways. City Lord's mansion. Wu Heng instructed Glenda and Zhao to search separately, thoroughly searching every corner of the mansion. In addition to the basement and warehouse under the City Lord's mansion, there should be more hidden storage areas. It couldn't be possible that there were no reserves after running London City for so many years. Not long after, Zhao returned without anything to show for the search. Glendon, on the other hand, flew back with news. "Over here." Wu Heng and Zhao followed him into the City Lord's study. Pointing at the wall where a painting hung, Glenda said, "There's a cavity behind this wall. It holds many precious items and gold coins. Break it down." A skeleton immediately stepped forward to do the job. Glenda stopped them hastily. "Wait. This isn't a wall. It's a door etched with illusion runes. We can open it once we find the handle." Carving runes on a door, is he out of his mind? Wu Heng moved forward to inspect the area closely and indeed, found some indications. He reaches out, putting his hand on the wall and a door handle morphs into existence. He twists it gently and the door clicks open. Truly, it was a hidden room about 30 square meters in size. A treasure chest lay in the center of the room with splendid paintings, various artifacts and jewels lining the walls on either side. As he moved toward the chest, Wu Heng asked, "Is there any trap inside?" "No." Glenda replied. "Ghosts cannot touch tangible objects, but they can phase through them." Once he made certain that there were no hazards, he opened the chest without any hesitation. The very instant the lid was lifted, a brilliant golden light reflected in their eyes. "Wow, so much gold!" Zhao exclaimed. If they bagged 200 gold coins per pouch, there might be enough coin here to fill 100 bags. London really was quite good at hoarding wealth. No wonder, he didn't flee even when Hammer Party invaded and even tried to reclaim half the city this time. Having stored all gold coins and artifacts, Wu Heng looked towards Glenda again. "Anything else?" "No. There are some loose silver coins in the drawers." "Alright, we don't need those." They weren't going to strip this place bare either. It was going to stay in use for Wenmanshaw. Wu Heng would have a place to stay when he returned. Footsteps sounded outside the door. As Wenmanshaw entered, the two ghosts hurriedly returned to his body. "My lord, Gomez and Leza have left. They don't oppose us managing the city, especially Miss Leza. She even brought a congratulatory gift. They're both bright individuals, they know how to make their choices." Wu Heng sat down nearby. Leza would surely support him. His management of the city would also prove beneficial to her. At the very least, it would be better than when Reno was in power. As for Gomez, a cunning guy like him would never risk his neck defending a dead city lord. Wenmanshaw sat down on his laps and continued, "Do we proceed with our plan now?" "Proceed as planned." Wu Heng turned his hand and two large chests appeared at his feet. He kicked it open, revealing loads of silver coins. "In total, there are 10,000 silver coins. I entrust them to you. Use them as the seed money to kickstart the city again." Wu Heng spoke. "Wow, that's a lot. Behind that painting is a secret room where you can put the money, or alternatively just store it in your space ring." Wu Heng added. Wenmanshaw nodded. She shifted slightly before whispering, "My lord, I don't want you to leave." Wu Heng smiled, pinched her cheek before giving her a quick kiss and said, "I'm going to be back anyway, why bring that up again?" When Mancha straddled over him, her tongue darting out for a kiss. They parted after a while, both of them breathing slightly heavy. "Come back to see me soon. Once things have settled down over there, I'll come back to see you. Stay safe." Wu Hang responded. "All right." Thump thump thump. At this point, voices from the city's functional executives could be heard from outside the door. "City Lord, the city officials and city council representatives have arrived." When Mancha pecked his cheeks. After readjusting her clothes, she replied, "Good, I'll be there shortly," before waving goodbye and leaving the room. After Wen Mancha left the study, Wu Hang put on the illusion veil, and left the City Lord mansion. He put a hat on after reaching the outskirts of the city in the south, and boarded a train. On the other hand, Wu Hang arrived at the hotel and pushed the door open only to see Minnie and Andre Willow chatting with each other. Seeing Wu Hang return, they both seemed delighted. "My lord." Wu Hang walked in. "Have you had dinner?" "We have. Did you have dinner yet, my lord?" Andre Willow pulled out a chair for him. Wu Hang sat down. "I have." In a quiet voice, Andre Willow asked, "My lord, did everything go smoothly?" The fate of her people in London City was tied to Wen Mancha's. "Indeed, the entire city is now ours." Chapter 246, Discordant Evil Words. One hearing Wu Hang say that the whole city is his. Joy erupts on the faces of both women. Minnie jumps up cheering, "Yay, from now on, I'll be the maidservant of the city lord." Andre Willow, on the other hand, was calmer, remarking, "Congratulations, master, on becoming a city lord. London City is now our shield. Even if things do not go well outside, we can always come back to be a city lord," Wu Hang said with a smile. The possession of such a city gives them more confidence in the outer world. "Next, are we heading straight to Gold and Silver Island?" Andre Willow asked. Wu Hang responded promptly. "Wire, Minnie, you two must vacate your rooms and wait for me at the door." "Oh, all right, master." The two women nodded and walked out. While no one was watching, Wu Hang opened the boundary door and transported two skeleton attendants to another world. Upon descending the stairs, the two women waited for him at the door. Wu Hang beckoned them and together, they headed towards the city outskirts. Having left the city, Wu Hang put on the train captain's hat. Immediately afterward, a resounding whistle echoed in the air. To the astonishment of both women, a military green train came to a halt before them. "Phantom train!" Minnie exclaimed in surprise. Andre Willow also echoed, "So, it truly exists." In London City, there have always been rumors about the Phantom train. Both of them had obviously heard of them. "See if you can get on," Wu Hang suggested. Upon further inspection of the interior through the open train door, Minnie raised her foot to climb in only to be repelled by an invisible force. "I can't get on. It's as if there's a wall blocking the entrance," Minnie said, looking back at him. Wu Hang nodded. "Don't panic, wait for a moment." He climbed onto the train and found the location for the passenger count on the back of the itinerary, riding 2. Inside the train, Wu Hang gestured at them. After Minnie's attempt to climb the train, she stepped onto it effortlessly. "I've made it," she hollered. Andre Willow then followed and stepped on as well. The train captain's hat description allowed for a maximum of 2 appointed accompanying passengers. So, this was how it would be operated. Wu Hang held the itinerary and instructed, "Once the train starts, we will lose our senses. Don't be scared. Just sit on the side until we reach our destination." The two women nodded in understanding. Without wasting time, Wu Hang noted that if too much time elapsed, the train would return directly to the starting station. He promptly wrote Gold and Silver Island on the itinerary. However, upon writing, the original ink blurred instantly and reformed into the name Naruto City. Wu Hang was taken aback but understood the reason almost immediately. The train could not reach a city that was not recorded on the itinerary, it would arrive at the nearest station after the name was written. Therefore, they could not reach Gold and Silver Island directly and would stop at Naruto City instead. Kala. The train door closed and slowly began to move. The next second, it whizzed into the void. Nothing was visible out the window, and the three of them lost all their senses except their eyesight. Minnie gaped in awe, her mouth moving non-stop, while Andre Willow was somewhat nervous. Wu Hang took both of their hands, guided them to the carriage, and sat down on one side. Both women flanked him, clutching his arm tightly. Unknown amounts of time passed. Daylight came back to the world outside the window, and the train slowed down. With a callous sound, the door opened. The three of them were startled. Was it already? Immediately afterward, a golden-haired man with green eyes, who had a short tapering hair, walked in. He wore a blue robe adorned with golden patterns and costly ornaments. Upon boarding the train and noticing the trio at a distance, he faltered. Clearly he hadn't expected anyone else, let alone 3 of them. The train began to move as the view outside the window shifted back into the void. The man glanced at the hat on Wu Heng's head and introduced himself with a noble gesture and a smile. Wu Heng considered him and in return unholstered his gun. Without the skeleton attendants and a sudden stranger coming on board, he felt a bit nervous. However, seeing the man's friendly behavior, he modestly nodded in return. The blonde-haired man sat down near them, maintaining a perfect posture without looking sideways. Wu Heng and his companions remained seated, calm, yet vigilant. Time ticked on. The train halted again, and the old dial on the door read Qilu, the capital of the Yako Kingdom. The blonde man stood up, smiled at them once more, and then disembarked. No doubt, he was no ordinary man, and his identity was even more peculiar than they had originally anticipated. The train started moving once again. As it glided into space. When they reappeared, the train had reached Natali City. The 3 of them disembarked and instantly felt the discomfort of hunger. Fortunately, they were professionals, otherwise, they would have fainted from hunger on the spot. Wu Heng took out some food from his ring, sat beneath a tree, and ate a bit. The journey from London City had taken about 4 days. Next time, they would have to take care not to starve on their journey due to the loss of the senses of time and hunger. After their stomachs were somewhat full, a carriage drove by, and the 3 of them hitched a ride into Natali City. Wow! This place is incredible! Many exclaimed like a provincial maiden entering the city for the first time. The roads were broad and smooth, and the buildings were grand and uniquely designed. It was incomparable to a place like London City. The bustling crowd filled the streets. Horse-drawn carriages carried goods to shops or headed out of the city. Among the passing crowd, they spotted dwarves, short ones, and tall slender persons with pointed ears who might be from the elf race. Chapter 246, Discordant Evil Words 2. Before entering, he was worried that the appearances of the 2 girls would attract attention. Presently, walking on the main street, no one gave them a second glance. They entered a well-furnished inn. 4 silver coins secured a suite. A hall with 2 bedrooms. After a simple inspection of the rooms, Wu Heng continued to fetch Skull Crusher and Blazing Blade from the boundary door. And then, they left again. Wu Heng, with the 2 girls, found a tavern and sat down in a corner. While listening to a bard strumming a lute and singing, they summoned a serving maid. Unclear about the local customs, the maid's clothing was loose, showcasing an ample bosom. But he didn't stuff silver coins into her clothes, instead directly passing them into her hands. The maid immediately put on a smile. Guest, what can I do for you? I want to ask you something. The maid slightly bowed, listening attentively. The view down her neckline was even more tempting. I heard that Gold and Silver Island is a pirate's territory? Wu Heng asked. The maid nodded. You could say that. It's our first time here, tell me about it. The maid thought for a moment about how to phrase it, then began. Gold and Silver Island was originally pirate-occupied, but it is now called Gold and Silver Archipelago. All nations have pardoned the Occam pirate group and established a new order. Now all ships stop there for supplies. A pirate group was pardoned? Yes, it is said that because Occam reached level 18, they granted him a status. Damn, anything's possible. So in other words, the level of the pirate group's captain was too high, and the cost of attacking them was too high for all the powers to accept. After discussing, they directly absolved the group of their crimes, making Gold and Silver Island their territory. As long as they stopped pillaging merchant groups, everyone was fine. Simply put, everything was decided by strength. If the cost to remove you is seen as too great by others, they will choose a friendlier approach. That's certainly a reality. So, does that mean there are no pirates now? Many asked. Of course not, the maid replied, standing slightly straighter, the neckline of her clothing tightening a bit. The other pirates still exist, though they're not as rampant as before. Just as Wu Heng was about to continue with his inquiries, the noise of the tavern guests beckoning came from afar. The maid once again bowed to the group, turning to attend to the other guests. Wu Heng and the others had learned what they wanted to know. They started to have their meal. After finishing their meal, the group left the tavern. Having asked a passerby for directions to the port, they hired a carriage to take them there. The closer they got to the port, the more people gathered. From afar, they saw a huge ship docked at the port, a stream of people moving to and from the ships and the shore, carrying various supplies. Trade, after all, was a significant factor in the growth of a city. He let the 2 girls gaze at the sea. Then they started walking towards a building nearby. The shipping department. In the building, a middle-aged man was working on something with a quill, not even looking up as he said, "What do you need?" "Speak up." Wu Heng laid out his vice-executive insignia on the table, arranged a ship to Gold and Silver Island. Son of A, the man was about to curse, but seeing the insignia, he immediately stood up, and spoke respectfully, "Let me check for you." He flipped through the record book on the table. Then he said, "There is a merchant ship going to Gold and Silver Island tomorrow at noon. If you have no problem with this, you can board that ship." "Fine, we'll take the merchant ship tomorrow." The man quickly made a record in his book, saying, "Here's your booking. It's the Nottingladen merchant ship at the third port. Don't we need tickets or anything?" "No, just board the ship on time, and if they ask for your identity, show them your insignia." "Okay, thank you." The man made a respectful bow. "Helping you resolve issues is my honor." Having confirmed their departure time for the next day, Wu Heng and his party left the registry. "It's so lively here," Minnie spoke up. "Yes, it's much more lively here than in London City. And what's more, there's no one causing disturbances." Andre Willow chimed in. With time left and nothing else to do, they strolled around the bustling streets. Both sides of the streets were lined with shops, most of which were doing good business. Stepping out of a clothes shop, they entered a magic item store across the road. There were also quite a few people in the shop. The few shop assistants were busy serving the customers, who were all dressed rather extravagantly. Walking around the shop, Wu Heng looked at the various magic items in the glass display cabinet. Luxury goods here were defined in their own way. They were not just luxurious trinkets, clothing, or handbags. They were magic items etched with various spells that possessed special effects and functions. Turn beast into friend token, stay youthful bracelet, unholy evil language ring, dance light. Wu Heng walked past them all. Then he went back again, focusing on the ring he had passed earlier. Unholy evil language ring. Description: for a short time, unleash a series of curse words imbued with magic power at the target in a machine gun manner. Cost: 470 silver coins. Holy SHT. A curse casting magic item. Someone must have been deeply wrong to etch such a magic effect into a ring, specifically to help its owner to curse others. This magic item can give you an upper hand in arguments, and even help you in composing your words without needing you to form your own sentences. A shop assistant who had just finished serving a customer came over to Wu Heng. "Just looking." Wu Heng withdrew his gaze and continued to ask, "Do you have any offensive or defensive items?" "Yes, sir, please follow me to the second floor." The shop assistant gestured with his hand, leading them up to the second floor. London City. City Lord's Mansion. Executive Slither, things happened quite suddenly. "Sir left first and did not have time to wait for you to come," Wen Manshaw explained softly. Clad in a tight suit, Slither looked around the opulent City Lord's mansion. Surprise was still evident in her eyes. A few days earlier, Wu Heng had visited her and discussed the development of half of the city, as well as how to handle the situation with Reno. Now the entire city was his, and his maid was the city lord. She had gathered so much information as a secret speaker. And yet she had never come across anything as incredible as this. Moreover, Wu Heng's leaving in advance, in her view, seemed almost deliberate. Slither nodded, then continued, "Wu Heng mentioned to me earlier that you would be responsible here. If you ever find it hard to make any decisions, you can ask for my advice. Managing a city is not as simple as managing a gang." Wen Manch's smile didn't waver. "If necessary, I will naturally consult you, executive. After all, we are family." Slither's eyes narrowed, then resumed their calm. "How's the renovation of the Money Cat going?" "Let me show you. I'll get people to make any changes you want immediately." "Alright, let's take a look." Chapter 247, "Oh, what is this one Money Cat?" The foreman in charge of the renovations has been called over and is following behind two women, explaining the current progress. "We are now finishing up the final touches, it should be completed in 3 days." Slither took a few steps in the hall, her hands behind her back. The interior renovation work was a pleasant surprise. Just as Wu Heng said, the decor style of this Money Cat was much more luxurious than the one in Blackstone Town. The floor, walls, and ceilings had all been decorated. It didn't fall short compared to the City Lord's mansion they had visited earlier. "How do these lighting fixtures work?" Slither asked. Wen Manshaw came up from behind and explained, "They are electric lights, which draw solar power from equipment installed in the ceiling to provide lighting." Then, she flipped a switch. The chandeliers and wall lamps in the hall lit up one after another, making the entire space even more sparkling and bright. "Can they provide normal lighting in the dark?" "They are mainly used during darkness." Slither glanced around and nodded, "Not bad." They continued to the second floor, the foreman explaining other matters while Wen Manshaw clarified how the air conditioning worked. Second floor of the shop. Protection pendant. Description: a pendant engraved with the sword shield protection rune, can form a magic barrier in crucial moments to block a portion of incoming damage. Fireball magic ring. Description: can summon a scorching fireball, causing spell damage to a target. 25 minutes charge time. Stay youthful bracelet. Description: A product of natural power, nourishes the body. After some deliberation, Wu Heng chose these items. The store seemed to specialize solely in accessories. He didn't see any weapons or armor magic items. He bought 2 protection pendants in total. The extra one from last time was given to Wen Mancha. Her place was more dangerous, so it might save her life in a critical moment. The 2 bought this time were for the 2 maids. Now that he had money, he wasn't sure about the safety on Gold and Silver Island, so he decided to be prepared in advance. The fireball magic ring was also good, it had a certain offensive effect. And he bought 2 stay youthful bracelets. The bracelet was a brown vine, and the salesperson explained that it enhances female skin and appearance. The 2 maids' eyes widened. So he directly purchased them. If the effects are good, the rest of the women could receive some too later. Sir, the total is 2 gold and 755 silver. The protection necklace was indeed the most expensive item, priced at 820 silver. After paying, he handed the necklace and bracelets to the 2 maids. The 2 maids were overjoyed and hopped off in glee. Returning to the tavern, Wu Heng gave the 2 maids some instructions and walked into the other room of the suite. He opened the boundary door and traveled to the zombie world. Arriving at the window, he looked out to see the convoy had returned. The survivors at the base were all busy with their own things. He took out his walkie-talkie and called Li Yong. Shortly after, footsteps were heard coming from the staircase. Li Yong ran up, and as soon as she saw Wu Heng, she pounced into his arms, wrapping her legs around his waist. "I haven't seen you for days." Wu Heng grabbed her round and plump bottom. It was soft and bouncy. "I've been dealing with some stuff. You went back to the prison?" "I went back for a bit. The alchemy skeleton has made some potions, I brought them over," Li Yong stated. Wu Heng asked curiously, "New potions?" Li Yong got down from him and opened the backpack she was carrying. She gently took out bottles of potions from the bag and placed them on the table. 3 bottles in total. High-efficiency reinforcement potion. Description: it is a potion developed from peculiar mutant toxin extraction, which has certain modification effects on living creatures, and a slight chance of awakening the power of bloodlines. Seeing the attributes of the potion, Wu Heng's heart leaped with joy. As expected, potions made from level 2 corpse cores. He had long hoped for this. With this potion, he could directly increase his attributes again. Enhance his physical fitness. "Are you so happy?" Li Yong saw joy written all over his face. The potion didn't have a name on it. To Li Yong, because all the potions looked similar, she didn't know what kind of potion it was. But seeing Wu Heng so happy, she knew the value of the potion must be very high. It's just what I need." Wu Heng casually explained and put the potion away, then continued to ask, "Any news from outside lately?" Sitting by the bed, he patted his thigh. Li Yong walked over and sat on his lap, saying, "There's no significant news, it's all the usual. By the way, someone has made a strongman rankings for us." Wu Heng reached down her waist, gently rubbing her smooth belly. "A strongman ranking? What good is that? If it has any use, it might be to promote fame, but it doesn't really have any substantive effect," Li Yong analyzed. "Who got on the list?" Li Yong looked at him with a full face of smiles. "First place, King Yama." "Well, this title is spreading outside too." The reason he didn't stop the shelter from calling him the Great King was also because he didn't want his real name to be known to too many people. Now, his title is spreading so widely, it's completely uncontrollable. "What else?" Wu Heng moved his hand upward. Li Yong, in cooperation with him, loosened her spike-proof clothing and grabbed something round and soft. "Second place, Flame God of the Flame God Shelter. Third place, Butcher of the Iron Wall Shelter. Fourth place, Honkai of the Dongan Village Shelter. Fifth place, Saber God of the Eternal Blessing Shelter." Well, they've all given themselves quite fancy names. Almost like the titles in novels. Wait, what's going on with the one named Honkai? She doesn't seem to fit in. Li Yong chuckled, leaned her chin on her shoulder, and softly said, "She's the only female leader, maybe she didn't find these names suitable, so she used her own name." "Are you not on the list?" Wu Heng further asked. "How could I be on the list? These are all famous leaders who have probably awakened their superpowers." "They've all awakened superpowers." "Likely so, whether it's true or false there aren't any definite messages. But the strength of the shelters is definitely a bit stronger," Li Yong said. "After so much time passing, the number of people awakening superpowers has started to increase. It's not really odd. Living in the apocalypse, everyone has been licking blood from the tips of their blades, forcing people to continually adapt to their surroundings. Your power, however, should also be enough to make the list. A list that doesn't mean much, you representing us on it is good enough." Speaking of superpowers, Wu Heng suddenly thought of the magic item he purchased today. He took out the fireball magic ring. "This is for you." The magic ring was broad and thick, not well suited to modern taste. Li Yong took a look. "Thank you for the gift. Put it on and I will teach you how to use it." "Use it?" Li Yong was puzzled and slipped the ring onto her pointer finger. Wu Hang pulled his hand back from her clothes, had her sit next to him, and said, "Close your eyes and concentrate, use your spirit to communicate with the ring in your hand." Li Yong closed her eyes, quiet for a moment, then opened them again. "Is it working?" "No." "What should be happening?" "A flame should appear on the ring." "Like a lighter?" "Stop talking, close your eyes, and try to feel the ring again." Li Yong stuck out her tongue and closed her eyes again, attempting to feel the ring on her hand as he instructed. Silence for about 10 minutes. Li Yong suddenly opened her eyes, raised her right hand, and a blazing fireball formed in her palm. Seeing that what appeared in her palm was a fireball, not a lighter flame, Li Yong's face showed not only shock, but also an disbelief from shattered perceptions. "Ah, it's getting hot, what do I do?" Li Yong suddenly cried in panic. The fireball was not a spell she cast herself, short-term control was okay, but after a certain amount of time, she could feel the heat from the fireball. Wu Hang immediately opened the window. "Throw it out." "Throw it?" Li Yong nonetheless flung it towards the window. Whoosh! The fireball flew out the window, aiming towards the yard. With a bang, it exploded into 4 streams of flame, falling down. "Ah! What happened?" "Something's on fire. Quick, put out the fire." Instant chaos ensued in the yard. Immediately after, someone ran upstairs to check where the fire was coming from. Li Yong swiftly fixed her clothes, rubbed her slightly burned palm on her buttocks, opened the door and looked at the people rushing up. "Sister Hong, there's a fire downstairs," someone said. "Nobody got hurt, right?" "No, the fire's been put out." "Was there an incident upstairs?" a few people asked crowdingly. Li Yong said, "It's fine, just a slight mishap while experimenting some stuff. As long as no one got hurt." A few people glanced inside, seeing Wu Hang sitting there. They immediately said, "Understood, we'll leave then." Everyone went downstairs. Li Yong rushed straight back, hugged Wu Hang's arm, and exclaimed, "What is this? Did you steal Ma Ziyang's superpower?" Chapter 248, Sky Pirate 1. Wu Hang pulled out his arm, circled it around Li Yong's shoulders. "What do you mean he stole his superpower?" "It's just a ring that can release fireballs, and the effect is mediocre." "This is still mediocre. Ma Ziyang's superpower is the same, he is still ranked second." Li Yong said. Ma Ziyang's superpower is a mystery to outsiders. But on the radio, the Flame God Shelter mentioned this power. It could release a fireball that would explode on impactful, and ignite flammable materials. The effects might be similar. Yet, Ma Ziyang's power was awakened by desperately consuming corpse cores. This is just a ring, wear it and you can release fireballs. There's really no comparison between the two. So now, you're tied with him for second place. Li Yong leaned her arm against him. "What are you saying? Are you insulting me?" Then she looked up at him again. "Do you have any more? Equip everyone with these rings. Release a bunch of fireballs and blow up a group of zombies. Do you think these are items that can easily be made more of?" Wu Hang paused, then continued, "Besides, if everyone has them, this ability isn't that valuable." "Hey, you're right." Li Yong hugged his waist, gently swaying and acting coy. "You're the best. As long as you are satisfied." Wu Hang gently patted her back. Li Yong continued, "Then I'll just tell the others, I've also awakened a fire-related superpower." "You can do that." Wu Hang nodded. Whether one has a superpower under the current circumstances is very important. Not only does it increase personal combat effectiveness, but also represents prestige. No one wants to follow a person who has no distinctive traits, especially a young woman. The reason why Ma Ziyang could become the commander-in-chief of a district-level fight against zombies is precisely because of his unique superpower. If Li Yong now demonstrates the same power as Ma Ziyang, not to mention how it will be viewed by outsiders, it will certainly cause quite a stir within the shelter. In the shelter, King Yama is the strongest, and now Li Yong possesses a power equivalent to the second strongest. This is an encouragement to all the survivors and can help reinforce Li Yong's position. "Will you stay over tonight? I'll reward you properly." Li Yong hugged him and gently swayed her body. Wu Hang turned around, held her in his arms and said softly, "I would like to, but there are still some things to be taken care of. Let me make it up to you next time." It's been a while since he last spent time with Li Yong. But he just got a level 2 corpse core potion, so he needed to conserve his strength to take the potion. He had also been feeling a lot of pressure about going to Gold and Silver Island, an unknown environment. Taking the corpse core potion and enhancing his attributes could provide some level of security. Li Yong did not hold him back much, saying, "I'll save the reward for next time." Alright, I'll make proper use of this privilege when the time comes. They chatted for a while. Liang then went downstairs to continue her work. Wu Heng opened the boundary door and returned to the other world. Upon his return, he was still in another room of the suite. Outside the window, the bustling street could be heard, along with the sounds of vendors hawking their goods. Wu Heng walked over to a table and pulled out all 3 bottles of the Corpse Core potion. The level 1 Corpse Core potion no longer had much effect on his body. Even if he produced more in the future, it would be for the use of the people around him. As for the level 2 Corpse Core, he would prioritize using it for himself. After making up his mind, he did not hesitate much. He picked up a potion, uncapped it and drank it straight up. The sour and bitter taste flowed from the throat into the stomach. Immediately, a feeling of warmth and pricking pain came from the abdomen, along with a wave of energy, spreading throughout the body as if tearing the muscles. Did he experience this effect the first time he used a level 2 Corpse Core? He seemed to have forgotten a bit, but the pain now was indeed unbearable. Constitution +2, Strength +2, Agility +1, the system notification appeared, distracting him from some of the attention. And the pain quickly subsided. Level 2 Corpse Core. Indeed, the effect was significant. An increase of 5 attribute points, which was equivalent to rising 2.5 levels. This kind of potion, in this world, is definitely a very precious one. Becoming stronger is the goal of every professional. And attribute points are a necessary condition to achieve this goal. He got up and stretched a bit right there to alleviate the muscle soreness from taking the potion. Once he had recovered sufficiently, he sat back down, uncapped the second bottle of potion, and drank it straight up. The warmth and prickling pain spread across his entire body once again. The system prompt appeared quickly after. Constitution +3, Strength +2, the attributes increased further. After taking a couple of deep breaths, he muttered a couple of words about awakening powers, then opened the last bottle and drank it. Strength +2, Agility +2, Perception +1, still just an increase in attributes, no new superpower was revealed. But the consecutive use of 3 bottles of potions had nearly put his body at its limit. Sitting on his chair, with his arms on his thighs, he huffed and puffed. After resting for a moment, he immediately checked his attributes. Attributes: Strength 31, Agility 28, Constitution 35, Intelligence 30, Perception 19, Charm 26. Now, his Constitution was the highest, reaching 35. This value was not lower than a level 15 warrior. Moreover, a higher Constitution indicates better physical fitness and higher resistance to poison and abnormal conditions. It largely determines whether he can survive. His strength had reached 31, which gave him quite an impressive combat capability in hand-to-hand fights. His intelligence was still at 30, the potion had not enhanced this. Chapter 248, Sky Pirates 2. I find myself veering towards physical strength and endurance again on my mage path. But there's no alternative. When it comes to the Corpse Core, the most common improvements are in the first 3 attributes, with less increase in the latter 3. It's a little disappointing that after consuming all 3 potions, I still haven't awakened any superpowers. Even if I'm down on my luck, it shouldn't be this bad. It leads me to suspect that there's only one type of superpower awakening, or that once one type is awakened, it becomes harder to awaken new superpowers. For now, there's not much I can do. I've used up all my potions, so I'll have to wait for the next batch to try again. I get up, and a breeze brushes in from the window. The season isn't particularly cold, but as it hits Wu Heng, it sends a chill down his spine. Only then does he realize that he is soaked through. Minnie, he calls out. What's the matter, master? Minnie walks into the room. Upon seeing the sweat on Wu Heng's forehead, with damp hair clinging to it, she immediately rushes over, expressing her concern. Master, what happened? Nothing, just broke a sweat from the workout. Have the inn staff prepare my bath, says Wu Heng. All right, Minnie replies, quickly stepping out of the room. Andre Willow comes in next. She pushes away the unruly hair on his forehead, a look of concern on her face. Wu Heng pinches the white furry ears, and the little girl's cheeks flush a bit. After his bath, it's time for dinner downstairs. Wu Heng takes the 2 girls out for a stroll until it gets dark and then heads straight back to the room to rest. After washing up, Wu Heng changes into his nightclothes, sitting on the edge of the bed with arms outstretched. Minnie, in her black underwear, cheerfully crawls into his arms, while Andre Willow, her face blushing, walks over and carefully rests against his chest. He is embraced by 2 fragrant beast woman girls on each arm. Although he misses his past modern life, he sometimes realizes his former self never had the chance to live the way he does now. Not to mention wealth and women, the feeling of changing one's physique through self-improvement is great too. I'll sleep in the study, Andre Willow says uncertainly. Wu Heng pulls her into his arms, caresses her waist and says, "Sleep together, there is nothing to be shy about." "Exactly, I want to sleep with Sister Wire," Minnie exclaims, and rushes towards Andre Willow. "Ah, don't play around." Andre Willow ends up being pinned down by Minnie. After some playful banter, they both lay down sideways on the bed, bowing their heads. An immaculate view. Wu Hang sits on the outer side of the chair, appreciating the scenic beauty of their rounded, fair bodies, reminiscent of two ripe peaches. "Master, stop looking." Minnie gently sways. Andre Willow blushes all over, says nothing, her lowered foxtail slightly raised. Wu Hang takes a drink of water and walks towards the bed. The next day, early morning. Wu Hang wakes from his sleep, two figures curled up in his arms. The increase in his attributes manifests in every aspect. Even when dealing with the two of them, his stamina and endurance still hold up. After a long night, they are sound asleep now. Wu Hang yawns, the foxtails lying on him twitch lightly. Turning his head. Wire, the beast woman with white hair, stares back with wide eyes, smiling sweetly. Wire places her hand on his face, slips her tender, fragrant tongue between his lips. After breakfast, they check out of the inn and head straight to the port. Upon arriving at Pier 3, they see a merchant ship labeled Notinglit docked at the dockside. Just as they approach, a dwarf about half a man's height stands atop a crate, loudly urging the workers to move the cargo. Upon seeing Wu Hang and the two beast woman girls approaching, he orders, "Make way, don't block the others' work, this is not the inn." "Why does this old man speak so rudely?" Minnie muttered. "I'm only 36. You're the old man. Now leave here," the dwarf shouted rudely. As he shouted, numerous crew members armed with crossbows gathered immediately behind him. They looked menacingly at the group. Wu Hang didn't want to cause trouble along the way, so he took out his emblem and pinned it on his chest. He then announced, "I am the Vice Executive of Gold and Silver Island. Your ship's management should have notified you already." The dwarf's eyes bulged, and the crew behind him immediately lowered their weapons, their expressions becoming cautious. "The ship manager did mention you," Wu Hang repeated. The dwarf quickly reacted, and bowed respectfully. He said, "Good afternoon, Vice Exive. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. A delay in my merchandise has left me a bit upset. The ship's manager did inform me about you. Your quarters are ready for you. Well, may we board the ship now?" "Bows!" the dwarf shouted up to the ship. A younger human crew member, leaning on the railing, yelled back, "What is it, Captain?" "Escort our distinguished guests on board. Take them to the 2 rooms we prepared yesterday." "Understood, Captain." The young crew member briskly descended and glanced cautiously at Minnie and the others, saying, "Please follow me." Wu Hang nodded and, accompanied by the maid and attendant, boarded the ship. Similarly, many crew members gathered on the deck, either bare-chested or wearing shiny leather, carrying boxes of goods back and forth. It seemed they were in a hurry. Wu Hang, trailing behind the young man, asked, "What's the ship's cargo?" "Spices, beer, and some weapons and armors." "Is it meant for the dwarves?" "Not necessarily. We pass several cities on the way, and we try to sell as much of the cargo as possible. The remaining goods will be transported to the dwarves." The young sailor was completely candid, answering whatever he was asked. "Oh. It seems you are doing pretty good business, you even have such a large ship." The young man just chuckled and didn't pursue the topic further. Entering the cabin, he pointed to 2 rooms and said, "These and the neighboring room are for you. Conditions at sea are rougher, please bear with us." "About how long it will take to reach Gold and Silver Island?" "Our first destination is Gold and Silver Island. If all goes well, we'll arrive in 6 days." "And if things don't go well?" Minnie asked. "If we encounter pirates, have to take a detour, or face any other issues, it will delay our arrival time." "All right, thank you." The crew member smiled and left. Minnie and Wire tidied up their rooms a little. The 3 of them then sat and waited. By noon, they felt a sense of weightlessness as the ship began to move. From the windows, they could see the ship setting sail. They had been sailing for 3 days, and the 3 of them had gotten used to life on the ship. While chatting, they enjoyed the meal they had prepared beforehand. Just as they finished eating and were disposing of the trash, they heard frantic footsteps outside as well as shouts of pirates incoming. The trio was taken aback. Pirates? Did they really encounter pirates? Immediately, Minnie grabbed Wu Hang's arm. "Master, what do we do?" Andre Willow also offered her questioning gaze. Wu Hang put on his armor and helped the other 2 into their protective gear, saying, "We'll go out and see, but be careful." "Okay." Both girls nodded. Once they were properly dressed, they exited with their skeleton companion, following some hastily moving crew members out of the cabin. As soon as they stepped onto the deck, They saw crew members armed with crossbows shooting a flurry of arrows into the sky. The trio looked up. Their pupils dilated sharply. They saw 3 dragon-like creatures with broad wings. Mounted on each dragon were human figures, rapidly approaching. Dragon Clan? Are they real? Chapter 249, Gold and Silver Island 1-3 wide-winged flying dragons, with men clad in leather armor on their backs, holding the reins like knights. If not for their pirate attire, they could almost pass for the legendary dragon knights. The 3 flying dragons rapidly advanced. Their wings flapped, swatting down a rain of incoming arrows. Dodging the remaining arrows, they continued their swift flight. Anti-air crossbows, fire. Bang bang bang. Anti-air crossbows, with their bowstrings emitting ear-shattering sounds, shot thick crossbow arrows into the sky. The flying dragons swerved higher to avoid the incoming arrows. They rapidly approached the top of the ship. The pirates riding the dragons, standing on their backs, pulled out round hand grenades and threw them onto the deck. Scatter, everybody move, the dwarf captain quickly ran out, shouting loudly, waving his hands to signal the crew to disperse. Bang bang bang. 3 hand grenades fell onto the deck. The next second whoosh. The grenades exploded with sudden ferocity, creating a 2 to 3 meter diameter whirlwind of flame, sweeping across the deck. The crew members who couldn't escape in time were swallowed by the flames. Several crossbows were also consumed by the fire. It's the wind fire thunder, continue the counterattack, you guys go put out the fire, the dwarf continued to shout. Thud thud thud. The crew members sprang into action quickly. They wielded their crossbows, avoiding the area affected by the fire tornado and aimed at the flying dragons circling in the sky. The flying dragons were massive, with wide wingspans, yet they were remarkably agile in flight. After reaching a certain height, the arrows loses their power. They didn't cause any significant harm. Captain, there is a pirate ship approaching from behind, a crew member shouted out loud. Looking over his shoulder, he saw 3 small pirate ships fully loaded with pirates rapidly closing in. Their boats were fast. Quickly approaching their location. Drop the barrels of explosives, the dwarf continued yelling, cursing under his breath, damn it, why are there pirates here? How dare they come here? Obviously, today is not like any other day. Pirates had appeared on a normal route, and the fact they had flying dragons meant these were not ordinary pirate bands. A sailor rushed over, carrying heavy wooden barrels from the cabin. He directly dropped them down the stern. In the midst of the plunking sounds of the barrels hitting the water, all the barrels floated on the surface, blocking the route of the pursuing pirate ship. Seeing this, the dragon in the sky began to circle in the direction of the ship's stern. A crew member just lifted the barrel onto the railings. Just when a windfire thunder grenade fell from above. A fire tornado enveloped both the crewman and the barrel. Boom. The barrel exploded with a deafening noise, the railings shattered, a large hole was blown in the deck, and splinters flew everywhere, piercing the surrounding sailors. A group of them collapsed, screaming in agony. The dwarf captain hopped in frustration, hitting his leg, and cried out, throw the barrels of explosives overboard, don't leave them on deck, throw them quickly. My ship, oh, my ship. But the crew around him remained on the ground, unable to get up. Watching the scene, Wu Hang's face also turned somewhat serious. If all these explosive barrels were to explode, the ship might even sink. Skull Crusher, Blood Axe, throw the barrels overboard, Mini, Wire, return to the cabin, Wu Hang commanded. Bang bang bang. Pulling out a rifle, he aimed at the diving dragon and fired into the sky. Thud thud thud. The flying dragon wore leather armor, but the bullets didn't penetrate its body. Nevertheless, the great force caused it pain and it veered away slightly to increase the distance. 2 skeletons ran quickly towards the stern of the ship. They easily threw all the remaining barrels on the deck into the sea. The dragon circled once in the sky and began to approach the deck again. Wu Hang gazed at the chaotic deck around him and the flying dragon, which seemed almost invincible. After pondering briefly, he said, Glenda, see if you can take down the flying dragon? The flying dragon dived from the sky, the pirate on its back shouting with a furious excitement, lifting the windfire thunder in his hand. Just as he was about to throw it down suddenly, the shouting expression on his face stuck, and his eyes filled with horror. The next second, his arm holding the windfire thunder uncontrollably pressed it against the dragon's head. The dragon looked back, its eyes filled with confusion and bewilderment. Whoosh! A fiery tornado appeared in midair, swallowing both the dragon and the pirate. Under the stupefied gaze of both the sailors and pirates, the pirate was incinerated to ashes, and the dragon's body, engulfed in flames, plunged directly from the sky into the sea. In an instant, the entire region seemed to fall silent. The 2 remaining flying dragons distanced themselves far away, the crew members on deck, still holding their crossbows, ceased their activities, staring dumbfounded at the spot where the dragon fell into the water. Splish splish splish. More barrels were tossed into the sea. Underneath the waves, the barrels spread across a larger area. The chasing ships veered off in opposite directions, avoiding the barrels scattered on the sea surface. The dwarf, issuing orders to increase the ship's speed, grabbed this opportunity to move away from where the pirates were located. They quickly drew a considerable distance. The remaining 2 dragons clearly showed apprehension about what had just happened. Not daring to continue their pursuit, they hovered a bit before flying in the direction of the pirate ship. The pirate ship also gave up their chase, turned around, and left, waiting for the next prey. "Thank you, sir. If not for your help, we would not have been able to get away." The dwarf wiped the sweat from his forehead and came over to speak. Although he didn't know how Wu Hang had killed the dragon. But he was sure it was his doing. After all, before Wu Hang made a move, they were utterly helpless against the flying dragons, let alone killing them. "If I'm on your ship, it's natural for me to lend a hand." The dwarf bowed again. "Sir, I apologize again for my rudeness when you boarded." Chapter 249, Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang waved his hand dismissively, then continued to ask, "Are you certain they aren't likely to chase after us? As long as we get some distance, they wouldn't come after us." "Oh." Wu Hang glanced at the calm sea around them, and continued asking, "Can all the pirates here ride dragons?" "These are flying dragons. The pirates have trained them to be used as mounts, but not all pirate groups can afford them. We weren't lucky today." Confirming that it was indeed a flying dragon, Wu Hang was still somewhat surprised. There are not many horses in London City, and the pirates here have actually started riding dragons. This was quite frightening. Wu Hang then continued, "The flying dragon that fell earlier should be dead. Is there any chance of salvaging it?" "You want that corpse?" asked the dwarf curiously. "Yes, I'm quite interested." The dwarf thought for a bit, then replied, "I'm not sure if the pirates have gone far, but I can send a small boat to see if we can salvage it. Though, I'm not certain if we'll find anything." Wu Hang nodded. "Let's do it." The dwarf went off, and the merchant ship began to slow down. A smaller, faster boat was cast off to the sea from one side, heading back to the direction they came from. As night approached, Wu Hang was using a wooden comb to groom the white fur on Wire's tail. Wire obediently lay on his lap, her upper body playing Go Against Minnie. Knock, knock, knock. The door knock startled Wire. She quickly grabbed a thin blanket and covered her waist. "What is it?" Wu Hang asked. "Sir, the salvage team has returned. The captain asks you to come over." A sailor's voice came from outside the door. Wu Hang left the 2 girls in the room and immediately went out with Skull Crusher. He walked all the way up to the plank. The night wind howled, carrying a piercing chill. 2 illuminating stones were held in a sailor's hand. On deck was a gigantic charred corpse. Almost 4 meters from head to tail. The wings were curled. If unfurled, they would likely be over 3 meters in length. Although not nearly as large as the dragons of the legends, it was nevertheless a large dragon-like creature. The annoyed dwarf angrily kicked the corpse twice, then turned to Wu Hang and said, "Sir, the corpse has been brought back. Good job. You saved us. Salvaging this corpse wasn't much of a challenge." The dwarf replied with a smile. "Wrap it in a straw mat, I'll take it when I leave." "Understood, sir." For transporting goods, straw mats are necessary. A few sailors gathered a straw mat and hemp rope, and rolled the corpse in it. Once they finished, Wu Hang directly put it in the space ring. The judgment of the space ring is quite unique. Corpses or bones are not allowed to put into the space ring, but if they are wrapped in a coffin or a straw mat, they can be placed in it. This was why, when originally buying corpses from the Snake Badge Consortium, the corpses that were delivered were wrapped in both a coffin and straw mat. Seeing Wu Hang put it away, the crew member did not seem to be surprised. The space rings of merchants are not a rare sight. Even the largest of rings could not hold as much as a cargo ship. "Shall we encounter any danger ahead?" Wu Hang continued to ask. "In about 3 days, we should reach Gold and Silver Island. I'll notify you then." "All right." Wu Hang went back to the cabin, and the rest of the people returned to their positions. The merchant ship continued to proceed. Time slowly passed. 3 days later, the cargo ship neared Gold and Silver Island. Looking ahead, they could see the general shape of the island group. Some islands were surrounded by forests, others bare and filled with buildings. And there were quite a few of these islands. After sailing for a while longer, the ship approached Gold and Silver Island. Wu Hang and the maid stood at the bow, watching the bustling port. Huge ships were docked one after another, with workers loading and unloading goods. Some people were gathered together, discussing matters. It was entirely different from the pirate island he had imagined. It was more like a busy island with trade as the main activity. "I am Bodina, the vice executive. In the future, if you need to go out to sea, or purchase some supplies, you can contact me," said the dwarf, who stood on a wooden box. Wu Heng also said, Wu Heng, if you need anything, you can find me at the association. The ship docked. Bought in about again, very well, wish you a pleasant life. A pleasant life. The workers began to unload the goods. Wu Heng took the maids and disembarked, hailed a carriage, and headed straight to the association. Looking around, it was clear that the entire island was being rebuilt. The roads were being replanned, the houses on both sides were being rebuilt. Indeed, like the tavern maid had said, the entire island, which had previously been a pirate base, only became a port for ships to dock after it was exempted. They traveled through numerous streets. Soon, they entered the central area and saw the Grand Hall of the association. The building was still under construction at the back of the association. It seemed the whole place was not yet complete. Similar to London City, diagonally opposite not far from there, was the under construction Snake Badge Consortium. Right in the center, they occupied two of the prime locations. After paying the carriage fare, they went directly into the association hall. There was a large gathering inside. Every person's outfit made them look like sailors, rather than the professionals in London City. Approaching the front desk, a human staff member greeted with a friendly smile, "Sir, how can I help you? I am a vice executive appointed by the association." "Is the executive here?" Wu Heng asked directly. The staff member was taken aback. She scrutinized him closely. Chapter 249, Gold and Silver Island 3. A young vice executive. Seeing no response from the other person, Wu Heng placed the insignia on the table and gave him a glance. The staff member bowed again. "Please wait, vice executive, I will have someone confirm it." After saying so, he exchanged a few words with another staff member standing by. Then he briskly walked down a nearby hallway. He returned shortly. "Vice executive, this way please, the executive is waiting for you in his study." Wu Heng nodded in response. He followed him down the long hallway. Once they arrived at the study, he asked Minnie and the others to wait outside, knocked lightly on the door and then entered straight away. The door opened. Behind the desk sat a handsome man with golden pointy hair. An elf. He sat straight, clad in a dark blue robe. "Did you bring the nomination letter?" asked the elf. "Yes." Wu Heng took out the nomination letter and handed it to him. The elf glanced down at it, then looked up to scrutinize him. "You've been promoted from squad to vice executive?" "Yes, executive." "Good, not bad." The elf said, taking the documents and continuing, "My name is Emilio Epugil, you can call me Executive Emilio from now on." Having a full name proved that he was over 100 years old. "All right, Executive Emilio. Have you arranged your accommodations?" the executive continued to ask. "Just arrived." "Well, I'll temporarily place you somewhere for now. You should settle down as soon as possible." "Okay." After exchanging a few words, Wu Heng promptly walked out of the room. Outside, the others were still waiting. Wu Heng called upon them, saying, "Let's go, we'll head to the dormitory first." "Okay." The group moved towards the arranged temporary residence. The accommodations for the vice executive were comparable to the suites at the tavern. 2 bedrooms and a living room, completely sufficient for their needs. Even if they didn't buy a house, this place was pretty decent. The 2 maids began to clean the room and brought out some essentials. Meanwhile, Wu Heng, from another room, opened the boundary door and headed for the zombie world. He appeared in the original room. There haven't been any changes even though he hadn't returned for several days. He picked up the walkie-talkie and directly called Li Yaong. While going downstairs, he ran into Li Yaong, who was going up. "Let's go outside," Wu Heng said. "Where to? Shall we prepare a carriage?" Wu Heng replied, "No need to go out, find a vacant warehouse, a larger one." "Okay." The 2 arrived at the courtyard, where Li Yaong opened an empty warehouse. The warehouse was spacious. It had previously been used to park buses, but now it was converted into a warehouse, even equipped with a temporary lamp. "Tell others not to approach here," Wu Heng said. Li Yaong went out to give instructions and then came back. "It's done, no one will come here unless there's an explosion." Wu Heng nodded. With a wave of his hand, the huge corpse wrapped in the straw mat was thrown into the middle of the warehouse. The smells of charred flesh and the sea immediately hit their noses. 2 skeletons cut the twine on the straw mat, revealing a curled-up corpse. Even as a charred corpse, the bones and muscles were intact. "A dragon, is it a dragon like in the movies?" Li Yaong exclaimed, looking at the shape of the corpse. Wu Heng nodded, asking her not to yell. He then released the bone manipulation skill towards the corpse. Charred flesh fell off, leaving behind the stark white bones. The skeleton of a dragon with flesh wings suddenly stood up. It shook its body, head raised. Bits of flesh scattered all around. A skeleton flying dragon, level 13. Chapter 250, Ink Scale Leather Armor Fuck, level 13. amount reaching level 13. Could even work as a steward in Blackstone Town. Once you step out of Blackstone Town and London City, you discover the outside world is completely different from what you initially imagined. Previously, I thought being a steward was already being among the top fighters, but after arriving at London City, I found out the leaders of the Mountain Bandit Hammer Party were level 16. And when you leave London City, heading towards Gold and Silver Island, even the pirates' mounts are level 13. The same world, yet there's a heaven and earth difference. The skeleton flying dragon shook its body slightly, its skull tilted down a bit. Wu Hang patted its massive skull. Li Yong cautiously hid behind him and said, "Is it a dragon, like those pets in American series that Mother of Dragons has, the ones that can breathe fire?" "Probably similar, but this one seems like it can't breathe fire. The flying dragon in front of us certainly can't breathe fire, otherwise, the riding pirates wouldn't be throwing wind fire thunder from above. According to the dwarf captain, it's just a beast that resembles a dragon." "Wow, that's still quite impressive, looks really fierce," Li Yong commented as she looked at it. Not to mention its attack power, just standing there, it possessed sufficient deterrent power. Indeed quite majestic. "Shall I help you get on it for a spin?" "Ride where? On the bones?" Li Yong retorted. Wu Hang laughed, he was just teasing her. Riding a flying dragon is nothing like riding a motorcycle. If you fall from the sky, you can only rely on your own revival technique to call back your soul. The two exchanged a few words. Wu Hang began to check the flying dragon's attributes. Skeleton flying dragon, level 13, level 13, attributes, Constitution 19, Strength 24, Agility 15, Perception 12, Intelligence 5, Charm 6, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soulfire, Flight, Aerial Hunter, Abilities, Gnaw, Claw Strike, Aerial Hunter. Flying dragons prefer not to fight on the ground, injured or trapped. They will try to escape the situation as soon as possible and return to the sky. In aerial combat, Agility +5, Perception +3, the attributes were not as exaggerated as imagined. The main feature is flight, no skills, and the attack methods are also just gnawing and claw strike. The same as a wild beast's attack method. "From now on, you're called Dragon 1, let's go out together." Wu Hang casually named it. Then, he turned and walked outside. Taking the bone dragon out of the storage area, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone at the base. Each one stared wide-eyed, their faces filled with surprise and disbelief. "Damn, is that a dragon? A western dragon? A mutant vulture maybe? Fuck, a bone dragon, I remember this thing being fierce in games. Just 2 days ago, Sister Hong awakened her superpower, and today we've got a skeleton dragon. Our refuge is taking off, man. It's already taken off, alright." The crowd began murmuring quietly among themselves. Li Yong clapped her hands and said, "This is our refuge's new skeleton member, it won't attack anyone, and don't make any aggressive moves towards it." "Understood, Sister Hong," everyone nodded in response. The other people at the base had basically accepted the skeleton. Plus, adding such a fierce creature to the team would also enhance the overall strength of the refuge. "Alright, go back to your own business," Li Yong continued. People scattered, going off to their own tasks. Wu Hang and Li Yong took a tour around the bus station, effectively showed face to all the survivors. As dusk approached, Wu Hang followed her for dinner at the cafeteria. He went upstairs to return to his room. Li Yong went straight into the room after him. She immediately threw herself into his arms, stood on tiptoes, and kissed him passionately. After a long while, they separated from each other. Li Yong pushed him onto the bed and said firmly, "I promised to repay you, today you're not going anywhere." Wu Hang's hand slipped around her waist. "I'm not leaving." Li Yong smiled and slipped off her blouse, revealing her toned and enhanced physique. You could see the clear muscle definition and the sexy lines of her abs. Paired with her tan skin, she was like a fit panther devouring its prey. Li Yong sat astride his waist and began her promised repayment with unusual initiative and effort. Wu Hang moved in rhythm with her. After a bout of fervent activity, the wild panther began to show signs of fatigue. She lay down on top of him, and her movements started to slow down. Detecting the change in her expression and her tense body, Wu Hang knew she was nearing the climax. He wrapped his arms around her tightly and took the initiative. In the midst of painful, low moans, Li Yong went limp, totally dazed. Wu Hang adjusted the air conditioning temperature. Then he turned back to look at Li Yong, who was lying unconscious on the bed. Enhanced constitution indeed increases total physical capacity. In any kind of contest, it helps in gaining an upper hand. Wu Hang gently tapped her. "You okay?" "I'm fine, just a bit tired." "Can you continue?" Wu Hang asked. "You do it, I can't move anymore." Li Yong completely gave up. "That's how you repay someone?" What an attitude, I want to file a complaint. TSK. Liang closed her eyes, ignoring him. Wu Heng leaned over, gently kneaded her, and flipped her tender body over. She went back to lying face down. Liang hummed softly, beginning to moan unconsciously again. The next day, on Gold and Silver Island. After breakfast, Wu Heng took Andre Willow and 2 skeleton attendants straight to the association. Chapter 250, Ink-scale leather armor. Even with only half of the buildings being put to use, the association hall still gathered quite a crowd. One after another, they were dressed in sailor or pirate styles. Some warriors with sailors' bandanas tucked in their iron helmets, and thieves in leather armor, with monocular telescopes hanging on their chests. Wu Heng stood in front of the notice board and also took a look. The contents of the commissions differed from those in London City, including patrol routes, killing pirates, and driving away sea monsters. Most of them were related to the ocean. Wu Heng, with Andre Willow by his side, approached the counter and said, "I'm the new deputy steward. Which room has been allocated for my office?" The staff member checked the emblem and immediately saluted. "Deputy steward, right this way, please." Following the staff member through the corridor, they arrived in front of a room on the inner side. "Deputy steward, this is your office room." "Thank you." Wu Heng said his thanks, then pointed to Andre Willow beside him and said, "She'll be staying with me, please process her employment." A steward and deputy steward can arrange for assistance. The nature of the work is similar to that of a secretary, but they are not the association's external agents. Instead, they are local staff. This kind of job is generally given to someone they trust. Of course, there are also those who don't need assistance. The staff member nodded. "Miss, I'll take you to process your employment." Andre Willow nodded and followed to leave. Wu Heng opened the door and entered the room. The area was roughly 70 square meters, the floor was carpeted, and there were wooden bookshelves and desks without too many decorative items. There were a few books about the association on the bookshelf, and not much else. Anything needed would have to be added by oneself. Soon after, Andre Willow came back. In her hands, she also held some armor and clothes. She said, "Master, the association has issued you deputy steward armor, and they also said that your merit rewards will be arranged in the next few days." After speaking, she placed the armor and clothes on the sofa beside her. The armor was Wu Heng's, while the clothes were Andre Willow's work attire. The armor was a dark ink blue, and upon closer inspection, it looked as though it had a layer of fine scales on it. Ink-scale armor. Description: apart from its solid defensive capabilities, it has also been etched with Shield of Protection, which can offer self-defense in case of sudden crises, a magical item. If sold outside, it would probably fetch several hundred silver coins. The association certainly is wealthy. "Master, let me help you try it on," Wire said as she picked up the armor. Wu Heng took off his old armor, and Andre Willow helped him put on the new one. "Looks good," Wire said as she looked at him. Wu Heng pinched her cheek. "Your flattery is getting sweeter and sweeter." Wire smiled happily, her cheeks turning slightly red. Lighthouse Street. Having no tasks from the association, Wu Heng took Wire and the skeleton straight here. The street nearest to the harbor. It also served as the cargo warehouse for the merchant ships. Since the locale was just a small island, there wasn't much demand for weapons and equipment, so most of the supplies were transported from outside. Or they were transshipped from here. Wu Heng planned to purchase a batch of crossbows to meet the needs of the refuge. "Deputy Steward Wu Heng." As he walked along the road, a shout came from behind him. Turning around, he saw the dwarf captain whom he had just parted with yesterday, emerging from a nearby tavern with several sailors. "Captain, not setting sail yet?" Wu Heng said with a smile. The captain's name, suddenly not remembered, simply spoke casually. "We set off tomorrow morning." "Are you here to carry out a mission, Deputy Steward?" The dwarf walked up and proceeded side by side. "Just browsing around, I heard one can find some reasonably priced goods here," Wu Heng said. "What is the Deputy Steward looking to buy?" "I'm quite familiar with this area." "Crossbows." The dwarf captain paused in step and looked up at him, saying, "My ship just transported a batch of Netarl-strong crossbows, I'll give you one." When boarding the ship, he had heard from the sailors that the cargo included weapons. He hadn't expected it to actually be strong crossbows. "How many do you have?" Wu Heng asked. The dwarf captain looked up in confusion. "Are you planning to buy a lot?" "If the price is right, I might buy more," Wu Heng said. The dwarf halted his steps and said, "It's chaotic here. Let's talk over in the tavern." A few people returned to the tavern. The tavern here was even more open than in London City, with women in thin, long dresses, kneeling on the tables. They lifted their chests to catch the pouring drinks, then passed it into the mouth of a sailor sitting in front of them. The onlookers followed with loud laughter and applause. The entire tavern felt unusually lively. The dwarf casually greeted the owner and then headed up to the private rooms on the second floor. Wu Heng and the others followed him in. The maid brought over drinks, in rough wooden cups that seemed to have been used for quite some time. Vice Executive, how many do you plan to need? The dwarf asked directly. You need a considerable number. The dwarf continued, there are a total of 120 strong crossbows on board, all genuine internally goods. If the deputy steward buys more than 10, I can offer you a price of 35 silver coins each. The price was even cheaper than in London City. Although he had not seen the quality of the strong crossbows, the ones used for international trade surely wouldn't be too bad. What if I take them all? The dwarf narrowed his eyes, and the other few sailors also appeared surprised. Take them all, and I'll charge you 32 silver coins each. 25 silver coins. That price is too low, it's hard for us even to get the supply. Just give me your final price. If it's right, I'll take them all and pay you in full silver coins, Wu Heng said directly. After calculating in his mind for a while, the dwarf finally said, 28 silver coins. Good, I'll take them all, Wu Heng nodded. What about the crossbow arrows? We didn't transport any crossbow arrows, they can easily be made locally, the dwarf said. Wu Heng reminisced for a moment about the situation on his end. Coarse work would still be possible. But for some precision jobs, they really wouldn't be up to the task. Seeing his expression, the dwarf continued, if the vice executive wishes to buy, I can recommend a local blacksmith shop for you. That'll do. Let's go then, shall we check out your strong crossbows? Don't worry, they're definitely best sellers, otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this batch all the way here. They went to the cargo ship. Wu Heng handed a crossbow to Andre Willow. She inspected it briefly and tested it with the arrows provided on the ship. With a bang, the crossbow string made a muffled sound. The crossbow arrow hit the wooden board set up in the distance. Miss, that's very precise. The dwarf complimented from the side. No sooner had he finished speaking than another arrow hit its mark, snugly beside the first arrow, piercing through the board. Andre Willow was a forest ranger, crossbows were her strength. Although she hadn't used a weapon in a long time while with Wu Heng, her original skills were still there. Master, there's no problem, Andre Willow passed the strong crossbow back. Wu Heng nodded and said, okay, I'll take this batch of strong crossbows. The dwarf's face lit up with joy and immediately ordered that all the strong crossbows be moved out. After Wu Heng and Andre Willow counted the quantity and paid the corresponding silver coins, they collected them all. Vice Executive, do you also need bows and arrows? The elf race's bows are of the highest quality, you might want to consider procuring those, the dwarf approached and continued. Wu Heng looked at him, can you get those? If you need them, I can bring some over the next time I pass through, the dwarf offered. Wu Heng nodded, okay, but we need to agree on the price first. That point, you can rest assured, the price will definitely be more favorable than others, the dwarf assured. After a brief discussion, Wu Heng took his people off the cargo ship and walked towards their accommodation. Back at their lodging, Andre Willow and Minnie were preparing dinner while talking about the day's events at the association. Leaving Minnie at home alone bored her to death. Wu Heng directly opened the boundary door and went straight to the zombie world. Before long, Li Yong came up from downstairs. She said, Ma Ziyang and the others disassembled the strong crossbows they bought last time, planning to replicate them. Then what? Then they couldn't put them back together. Wu Heng asked doubtfully, how do you know about their shelter? They have sent someone over, asking us to help reassemble them. There are 10 in total, all disassembled. Chapter 251, Elf Vice Executive bringing parts over? The strong crossbow is made by London City's weapon store. The craftsmanship is different from this world, but surely it can't be so complicated that you can't put it back together after dismantling it. How do the professionals who bought the strong crossbow maintain and repair it? Or is it that they haven't mastered any particular skills? You assembled them. Of course not, we agreed to take a look at their cart, but if they can't put the crossbow back together, how could we possibly do it? Li Yong said directly. After all, the Flame God Shelter still understands a thing or two about weaponry. Here at the auto repair shop, we're surrounded by ordinary people. Fixing cars, connecting circuits and pipes is one thing, but assembling weapons they don't even understand is a challenging task. Where are they now? I had Kayang Tsai and the others follow them to take a look. If they can't fix it, it's not really our concern since it's outside the warranty. They disassembled it themselves, Li Yong said assertively. This way of handling it is feasible. It was sold to them in perfect condition, any damage from their tampering falls under deliberate damage. Taking a look and giving some advice is already being helpful enough. If they can't fix it, there's not much that can be done. Wu Heng stopped paying attention to this matter and continued, come on, follow me to the skeleton's turf. Walking through the streets, He headed towards the neighborhood where the skeletons were stationed. As he approached, the sound of bone grinding and the thud of chopping echoed through the air. Walking into the neighborhood, skeletons wielding spears were practicing thrusting at wooden targets, while those with swords were engaged in cutting practice. More skeletons that hadn't reached level 5 were densely and neatly lined up on the open space in the neighborhood. They stretched as far as the eye could see. Wu Heng walked into the middle of the formation and selected 80 skeletons that had reached level 5 or higher. Most of them were skeleton warriors, with a small portion being rangers or sentinels from different worlds. Wu Heng took out the strong crossbows, along with the arrow bags and crossbow arrows purchased from the weapon store. He ordered 1 crossbow each, and 1 bag of crossbow arrows. The skeletons bent over, picked up the strong crossbows and arrow bags from the ground, and resumed their position. Wu Heng continued to speak to Li Yong. Of the remaining 20 strong crossbows, 10 are for you to use, and the other 10 are to be included in the goods exchanged with the shelter, priced a bit higher. Alright. Li Yong also showed excitement. The Flame God shelter had asked about the strong crossbows on the radio multiple times, essentially giving free advertising for this side.n/o/vol/b/jn.c//. Many shelters were inquiring about the strong crossbows. Before there was none available, but now selling some would definitely bring in considerable supplies. Are there any wooden targets left? Wu Heng continued to ask. Yes, there are quite a few in the warehouse. Get someone to bring over some. Li Yong nodded, picked up the walkie-talkie, and gave the orders. Soon, someone drove a tricycle in and set up the wooden targets on the designated open ground. The crossbow-wielding skeleton stood in a row and began practicing shooting with the strong crossbows. When the tricycle left, its bed was filled with strong crossbows. After arranging the crossbowmen's training, the two left the area where the skeletons were stationed. Wu Heng asked as they walked, any news about Zhao's mother? So much time had passed without any response. This wasn't a good sign. If they continued to find no news, Wu Heng didn't even know how to explain the situation to Zhao. The only thing Zhao cared for was her mother. We've been asking around, even contacting the shelter where her family lives, but there's still no news of her mother, Li Yong said with a sigh and softly. Keep asking, and offer a reward for information, Wu Heng instructed. Alright, if that still doesn't work, I'll plan a route, and we can go search that neighborhood, Li Yong suggested. Yeah, that works, Wu Heng agreed. As they talked and walked, they made their way back to the bus terminal. And as the day grew dark, Wu Heng didn't return to the other world. After practicing the boxing techniques Wu Heng taught her, Li Yong exchanged a few rounds of practice with him before they embraced and fell asleep. The next day, Gold and Silver Island. Wu Heng, accompanied by 2 maids, visited all the streets in the central district of the small island. Apart from the buildings still under construction, he took a fancy to a mansion with both a prime location and ample space. The courtyard featured a swimming pool and garden, and the central building stood 4 stories tall. The architectural style was the local stone structure, but it also had the air of a seaside villa. They returned to the association. Soon enough, someone from the town hall was also invited over. Good morning, Deputy Steward, Ritter of the town hall is honored to serve you, the visitor said. The man was middle-aged, of medium build, dressed in the attire of the town hall, and spoke very politely. The title of Deputy Steward carried weight across regions. It wasn't just a job title, it meant you were a strong individual recognized by the association. Strength was the most persuasive asset in this world. I'm interested in a mansion and want to inquire about the related procedures, Wu Heng stated straightforwardly. Of course, may I know which mansion has caught your eye? The other party inquired. The one for sale in the second row of the Snowborn district in the center. Wu Heng glanced at his tablet, where the name was noted down. Such district names are too hard to remember. Deputy Steward, your taste is impeccable. That building is located in the prime section of the entire district. Right, no need for a lengthy introduction, tell me the price, Wu Heng interrupted. For your position, we can offer 2 options, a long-term lease or a purchase, the other party continued. Chapter 251, Elf Vice Executive 2. How much for each option? For a long-term lease, it's 220 silver coins a month. To buy outright, it's 44 gold coins. 44 gold coins didn't sound like a lot. But if 1 gold coin was worth 30 grams, 44 gold coins would be 1,320 grams of gold. Even with the support of the zombie world, it would require looting several banks and gold stores. Previously, Wu Heng would have chosen to buy it if he had enough money. But now, he had other thoughts. The houses in Blackstone Town were empty, and so were those in London City. He wasn't sure how long he'd stay on this island. The difference between buying and renting wasn't that significant. What are the requirements for a long-term lease? You need to pay 6 months rent upfront. Your identity allows us to waive the other miscellaneous fees. So after paying the rent, I can move in immediately, right? Wu Heng continued to ask. Yes, during the lease term, the property is entirely yours. Unless there's a significant issue, we won't interfere with your living situation. Wu Heng glanced at the 2 maids nearby, who were huddled together chatting, clearly not listening to the man's explanations. He then gave up on asking for their opinions. He said directly, I'll take the long-term lease. Do you have the agreement with you? I do. The man took out an agreement stamped with the seal of the town hall from his backpack. Wu Heng skimmed it quickly and, seeing no issues, he signed his name on it and paid 6 months rent at once. Deputy Steward, I'll go and bring the keys to you. The man stood up. Wu Heng said, Wire, please go with Minnie to collect them, and by the way, file a decoration commission at the front desk. N/O/V/B/in.C//Of course, master, the 2 nodded. And left with the town hall official. It wasn't long before, knock knock knock. The sound of knocking on the door came. Come in. The door opened. A girl around 1.65 meters tall, with golden hair and pointed ears, dressed in a gray-blue suit, stood at the door. Another elf. The elven girl quickly scanned the room, then fixed her gaze on Wu Heng in front of the desk. I am the new deputy steward Ziligui, just came from the steward's side, and I specifically came to say hello. The elven girl introduced herself generously. She was very polite, but her face carried an inexplicable arrogance and indifference. My name is Wu Heng, please come in. Wu Heng stood up to welcome her. The elf nodded her thanks and sat down on the couch. Wu Heng took out a bottle of peach iced tea from his space ring, opened it for her, and placed it in front of her. He eyed her again. There was a long sword hanging at her waist. She was likely a melee professional. Golden hair tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, phoenix size, the tips of her eyes slightly upturned at the corners. She looked like a young girl, with delicate features, and the bodice of her suit was pushed up high, the stretched fabric looking as though it was about to burst open. Slim waist, an exaggerated bust, with a strong visual impact. By size, she seemed to be on par with Slither. Slither herself was a voluptuous woman, but this girl had the appearance of a young maiden. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, where are you from? The Yako Kingdom. Oh, that's not too far from here. I've been there, a bustling place. Yes, it's quite lively, Wu Heng agreed. As a professional ostracized by others, he still had to claim to be from the Yako Kingdom. After a brief chat, the elven girl continued, What are your plans, Deputy Steward Wu Heng, after your arrival? I don't have any plans at the moment. This is my first time here, and I haven't settled in yet, Wu Heng said. The girl continued, Gold and Silver Island was originally pirate territory, and even though they have been granted amnesty from various places, they still maintain their filthy trades. Those criminals, cultists, and even those who use this place as a base, the association should bear the responsibility to eradicate these cancers. Wu Heng was taken aback. He looked at the elf in surprise. A just and broad-minded elven girl. Deputy Steward Wu Heng, do you see a problem with my thinking? Seeing that he hadn't answered for a while, the elf asked curiously. Deputy Steward Ziligui is absolutely correct, and I agree with that, Wu Heng immediately responded. Back in Blackstone Town, he had the same thoughts, but in the end, he was nearly backstabbed by Yazd. Hearing Wu Heng's agreement, the elven girl's expression eased considerably. She said, later on, we can start with the island's pirates, warlocks, or necromancers. We're bound to find a solid entry point, accurate once investigated. Hearing this statement, Wu Heng's eyes twitched. Did you do that on purpose, or did you not check my profile when you came? You can't look at it that way. You have to consider what someone has done, not judge them by their profession. Necromancers also have the life extension technique and the revival technique, magic developed for the sake of living beings. A knife in itself is not guilty, it's the individual who commits a crime with it that's at fault. The elf girl was taken aback and pondered for a moment. Deputy Steward Wu Heng is right. We can't judge someone's guilt based on their profession alone, she said. Just as Wu Heng nodded, the girl continued, but the professions I mentioned are more prone to committing crimes. The elf girl sat for a while, apparently having more to do. She stood up and said, It was nice to meet you today. If there's anything in the future, you can come to me. Sure. Then, I won't disturb you any longer, said the elf girl, heading for the door. Wu Heng saw her out and watched as she left. I wonder if this elf has anything to do with the steward. They're of the same race, after all. Who was that just now? Andre Willow and Minnie were returning from another direction just in time. They asked about the departing elf. Another deputy steward from the association. Wu Heng said. Oh, another elf, Minnie remarked. Yes. Elves have much longer lifespans. With their heritage and a bit more hard work, it's easier for them to rise to higher professional levels compared to other races. They have ample time to pursue self-improvement. Master, we've completed the commission. Here's the key. Andre Willow handed over the key. Wu Heng instructed, keep the key with you. If I'm not around, you can go ahead and arrange the decorators. Hand over the key to them. All right, I'll discuss the decoration plan with you later. Sure, Wu Heng nodded then inquired further, any news about the merit rewards? Not yet. Seeing there was nothing else, Wu Heng closed the door. Let's go. There's nothing more, we should head home. The group left the association and walked towards their residence. Upon returning to their residence, Wu Heng went into the study, heading for Zombie World. In the lobby on the first floor, Wu Heng listened to Li Yong talking about some issues heard on the radio. The zombies were becoming stronger, something evident all over. What one could previously beat down with a few blows, now required several more. It was also reported that some shelters had lost contact on the radio. It was highly possible that zombies had breached their defenses, and the people had either evacuated or perished at the hands of the zombies. The two of them talked about this. Suddenly, someone hurried in. Leader, Sister Hong. What's going on? Asked Li Yong. Sister Hong, people from Donggan village shelter have arrived. They traded for some flour but didn't leave. They say they want to meet you to discuss dealing with the mutated zombies. Donggan village? Wu Heng seemed to recall Li Yong mentioning this shelter. It appeared that its leader had even made it onto the rankings of the strongest. Li Yong looked towards him, and Wu Heng suggested, since they've come all this way, it's good to ask about potential cooperation. Fine, ask them to come over. Li Yong said. Yes. The messenger left. Before long, 3 figures were escorted in. The leader was a man in his 30s, his long hair tied back, wearing a coat over a stab-resistant garment, exuding a refined air mixed with a mature charm. Seeing Li Yong, he smiled and walked forward. Donggan village, Chi Hankai. I'm delighted to meet you, Leader Li. And I'm pleased to meet you, Leader Chi. The two shook hands, and Li Yong invited the visitor to sit down. After seated, Chi Hankai's followers stood dutifully behind him. Most shelters are dominated by men, and we women who can make our voices heard are in the minority. We should interact more often and help each other out, Chi Hankai said with a smile. Of course, replied Li Yong, nodding in agreement before quickly turning to the matter at hand. Leader Chi mentioned discussing zombies with me. May I ask what it is about? Chi Hankai looked up at her and then at the personnel guarding the surroundings. The smile on her face faded and she spoke seriously. Level 3 mutant zombies. I wonder if Leader Li might be interested? Chapter 252, It's All Skeletons. Upon hearing about the 3rd level zombie, Li Yong's expression turned serious. For the current survivors, a 2nd level zombie already posed a threat capable of destroying a refuge. A mutated zombie of the 3rd level not only had enhanced abilities but also possessed higher intelligence. Your little tricks won't fool them. And in a head-on confrontation, humans were no match for 3rd level zombies. This greatly reduced the living space available to the survivors. The best method was to avoid them, to stay away from wherever they were. Li Yong, her eyebrows still knitted, listened to the other party. She asked, are you certain it's a level 3 mutant zombie? There's a high possibility. Even if it's not, it's close to a level 3 mutant zombie, said Chi Hankai. Li Yong pondered for a moment, then continued, what's the method of cooperation? Chi Hankai's smile returned as she said, we will work together to kill the zombies. The corpse core is yours, and the spoils of that area would be split evenly between our 2 shelters. Oh? That being said, wouldn't Leader Chi be at a disadvantage? We don't have the strength to take that location on our own, so we have to rely on the auto repair shop for the combat power, Chi Hankai spoke as she shifted and crossed her other leg, continuing, all we are providing is some intelligence and a bit of fighting power. With a thought, it became clear why Chi Hankai made such a choice. The success rate of utilizing a 3rd level corpse core was very low. And without the combat power of the auto repair shop, they would definitely get the short end of the stick when it came to splitting the spoils. Conceding the corpse core in exchange for an equal share of the other spoils was the best approach. It seemed sincere, and she would not be at a loss. Li Yong waited a moment as she turned her head, then said, we agree to the split. Tell us more about the other details. The location of the mutated zombie is in a residential area not far from our village, where a level 3 mutant zombie and a large number of zombies can be confirmed. Apart from that, there's nothing special. After Chi Hankai finished speaking, she saw that the other side remained silent. Changing the subject, she tested the waters and said, I heard that Leader Li has awakened new fire manipulation abilities, is that true? Is there a problem? Don't misunderstand, Leader Li. Since we have decided to cooperate, I thought it would be good to confirm each other's abilities so that we can coordinate better when the time comes, explained Chi Henkai. Then Leader Chi's superpower will also be disclosed to me. Of course. Chi Henkai stood up, stepped on her heel to take off one leather boot, then used the same method to remove the other, revealing her bare white feet. Under everyone's gaze, she walked to the edge of the wall, placing one foot on the wall, and continued to walk up along the wall until she reached the ceiling. Her feet firmly pressed against the ceiling, she hung upside down, her hair hanging down. The people from Dongan village were unfazed. But those from the auto repair shop showed signs of surprise. They hadn't expected such a power. It seemed similar to the crawler ability among zombies, which allowed them to climb walls. After the demonstration, Chi Henkai jumped down from the ceiling, put her boots back on, and then executed a sweeping kick. With a bang. Like a whip of iron, she shattered a wooden chair. In addition to climbing walls, the strength in my legs has also been enhanced, allowing me to exert 3 to 4 times the strength of an ordinary person, Chi Henkai explained after completing her demonstration. Then she looked at Li Yaong. Open the window and disperse the crowd, Li Yaong commanded. Immediately, someone opened the window, while others called for those outside to spread out. After making sure there were no issues, Li Yaong concentrated and formed a fiery red fireball in her hand, which she then tossed out the window. With a bang, the fireball exploded, sending trails of flame scattering across the ground. Chi Henkai and the others' pupils contracted. The fire manipulation abilities were more powerful than they had imagined. Compared to climbing walls, throwing a fireball that could explode and ignite its surroundings was far more lethal to zombies. Which superpower was stronger and which was weaker was now quite obvious. Rubbing her hands that had just released the fireball, Li Yaong asked, "When do we depart? How many people can you arrange? It's best if we leave tomorrow." "I'll bring 70 people and 7 handguns," Chi Henkai said. "That's too many. Reduce your group to 10 people." "Why?" exclaimed Chi Henkai, clearly puzzled. Other shelters would usually demand a minimum number of people for cooperation. This was the first time she encountered someone who thought there were too many. Li Yaong pointed at the skeleton soldiers patrolling outside and said, "The main combat will be carried out by the skeletons. Too many people will only be a burden. Don't worry, we won't gamble with our lives recklessly." Chi Henkai didn't respond immediately but instead sat down on another intact chair, crossed her arms, and thought it over. She occasionally glanced at Li Yaong and the skeleton soldiers passing by the window. Eventually, she nodded in agreement. "Fine, I'll reduce the number to 10. What time shall we gather tomorrow?" "Around 8 in the morning." "Just bring your people over then," Li Yaong responded. "All right, it's settled then," said Chi Henkai as she stood up, bid farewell, and turned to leave. After she left, Wu Heng walked back in from behind. Li Yaong remarked, "I didn't expect Chi Henkai's superpower to be wall climbing and leg strength enhancement. This seems somewhat similar to Chen Jinlong's superpower in the prison, activating the body's latent abilities and unleashing greater strength." Wu Heng thought of Chen Jinlong from the prison. Only, Chen Jinlong stimulated his entire body, while Chi Henkai's enhancement was in her legs. Leg strength enhancement is fine, but wall climbing seems to have limited advantage against zombies unless it's used to escape by hanging on the wall, Li Yaong mused. Wu Heng sat down beside her. Sometimes, for her to awaken such abilities as a woman alone, it just shows her courage and luck. "Yes, you're right. Anyone else might not have her kind of guts," agreed Li Yaong. "Get the convoy ready, we'll go check out that place she mentioned tomorrow, together." "Certainly." The next day, outside the bus station. "Sister Hong, Chi Henkai's convoy is here, with 2 off-road vehicles," came a voice from the walkie-talkie. Sitting in the car, Li Yaong pressed the walkie-talkie. "Give them a walkie-talkie so they can stay in contact on the road." "Understood." Soon, Chi Henkai's voice came through the walkie-talkie. "Leader Li, we're all ready and can leave at any time. Tell the lead vehicle your position. Join the convoy after the 3rd truck to prevent zombie attacks," Li Yaong instructed. "Okay." Li Yaong continued to give orders. "All right, convoy move out. If there's any situation along the way, remember to report immediately." "Roger that." Woo. The convoy started. The leading truck, with a triangular metal ram, set off right away. Following were more trucks and commercial vehicles. Chi Henkai and the others watched enviously as the well-armed convoy passed. After the 3rd truck went by, they drove straight away, weaving into the gap in the convoy and moving forward together. As dusk approached, the convoy neared the location of the zombies mentioned. In the distance, they could see a residential complex. Chi Henkai spoke through the walkie-talkie. "The 3rd-level zombie I mentioned is inside the residential complex up ahead. I suggest using skeletons to draw out the zombies in batches and eliminate them. It will reduce the pressure on our team." "Hold on. Stay in your vehicle, don't move, Li Yong said, and then there was silence. Chi Hengkai, who had just been discussing the plan, held the walkie-talkie, frozen in her seat. After 2 or 3 seconds, she placed it back in the vehicle. The people from Donggan village shelter showed some dissatisfaction on their faces. What an attitude, as if we're begging them. Had I known, we could have just worked with Ma Ziyang. Chi Hengkai looked outside the vehicle, and said, don't rush. Let's see what they're going to do. They must have some capabilities to have developed better than Ma Ziyang. The rest nodded and stopped talking. On the bus, after a short wait, Zhao flew back from a distance. She made some gestures and directly entered Wu Heng's body. The scene Zhao had just seen was shared with the others. The residential complex was filled with dense zombies. In the parking lot, a giant zombie with a body larger than Big Guy was sitting on the roof of a car, pressing on its hood. The giant's neck and shoulders seemed to have grown a black carapace similar to insects. Its hefty body caused the car roof under its buttocks to cave in. Not far from the giant zombie was a second-level Big Guy, swinging its fists, pounding loudly on the hood of another car. The massive roaring echoed throughout the parking lot. The surrounding zombies, attracted by the constant noise, kept returning to their original spots. Wu Heng looked at Li Yong and said, there's a large number of zombies, one is likely a level 3 mutant zombie, and another is a second-level mutant zombie. 2 mutant zombies. That many? Yes. Tell the convoy not to get out of their vehicles, and avoid honking the horn, Wu Heng said. Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and directly said, inside the residential area, besides the swarm, there are 2 mutant zombies. No one gets out of the car and be careful not to use the horn. Roger that. Roger that. Inside the off-road vehicle, 2 mutant zombies. We only saw one, eh? And how did they know without getting out of the car? Someone in the off-road vehicle wondered aloud. They had been watching for several days just to confirm a rough piece of intelligence. Now the convoy had only stopped for a moment, and they had identified 2 mutant zombies. At the very least, they should have gotten out and taken a look with binoculars. Maybe they used a drone, someone suggested. That thing's loud, entering the complex would have definitely attracted zombie attention. Must be perception-based superpower. Possible. They've got 3 superpowered individuals on their hands. The more they guessed, the more astonished they became. Stop guessing. I'm actually curious about how they plan to fight these zombies, Chi Hengkai said. But as soon as she finished speaking, everyone's gaze froze, their eyes widened in terror as they stared at the back of a truck ahead. They saw the tarps of the truck bed being opened, and one after another, skeletons clad in leather armor and wielding cold weapons jumped down. Look over there, there are so many. The group looked to one side, where the skeletons were beginning to form ranks, and at the very back, they saw skeletons equipped with strong crossbows and arrow bags. Damn it. This truck isn't carrying supplies, it's full of skeletons. Chapter 253, They can't chop us up too, right? Seeking monthly passes, nearly 1,000 left, thanks brothers, how is that possible? What superpower could control so many skeletons? At the bus station, people who came for material exchange could see the skeletons that followed the team's training. Going back and forth, there were just over 20 in total. But now, the number of skeletons had exceeded their expectations. The skeletons, each clad in armor, wielding various weapons, looked like soldiers from ancient times. The people from Donggan shelter were all stupefied in their vehicles. The anger of being overlooked that had risen in their hearts dissipated the moment they saw the skeleton army. In comparison, their own side truly had no right to be taken seriously. Big sister, is this Li Yong's superpower? Someone in the car asked. Chi Hengkai shook her head, no, Li Yong's superpower is fire-related, like Ma Ziyang's, this power should be King Yama's ability. They have 3 superpowered individuals? According to several people's guess, the one who scouted the community information must be a superpowered individual. Li Yong is fire-based, and the legendary King Yama controls skeletons. This auto repair shop suddenly gathered 3 superpowered individuals. That's not right, with 3 superpowered individuals, why is Li Yong the leader? She might be responsible for planning the whole shelter. Chi Hengkai didn't speak. Her gaze landed on the position of a passenger bus. The bus door opened, and Li Yong dressed in a stab-proof vest stepped out. Following her was a man in black leather armor, wearing a leather helmet, but judging from his stance and the way he moved, he appeared to be quite young. After the man, numerous tall and strong figures followed. All of them were skeletons. King Yama. Outside the community, the skeleton army rapidly assembled in formation, entering a combat state. Wu Heng and Li Yong, accompanied by a few special skeletons, entered the midst of the skeleton army. Once everything was ready, they directly gave the command, advance. Rustle rustle. The skeletons began to move, marching forward in formation. The sound of bones rubbing and armor clashing formed a continuous clangor. As the army moved forward, they immediately attracted the attention of the zombies. Emitting angry roars, they charged forward. But as soon as they got close, they were knocked down by the skeletons and killed as they passed. When the army reached the gate, the roaring of the zombies in the community followed one after another, spreading throughout the entire complex like a chain reaction. Masses of zombies surged out from the stairs and alleys. Zombies from the upper floors broke through the windows, following the falling shards of glass like dumplings dropping from the sky. They thumped onto the ground. The horde of zombies converged rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the entire road was swarming with them, a dark mass. Roar, roar, roar. The intense roars echoed throughout the area. Chi Hankai and the others hiding in their SUV abruptly stopped chatting and looked toward the source of the roars. They tensed up mentally. Even though their view was blocked by the skeleton crowd, the intensity of the roars indicated an astonishing number of zombies were approaching. Were they planning to take them on directly? The horde of zombies, carrying a stench that filled the sky, surged forward violently. They jostled and trampled each other, scrambling and tumbling. Wu Hang glanced at the horde. He could see a second-level mutant zombie nearly 3 meters tall in the back, standing on top of a sedan, staring blankly this way. But the level 3 mutant zombie had not appeared. Was it hiding? Or was it lurking in the dark, waiting to launch a surprise attack? Wu Hang released Zhao and Glinda, allowing the two ghosts to search for targets nearby. At the same time, he ordered the big head skull, allow the crossbowman to fire at will. The crossbow strings twanged sharply. Crossbow arrows whooshed out, directly aiming at the opposition. Instantly, the zombies at the front were pierced by the crossbow arrows, tripping over a swath of the horde. They continued to tumble forward. The crossbowman kept reloading and firing. There was no need to aim, firing forward was enough to hit the targets. After 5 or 6 volleys, the horde started to get even closer. Crossbowman retreat, throw the spears. Rustle, rustle. Under the command of the big head skull, the crossbowman quickly retreated to the back from both sides, and even more spears were thrown out. Ding ding dang dang. Iron spears fell from the sky, and again a swath of zombies collapsed to the ground. The horde closed into 30 meters. Wu Hang cast, grease skill, and fireball spell, and flame surged into the sky. Yet the zombies, undeterred, charged straight into the inferno. They continued through the fire and crashed into the spear array of the skeleton ranks. Thump thump thump. The spears instantly pierced through bodies as the zombies clawed and jostled forward. They were wholly engulfed in the close-quarter battle to the death. The crossbowman behind, meanwhile, lobbed shots into the sky, the crossbow arrows arcing over the skeletons and plunging into the crowded mass of advancing zombies. Summon the skeleton dragon, Wu Hang continued to direct. In the midst of battle, there was no need to keep increasing the number of troops. But having just acquired the skeleton flying dragon, he was keen to test its combat capabilities. Since they had brought it along, they might as well see its effect. At that moment, from the position of the convoy, a whistling sound tore through the air. Flapping its fleshy wings, the skeleton flying dragon swooped over the battlefield. It swept through the zombie crowd, its sharp claws instantly seizing several zombies and flinging them into the air, smashing them into a pulp upon descent amidst a series of splatting sounds. The sky gradually darkened. But the firelight from the battle zone grew only brighter. The orange glow of fire, the zombies' shrieks, the sounds of swords chopping flesh, and the circling bone dragon. All these elements combined into an unbelievable tableau. Who's shaking their leg? Stop that, people outside might think we're rocking the vehicle. How do they even have a dragon? Skeletons are standing up and slashing at people, so having a dragon. Weird? You're the one trembling. Why the more we talk, the more excited you get. Damn it, I can't control it. You've killed zombies too, are you really that scared? Is it the same? Just hearing this chopping sound makes me feel queasy. It's over, they won't chop us up too, will they? The instant those words were spoken, the inside of the vehicle fell silent. Several people all turned to look at Chi Hankai. Chi Hankai turned back and glared at them. Killing zombies yields corpse cores and supplies, killing you lot yields nothing. Right. Whoosh bang. Battery cars, one after the other, were hurled into the ranks of skeletons. They smashed through a swath of skeletons. Then, with a skyward roar, it barreled through the zombies blocking its path and charged forward. Here comes a mutated zombie, Li Yong immediately declared. After throwing a few battery cars, the mutated zombie finally decided to charge over instead of continuously hurling objects from a distance. Don't rush, wait for it to get closer, Wu Hang said plainly. Soon, the mutated zombie charged to the front of the ranks and let out a loud roar, ramming forward. But suddenly, a gap opened in the skeleton ranks. A tall figure clad in iron armor charged directly forward to meet it. Bang! A dull thud sounded as the two sturdy bodies collided. The immense force caused both behemoths to stagger back 2 steps, but after steadying themselves, they lurched sideways and crashed forward again. Bang! After another thudding impact, second chunk, the scary claw monster and several mutated skeletons, seizing the opportunity, swarmed in the middle with surprise. Huge fists slammed onto its body, and sharp, gigantic claws tore open gaping wounds on its neck. A look of fear appeared on the ferocious face of the mutated zombie. It tried to flee. In the moment it turned, the scary claw monster leaped onto it, bringing it down. The rest of the skeletons rushed over, furiously slamming the body of the mutated zombie, their roars filled with anger as the sound of breaking bones faintly emerged. Wu Heng's gaze didn't linger too heavily on the level 2 mutant zombies. With the current situation, such zombies posed little threat to him as long as their numbers weren't too high. What concerned him instead was the level 3 mutant zombie. It had yet to appear. Had it fled? It was then that Zhao emerged from the side of a building, pointing to its rear. "Uncle, that big black gorilla is over there." No sooner had she finished speaking, boom! A thunderous roar as one side of the concrete wall was suddenly smashed open, creating a massive hole. Through the rising dust cloud, the tremendous level 3 mutant zombie set its gaze on the rear of the skeleton troops. Roar! With a ferocious bellow, its body, like an out-of-control tank, furiously charged towards the position of Wu Heng and Li Yaong. Chapter 254, Is This the Power of the Strong? Seeking monthly passes, still a bit short, brothers who have them, please cast your votes. Thank you. Bang bang bang. The massive body was racing swiftly. Each step on the ground felt like a heavy object hammering the earth. Li Yaong's face changed as the imposing figure charged toward her, and she subconsciously stepped back. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed slightly as he fixed his gaze on the rapidly approaching figure. This guy is indeed not short on wits. He was waiting for the level 2 mutant zombies to draw out the main force from the skeletons, so he could kill his way directly to the skeleton's rear. As the figure neared, Wu Heng said directly, "Skull Crusher, Blood Axe, both of you go together and make it quick." The 2 beastmen skeletons by his side, armed with weapons, squeezed out from the skeleton ranks. They began to run, heading toward the 3rd-level zombie. When they were just 5 meters apart, Skull Crusher suddenly leaped from the ground, the warhammer coming down from overhead. The 3rd-level zombie's right fist gathered strength and swung violently at the warhammer. Bang! The deafening roar kicked up gusts of wind. Skull Crusher stumbled back 2 steps upon landing, while the 3rd-level zombie's arm hung limply at the shoulder. Several attempts to throw a punch were made, but there was no response from the arm. At the same time, Blood Axe followed closely, the battle axe spinning in a half-circle to slash at the flank, making a thud sound as it struck the side. The axe blade opened a minor wound, blocked by the black keratin on the skin's surface. Dark red, syrupy blood slowly trickled out. The 3rd-level zombie let out a near-shattering roar. Raising its other arm, it smashed overhead. Blood Axe dodged backward and swung the battle axe up toward the groin as he withdrew. Skull Crusher continued to press forward with the attack, repeatedly hammering the warhammer onto the mutant zombie's limb joints. After a brief skirmish, the level 3 mutant zombie was already covered with wounds. Even with the protective black carapace, it couldn't fully stop the slicing of the battle axe or the pounding of the warhammer. In contrast to a zombie that had just mutated physically, Skull Crusher and Blood Axe were professionals with a combat system. They not only had superior attributes, but they also possessed combat experience and techniques that the zombie lacked. The confrontation was a one-sided crush. Seeing its attacks to be hopeless, the 3rd-level zombie glanced around with its massive head. It raised its other fully functional arm, warding off the oncoming Skull Crusher. Then it turned and ran along the road into the darkness. Wu Heng and Li Yaong's expressions changed at the same time. Li Yaong quickly grabbed a walkie-talkie and shouted, "The mutant zombie has run off, everyone be careful, and don't make any noise." Direction of the convoy. The message came through the walkie-talkie, and everyone's face changed abruptly. Looking out the windows, they saw a giant figure running wildly toward them from the fiery battlefield area. Behind it were 2 other tall figures in pursuit. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They ducked, pressing their bodies low to avoid the windows. "Damn it, why is that zombie running this way?" Li Yaong's voice came through the walkie-talkie again, "Stay quiet, the vehicles are reinforced, they can hold it off for a while, don't get out." No one responded, even turning down the volume of the walkie-talkie. The footsteps outside the vehicle grew closer, and they could feel the vibration entering the vehicle from the ground. As the 3rd-level zombie ran wildly, it glanced at the strange convoy of vehicles. It then changed direction, heading toward the smallest vehicle. SUV. A few people were huddled in their seats, their faces ashen. The level 3 mutant zombie, dodging the trucks reinforced with iron plates, charged directly towards them. A sense of impending death rose in everyone's hearts. Even Chihenke, faced with such a level of zombie, found her superpower useless. She could only hope it would just pass by. "Big bro, stop shaking, the zombie is coming," someone whispered. "Sorry, I can't control it," another person replied. "Stop talking, it's coming." As everyone held their breath and watched in terror, the shadow outside the window drew closer. Just as the giant hand was about to grab the vehicle, a sharp screech of claws echoed. The people bracing for death slowly opened their eyes, only to see a skeleton flying dragon blocking the front of the SUV, flapping its wings, its claws firmly grasping the arm of the third-level zombie, violently tearing at it. The tall figures with the long-handled warhammer and battle axe had also caught up close behind. The warhammer came crashing down with force. Boom! A loud crash echoed as the mutated zombie was smashed to the ground. The flying dragon soared into the sky again, while two figures wielding weapons gathered on either side of the zombie. Blow after blow, axe after axe kept falling. The mutated zombie struggled fiercely, clawing at the ground, trying to crawl under the off-road vehicle. But as soon as it moved, it was dragged back by the ankle to where it had been. And continued to be brutally beaten. It was like a helpless girl trying to escape the clutches of a ferocious villain. Inside the off-road vehicle, the few people in imminent danger didn't show any joy. They were lying on their seats, watching the scene outside in horror. A level 3 mutant zombie, standing 4 meters tall and covered in black carapace, was being beaten on the ground like it was made of mud. When did the roles of zombies and survivors start to switch? Zombies were no longer the predators, and survivors were no longer just prey trying to evade and flee. Perhaps this was how the strong who survived the apocalypse should be. "Leader Chi, are you alright?" A sudden inquiry came through the walkie-talkie. Chihenkai's body shuddered and he almost threw the walkie-talkie away. He looked out the window, saw that the zombie was still being hit, then carefully pressed the button. "I'm fine. Are you injured?" "No." Chihenkai looked outside again with care, his voice trembling. "The mutated zombie and your people, they started fighting outside. What should we do?" Liang's voice continued to come through the walkie-talkie. "It's okay, you won't be in danger. Stay inside the vehicle and don't come out." "Alright." Chihenkai lowered his stature again, signaling his subordinates to stay quiet. The limbs of the level 3 mutated zombie were smashed by the warhammer. Its back and abdomen were covered with scars left by the battle axe. The black carapace provided strong defense, but still couldn't stop the cutting of blood axe. The flesh was split open, and the sight was gruesome. Thunk! The battle axe fell squarely on its head, severing the already mangled neck completely. Dark red-tainted blood splattered all over the front of the off-road vehicle, and the head rolled to the side. Two skeleton beastmen, one holding the head and the other grabbing the corpse's ankles, walked towards the main battlefield. For the people inside the off-road vehicle, they watched through the blood-stained windows as two figures carried the corpse away. Only then did they breathe a slight sigh of relief. The battle in the main battlefield was also drawing to a close. The second-level mutant zombies were utterly smashed by the mutated skeletons. And after a massacre, only about 100 zombies remained, still launching their attacks. But obviously, they no longer posed any real threat. As they rushed forward, they were pierced into honeycombs by the skeletons and fell to the ground. "Go and kill those zombies that move slowly," Wu Heng continued to order. The returning big guy and other skeletons sprang into action once again. They ran quickly to the bottom of a building and killed some zombies that had jumped off the building and broken their legs. As the last few zombies were killed, the whole area gradually quieted down. The roads were covered with corpses. Scorched smell and a stench of blood filled the entire area. "Clean up the battlefield, pile all the corpses together," Wu Heng commanded. All the skeletons immediately sprang into action. They carried corpses or collected iron spears and crossbow arrows. At this time, two mutated corpses were also dragged in front of him. Liang came over and took out her phone, taking photos of the level 3 mutated corpse. She said, "This must be an evolved zombie. I'll report it to the headquarters so everyone can also understand the attack style of this kind of zombie." This kind of zombie should have evolved from giant zombies. Their appearance and attack characteristics were very similar. No matter how you looked at it, they seemed to be of the same type. The features are strength and a not-so-low intelligence. After Liang finished taking photos, Wu Heng ordered the bodies to be dragged behind the building. Avoiding the view from the off-road vehicle, he consecutively cast bone manipulation skill. Necromancy magic began to envelop the bodies slowly. Flesh fell off, and the large and broad white bones slowly rose to their feet. Skeleton Warrior, Level 12, Skeleton Warrior, Level 15, Chapter 255. We didn't do much. Two skeletons, one level 12, the other level 15. but the name for both is Skeleton Warrior. It seems that they really are of the same type. Wu Heng's gaze fell onto the level 3 mutated skeleton, about 4 meters tall, its bones broad and thick, covered with a layer of black keratin on the surface of the white bone. Now, looking closely, it appeared like it was coated with a layer of black hot glue. This seems to be inheriting the previous characteristics. During the transformation, Wu Heng hesitated to convert it into carrion, given that this kind of black keratin was previously covering the skin. It seemed his gamble was not misplaced. From now on you're called Juai, you're called Big Guy, Wu Heng said as he named each of the skeletons before continuing, go stand over there for now. The 2 skeletons, although newly named, stood to the side, looking around from time to time. Wu Heng then picked up an iron spear that a skeleton had retrieved and began to search through the broken flesh. 2 corpse cores were selected. One was a second-level corpse core, its fleshy structure filled with blood vessels. The other's blood vessels were purple and denser. It had reached the 3rd-level corpse core. Seeing the 3rd-level corpse core, Wu Heng felt a surge of happiness. With this one, he now had 3 3rd-level corpse cores in his possession. The previous 2 had come from the withered plant monster and a level 3 big head skull. Yet, the production of elixirs remained slow. A few days ago, he had just managed to develop the elixir for the 2nd-level corpse core. Who knew how long it would take for the 3rd level? If there was a chance, he should buy a few more alchemic corpses. He took out a plastic bag, picked up the corpse cores, and packed them neatly. Next, he checked the attributes of the level 15 skeleton. Skeleton Warrior, level 15, level 15, attributes, Constitution 35, Strength 36, Agility 18, Intelligence 10, Perception 12, Charm 8, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Basic Soul, Keratin Carapace, Specialties, Biological Aberration, Constitution Mutation, Keratin Carapace, forms a thick layer of keratin on the surface, providing some defense and resistance against blunt force. Biological Aberration, Strength +5, Agility +2. Constitution Mutation, Constitution +3. Looking at the overall panel, the most noticeable aspect is the increase in attributes. Constitution 35, Strength 36, these are not low attributes for a level 15 melee profession. In terms of traits, Keratin Carapace has been added. That's the layer wrapped around the exterior of the bones. It can provide some defense and resistance against blunt force. At this moment, Li Yong walked over from the security booth. Wu Heng handed her the bagged corpse cores. When you have time, take a trip and hand these corpse cores to the alchemy skeletons. Okay. Li Yong took them and placed them in her backpack, then continued, should I call Chi Heng Kai and the others over? Wu Heng glanced at the time, 2:30 in the morning. He said, rest in the car tonight, we'll talk when it's daylight. Okay. The 2 returned to the coach bus. Li Yong picked up the walkie-talkie and notified the others. Wu Heng laid out his blanket directly. Shedding his jacket, he dived straight into Wu Heng's embrace. Stop touching, it tickles, and I haven't even had a bath, Li Yong complained softly as she grabbed his hand. Yet her body snuggled more deeply into his arms. Then she continued, the people from Donggan village must have seen the skeleton army and the flying dragon by now. If the news spreads, could it affect us? Wu Heng slid his hand into the waistband of Li Yong's pants, gently kneading, and said, it shouldn't be a problem. If they're smart enough, they won't deliberately spread the word. Even if they do, it doesn't matter, within this region, there are no other shelters that can pose a threat to us. If news got out, it wouldn't do them any good. Besides, in terms of the current shelter power rankings, the auto repair shop was definitely at the top. But in terms of threats, they did exist. Modern weapons had the power to completely annihilate an entire skeleton army. However, those with such weapons wouldn't need to target Wu Heng, as everyone was on the same side at the moment. Considering the way Chi Heng Kai speaks and handles things, she probably isn't stupid, said Li Yong, and lifting her head, she continued, about tomorrow's loot, are we still splitting it 50-50? Let's split it in half. We had agreed on that before, and besides, the most they'd search for is some food. The rest isn't of much use to them, Wu Heng said. Alright, I'll talk to her about it tomorrow. With that, she curled up in his arms and slowly fell asleep. The next day, in the morning, Chi Heng Kai walked briskly towards the entrance of the residential area. Seeing the dark red stains on the ground and the mountainous piles of corpses on both sides, her face still changed color. Suppressing the panic in her heart, she hurried past them. Li Yong was waiting at the entrance. Leader Chi, the battle ended late last night, sorry to have made you rest in the car. Chi Heng Kai gave an awkward smile and said, we weren't inconvenienced at all. We've been in tougher situations than this. Staying in the car is nothing. The 2 exchanged pleasantries. Li Yong went straight to the point, according to our agreement, after the battle, We split the residential area between us. Which do you think is better, dividing by building numbers or splitting along the main road? Chi Hankai turned to look at the pile of corpses again and, after thinking for a moment, said, in yesterday's battle, we didn't help at all. We only tagged along for the trip, so let's forget about our half of the spoils. The battle had been too much for them. Even after it was over, while resting in the car, Chi Hankai and her people still couldn't calm their emotions. It was as if they hadn't closed their eyes all night. This morning, discussing the matter with Li Yaong, the other party still wanted to give them half the residential area as originally agreed. But now it was Chi Hankai hesitating whether to accept it. Let's stick to our agreement. I still remember Leader Chi's words, we're all women here, we should support each other. Chi Hankai no longer declined excessively and nodded, thank you, then we'll split from the main road. We'll take the left side. The left side had fewer buildings, it was a concession to Li Yaong. Then it's settled, Li Yaong nodded, then continued, some houses might still harbor zombies. Be careful when scavenging. Alright. I'll arrange for people to come over as soon as I get back, Chi Hankai nodded, then prepared to return to the off-road vehicle. She hadn't walked far when Li Yaong called out again, Leader Chi. Chi Hankai turned around, is there something else? The battle is a secret of the shelter. I hope you can help us keep it that way. Chi Hankai nodded, don't worry, I will remind the others not to let anything slip when I get back. Good. Chi Hankai nodded again and turned to leave. Before climbing into the off-road vehicle, she glanced at the busy people in the auto repair shop. Noticing the absence of the young man in black leather armor from last night's battle, she got into the vehicle. The car started and quickly drove away. After a while, Wu Heng walked over from the direction of the convoy. Li Yaong said, Chi Hankai chose the residential buildings on the left. Whichever side she chose doesn't matter much, we're not lacking in supplies, he replied. When I get back, I'll arrange for the scavenging. Wait for me a moment, we'll go back together, Wu Heng said. Then I'll tell Kayang Tsai and the others to turn the car around first. Li Yaong left. Wu Heng walked directly to where the pile of corpses was, took out his magic wand, and began to release, corpse battlefield. A gray-white circle spread out. Skeletons tumbled and clambered down from the pile of corpses, joining the ranks. After releasing the ability several times, the residential area was filled with skeletons. He ordered a portion of level 5 skeletons to guard the area, while the rest boarded the trucks. Returning to the bus station, Li Yaong started gathering people, ready to send them over to scavenge for supplies. Wu Heng didn't leave immediately either. He shouted towards the distance, Kayang Tsai. Kayang Tsai, who was chatting with others, ran over quickly. Boss, what can I do for you? Wu Heng pointed towards the distant flying dragon. Did you see the battle yesterday? Kayang Tsai nodded, I saw it, it was fierce. The attack pattern is a bit monotonous. Do you have any thoughts? Chapter 256, Magic Arrow. Kayang Tsai thought for a moment and asked, Your Majesty, do you mean that the skeleton flying dragon kills zombies too slowly? Yes, during this time, think about how to improve the flying dragon, Wu Heng said directly. The battle style of the skeleton flying dragon last night was very obvious. It plunged down, tore zombies to shreds in the sky, or simply threw them to the ground to crush a crowd of zombies to death. In terms of attributes, there was no problem at all with killing ordinary zombies. But speaking of efficiency, it was somewhat too low. The flying dragon didn't just snatch them into the sky and drop them to their deaths, rather, after every flight passed, it would circle back for a second attack. By the end of the entire battle, the skeleton flying dragon had not killed many. For a level 13 skeleton, the efficiency was a little too low. Okay, I'll think about it, and I'll report to you when I have some results, Kayang Tsai agreed immediately. He himself enjoyed researching these things. Now that he had Wu Heng's approval, he was even more motivated. Wu Heng then asked, how is the production of the Iron Wolf rake you mentioned last time coming along? Scratching his head, Kayang Tsai said, still in the making. The first 2 versions were too heavy, so I'm looking into how to reduce the weight. No need to rush that, focus on the skeleton flying dragon first. Our first skeleton that can fly for extended periods of time surely needs to be utilized properly. Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will think it through. Kayang Tsai turned and left. After delegating tasks, Li Yaong also came back. Later I'll lead the convoy back to the prison, bring the corpse cores and some supplies over, then rest there for the night. Tomorrow when we come back, we'll go scavenge for supplies in the residential areas. Both places were separate. Outside, supplies were brought over, while the prison kept producing spears, javelins, and machetes. Then shipped here to be distributed to the skeletons. To ensure all skeletons had weapons to use. Wu Heng nodded, no need to rush, also, take care to rest, Don't wear yourself out with these things. Yes, I understand, she said. After chatting for a while, the convoy was replenished. Liang waved her hand and led the convoy away. Wu Heng also returned to his residence and entered the boundary door. The association dormitory. When Wu Heng walked out of the study, he saw Minnie and Andre Willow sitting in front of the coffee table, chatting. When they saw Wu Heng come out, they immediately showed smiles. Master, what would you like to eat tonight? I can go make it now, Minnie said softly, coming over with her arms folded. Order something from the tavern downstairs, it saves us from cooking. Then, do you have any preference, Master? Anything is fine, just see to it yourself, Wu Heng said. Okay. Minnie changed her clothes, grabbed her small handbag, and walked out the door accompanied by a skeleton. Now that they were living in the association's dormitory, cooking was indeed not very convenient. After Minnie left, Wu Heng sat down on the sofa and asked, Wire, has anything happened in the association? Nothing much, some staff reassignments that needed approval from a vice executive or above. You weren't there at the time, so I sent the paperwork to Vice Executive Zai Ligui, Andre Willow said. Zai Ligui was the elf vice executive. Her name was quite a tongue twister. Right, in the future, if there's anything, just send it to her. Understood, Master, Andre Willow continued. Also, the construction team for our residence has been arranged. They have already started work. It should be completed in about 5 days. After waiting a while, Minnie came back with a dinner ordered from the tavern. After dinner, Wu Heng took the two ladies to the association's training room. The training room was empty, not a soul in sight. Minnie began to continue her boxing training with Baodong. Each punch was thrown with a gust of wind. Though her figure and face remained attractive, her boxing moves were no longer the exciting sort to watch. Wu Heng turned to Andre Willow. Wire, what weapon do you specialize in? Crossbow, replied Andre Willow. Andre Willow's occupation as a forest ranger included proficiency with crossbows. However, after becoming a slave, she seldom had the opportunity to utilize weapons. Wu Heng took out a rifle and a pistol from the space ring and handed them to her. In the future, you'll be going in and out of the association often, so it's very important to have some means of self-defense. I'll teach you how to use them, but usually, don't take them out to avoid drawing attention. Seeing the weapons handed to her, Andre Willow was stunned. She had seen such devices before, and their power was incredibly formidable. Now they were suddenly entrusted to her, and she was a bit overwhelmed. For me to use? Master, don't you need them? I have more, don't worry about that. Oh, okay, thank you, Master, said Andre Willow. Wu Heng began to demonstrate how to use the firearms. They weren't particularly difficult to use, as long as you understood a few special spots and functions, firearms were operable. After going over it twice, Andre Willow was already familiarizing herself with them. Following Wu Heng's method, he repeated the process and aimed the gun barrel at the circular bullseye of a distant crossbow target. He pulled the trigger. Bang! A startled cry. The wooden target in the distance burst open with a hole instantly. Pretty accurate. Wu Heng was somewhat surprised. Although it wasn't the bullseye, if the wooden target were a person, it would have definitely hit the body too. Thank you, Master, Andre Willow rejoiced inwardly. She didn't continue shooting, but instead put it directly into the space ring, and kissed Wu Heng's face. Then she ran over to Minnie's side, joining her in practicing some fist and foot techniques. Wu Heng also took out the silver wing water pattern sword to practice combat with the blazing blade. Swift sword shadows were swung out one after another. The blazing blade parried and counterattacked with his sword. Wu Heng's style of fighting was completely different from that of the blazing blade. Wu Heng wielded a one-handed sword with swift and fierce strikes, while the blazing blade used a two-handed sword with powerful and heavy attacks. Clank clank clink. In the midst of intense combat, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Unlocked rate, combat intuition, beginner, pause. Wu Heng immediately spoke up to stop the blazing blade, who was rushing towards him. The blazing blade stood with his sword at the side. Wu Heng then opened his attributes to check out the newly unlocked trait. Combat intuition, beginner. Real combat has made your fighting intuition exceptionally sharp, allowing you to discern your enemy's plans or movements, thereby gaining the upper hand. To discern the enemy's moves? Is it knowing what the enemy wants to do before they make their move? Blazing blade, continue the attack, he said. The blazing blade once again took up his sword and charged quickly. Wu Heng concentrated to feel, and when a sword was swung down at his head, he swiftly dodged. Damn. He sensed something, but it was not very useful. Wu Heng stopped overthinking and continued to spar with the blazing blade. They practiced until the training room grew dim. Only then did Wu Heng lead the group out of the training room and back to their dormitory. In the bath. Wu Heng sat in the bathtub with Andre Willow leaning against him, her beast ears fluffed and dripping wet, her body soft and smooth. Minnie stood outside, massaging his back, and said softly, "Sister Manshaw always clamors about having a baby for you. I wonder how she's doing." "Miss her?" Wu Heng inquired. "I used to be a bit scared of her, but now I miss her a little. Sister Manshaw is actually quite nice, she just sounds a bit unfriendly because she's been with the guild for so long," Minnie spoke softly. After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng said, "Once we're settled down, I'll bring her over to stay for a few days." "That's so far away. Have you forgotten how we got here?" "Ah!" Minnie exclaimed, "Right, Master has the train." Wu Heng nodded. As Minnie massaged, she said, "That would be great, then we can all see each other more often." Wu Heng didn't respond. Andre Willow sitting in front of him, her skin began to turn more and more rosy. She glanced back cautiously at Minnie, who was engaged in conversation, lifted her body slightly, and then sat back down with her lips tightly pressed. The next day, Wu Heng went to the guild again. He sat there until noon and saw that there wasn't much happening. After handing over the documents to Andre Willow, he quietly left the guild. He visited Lighthouse Street and its trade warehouse once more. Chatting with the guild staff, he learned this place housed warehouses established by various trading organizations. Besides storing items, there were also goods on display for clients to order. Of course, they only took bulk orders and did not sell items individually. As he entered the street, it became noisy. There were sailors and workers, along with elegantly dressed businessmen inquiring about goods inside shops. On both sides of the road, there were also vendors selling fruit and fresh novelties on the street. Wu Heng casually observed as he walked and stopped intermittently. He passed by the front of a shop. On a wooden table at the entrance, inside a delicate grid wooden box, there were several arrowheads without shafts. Poison arrowhead, description, inflicts poison damage on the hit unit. Explosive arrowhead, description, causes an explosion upon impact with the targeted unit and applies a burning status. Static cloud arrow, description, inflicts lightning damage on the hit unit and creates a static cloud environment in the target area. Chapter 257, send her over there. Thanks for your monthly votes. One more chapter added, several types of arrowheads, each with different effects. Poison, actually, is quite easy to understand. Just smear some toxins on the tip of the arrow. But those that explode or generate a static cloud are indeed quite special. Novel.b/JNN These magic arrows are meticulously crafted by our senior artisans, and we can guarantee that each will perform its intended effect, the human man said as he walked out of the shop. He touched his goatee and spoke softly. Wu Heng looked up at him and continued to inspect the arrowheads. Are these considered magic items? Indeed they are etched with runes, but they are considered consumables and do not fall into the category of magic items, the man explained, then continued, would you like to buy some to try? They can be very effective against some tough enemies. I'll take a look. I'll come back when I need them, Wu Heng said. The man smiled, take your time, customer. Then, he continued to attend to the next visitors, describing the functions of each type of arrowhead. After passing the shop, Wu Heng was still thinking about the arrowheads with various special effects. He had pondered this issue before. Considering remote damage, why hadn't anyone developed firearms given the scarcity of options here? After all, things like poison smoke thunder and wind fire thunder exist. Now it seems that the direction of development is completely different from that of Earth. Humans invented explosive bombs, armor-piercing rounds, tracer bullets, whereas here they developed explosive arrows and static cloud arrows, these kinds of special arrowheads. And because of professionals, bows can shoot farther and more accurately, and in terms of effects, may not be inferior to bullets. Etching equipment is indeed a good direction for development. Wu Heng continued to walk forward. He had found his target. The elf race's shop. The open doors allowed a glimpse of an elegant woman dressed in a green gown standing behind the counter. Wu Heng, accompanied by his skeleton attendant, walked straight into the shop. As soon as he stepped in, he paused briefly. Inside the shop, another person was sitting, an individual with blonde hair and pointed ears. Associate Steward Zai Ligui. When the other saw Wu Heng enter, he was also taken aback. Is there a problem? Zai Ligui was the first to speak. No problem, just looking to see what's for sale. Is the Associate Steward here to buy something? Wu Heng asked. Zai Ligui glanced at the woman behind the counter and nodded, yes, just having a look. The middle-aged woman behind the counter walked over with a smile. She asked, and who might this customer be? Zai Ligui introduced him. He's the Associate Steward from the association, Wu Heng. The woman suddenly understood and was surprised that such a young human being had secured the position. She bowed slightly. Good afternoon, Deputy Steward Wu Heng. Good afternoon. Deputy Steward, what would you like to see? the middle-aged woman asked as she followed him. Wu Heng no longer paid attention to Zai Ligui and looked around the shop. His gaze rested upon the longbows on the shelf. How much for these longbows? 25 silver coins each, with a minimum order of 200 pieces, the woman said. The price was quite reasonable. Wu Heng continued, after placing an order, how long until delivery? Within 12 days. It should arrive in your hands around the 10th day, she replied. Is there any room for a discount? Our prices are fixed based on the distance traveled, they are not negotiable, the woman continued to explain. That simplified things, saving the hassle of haggling. He said directly, I'll order 2,000. If the quality and delivery speed satisfy me, I will continue to purchase more afterward. The middle-aged woman was slightly surprised. After all, Gold and Silver Island was just a small island, and the business wasn't too good. Most of their trade was from ships docking here before heading out to sell to other continental powers. But this time, it seemed she had encountered a significant customer. So decisively, it'll be 2,000 of them then. There might be more orders to follow. Her gaze shifted towards Zai Ligui nearby, whose eyes also held a mix of surprise and skepticism. Obviously, she hadn't expected such a large order either. I'll write up the invoice for you right now. The woman immediately went to the counter and began filling out the invoice. Meanwhile, she said, Deputy Steward, with the association providing a guarantee, you only need to pay a 30% deposit. When the goods arrive, it will be deducted from the payment. Wu Heng directly took out bag after bag of silver coins and placed them on the counter. The two women were astonished by this scene. Carrying so much money with him. After the woman confirmed the count was correct, she smiled and said, once the goods arrive, I'll have someone inform you through the association. That's fine. Picking up the invoice, Wu Heng was about to leave. At the doorway, the elf Zai Ligui followed him out. Where are you headed? Back to the association. That's perfect, I'm heading back too. Let's go together. Zai Ligui said, taking the lead. Wu Heng glanced at the elf's figure and followed side by side. What do you need so many bows for? Asked Zai Ligui. I've heard that the elf race's bows are particularly good, and I plan to take them back to my hometown, Wu Heng replied directly. It wasn't exactly a lie, just a bit vague. You're buying them yourself? Isn't there an elf store over there? It's quite remote. This is my first time seeing a member of the elf race, Wu Heng said, giving the refined elf a sidelong glance. Seemingly aware of Wu Heng's gaze, the elf turned her head to look at him, continuing to ask, what would your evaluation be, if you were to give one? Wu Heng thought for a moment, then said, elegant, refined. Zai Ligui's face also broke into a smile, thank you. She continued, by the way, I'm a magic swordsman, what's your profession? It's good to know each other, it could be helpful when we fight together. A magic swordsman? Another unique profession. Seeing that she was still staring at him with her big eyes, Wu Heng said, my profession is somewhat special, talking about it tends to lead to misunderstandings. What's there to worry about? It's just a profession. With your age, becoming a deputy steward is rare enough, why care about other people's opinions? Zai Ligui smiled, offering her perspective. Wu Heng looked at her and said, are you sure you want to hear it? Very special? Quite special. Special as a magic swordsman? Necromancer, as it turned out, was indeed more widely known than the profession of magic swordsman, at least outside of Blackstone Town and London City. Seems not as special as that profession, Wu Heng said. You might as well say it, I'm bound to find out sooner or later, Zai Ligui urged. Necromancer. The walking Zai Ligui stopped dead in her tracks and turned around, her hand instinctively reaching for her long sword at her waist. Wu Heng's eyes narrowed as he said nonchalantly, as Deputy Steward Zai Ligui, you shouldn't harbor prejudices against professions, right? Zai Ligui, realizing her own reaction, immediately removed her hand, saying, sorry, I just didn't react in time. No problem, I'm used to it. The two talked as they walked. Together, they returned to the association and then parted ways, heading to the deputy steward's office. Inside the office, Wu Heng had just returned and was about to ask Andre Willow to head home. When he heard her say, Master, a small team has submitted a request. What request? Team 3 has spotted a level 13 fugitive. They request the deputy steward to lead the capture. Send it to Zai Ligui, she's just returned. Chapter 258, quite accurate. Andre Willow responded and quickly set aside the documents, intending to deliver them to the elf deputy steward. But before she could stand up, a knock at the door interrupted her. Thump thump thump. The knocking was somewhat urgent. Andre Willow opened the door and saw a small, sturdy figure standing outside. After glancing at Wu Heng, he bowed slightly. Team leader Olin at your service, deputy steward. His voice was rough. Still too late, They were now caught at home. "Come in," said Wu Heng. He scrutinized the newcomer as he entered. Dark brown skin, about 1.6 meters tall and looking very strong. His fiery red beard was thick, he wore dark brown leather armor, and a grey feathered owl perched on his shoulder. On his waist hung a short-handled battle axe, and a strong crossbow was strapped to his back. Short people. His profession was probably that of a ranger or a sentinel. Upon entering the room, the dwarf did not sit but immediately said, "Deputy Steward, we've located intelligence on the Shark Teeth pirate gang. They're making a trade outside the port tonight, an excellent opportunity to capture them." Wu Heng leafed through the wanted notice concerning the Shark Teeth pirate gang. Captain Lu, a level 3 fugitive, with a bounty of 445 silver coins. His crimes included raiding merchant ships, trafficking people, and assaulting members of the association. Given the world's current state of intelligence work, many deeds done go unnoticed and unrecorded. For the association to document so many offenses, the crimes committed must be significantly more numerous. "Give me the details, and tell me about the difficulties we might face trying to capture him," Wu Heng continued. The dwarf pondered for a moment before speaking. Lu is a level 13 professional. It's unclear how many will be with him, but it likely won't be many. The difficulty lies with Lu himself. Rumors suggest he has merfolk blood, which means if he jumps into the sea when in danger, no one can deal with him. Level 13. The level wasn't high. He was now at level 10, Skull Crusher at 16, and Blood Axe at 14. Killing him wouldn't be a problem at all. But the fact that the enemy could jump into the sea and escape upon facing danger was a complicating factor. "Is the intelligence reliable?" "The intelligence is definitely accurate," the dwarf confirmed. Wu Heng nodded. "Go get ready, we'll gather at the door later." The dwarf rejoiced. "Thank you, Deputy Steward." With that, he turned and left. "Master, it might be somewhat inconvenient to make a move on the ship," Andre Willow said thoughtfully. A level 13 enemy wasn't a concern. But at sea, it was a different matter entirely. No matter how skilled one is, if those skills cannot be utilized, they are useless. If the enemy were to escape, it would reflect poorly on Wu Heng as the deputy steward. "No problem. If the intelligence is solid and they are near the port, there shouldn't be much issue," Wu Heng assured Andre Willow before adding, "Let's go. Tonight, you're coming with me." "As you wish, Master." Andre Willow also donned her armor. The carriage creaked and groaned as it moved along. Blood Axe sat next to the cart driver on the outside of the carriage. Wu Heng and Andre Willow sat on one side, while Skull Crusher and the dwarf Olin crammed together on the other side. The rest of the third squad rode on horses following outside. Olin, the dwarf, fed his owl and then asked, "Deputy Steward, do you have any plan?" Wu Heng countered, "Tell me your plan first." "I have two plans. One is to kill from a distance, not giving the enemy a chance to flee. This is difficult due to the limited visibility at night and the strength of the crossbows. The second is to quickly approach and block his escape routes," Olin continued and pulled out a scroll. "I have an ice-based magical scroll that can temporarily seal a section of the water's surface." Both thoughts were plausible, but neither guaranteed success. The enemy was indeed hard to kill, or else he would have been dead by now. "Deputy Steward, what do you think of my plans?" inquired the dwarf. "We can try both approaches when the time comes," suggested Wu Heng. Night fell. The ocean turned pitch black in an instant. Gusts of night wind caused the waves to rise and fall. On the sea outside the port, a wooden boat slowly moved forward, driven by the rowers' efforts. Shark Teeth pirate gang leader, Lu, sat on the beam of the boat, patting a girl's head as if she were a pet. Under his feet lay three young girls, bound and curled up in terror, their eyes filled with fear. They trembled slightly but dared not make a sound. Lu inhaled the cool air and said, "Behave well. If you don't sell, I'll have no choice but to feed you to the fish." Hearing this, the girls' faces turned even paler as they sobbed quietly. And hearing those sobs, Lu laughed heartily, delighted. He thoroughly enjoyed the look of fear on these people's faces. "Captain, there's a boat coming over there," a sailor rowing the boat suddenly reported. Lu looked ahead. On the dark sea, a light was lit, revealing a small boat that was also not too large. It seemed the buyer had arrived. Lu said, "Move closer, be careful, and act if there's any danger." "Understood," the sailor answered and began rowing toward the other side. Soon, the two boats neared each other. Someone on the other side, holding an oil lamp, asked, "Shark Teeths? Did you bring the money?" Lu asked. "Where's the merchandise?" Lu glanced at the other party's wooden boat, kicking the person on the ground forward with his foot. "It's all here." "Good, I want to check the goods." "You can." The person on the other side came forward with a lantern, illuminating Lu and his people. Just then, Lu's pupils suddenly contracted and he whirled around to grab at something in midair. Pook eye. His palm didn't catch any arrow, and the left side of Lu's face disappeared in an instant. Hot, sticky blood splattered all over everyone. Lu touched his face and immediately thought about jumping off the boat to escape. The next second, the sound of something cutting through the air came again, and the back of Lu's head exploded, his body collapsing onto the deck. Damn it, they killed the captain. Avenge the captain. The other members of the Shark Teeth pirate gang immediately drew their weapons. They bellowed and lunged directly at the other side. And the buyer, now also reacted quickly. Seeing the charging pirates, they didn't have time to explain. They too drew their weapons and met the charge. On the dim sea, the boats rocked unsteadily. The sound of weapons colliding and anguished screams echoed throughout the area. On the deck of a distant cargo ship, Wu Heng held a telescope and watched the distance, while Andre Willow lay on the deck, holding a sniper rifle in her hands. Andre Willow really had a talent for shooting. It wasn't easy to hit the target at such a long distance, especially with a small boat swaying with the waves. The first shot was actually very precise. For a normal person, that shot was enough to be fatal, but the target was a level 13 professional after all. At that moment, he even thought about escaping. Fortunately, the second shot followed swiftly, hitting the back of his head. Wu Heng, through the telescope, saw the confrontation turn into a fight. He said into the radio headset, "Fugitive is eliminated, there are hostages on the boat, don't kill the wrong people." "Okay," came the voice of a short person from the headset. Immediately afterward, a small boat quickly headed towards the location of the fighting ships from below. "Keep firing a few more shots, consider it practice," said Wu Heng. Andre Willow was also surprised by the range and power of the weapon, once again taking a deep breath and focusing, aiming through the scope at the target. The next second, she pulled the trigger. Bang! The sound of the gunshot resounded, and the recoil pushed Andre Willow's body, her pert rear creating ripples. At the location of the target, a pirate's temple suddenly burst open, his body falling into the sea. Pretty accurate. Wu Heng praised, sitting down nearby and placing his hand on the furry tail. Wire glanced sideways at him. Her bushy tail flicked up and landed, covering his hand. Then she continued to pull the trigger, picking off distant targets. She stopped shooting only when the short people's squad arrived. She continued to peer through the scope, monitoring the fight in the distance. The pirates and the buyers had already been fighting for a while, with some injured and some dead. The short people's squad joined in. Those with the strength abandoned ship and fled, while the injured were killed by the squad during their resistance. Soon, the fight was over. The third squad, along with the other two ships, returned to shore. After counting the spoils of war, a short person came over, his voice gruff, and said, "Deputy Steward, the fugitive is confirmed dead." Chapter 259, Don't mess with him. The fugitive is dead. 3 hostages were found on board along with a small box of silver coins, about 1,000 in total. The purpose of the transaction is still unclear, and 2 items were found on the body of the fugitive, lightweight boots, fish scale armor. One to increase movement speed and the other to increase magic defense. Wu Heng nodded without taking them, saying directly, "Let's go, we'll take these items to the association first, and talk about the rest tomorrow." Okay. The short people simply docked the boat at the pier. Then, leading several scantily clad girls and the rest of the spoils, they started walking towards the association. After arranging everything adequately, Wu Heng, along with Andre Willow, returned to their residence. The night grew deeper. Upon opening the door, Minnie immediately came up, rubbing her eyes. "Master, Wire sister, you're back." Wu Heng pinched her cheek. "No need to wait for us. Otherwise, I have nothing to do but wait for you to come back," Minnie said. Wu Heng, carrying her in a half circle, praised her, "Such a good girl. Hee hee. I'll go warm the food for you." Saying this, Minnie ran towards the kitchen. After a simple meal, they went to bed to rest. The next day, heading to the association. Upon entering the hall, they overheard some idling professionals discussing the matter of the Shark Teeth Group. "Lu is dead? Really? Is the news for real?" The Shark Teeth Group hasn't docked for many years, and with Lu's merfolk blood, no one at sea could catch him. How could he possibly be killed? No mistake, the association has confirmed the death. They say it was Team 3 that did it. That short person. He could drown in shallow water. How could he kill Lu? The Shark Teeth pirate gang had been causing trouble in the archipelago for many years. Due to their evil deeds, they had an infamous reputation. They had countless enemies, yet there was never anyone who had managed to kill Lu at sea. Even now, hearing that the team had killed the opponent, they found it hard to believe. However, just as several people were quietly arguing, some staff members of the association walked straight to the notice board in the association and tore down the reward notice for Lu. The arguing stopped abruptly. "Lu is really dead?" Wu Heng stood in front of the notice board eavesdropping for a while. Once they had left, he also headed to the office room. Andre Willow had been there for a while. Seeing Wu Heng come in, she smiled. "Master, there's nothing much today, you didn't have to come so early." "Just came to take a look, I'll leave in a while." Knock, knock, knock. The door to the room was knocked. The short person Olin entered, followed by 2 human team members carrying a wooden chest. They placed it heavily on the ground with a thud. It seemed that all 3 had an unmistakable look of joy on their faces. Apparently, last night's pirate capture had delighted him, as the entire association was discussing it. "Thanks for the vice executive's help last night," Olin thanked again. "It's nothing." Olin continued, "We made a detailed count of last night's loot. A total of 1,200 silver coins, 2 small ships, sold for 420 silver coins. We've calculated and brought over half to you. Normally, a team's loot would be divided equally. But a vice executive or steward leading the team would usually take a bit more. Last night, as Wu Heng himself had killed the fugitive while they handled the aftermath, they naturally had to follow this unwritten rule. Sit down and talk, no need to stand." Wu Heng gestured for them to sit. Andre Willow served tea to the 3. The short person stroked his fiery beard and continued, "The fugitive's bounty has not yet been issued. I'll bring it to you when it is, and the 2 magic items, we'll also give them to you." As one of them opened the chest, it revealed silver coins and 2 magic items. Lightweight boots, fish scale armor. The effects provided by the items were both very practical, but the items were battered and worn out from the pirates' use. "I don't need it, and even Wire and the others would look down on it." Glancing over, he said, "I have no use for it. If any of you can make use of it, go ahead and divide it amongst yourselves." The dwarf thought for a moment and said, "Then I'll ask around and get you a good price for it, and bring it along with the bounty." "All right." Wu Heng actually felt that this dwarf was quite personable, and not as short-tempered as he had imagined. Wu Heng continued, "How about those captives?" "We're still investigating. It seems to be tied to a case involving the trafficking of young girls from various races. I'll report back to you once we have any results," the dwarf continued. "All right." The few of them sat together and chatted for a while. The dwarf introduced him to some of the local places of interest before taking his leave with his people. Upon exiting the door, one of the human team members curiously said, "Captain, when did you become so cultured?" The dwarf turned to look at the room they had come from. He said, "Be polite to this guest and don't provoke him in the future." "Captain, do you have information on him?" Stroking his beard, the dwarf walked and said, "If you don't want to become a skeleton, don't ask questions." Wu Heng put away the silver coins that the dwarf had brought. After sitting for a while, he left with Andre Willow. Exiting the association, Wu Heng headed to the Snake Badge Consortium, and Andre Willow went upstairs to find Minnie and check out the newly decorated house. Entering the consortium's lobby, the interior was still lavish and luxurious, with the counter area and notice board attracting a good number of people. Apparently, the business here was much better than in London City. He walked straight to a staff member and presented the consortium's emblem. The staff member became even more respectful. "Dear guest, please come this way." He was led into a private resting room. Pastries and tea were promptly served. At the same time, a middle-aged man in a suit came in and bowed slightly. "Guest, how may I be of service to you?" "I'd like to post several commissions." The man in this suit wasn't a local manager like Lisa, but someone with a slightly higher position, similar to that of a lobby manager. "Guest, what type of commission do you need?" "I shall fill out the form for you. I want to collect some high-level skill books from necromancers, as well as corpses of professionals above level 15, especially alchemist corpses above level 10, and rune master corpses above level 10, Wu Heng stated plainly. Upon hearing the need for corpses at level 15, the man's expression stiffened slightly. Level 15, 4th-tier professionals were amongst the top individuals in any power structure. And he was asking directly to buy corpses. "Is there a difficulty?" Wu Heng inquired. "There's not exactly a difficulty, but it might be troublesome to collect, and I can't guarantee the time frame," the man replied. That wasn't too much of an issue for Wu Heng. "No problem, just proceed with the normal collection," he said. "Very well, guest, I'll draft the commission for you," the man replied. The man began writing on the side. Meanwhile, Wu Heng waited. At this moment, he found himself missing Lisa a bit, a beautiful, intellectual woman who occasionally offered him some advice. Soon, the commission was ready. "Guest, you need to pay a deposit of 3,500 silver coins." The price had skyrocketed ridiculously. Wu Heng took out the corresponding silver coins and handed them over to the man. The man stamped the emblem on it, and the commission came into effect. The next day. Zombie world. Wu Heng emerged from his room and opened the curtains to look outside. Just as he came downstairs, Liang received the news and came over directly. These past few days, I've been in contact with the peace zone, and there's still no news about Zhao's mother, she said. Wu Heng's expression also turned serious. Set up a route. Let's go over there and have a look, he said. Chapter 260, She might join us. Wu Heng had also considered coming over at night by himself, secretly taking away the organs. But upon careful thought, he realized he might not be able to complete the dissection and extraction of the organs on his own. Although the Book of Necromancy did indeed have relevant descriptions, he had never truly practiced it. So, at first, he needed these coroners to complete the task. What is the procedure needed? Wu Heng asked. The coroner immediately explained, the distribution of the body and the extraction of organs all require the steward's approval. The steward's approval was needed. When he was in Blackstone Town, Baodong's organs had been extracted. It must have been the steward Yazd who directly ordered the extraction. And the vice executive didn't have that authority, which was actually quite understandable. In many places, the vice executive would appoint some local figures with high prestige as honorary vice executives. It was impossible to let them have the right to dispose of bodies at will. Wu Heng didn't make it difficult for them. He said directly, "You guys wait here for a moment, I'll talk to the steward about this matter." "Yes, Deputy Steward." Both men nodded. Wu Heng returned to his office study. When Andre Willow saw him come back, she began to pack up things, ready to leave work. After thinking for a moment, Wu Heng said, "Wire, could you go to the steward and say that I need a skeleton attendant skilled in water, and request yesterday night's pirate corpses for myself? Instead of just needing the organs, it might be better to ask for the entire body. If the other party agreed, then the organs would also belong to him. If they did not agree, he could then step back and raise the issue of wanting the organs." "Yes, Master." Andre Willow nodded and left immediately. Before long, Andre Willow returned with the documents in hand. "How did it go?" Wu Heng asked. The steward agreed. Wu Heng took the document from her hand, which contained the instructions for the distribution of the body. It wasn't as difficult as he had imagined. Did the steward say anything else? He said to follow the association's procedures in doing things. For a necromancer to apply to the association for a body was already very by the book. "Let's go get the body." He returned to the mortuary. The two coroners were still performing their own work. Wu Heng handed them the document, saying, "Proceed with the organ extraction." The coroners glanced at it and conferred with a person nearby. It wasn't a permit for extracting organs, but a directive to allocate the entire body to him. It appeared that this also gave him the right to dispose of the body. After a brief consultation, they began the work of removing the organs. With a sharp scalpel cutting open the chest cavity, they extracted all kinds of organs. Wu Heng then took out an organ jar, and after the coroners cleaned the organs, they packed them directly into it. Covering the jar, the organ jar sealed itself automatically. The two coroners continued to sew up the body's chest cavity. "Do you have a straw mat?" "Wrap it up." "Yes." "Wrap up the body." "I'll take it with me." The coroners fetched a straw mat from the corner of the room and wrapped the body with it. Wu Heng stored the body in his space ring, took out a few silver coins, and placed them in the palms of the two men. "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing the unexpected reward, both men showed smiles. "Of course, Deputy Steward." If there's nothing else, you can leave early, too." Both of them paid their respects and watched Wu Heng and Andre Willow leave. They returned to their residence. Minnie came forward to greet the two of them. After Wu Heng had changed his clothes, he walked inside with her on his arm. She whispered, "Did Wire Sister tell you about the mansion? The renovation is really nice, the whole place is shiny." Wu Heng withdrew his arm, wrapped it around her shoulder. "How much longer until it's finished?" "It seems like it'll take another 5 or 6 days." Minnie said, and then continued, "Master, when it's time, let's plant some vegetables in the yard, so we won't have to go out to buy them. There's no need to be so frugal. And plant a fruit tree, we could build a bird's nest in it." Seeing the bunny girl discuss this happily made Wu Heng smile. "All right, we'll do as you say." Minnie giggled with delight while Andre Willow organized the coat rack a bit and then came in as well. She helped Minnie prepare dinner. At the harbor, on a docked cargo ship. In the dimly lit cabin, a few illuminating stones hung from the ceiling. Under the soft glow of the lights, a man with brown hair dressed in a black suit sat silently on a wooden chair outside of an iron cage. That's when footsteps sounded. An old man dressed as a captain came down from above. With a slight bow, "Master, I've gathered some information. Last night, it was people from the association's 3 squads, they got wind of Lu and came to capture him." "Ha, useless." The man cursed and continued, "What about those girls?" "The association's people took them away." "Meddlesome fools." Buy more new people and bring them in, don't delay the party's timing. He pulled out a pristine handkerchief and lightly wiped his palms. Yes, master. The old man replied. Just as the old man was about to turn and leave, the man spoke again, judging by the time, that Wu Hang should be nearly at Yuko Kingdom's harbor by now. Send word to the pirate group there, a head of his would be worth 20 gold coins, and the 2 special items on him can be priced separately. Upon hearing the 20 gold coins, the old man's eyes also lit up. The man smiled and said, this money isn't easy to earn, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people who've fallen at his hands. Yes, master, I will spread the word tonight. Go. After dinner, Minnie and Andre Willow went downstairs to the training room to train. With skeletons accompanying them, and being inside the association's premises, there was no chance of danger. Wu Hang, through the boundary door, went directly to the zombie world. The sky was already darkening here as well. The survivors of the base began to pack up, preparing to close the gates of the passenger station. Stepping out of the building, Li Yong received the message and came over from not too far away. Handing over 2 elixirs, those 2 corpse cores have been sent over to the prison. These are from the newly acquired alchemy skeleton. Wu Hang took them and stored them inside the space ring. At the same time, he pondered if he should bring over the alchemy skeleton. Such back and forth trips were always a bit of a hassle. But then again, the production of elixirs wasn't that frequent. For more than a month before, there weren't many elixirs, and only in the last few days had they started to come over steadily. Moreover, the alchemy laboratory was also located near the prison, making transportation a bit cumbersome. He didn't continue to dwell on this. He asked, there haven't been any issues with scavenging, right? No problem. The sparse zombies in the residential area don't pose much of a threat. We're armed with crossbow arrows, and as long as we stay alert, killing a few isn't an issue. Li Yong confidently stated. The strong crossbow was easy to operate and quite powerful. Although one shot might not kill, but with a few people grouped together, it wasn't difficult to eliminate them. Next, Li Yong continued, recently, Chi Hankai has been coming around more frequently, subtly inquiring about the recruitment of survivors. I suspect, does she want to join us? Chapter 261, Amphibious. Please continue reading on Knoxville.m. Dongan Village is a large shelter in this area. Even without a development like the auto repair shop, they shouldn't worry about food and clothing. But it's easy to understand why Chi Hankai would want to join. At the time, during the attack on the residential compound, the skeleton army displayed absolutely shocking combat power, which surely left a deep impression on the people of Dongan Village. And this world wouldn't change much in a year or two. Joining the auto repair shop earlier would mean not only safety but also being considered one of the old-timers. What do you think? Wu Hang asked Li Yong. I think there is no problem with Dongan Village wanting to join. With the strength of our shelter, it's enough to keep them in line. Li Yong analyzed. This wasn't much different from what Wu Hang had in mind. Having survivors with awakened superpowers join the base wasn't a bad thing. Moreover, with Wu Hang's current strength, he wasn't worried that she might have ideas about seizing power. We think alike. Li Yong smiled. I was just saying, though. Whether they actually want to join or not is another matter. Wu Hang nodded and continued, let's go, let's head to the warehouse. The two headed to the warehouse where they had transformed the flying dragon. Wu Hang took out the body he had obtained. A skeleton came forward and cut the thin rope around it. As the grass mat was unfolded, the smooth, stitched-up corpse was revealed. Wu Hang immediately released the bone manipulation skill. The flesh slowly shed away, and the corpse rose from the ground. The corpse in front of him was somewhat different from the usual skeletons. Its head was flat and wide, its teeth saw-like, and its skeletal fingers and toes were connected to white webbing. It was indeed a descendant of the merfolk. Skeleton Boxer, Level 13, Level 13, Attributes, Constitution 28, Strength 25, Agility 30, Intelligence 14, Perception 19, Charm 4, Traits, Hollow Skeleton, Meteor Soul, Amphibious, Chi, Expertise, Scale Armor Expertise, Meteor, Fighting Expert, High Tier, Navigation, High Tier, Ship Repair, Meteor, Drill Ship, Meteor, Move Underwater, Abilities, Shock Fist, Capture Flying Arrow, Biting, Move Underwater, Movement Speed increased by 40% in water.